A bell toll from the depths of the cosmos pierced through the endless starry sky and exploded in the ears of every person on Blue Star at the same instant. It seemed to urge everyone to put down whatever they were doing for the moment and listen with reverence to a voice from higher dimensions. Humans of Blue Star, congratulations! For the first time, the Cosmic Lord Academy is opening its enrollment trials to the wild civilizations of the Hongwang Star Domain. Anyone whose innate roots and talent meet the standard and who voluntarily participates in the life and death trial may enter the trial space to undergo the Academy's assessment. Those who pass the assessment may enter the Cosmic Lord Academy to study and will receive a Lord certificate issued by the Academy as well as a territory allocated by the Cosmic Alliance, becoming a mighty Lord of the starry sky. As the voice fell silent, a colossal pillar of light followed immediately after projecting from the cosmic void toward Blue Star. Passing through the atmosphere, it split into countless finer beams that in an instant shot into the brows of innumerable Blue Star humans. Ding! Congratulations! Testing complete. Your innate roots and talent meet the standard. Do you willingly choose to participate in the life and death trial? Please make your choice before the countdown ends. If you actively forego or fail to choose before the countdown reaches 0, it will be deemed a refusal. Countdown begins 10-9. The moment a needle-thin beam of light sank into Su Bai's brow, a notification tone resounded in his mind. Su Bai, 27 years old, 1 meter 81 tall, handsome in appearance, had once been a sunny, cheerful young man. Unfortunately, in order to own a home of his own, he had taken out a mortgage to buy an Evergrande property when housing prices were at their peak. From then on, his life of miserable repayments began. 2 years had passed, yet he had not even seen the foundation of the building, only a wasteland overgrown with weeds, and the smile on his face gradually faded away. What is a Lord of the Starry Sky? How vast is the territory? An entire planet, a whole stellar system, or something even greater? He mused. If I succeed, I'll become a Lord of the Starry Sky. But what about failure? The prompt had not mentioned the price of failure, but from the 4 words, life and death trial, one could already guess a thing or two. There is indeed the risk of dying, he thought, but compared to being a beast of burden my whole life, repaying a mortgage for 30 years, and dying in obscurity, I might as well gamble once. If I succeed, I will have a brilliant life utterly different from this one. In that instant, the blood in Su Bai's heart, which had long cooled, flared back to life. This was his chance to defy the heavens and rewrite his fate. At worst, he would only die once. An orphan like him with no one else to burden. If he fed himself, the whole family was fed. 2. Yes, I volunteer, Su Bai declared, seizing the final second before the countdown ended to make his choice without hesitation. In that moment, a sense of liberation flooded him, a soaring lightness, as if he had utterly broken free from the torment of his mortgage and the 996 life of a draft animal. No sooner had his words fallen than an overwhelming force lifted Su Bai off the ground. Along with others chosen from all over the world, he rose into the sky, suspended high above Blue Star, as though waiting for something to arrive and take them away. At the same time, that solemn voice resounded once more. The 5 rules of the trial will now be announced. First, the assessment is divided into 3 stages. The first is the survival challenge, which tests a new Lord's ability to survive in a completely unfamiliar and extremely harsh environment. This is the most basic quality of a Lord. Trial takers who successfully pass the first stage may enter a first-tier Cosmic Lord Branch Academy to study. Upon graduation, they will become 1-star Lords of the Starry Sky with a territory comprising an entire stellar system, possessing at least 1 habitable planet. The worst case is still an entire stellar system. Such extravagance, truly extravagant. Su Bai swallowed, his throat rolling as an intense blazing light burst forth in his eyes. It was the radiance of ambition. With a complete stellar system as his domain, his family's genealogy would certainly merit an entirely new page of its own. No, he was an orphan. But he could found a new imperial line with himself as the progenitor written on the very first page of the clan records. Second, during the trial, a live broadcast system will be integrated. All intelligent life throughout the Hongwang Star Domain, including Blue Star, will be able to watch the streams. Trial takers may choose according to their own needs whether to broadcast, when to broadcast, and how long to broadcast each day. There are no restrictions on these aspects. There's live streaming too. Ever since taking on a mortgage and the immense pressure that came with it, Su Bai had become much more steady and low-key. With his current temperament, he had no desire to expose his privacy before the masses. Fortunately, whether to stream or not is up to me, Su Bai exhaled in relief. He was absolutely determined not to choose to broadcast. However, there is no such thing as absolutes in this world. The very next second, Su Bai's expression turned oddly stiff. Good thing no one can hear my inner thoughts, or that would be awkward. That solemn voice continued, during live broadcasts you may receive tips, bets, and investments, and can even accept advertisements and product promotions. For specific details, trial takers must explore on their own. All income accrued during broadcasting will be tallied after the assessment ends and will serve as startup capital for developing your future territory. Any viewer who tips will automatically enter your fan ranking, signifying a willingness to join your future new territory's great family. After the assessment ends, trial takers may set their own standards for citizens screening fans on the list. Fans who meet your requirements will all receive invitations to join the new territory. They may accept or decline as they wish. Fans could tip multiple trial takers. Leaving aside those who failed, a single fan could in theory receive many invitations and ultimately choose the one territory they considered best, or choose none at all if they were simply wealthy and tipped purely for fun. Of course, to prevent criminals from sneaking into the fan rankings, a lord could also set standards to filter them out. This was Subai's rough understanding of the fan list. In balancing the three aspects of clearing the trial, earning startup capital, and attracting future citizens, trial takers must learn to find their own equilibrium to avoid leaving fatal weaknesses in their future territories.
In the entire South City, only 5 people were recorded as having...
It seems I can't completely avoid streaming after all. Otherwise, even if I manage to pass the assessment, I'll be a commander with no troops and no startup capital. Once I reach my territory, I'll find every step difficult, Subai thought with a frown. He furrowed his brow at the thought. Third, within the trial space there is Wander Island, where you can recruit civil and military officials, Barracks Island, where you can recruit soldiers, Money Island, which hosts official shops and open-air stalls for trade, Xiaoao Island, a place for brief relaxation, enjoyment, and entertainment, a wild resource islands rich in mineral resources, spiritual herb resources, and ferocious beast resources, Mist Island shrouded in fog year-round, filled with opportunities, yet extremely dangerous, a pirate islands home to bloodthirsty marauders who delight in plundering trial takers, and Shirong Islands, which can be fused into your own floating island to upgrade it. And so on. The trial space is vast and all-encompassing, containing everything imaginable, all awaiting your exploration. A reminder: the civil and military officials and soldiers you recruit will form the initial core team when you open your new territory in the future and must be treated with care. Your floating island will become the capital core of your future territory and demands your devoted construction. First came the startup capital and the first batch of future citizens. Now even the initial cadre of civil and military staff and the core of the capital had been arranged in advance. As long as one cleared the trial, one could take up office immediately. Subai could not help but feel secretly astonished. Worthy indeed of being called the Cosmic Lord Academy, its generosity was staggering. Fourth, trial takers with divine grade spiritual roots are classified as seed candidates. After entering the trial space, they receive one unrestricted draw from the lottery. Those who possess a god-level innate divine ability will have that ability automatically activated upon entering the trial space, and will also receive one unrestricted draw. Ordinary trial takers upon entering the trial space will gain one novice lottery draw, with the prize grade capped at first tier high grade. I wonder what my spiritual roots and talent are like. Subai thought to himself, secretly harboring a trace of expectation toward divine grade spiritual roots and god-level talent. He understood that such existence was one in hundreds of millions, and the likelihood of him possessing it was extremely slim. Yet what if fate proved otherwise? Nothing in this world is truly absolute. He had once sworn he would never livestream, and had slapped himself in the face with reality soon after. He hoped reality would slap him in the face once more. Fifth, during the assessment, so long as a trial taker remains on their own floating island, they may choose to withdraw from the assessment at any time. They may take back to reality any cultivation arts and techniques stored in their mind, but cannot bring back physical objects, items on the floating island, or any earnings from the live stream. All of these will be fully incorporated into the Academy's scholarship pool. The pursuit of cultivation and longevity was something etched into the very bones of the Huaxia people. In that instant, Subai felt as though his DNA itself had been stirred. I didn't expect the Academy to leave a path of retreat. That's truly humane. If things become impossible, taking cultivation arts and my accumulated cultivation back to Blue Star would still mean a brilliant future. Just paying off the mortgage would be effortless. No matter how I calculated, it's a net gain. Of course, the prerequisite is obtaining those cultivation arts first, and preferably raising my cultivation as well. Only then can I advance or retreat at will. Subai secretly rejoiced in his heart that he had made the right choice back then. Meanwhile, on Blue Star, countless people were pounding their chests in regret, especially those who had been frightened by the prospect of death and hesitated at the final moment, thus failing to be selected. Now upon hearing this news, they could scarcely bear it, their regret gnawed at them until their intestines felt as though they had turned green. Lastly, all trial takers must remember this: within the trial space, strength reigns supreme, and almost nothing. As the voice faded, the sky above Blue Star returned to its former clear azure, while Subai and the other chosen trial takers vanished without a trace in an instant. What is this place? Is this the floating island that voice mentioned? Subai pinched his thigh, forcing himself to calm down, then quickly surveyed the surroundings of the island to grasp his environment. With the aid of the faint starlight, Subai could just barely make out the island's condition. The island was not large, perhaps between several thousand and 10,000 square meters. At its center stood a small wooden hut of modest size. Aside from that, the island was utterly bare, giving off an empty, desolate feeling. Beyond the island stretched a vast void where distant stars occasionally flickered, exuding an immense, unsettling dread, as though they might swallow him and the island beneath his feet in a single bite at any moment. Once Subai had somewhat adapted to his surroundings, a mechanical voice suddenly sounded in his ears. "Ding, congratulations, Blue Star, trial taker number 10,010. You have successfully passed the 3 preliminary selection conditions and entered the trial space, becoming a level 1 floating island lord and a participant in the upcoming survival challenge assessment." 3 conditions. Aside from spiritual roots and talent, was there something else? Before Subai could unravel this doubt, the system prompt sounded again. "Ding, activating God level innate divine ability, Eye of Insight. Ding, congratulations, Blue Star, trial taker number 10,010. You possess divine-grade spiritual roots and a God-level innate divine ability, making you a rare dual-seed candidate and granting you 2 unrestricted lottery draws." Hiss. Subai's eyes widened in utter disbelief. I actually have God-level in... Previously, he had only entertained a faint hope, hoping that even a single aspect might reach the divine level, which would already be like smoke rising from his ancestral grave in blessing. He had never dared to imagine that he would be double God-level. Could I be the destiny-appointed protagonist, heaven's own favored son? Subai swallowed hard, thoughts churning wildly as his imagination ran off in all directions. Fortunately, the next prompt yanked his attention back. Initiating the first unrestricted lottery draw. Please choose 1 reward from the 10 random treasure chests below. With a soft swoosh, 10 golden treasure chests appeared before Subai's eyes. How am I supposed to choose? Subai's smile faded as his brows knitted tightly. He could see nothing of their contents. In that case, picking any of them would be no different from blind luck. Though he had obtained 2 chances at an unrestricted draw, they were only opportunities in name. Only by actually drawing high-grade treasures that truly benefited him could he hope to pass the assessment in the trial space, otherwise it would all amount to nothing but empty joy. As he was thinking this, Subai suddenly felt an itch between his brows. He couldn't help rubbing the spot vigorously, and then to his astonishment he found he could see every item inside the chests before him, and even identified detailed information about each one. Damn, so this is the Eye of Insight. How is this any different from outright cheating? Subai could not help being deeply stunned by this god-level talent. However, this was no time to get carried away. He had no idea how long as a mere mortal he could maintain the use of this divine ability. Steel must be used on the blade's edge. His gaze immediately shifted to the first treasure chest. Name Zhuge repeating crossbow. Grade 1st tier high grade. Pass. Subai did not waste time reading the more detailed introduction and directly looked toward the second chest. In the novice phase, a Zhuge repeating crossbow definitely counted as an excellent item, but it was still only a 1st tier weapon. He did not believe that an unrestricted draw would not contain more formidable treasures, otherwise this so-called unrestricted lottery would be nothing but a gimmick. Water. Pass. Water was undeniably a precious survival resource in the early stages, but Subai believed that as long as trial takers had the courage to explore, water would definitely be obtainable, otherwise what would be the point of the challenge? Name Fiery Sun Sword Cannon. Grade 10 tier. Introduction: an exceptionally powerful fire-attributed cultivation art that can be cultivated directly to demigod realm. It also includes the formidable sword art 9 forms of the Fiery Sun and the secret technique, Fiery Sun burning the heavens. Hiss, what a treasure. Subai's eyes nearly refused to move away. He almost blurted out his choice on the spot, and his breathing unconsciously grew a bit more rapid. Fortunately, his rationality still held. Taking a deep breath, Subai hurriedly suppressed the excitement in his heart and accelerated his scan of the remaining options. With such a cultivation art as a foundation, the lottery would already be an enormous success. Yet after he had skimmed through all 10 chests, Subai pointed at the 9th chest without the slightest hesitation and said, "I choose this one." Yes, he chose the 9th, not the 3rd Fiery Sun Sword Cannon, and without even a hint of hesitation. All because of 3 words: Ultra God Tier. Name 9 Turn God and Demon Codex. Grade Ultra God Tier. Introduction: none. Although there was no description whatsoever, those 3 words, Ultra God Tier, were more than enough. Nothing could be more persuasive than them. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn the Ultra God Tier Cultivation Art 9 Turn God and Demon Codex. The next second, a streak of flowing light shot into Subai's glavella. It took the form of a black and white jade butterfly resembling a yin-yang fish. This was the inheritance medium of the 9 Turn God and Demon Codex. Before Subai could examine the details of the cultivation art, the prompt voice sounded yet again. The second round of unlimited lottery begins. Please choose one treasure chest from the 10 random treasure chests below as your reward. With previous experience in mind, Su-bai remained calm and immediately began to use his Eye of Insight. Unexpectedly, the first treasure chest contained an item that left him utterly shocked. Name Tower of Beasts. Level 9-star artifact. Description: possesses 5 major functions: confinement, control, devour, suppression, and defense. It can trap enemies, control beasts, devour myriad spirits, and suppress all beasts. When placed above one's head, it can defend against attacks exceeding 1 major realm. Wow, what a good item. It has both offensive and defensive capabilities along with powerful auxiliary functions. Without even looking at the items below, Su-bai had already made up his mind. Although he was unsure about the specific ranking of artifacts, a 9-star artifact was likely not the top tier, but it was close enough. However, having learned from the last experience to avoid missing out on even more impressive treasures, he quickly glanced at the remaining 9 treasure chests. Unfortunately, at a glance, most of the items were below the 5th tier, with the best being the Blood Slaughter Blade of the 9th tier. Without hesitation, Su-bai pointed to the first treasure chest and said, "I choose this treasure chest." Ding, congratulations, you have won a 9-star artifact, the Tower of Beasts. The next moment, another beam of light flew into Su-bai's Sea of Consciousness. Not knowing if it was due to activating the Eye of Insight, Su-bai, still a mere mortal, had already opened his Sea of Consciousness in advance and could perform inner sight. In the Sea of Consciousness, there floated a mysterious black and white jade butterfly and a 9-story blood-colored tower intricately carved with various beast patterns. Just as the unlimited lottery concluded, a mechanical prompt sounded again. Ding, level 1 survival challenge requirements: survive for 10 cosmic days in the trial space without restrictions on any means. Note: 1 cosmic day is approximately equal to 16.8 blue star days. Note 2: the gravity in the trial space is standard cosmic gravity, which is 132 times that of the blue star. Note 3: the first cosmic day is a beginner protection period. The gravity in the trial space is the same as that of each civilization, and wild floating islands cannot attack the trialists' floating islands. After 1 day, this restriction will be lifted. 168 days, huh? Not knowing what the survival environment in the trial space would be like, half a year isn't too long nor too short. It would be impossible to simply stay on the floating island and endure. He would have to go out to explore and find food, water, and other resources. Su-bai thought privately. Moreover, I must raise my cultivation level to a certain realm within 16.8 days, at least, to adapt to 132 times the gravity, otherwise the subsequent challenges will be quite difficult. After all, with such gravitational pressure, even walking would be strenuous, let alone responding to various crises. Fortunately, I have a cultivation method right from the start, and my bone structure is of divine quality. This should not be too difficult for me. Thinking of this, a slight smile unconsciously appeared at the corner of Su-bai's mouth. This is the advantage of being ahead. He must maintain this advantage. As the saying goes, a step ahead leads to being ahead at every step. Su-bai understood this principle. Ding, activating the floating island's auxiliary intelligence. Ding, the novice lottery mode has been activated. Please choose 1 treasure chest from the 10 below to open as a novice reward. I can't believe I actually have a novice reward. Su-bai was taken aback. Without further thought, he looked at the 10 treasure chests before him and activated his Eye of Insight again. Name: Qifeng Sword. Level low grade 1st tier. Let's pass. In the novice lottery, the highest level was a high-grade 1st tier, but if a high-grade 1st tier item wouldn't be helpful in the early stages, Su-bai would prefer to choose a low-grade 1st tier item. After all, he already had a transcendent level cultivation method and a 9-star artifact as a foundation, along with divine bone structure and god-level talent and abilities. The most important thing now is to obtain items that would be useful for early development. Name: Purified Water. Level low-grade mortal. Description: 10 liters of water. Not to mention drinking, it's barely enough for a bath. A bath can be set aside in the face of survival. Bathing is optional unless there's an abundance. Of course, some little fairies might be exceptions. There's even a mortal tier. Su-bai thought the 1st tier was already the lowest. Although he had seen water during the unlimited lottery, he had passed it directly, worried that the Eye of Insight wouldn't last long and not taking a closer look. Only now, with a sense of assurance, did he slow down his observations, at least checking the description of each item to see how long the Eye of Insight could last, so he could be prepared. Name: Steamed Bun. Level low-grade mortal. Description: sufficient in quantity. There are exactly 10 large buns. When you are extremely hungry, you will find this is the most delicious thing in the world. As he continued to look, most of the items were food, water, weapons, and there was also a cultivation method. Name: Fierce Tiger Technique. Level low-grade 1st tier. Description: the most basic cultivation method can be cultivated to the 3rd limit of body refinement, includes a martial skill called Fierce Tiger Fist. The cultivation method was too poor. Su-bai had already lost interest. Going through the items, he quickly finished one round, and to test the limits of his ability, began to check each item again. Hiss! Suddenly a sharp pain appeared in his forehead and his perception became slightly hazy. A moment of interruption. Was this the limit of the length of his ability? Subai immediately understood what was happening, quickly retracted his ability, and made a decision. I choose this one. He pointed to the 6th treasure chest. Ding! Congratulations, you have obtained a high-grade first-tier weapon, the Juga crossbow. Indeed, the Juga crossbow also appeared here. He hadn't looked closely before, and had passed it directly, but this time he took a real look. This would definitely be a major weapon in the early stages. Name Juga crossbow. Level high-grade first tier. Description: maximum range of 3,000 meters, effective killing distance of 600 meters, can shoot up to 10 consecutive shots, includes a quiver and 30 arrows, a very good treasure for the early stages. A handheld crossbow that can shoot 3,000 meters, can you believe it? It's more powerful than many guns. However, in this world, in the trial space, it seems that anything is possible. This might not be the ordinary crossbow Subai previously knew. As a ranged weapon that can shoot continuously, this is very beneficial for him in the early stages. It can be used for ambushes and long-range sniping, greatly increasing his survival rate. The lottery has ended and the trial officially begins. A countdown will be displayed above the Island Master's residence. I wish you all good results and the chance to become great lords of the starry sky. The last sentence transformed back into that authoritative voice, clearly addressing all trialists, bringing Subai's thoughts back to focus. As soon as the voice fell, Subai saw a floating blood-red countdown of 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 19 hours, 11 minutes and 59 seconds appear above the wooden cabin in the center of the island. At the same time, a hint of dawn appeared in the boundless sky, dispelling the darkness in the trial space with this force of light. Subai's floating island gradually brightened up, and he could see 3 floating islands of various shapes and sizes appearing within his field of vision. However, Subai had no time to care about the 3 floating islands around him and headed straight towards the Island Master's residence, which was the small wooden cabin covering a modest area. With a creak, the wooden door was gently pulled open, revealing the situation inside the room. It was about 10 square meters, furnished only with a wooden bed, a wooden table, and a wooden stool with 2 flintstones resting on the table. Sitting on the wooden bed, which felt quite hard, Subai paid it no mind. Having experienced much more difficult environments, he was now more concerned about other matters. Auxiliary intelligence, are you there? He had previously heard that the auxiliary intelligence had been activated, which was crucial for him to understand this world and how to control the floating island. Blue Star Island, no. 10010 is at your service. A tiny green sprite no bigger than a palm suddenly appeared in the air, doing a flip and looking quite lively and adorable. What functions do you have? How can you assist me? Subai asked straightforwardly. I can help the master check their attributes, view regional channels, control the floating island, use radar to scan external conditions, and issue timely warnings, answer questions within my authority, and even chat with the master during lonely nights to alleviate boredom. In summary, I am very useful. The little sprite tilted its head to introduce itself, appearing quite cute. This intelligence is quite advanced, Subai thought, somewhat surprised. I would like to check my own attributes first. How do I do that? The attribute interface has been opened for the master. In the future, you can view it with just a thought. With a swish, a light blue transparent interface appeared before Subai's eyes. Tester ID Blue Star No. 10,010. Name Subai. Realm Beginner Apprentice. Strength 0, standard horse stance under standard cosmic gravity, being able to hold a heavy object above his head for 30 minutes. Cultivation technique 9, reincarnations, mystic art not yet practiced. Martial skills none. Secret techniques none. Root bone divine grade. Talent ability divine level, eye of insight, can see through all concealments within a 10-meter range, identifying everything. Currently lasts for 2 minutes with duration and range increasing as cultivation improves. Other hidden abilities need to be explored. Wallet 0. Lord startup funds 0, donations 0, bets 0, investments 0, advertisements 0, merchandise 0. Portable space 1 cubic meter, can only store non-living items, can be upgraded. Juga crossbow X1. Floating island level 1. Area 100,000 square meters, 1 square kilometer. Radar range 100 meters, 1,000 meters. Power 10 kilometers per hour, 100 kilometers per hour. Attack none 1. Defense none 1. Islanders none 30. Resources none 2. Please elaborate. After reading the attribute interface, a series of question marks appeared in Subai's mind. First, a strength of 0 is the dividing line between apprentices and the first major realm of body refining. Breaking through 0 strength enters the initial stage of body refining, while the apprentice stage is divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced apprentices, corresponding to holding a horse stance for less than 10 minutes, 10 to 20 minutes, and 20 to 30 minutes. The standard horse stance is at a 90-degree angle and the standard cosmic gravity is 1.32 times that of Blue Star. Comparing to himself, Su-bai nodded slightly. He estimated he could hold the standard horse stance for at most 2 or 3 minutes, still a considerable distance from 10 minutes, which indeed corresponds to a beginner apprentice. This is under the gravity of Blue Star. He didn't know if he could last even a minute under 1.32 times gravity. Cultivation technique. Martial skills. Secret techniques. Root bones range from low to high: none, grade 1, grade 2. Grade 9 super grade divine grade with 12 levels in total. Having no root bone means no potential for cultivation, remaining stuck at the 3rd limit of body refining for life. A grade 1 root bone can cultivate to the 9th limit of body refining, and so on. In theory, only those with divine grade root bones have the opportunity to reach the divine realm. This selection requires at least a grade 4 root bone, which can be improved postnatally, but the conditions are extremely stringent and difficult. Talent abilities are divided into 5 levels: beginner, intermediate, advanced, top tier, and divine level. This is innate and cannot be changed after birth. For this selection, as long as one possesses a beginner talent, even with a non-root bone, they can be included. The portable space can be upgraded using trial coins. Trial coins are exclusive currency for the trial space, which can be exchanged for cosmic currency after the assessment, adding to the Lord's Startup Fund. The attributes of the floating island with the initial data in front and the maximum data for a level 1 floating island behind. The island's area can be increased by merging essence. Soil radar fragments can be merged to upgrade the radar scanning range, and power modules can be integrated to enhance speed. The data following attack, defense, and resources represents their types. When all attribute bars reach their limits, the floating island can automatically upgrade. With the island spirit's introduction, Su-bai gained a deeper understanding of the trial space and himself. Now he faced 2 choices. First, directly take the Zhuge crossbow and attack those 3 floating islands. Second, cultivate the 9 reincarnations mystic art to enhance his strength before going out to explore and hunt. Whether responding to the increased gravity after the novice protection period or exploring and gathering resources, strength is the most important. With such good conditions, survival is key. He must avoid stumbling in a gutter. Having thought of this, Su-bai had already made his decision. First, he would cultivate and enhance his cultivation. Even a slight increase could improve his chances of survival during exploration. Su-bai was a person of action. Since he had made a choice, he would not hesitate any longer. He closed his eyes, gradually immersing his mind into the sea of consciousness to communicate with the black and white yin-yang jade disc. With a rumble, the sea of consciousness stirred with faint ripples, and a stream of information flowed in. The 9 reincarnations mystic art is divided into 4 parts. The first part is the 9 reincarnations primordial skill. The second part is the 9 reincarnations divine skill. The third part is the 9 reincarnations demonic skill. And the fourth part is the 9 reincarnations divine demonic tribulation. The first part, 9 reincarnations primordial skill, is divided into 9 levels, a tenter technique comparable to the Sun Sword Classic, previously seen, capable of cultivation to the demigod realm. However, Su-bai could currently only view the first level, which is the first reincarnation of primordial, applicable for the first 2 major realms, namely body refining and chi refining. When his cultivation reaches the limit of chi refining, the jade disc will automatically unlock the subsequent techniques. The records indicate that body refining is divided into 9 levels. The first 3 levels are beginner, the middle 3 levels are intermediate, and the last 3 levels are advanced. Breaking through 0 strength enters the first level, and achieving a strength of 200 kilograms reaches the first level's limit. For the first 3 levels, each level increases strength by 200 kilograms. The limit of strength for the 3rd level of body refining is 600 kilograms. After this, one will fall into a bottleneck period, and without breaking through the bottleneck, there will be no further improvements in strength. Once the bottleneck is broken, the pathway for strength increase will reopen. As long as one breaks through 600 kilograms of strength, they will reach the 4th level of body refining. However, to achieve the 4th level's limit, strength must reach 3,600 kilograms. For the middle 3 levels, each level increases strength by 3,000 kilograms, with the limit for the 6th level of body refining being 9,600 kilograms, after which one will again enter a bottleneck period. Breaking through the bottleneck to reach the 7th level will cause the limit to soar again, with the 7th level's limit being 49600 kilograms of strength. For the last 3 levels, each level increases strength by 40000 kilograms, making the limit for the 9th level of body refining 129,600 kilograms. Do not underestimate the fact that just entering the early stage of the 4th level of body refining is merely 0.1 kilograms more than the limit of the 3rd level. The actual power is overwhelming, because once one breaks through the 4th level, they can unleash their vital energy, significantly increasing their combat power. Upon reaching the 7th level of body refining, one can even attack by releasing their vital energy outside their body, with vital energy swirling around them like the sea and the aura condensed, allowing their combat power to crush the limit of the 6th level of body refining. It is evident that the gap between each of the 3 levels of body refinement is tremendously daunting, akin to a chasm, with combat power increasing exponentially. Not to mention the gaps between every 3 levels. Even within each level the differences are substantial, which signifies that the difficulty of fighting beyond one's level is immense. This is merely the first major realm, and the subsequent realms will undoubtedly be even more challenging. Taking a deep breath, Su Bai quickly adjusted his mood to calm himself, then began practicing the stance, as recorded in the first layer of the 9 turns Hun Yuan art. 1 toe touches the ground, 4 toes take flight, the heavenly gate opens while the earthly door closes, the red dragon descends and sprinkles jade, liquid, the heart is empty, while the belly is full, overturning the yin and yang. Why did I hesitate just now? If I had chosen yes, I would have entered the trial space and become a floating island lord. Oh heaven, you are too unfair. Immersed in his cultivation, even forgetting the environment around. In stark contrast to Su Bai's tranquility, the situation in Blue Star had erupted into chaos, both in reality and online, with endless discussions. Why did I hesitate just now? If I had chosen yes, I would have entered the trial space and become a floating island lord. Oh heaven, you are too unfair. Because you are afraid of dying. The reply was swift and harsh, indicating how hot this topic was. The upstairs is heartbroken. You guys made me laugh to death. He regrets because he knows he could safely exit the Island Lord's estate at any time after entering the trial space, and he could choose his cultivation method before exiting. If given another chance, even without telling him this, he still wouldn't dare to go in. He is still considered fortunate, at least his root bone is decent. With a live broadcast room, he might still have opportunities for cultivation in the future. The real tragedy lies with those whose root bones are extremely poor, who don't even have the right to choose. Damn, I was just mocking others, but the boomerang came back so quickly and fiercely. I am that person with extremely poor root bones, only at the 1st grade. I'm devastated, it must be the lowest, right? Crying emoji. From the information hinted at by that authoritative voice, as well as the discussions in the live broadcast room and online, it seems the 1st grade is indeed the worst. The reply from the Cosmic Lord Academies by Xiaoxing came, "Wow, you changed your name so quickly. But you by Xiaoxing are not doing well. Where do you place someone like me with no grade, eh?" What? There are even those with no grade. This is the first time I've seen it. 10,086. Heartbroken, the upstairs must be crying in the bathroom. The higher the grade of the root bone, the fewer there are. It seems those with no grade are also quite rare, as the saying goes, rarity values things. Perhaps having no grade represents no upper limit, being honest and straightforward. Currently, only a few trialists have opened live broadcast rooms. Given the short time, many trialists and the island spirits have not yet communicated broadly, so it is normal for everyone not to understand the situation of those with no grade. This is the classic plot of a feel-good novel. It's definitely a story of waste. In a certain base in the capital, how many trialists have entered the trial space, and how many of those are from our Huaxia? An elderly man in military uniform asked with a serious expression. Chief, although many trialists have not yet started broadcasting, according to the current trialist numbers, a total of 214,118 people have entered the trial space worldwide. Furthermore, our research shows that the trialist numbers from each country are grouped together. Our Huaxia trialists are numbered from 1 to 44607, meaning there are 44607 trialists from our country, accounting for a staggering 2083, surpassing our country's population proportion worldwide. Zhang Yong, the head of the base, immediately answered. Upon hearing this, a rare smile appeared on the elderly man's face. This is good news. He then instructed, continue to monitor all live broadcast rooms, especially those of our Huaxia trialists. Strive to produce a detailed investigation and evaluation report for each trialist in the shortest time possible, identifying the most promising batch of trialists and forming a team to focus on them. Understood. Like Huaxia countries around the world, in addition to understanding the global trialist situation, focus on their own country's trialists. Not only the high-ranking officials, but ordinary citizens also pay more attention to their own country's trialists. As the number of trialists is low in each country, and currently the number of those who have started broadcasting is less than 1/10, those trialists who have opened live broadcasts quickly became prominent figures in their respective countries, especially those who are handsome, beautiful, perform well, and have good viewer engagement. In a very short time, their fame surpassed that of popular stars, becoming the hottest sensations akin to a super talent show. Inside the estate of the floating island Lord No. 10010 in Blue Star, Su Bai slowly exhaled a breath of turbid air, straightening up gradually, instantly feeling refreshed, full of energy, as if his physical body had undergone some unknown transformation. Lifting his shirt and glancing down, Su Bei's lips curled slightly. I didn't expect that my APAC abs, which had disappeared for years, have returned. Cultivation requires significant consumption, and human fat serves as an energy reserve. This time during the meditation, Su Bei drained the excess fat in his body, restoring himself to the most youthful and vigorous state with a substantial increase in strength. Indeed. Gulp, Su Bei helplessly patted his belly, unable to refrain from exclaiming, "It's truly a case of being rich in martial skills yet poor in literary skills. The fat accumulated over the years isn't enough to consume. It seems I must resolve my food issue quickly." Exiting the wooden house, he looked up at the countdown on the roof, which read 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 16 hours, 23 minutes, and 44 seconds. I actually practiced for nearly 3 hours. Time really flies when cultivating. Su Bei had not felt the passage of time at all. He thought it had only been a short while. This is the downside of not having a teacher to guide him personally. In fact, achieving meditation on the first attempt is an extremely rare occurrence. Moreover, if a teacher were present, they would help provide extra energy support, prolonging the meditation time and enhancing the gains. From Su Bei's subsequent feeling of hunger, it was evident that he had awoken due to a lack of energy. However, Su Bei was not aware of these circumstances. Even if he did, there was nothing he could do. He had no cultivation resources at hand. Trialist number Blue Star 10010. Name Su Bei. Realm early stage of body refinement, first level. Strength 5. 6 kilograms, standard horse stance, standard cosmic gravity, holding heavy objects above his head for 30 minutes. Cultivation method 9 turns divine demon art, first layer of 9 turns Hun Yuan art. Martial skills Tianxia stream god finger, first layer, not yet entered. Ninefold mysterious origin spear, first layer, not yet entered. Inch of the Milky Way, first layer, not yet entered. Secret techniques none. Root bone divine grade. Talent ability divine level, eye of insight, can see through all concealment within a 30-meter range, identifying all things. Currently can last for 5 minutes with time and distance increasing as cultivation rises. Even trash skills like the fierce tiger technique have martial skills. How could the 9 turns divine demon art not have accompanying martial skills? It not only has them, but is comprehensive, including unarmed weapon and movement techniques. Additionally, as his cultivation level rises, his eye of insight ability has also undergone slight changes. The recent transformation felt in his body must have occurred when he broke through to the body refinement stage. He never expected that through a single meditation session, he would directly surpass the intermediate and advanced apprentice realms, achieving the body refinement stage. Su Bei was equally shocked by his own cultivation level. Should I practice some martial arts to enhance my Just as a fleeting impulse to practice martial arts crossed Su Bei's mind, it was interrupted by a sudden wave of, "First, I need to solve the problem of hunger. I must obtain food before my physical strength is completely depleted, otherwise everything will be in vain. Right now I am merely hungry, but my strength remains. If I wait until I am too weak from hunger, no matter how strong I am, there's a strong chance I won't be able to exert even 10% of my power, and that would be disastrous. Island spirit, how do I move the floating island to other locations?" Su Bei looked up at the little sprite floating in midair. "The island owner can choose a direction, and I will control the floating island to advance. Do you know about the 3 floating islands over there?" Su Bei asked, pointing to 3 distant directions. "They are too far away, exceeding the radar scanning range, making it impossible to investigate the internal situation." Su Bei had anticipated the island spirit's response. "Then let's head to the nearest floating island over there." He pointed to the one closest to him. "Understood." As soon as the island spirit spoke, the floating island began to move, albeit at a rather slow pace. "How long will it take?" Su Bei frowned slightly, feeling uncomfortable due to his hunger. 14 minutes and 36 seconds in Blue Star time. "That's fine. Go at full speed and stop 100 meters from that floating island." Su Bei remembered that the current radar scanning distance of the floating island was 100 meters. He wanted to scan for danger first. "Okay, master. Can you bring up the regional channel?" He wanted to use this time while moving to understand the situation of other trial takers, since he had nothing else to do. "Sure." After the island spirit spoke, the channel interface appeared before Su Bei, displaying numerous Blue Star area no. 11,989,1000. It's only been less than 3 hours and already 11 people have failed. He wondered if those 11 had died or voluntarily exited, or perhaps both scenarios were true. Su Bei thought to himself, then turned his attention to the messages. There are fierce beasts and wild beasts on the wild floating islands. If they are merely primary fierce beasts, everyone can handle them. However, if luck is bad and one encounters a vicious beast, I'd advise everyone to run as far away as possible. They are too strong. I just caught a glimpse and nearly died of fright. Thankfully, I was far enough away and ran fast enough to return to the floating island." Through everyone's messages, Su Bei understood the distinction between fierce beasts and wild beasts, as well as the classification levels. Fierce beasts correspond to the apprentice stage, while vicious beasts start from 1-star first rank corresponding to the first level of body refinement stage. I drew a first rank upper level technique. If cultivated to perfection, it can grant me a strength of 1,29600 kilograms. Can you believe it? Yet it's so difficult. I can't even hold a stance for a minute. Is there any senior who can offer some guidance? Damn, the person above is being ostentatious. I only drew a first rank lower level technique. I'm so jealous. Ignoring the useless information, Subai quickly skimmed through and filtered out useful information. Soon a valuable message caught his eye. Do you know what the 3 preliminary conditions mentioned in that hint were? What else could it be? Bone structure talent, and the third should be related to the 10-second countdown. There are indeed some smart individuals. Subai nodded slightly. He had also pondered this and speculated that these were the 3 conditions. However, he was once again proven wrong. The person above you only got 2 points right. Bone structure and talent are actually the same. They determine our future ceiling. The second condition is decisiveness, which is what you referred to as the 10-second countdown. I asked the island spirit, and its answer was that decisiveness is a basic quality for every leader. The reason the entire recruitment process seems hurried is to prevent us from having too much time to think. It's a kind of pressure test. What the person said was reasonable and backed by the island spirit, so everyone believed it. After all, this lie could easily be exposed. It's not like only they had an island spirit. Anyone could find out by simply asking around. What about the last condition? Someone immediately asked. The last condition is more implicit age, which represents our potential requiring between 1 cosmic year to 3 cosmic years. And 1 cosmic year equals 360 cosmic days. You can calculate it yourselves. So that would be between 16, 57 years and 49, 71 years. A trial taker with strong mental calculation abilities immediately provided the precise data. It seems the Cosmic Lord Academy chooses only young adults, which makes sense. The crowd realized. I wonder where everyone is. It would be great if we could gather and act together. Indeed, this isn't a strict individual competition. As long as we survive for 10 cosmic days, we can band together for warmth, or perhaps we can all pass the trial. Some people's imaginations were still quite optimistic, but Subai did not share that view. He believed that gathering together could be more dangerous. After all, this was called a trial space, not a charity space. However, this was just his guess, and he did not express it for fear of being publicly refuted. Is there any senior who can share some techniques? Once we return to Blue Star, I would be willing to accompany them for a week as compensation. You're not awake yet, are you? If you want techniques, you should find the Money Island. Maybe you can acquire them there. A well-meaning trial taker offered a reminder. However, this statement was pointless. Who didn't know that? The crux of the problem was, where was the Money Island? Nobody knew. I don't even know where the Money Island is or how to look for it. Thinking of this, Subai asked the island spirit, do you know how to find the Money Island? The Money Island is mobile and its location is not fixed. To find it, one needs a certain chance. However, the Money Island always appears shimmering gold from the outside and can be seen from over 500 kilometers away, making it easy to recognize. In the future, pay attention. Once we come across it, notify me immediately. If I am in closed-door cultivation, the floating island will follow at a distance until I finish my training. Understood, Island Master. Time passed quickly as Subai browsed through the regional channel. When the opposite floating island became clearly visible to the naked eye, Subai quickly focused his mind, adjusted his state, and then held the Juga crossbow, swiftly loading 10 crossbow bolts into the magazine. As the unknown floating island entered the 100-meter scanning range, the island spirit immediately provided a prompt. Master, this is a first-rank resource type, wild floating island with an area of 2.5 square kilometers. The main resources include oil pine, azurite, snake, bloodgrass, blood chicken rice, and red-tailed chicken. The floating islands bound to other non-participants in the trial space are ranked from low to high, categorized into 1st, 2nd up to 10th levels. The judgment of levels is not based on the size of the island, but on the strongest creature residing on it, which is also what Subai learned from the regional channel earlier. The trial participants encountered wild floating islands and inquired with the island spirits to gather this information. A first-level floating island means that the strongest being on the island is only first level. However, a first-level 1-star is still first level, while a first-level 9 stars is also first level. The range of strength varies greatly, and one could easily encounter unforeseen dangers. Do you have specific information on levels and quantities? No, unless the radar scanning range can completely cover this floating island. However, I do have images of these resources. Subai nodded slightly, indicating his understanding. Having this much information is already quite good. Please display the images for me to see. Understood. Soon a virtual screen appeared before him, displaying 5 images corresponding to the oil pine, blue-eyed, snake, bloodgrass, chicken, blood rice, and red-tailed chicken. However, this was all the information available and nothing more specific was provided. If I bring these resources back to the floating island or within the radar's scanning range, will you be able to determine their— Subai inquired further. His question aimed to conceal his ability to perceive through his insight eye, especially during the live broadcast. If the radar could provide detailed information, he could rely on it for many things. If not, he would need to be cautious during the live broadcast. Yes, and I can also use this to establish a resource map for fierce beasts, spiritual herbs, medicinal herbs, and ores for my master. In the future, this information can be retrieved easily, and it can also be traded with other trial participants. Alright, then this task will be entrusted to you from now on. Subai did not expect the island spirit to exhibit initiative and consider his needs, which made him feel better. Yes, master. The island spirit readily complied. Let's first make a circle around this floating island and take a look. Understood. The island spirit received the command and began to maneuver the floating island around the wild resource floating island before them. Overall, this floating island was cloaked in dense forests on 3 sides, obscuring the view of the interior. Only one side featured a vast expanse of open land where blood-red rice was growing. Occasionally, a few large roosters could be seen darting between the rice fields and the woods. A clear stream flowed out from the forest, cutting through the blood-red rice fields and dividing them in 2. Without a doubt, this rice field was most likely the chicken blood rice, and the large roosters were probably red-tailed chickens, as evidenced by the 1 to 3 bright red feathers on their tails. This is a treasure land. If completely conquered, it could yield a large amount of food and water. Thinking of this, Subai's eyes sparkled and the hunger in his stomach returned. Master, do you need to start a live broadcast? The first hunting operation usually receives some streaming support from the Dark Dimension Network platform, the island spirit inquired. Subai was momentarily taken aback. He had forgotten about the live broadcast. However, upon hearing the island spirit's words, he nodded. All right, let's start the live broadcast. Yes. Blue Star Beijing Base. Chief, another trial participant from our country has started a live broadcast. From the broadcast footage, it appears that the floating island is approaching a wild floating island, likely preparing to explore or hunt. A staff member monitoring the live broadcast quickly reported. Immediately locate his information based on the image and establish an evaluation file. Assign a dedicated person to monitor this live broadcast recording in real time and notify me immediately of any special occurrences. Zhang Yang instructed. Yes. By the way, how many trial participants have died and how many have Zhang Yang suddenly asked. The staff member quickly operated on a computer, and soon a clear dynamic chart appeared before Zhang Yang. Chief, based on comprehensive data from various sources, there are currently 183 confirmed deaths among trial participants worldwide, with 31 from our country. Additionally, 114 have chosen to withdraw, confirming their return to Blue Star, including 19 from our country. Zhang Yang quickly calculated in his mind that in less than 3 hours, 297 people had already been eliminated. Have we made contact with those participants who chose to withdraw? Contact has already been made, and they were invited to join the Dragon Group. 17 agreed on the spot, while 2 wanted to think it over. Our people are still following up. The staff reported. The Dragon Group is named after a well-known national organization from an online novel. It is a newly established organization dedicated to recruiting participants who have exited the trial space, as these individuals have already demonstrated their innate talents and abilities, showing greater potential than ordinary people. Did any of them bring techniques with them? Zhang Yang tried to keep his tone calm, but his heart was filled with anticipation. Currently, countries around the world hope to quickly obtain a technique to establish an early advantage and prepare for the arrival of the new era after the trial ends. There is one. His name is Liu, an active duty soldier. According to him, the technique is called Great Dragon Elephant Force, which is a first-level upper-grade technique. After entering the Dragon Group, he voluntarily submitted this technique. Good. Truly a blessing for our Wuxia. Zhang Yang could no longer suppress his excitement, exclaiming good 3 times in succession. However, once he calmed down, he couldn't help but wonder, to obtain a first-level upper-grade technique right at the start, and being an active-duty soldier, he should have a considerable advantage. Why did he choose to withdraw? We watched his live broadcast, and he was severely injured after being ambushed by a second-level 2-star fierce beast. He barely managed to escape back to the floating island. Since it was the first day, fierce beasts couldn't land on the trial participants' floating islands, allowing him to escape disaster. However, there were no healing medicines or conditions on the floating island. If he didn't withdraw, he would only be waiting for death. The staff also felt a tinge of regret for Liu, as he had a significant early advantage and was ranked among the top 50 in potential among the Huaxia participants they were monitoring. Unfortunately, luck was not on his side. Where is Liu now? He is at our military hospital receiving treatment. Immediately arrange for me to meet Liu in person, Zhang Yang instructed. Yes, I will have someone arrange it. In a certain office building in Modu, Li Wenhao, who was casually watching the live broadcast, was somewhat surprised. Huh. A live broadcast that was actively recommended. What's going on here? Suddenly a flash of inspiration struck him, and he remembered a comment he had seen in another live broadcast. There are only 3 situations for a live broadcast that is actively recommended. One type of highlight scene will prompt the Dark Plane Network platform to actively stream to more viewers. Another type is when a trialist starts their first hunting live stream, which will be streamed to a limited audience. The last type is when a trialist known to him begins their live stream. Regardless of which it is, it piqued his curiosity, and he quickly clicked in, instantly revealing a familiar figure on the live stream screen. What the hell, Lao Su? Li Wenhao stood up in shock upon seeing Su Bai appear in the live stream, instantly attracting the attention of his nearby colleagues. Li Wenhao, are you okay? A concerned colleague asked. I'm fine, but Su Bai is in trouble. I wondered why he went to the bathroom and hasn't been seen since. I thought he fell into a pit. I didn't expect he actually became a trialist and entered the trial space. Li Wenhao spoke without lowering his voice deliberately, and all the surrounding colleagues heard him. What? How is that possible? What is his live stream room number? Let me check. A familiar colleague immediately asked. Li Wenhao glanced at the number in the upper right corner of the live stream room and said, Blue Star 10010. 10,010. What the hell, it's really Su Bai. His luck is too good, he actually became a trialist. What is that in his hand? Is it a crossbow? Could it be that he won a weapon in the beginner lottery? Ranged weapons are quite useful in the early stages, but if he didn't draw any techniques, he won't know how to obtain them later. After all, if he chooses to exit, having a crossbow is useless. Techniques are the most valuable. A colleague analyzed it soundly. You are thinking too much about exiting. If you want to persist and strive for a clear win, weapons are the best choice at the start. What are you all doing? Get back to work quickly. Perhaps the noise from outside was too loud, causing the manager in the small office to come out and reprimand them. Everyone hurriedly returned to their workstations like mice seeing a cat, but now they had no mood to work. Their thoughts were entirely on Su Bai secretly watching his live stream on their phones, and even showing off and recommending it in their friend circles. Even the manager was no exception. He returned to his small office and also opened his phone to watch Su Bai's live stream, muttering to himself, this kid is really lucky. In the trial space. Island Spirit, do you think I can hit those red-tailed chickens from here? Su Bai saw a red-tailed chicken squatting in a small pit, not knowing whether it was laying eggs or resting, completely unaware of his approach with the floating island. The range is sufficient, the key is the owner's accuracy. The words of the island spirit were no different from nonsense, but Su Bai smiled. He simply wanted to know if he could shoot across the void between the 2 floating islands. He raised the Zhuge crossbow, concentrating his spiritual energy, aiming at the red-tailed chicken. However, in the next second, Su Bai felt a slight itch at his brow. That familiar feeling surged in, and he felt as if he had activated an eagle eye skill. The distant red-tailed chicken instantly magnified before his eyes, drawing near as if it were right in front of him. He adjusted the arrow's direction slightly without a hint of hesitation and pulled the trigger in an instant. Whoosh! The trident arrow shot through the void between the 2 islands, piercing towards the red-tailed chicken. The squatting red-tailed chicken likely sensed the killing intent and curiously turned its head to see what was happening. However, in the next second it displayed a look of terror, stood up and tried to run, but it was already too late. With a plop, the sound of the arrow piercing flesh echoed, blood sprayed out, and after the arrow passed through the chest of the red-tailed chicken, it forcefully embedded into the ground, pinning the chicken there. No matter how much it flapped its wings and struggled in its final moments, letting out miserable clucking sounds, it was all in vain. In less than 3 seconds, the red-tailed chicken fell silent. At the moment of the red-tailed chicken's death, several coin-like bronze plates and a weapon resembling a dagger flew out from its corpse, hovering about 30 centimeters above the body, shimmering with a faint glow much like the equipment drops in games, which was quite astonishing. At the same time, a series of notification sounds rang in his ears. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully hunted a high-level ferocious beast, a red-tailed chicken. You are awarded 25 ordinary points. Ding! Congratulations, you have completed your first hunt. You are awarded 250 ordinary points. Ding! Congratulations, you have become the 10th trialist to successfully hunt in the Blue Star region. No. 11. You are awarded 1 first-tier point. Indeed, points are awarded. A smile appeared at the corner of Su Bai's mouth. He had seen related news in the regional channel earlier. He wasn't the first to succeed in a hunt, as he had spent nearly 3 hours in cultivation, wasting considerable time. At first, he really hadn't thought about the existence of first kill rewards, otherwise he should have chosen to take a risk and hunt first. However, he had no regrets. After all, he managed to enter a meditative state once, directly elevating his cultivation from an apprentice to the initial stage of body refinement, which also saved him a lot of training time. As for the points from the first kill, he just needed to hunt a few more ferocious beasts later to catch up. It is said that the first trialist to succeed in a hunt was awarded 10 first-tier points, the second and third were awarded 5 first-tier points, and the rest received 1 first-tier point. And what are the points used for? There is only one purpose: lottery. Ordinary points can only be used for ordinary prize draws, first-tier points can be used for first-tier prize draws, and so on. Lower-tier points cannot be converted into higher-tier points, but higher-tier points can be converted into lower-tier points at a ratio of 1 to 100. And 1,000 points can be used for one lottery draw. This means that the first place can directly participate in an ordinary tier lottery or save it for a future first-tier draw, depending on how they choose. 1 first-tier point and 275 ordinary points, not bad. Su-bai was quite satisfied with his first kill. By the way, that feeling just now. Could it be? Su-bai suddenly recalled the feeling that emerged when he shot with the Zhuge crossbow. It might be related to his innate talent. However, since it was currently a live stream, it wasn't the time for exploration. Su-bai could only temporarily suppress his guesses. Su-bai's arrow instantly became a highlight moment, prompting the Dark Plane Network platform to conduct a small-scale stream, and the number of viewers in the live stream room skyrocketed from 4 digits to 6 digits. That distance is at least over 100 meters, maybe even 200 meters. To actually hit with one arrow, it seems Su-bai has some shooting skills and one ranged weapon. Isn't that luck too good? It could also just be lucky, a random guess right. Someone felt sour inside. Luck is also a part of strength. Besides, show me how you would guess. When he shot just now, he was very decisive. You could tell he was quite confident. He is a relatively promising seed candidate. If you have the ability, let him shoot another red-tailed chicken and see. As soon as this comment floated by, it was instantly slapped in the face, and the live stream room became even more lively. Damn, I hit it again. This accuracy is unmatched. Perhaps with my long-range attacks, I can eliminate all the red-tailed chickens on this floating island and make a fortune. I just wonder what the exact level of this crossbow is. If I encounter a fierce beast-level red-tailed chicken, will I be able to take it down? When a fierce beast or monster appears in the live broadcast, a brief introduction will pop up in the upper right corner, so everyone knows that Su-bai is hunting red-tailed chickens and their levels. The challengers can also see the number of viewers and the bullet comments in the live stream, but they can choose to turn off the comments to avoid distractions. Su-bai is one of those people, so he has no idea what the comments say, nor does he realize he is unknowingly attracted over 1,000,000 viewers. Suppressing his doubts, Su-bai pressed on and aimed at another more distant red-tailed chicken. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully hunted one intermediate-level red-tailed chicken, earning 5 points of ordinary tier experience. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully hunted one beginner-level red-tailed chicken, earning 1 point of ordinary tier experience. After swiftly taking down 7 red-tailed chickens, hitting every shot, he instantly cleared all the red-tailed chickens in the woods and the rice fields outside. His multiple highlights attracted even more viewers, and at this moment the number of people in Su-bai's live stream soared to 7 figures. He had transformed into a challenger with a certain level of influence in a very short time. In Magic City, at the office building where Su-bai previously worked. Damn, is Lao Su really this impressive? How come I never noticed before? In the office, Li Wenhao was once again astonished by Su-bai's performance. So impressive. I used to think Su-bai was just handsome, but I didn't expect his archery skills to be this phenomenal, hitting every target. I see many people have activated their gifted abilities. Do you think Su-bai's gifted ability might be related to shooting? Otherwise, how could he possibly hit every shot? One particularly smart individual accidentally guessed correctly. It's not impossible. Look. The number of viewers has surpassed 1 million. He is on the rise. Based on the abilities he has demonstrated, he might actually pass the first round of assessments. Does that mean Su-bai has a chance to become a 1-star lord? That would be an entire star system. Damn, envy makes me feel like I'm falling apart and jealousy distorts my appearance. Wasn't it said before that as long as you give a reward you will become a fan of the corresponding challenger and will receive an invitation to become a citizen of the new territory in the future? We are all Su-bai's colleagues. If we give a reward now, will we have a chance to go to Su-bai's territory and hang out with him? The future is promising since we can be considered half insiders now. Someone said with shining eyes. I just found out that the minimum reward is 1 gold coin weighing 50 grams. With the current gold price, it will cost about 50,000 yuan. The key is that this matter is full of uncertainties since it has just begun and there are still nearly 168 days left. No one can guarantee that he will definitely pass the assessments. If he fails, this money will go down the drain. A colleague reminded them, instantly cooling everyone's enthusiasm. After all, 50,000 yuan is definitely not a small amount for them as workers. Let's wait a bit longer. Everyone hesitated, but Li Wenhao felt it was feasible and planned to buy gold after. Regardless of whether to reward or not, looking at the current situation, the price of gold will definitely rise in the future, and it will surge, because this is the only currency that can be used for trade in the universe from Blue Star. At the capital base, Chief, look at this challenger named Su Bai. He seems to have great potential. Among all challengers in our country, he can definitely rank in the top 20, and he already holds a certain early advantage. Lu Min, who had just been assigned to monitor Su Bai's live stream, immediately reported the situation after noticing what was happening in his broadcast room. However, Zhang Yang had already left the base to go to the military hospital where Liu was located, so Lu Min could only report Su Bai's situation via phone. Have you found his personal information? Zhang Yang asked. Su Bai, 27 years old, is an From the information currently available, he shouldn't have had any prior exposure to bows and crossbows, which is rather strange. We speculate that he may have activated some kind of shooting-related ability or a talent similar to Eagle Eye. Only this can explain his performance. Lu Min presented a report. Immediately allocate more resources to investigate. I need more detailed information on Su Bai, Zhang Yang said sternly. Understood. What do you think he was doing for nearly 3 hours before? Zhang Yang called up Su Bai's live stream in the car, pondering Lu Min's report as he watched Su Bai in the broadcast room, frowning as he asked. He might have been searching for a wild, floating island. From what we know so far, not every challenger has the luck of being near a wild, floating island. Challengers with bad luck might not have a single wild, floating island around them. There's also a possibility that he was adjusting his mindset. Some challengers make reactive choices. Upon entering the trial space, they may choose to be ostriches until they complete their mental preparation before taking the next step. Lu Min did not mention training because Su Bai already had a crossbow. She subconsciously overlooked this. From his decisive actions, he doesn't seem like the latter. Could it be that he was just unlucky and was continuously looking for floating islands? Zhang Yang directly dismissed the second possibility, then uncertainly stated, or perhaps he was training. Impossible, he already has a weapon. After all, they only have one novice lottery. At this point, Lu Min paused, suddenly widening her eyes. Wait, if he possesses a divine root or a divine level talent, he would have another lottery opportunity, and theoretically, he could obtain a technique. Just as Lu Min finished speaking, she immediately negated her bold conjecture. No, that's not right. The possibility of that is almost zero. Have any challengers been found globally with divine roots or divine level talents? I am asking about challengers worldwide. Zhang Yang ignored Lu Min's mumbling and wanted to confirm another. Lu Min immediately shook her head, her tone very firm. No, at least not on the surface. The strongest known root is grade 7 and the strongest talent ability is advanced. There isn't even a single grade 8 or top tier talent, so I believe the possibility of Su Bai having divine roots or divine level talents is almost zero. If Su Bai were to see this news, he would surely be shocked. However, if one calms down to think about it carefully, it becomes clear that this is actually quite reasonable, as Blue Star is merely an ordinary wild civilization. Such civilizations are undoubtedly numerous, and the emergence of a dual divine level like Su Bai is already incredibly remarkable. The situations of others may be considered normal or even quite good among wild civilizations. Increase manpower and establish a dedicated team focused on monitoring Su Bai's live stream. You will lead the team, and its importance will be elevated to the first priority. Zhang Yang remained silent for a while before giving the order. In Huaxia, the first priority consists of 10 slots, which represent the top 10 challengers in terms of potential according to their assessment. Each of these 10 will have a 30-member observation team formed for them. The second priority has 90 slots, with each having 3 people taking turns to observe. The third priority has 900 slots, while the remaining challengers fall into the fourth priority, where they are mostly observed until special challengers are discovered and promoted to a higher priority. Understood. Although Lu Min was somewhat shocked, this was also a personal opportunity for her, so she was naturally eager to respond immediately. Inside the trial space. Although the bullet screen was turned off, the notification sound for donations remained, as Su Bai was aware of some insider information from the previous channel's chat history, knowing that the minimum donation was 1 gold coin worth about 50,000 on Blue Star, which is extremely valuable. He didn't believe anyone would donate to him so quickly. However, he underestimated his own influence and was once again caught off guard. Did someone really just donate? Su Bai was momentarily stunned by the notification sound. Even though he had never been a streamer, he had seen enough to understand the situation. Su Bai was quite clear on some basic etiquette and social norms. Once he realized what was happening, he quickly clasped his fists towards the void and said, "Thank you for your support, Master Feng Qingyang. I will do my best and will not let your bet go to waste." Ding Adu Shah donated 1 gold coin. Ding Musk donated 10 gold coins. Ding, with Feng Qingyang taking the lead, many donations instantly followed from both domestic and international viewers, leaving Su Bai feeling both pained and delighted. Wow, 50,000 yuan just like that. They really have money. Donations are to join the fan leaderboard. From what I know, many wealthy people are casting their nets wide. Didn't that voice say so? Once on the fan leaderboard, there is a chance to receive invitations and one can choose to accept or decline. If you have money, you can bet more and there will always be opportunities. For those of us without money, we must stay vigilant. Is Feng Qingyong the same as that Ali? Such a big spender with this username. The chances of anyone else being them are very slim. Some netizens speculated based on the username and the generous donations. I estimate it's him. What's up with that bet? 2,000 gold coins at once. That's equivalent to 100 kilograms of gold worth over 100 million. As long as you choose to bet, the live stream will give notifications. It's very simple. You can bet on a trial participant successfully passing the first round, and once the round ends, if your chosen participant succeeds, you can share in the total amount wagered by those who bet on unsuccessful participants according to the proportion of your bet. However, bettors can only receive 80 of the amount. 20 is shared among the trial participants, the academy, the dark net platform, and the civilization or country of the trial participant, each taking 5. A netizen familiar with the situation eagerly explained, "So complicated, I don't quite understand. It sounds pitiful and helpless." For instance, if there are 100 trial participants and many netizens place bets on them, but ultimately only 3 of them succeed, then those who bet on those 3 will share the total amount wagered by the other 97. The distribution is based on the proportion of their bets. It's quite simple, right? Got it? Clear and straightforward. This time over 20,000 of us from Blue Star were selected. But the reward for a 1-star lord is as vast as a star system, so the success rate is definitely not high. It's even likely that no one will succeed, which means most bets will be in vain. We must stay alert. However, once a bet is successful, it can yield huge profits. The returns and risks are always relative. Can we wait until the last moment to place our bets, seeing victory before we invest? At that point, the success rate will obviously be higher as the trial space will have already eliminated the majority of participants. You're quite clever. What you can think of, they can think of too. Characters like Jack Ma would definitely consider this. Read the betting details carefully. The earlier you invest, the higher the value of your amount. The later you bet, the more the value shrinks. For example, if you invest 1 gold coin now, the calculation will be based on that amount, but if you wait until the 10th cosmic day to invest another 1 gold coin, its value might shrink to 0.01 gold coin or even lower, and to have the same proportion as early investors, you'd need to spend more money. There's that too. Of course, at every moment of betting, the live stream will clearly inform you of the current residual value of your bet and whether you wish to invest more, all based on your own will. Otherwise, everyone would be foolish to choose the last moment to invest, as that would lower the risk significantly. I see now. Everyone appeared enlightened. Subai did not turn on the bullet screen and was unaware of the discussions happening, but the battle at hand was not over and the notification sounds could affect him, which was a matter of life and death. He needed to concentrate fully, so he could only regretfully apologize to the viewers in the live stream. Thank you all for your donations. The current situation doesn't allow for distractions. Once we return to the floating island, I'll chat with you all again. After saying this, Subai turned off the notification sound, his gaze returning to the floating island across from him, and said solemnly, "Island spirit, move closer." He could not abandon the spoils of war he had just acquired due to potential dangers, otherwise why would he be shooting arrows? It would be a waste of ammunition. Thus he had to board the island. After issuing the command, Subai quickly retrieved 7 arrows from his storage space and reloaded them into the Zhuge crossbow. Yes! The floating island moved swiftly towards him, and the moment it docked with the wild resource floating island, Subai activated his insight eye, surveying a 30-meter radius, without missing a detail. After detecting no danger, Subai immediately jumped onto the floating island across from him and swiftly rushed towards the nearest corpse of a red-tailed chicken. Name: red-tailed chicken. Level: high-level beast. Description: named for its red feathers on the tail. The red tail feather is a quality material for crafting first-class arrows. It feeds on chicken blood rice, and chicken blood rice usually grows nearby. It can be used to make soup that won't disappoint. Note: the strength of the red-tailed chicken can be judged by the number of red tail feathers. 1 feather indicates a low-level beast, 2 indicate a middle-level beast, 3 indicate a high-level beast, and 4 reach the ferocious beast level, classified as a 1-star ferocious beast. The maximum is 6 red tail feathers, with the red-tailed chicken being capped at 1-star 3. 1-star 3. I just wonder what level the strongest red-tailed chicken on this floating island is. And what about that unseen green-eyed snake? Subai glanced towards the dense forest, his eyes carrying a hint of apprehension. However, this was not the time to think about that. He quickly looked at the other 2 pieces of loot that had appeared. Name: bronze trial coin. Description: the lowest level currency within the trial space. It can be used for transactions between trial participants, can upgrade storage space, can be used for shopping on Money Island, and can be used to build and upgrade floating islands, etc. This high-level beast-level red-tailed chicken dropped a total of 9 bronze coins, but it remains to be seen what the true purchasing power of these bronze coins is. That will have to wait until he reaches Money Island to clarify. Name Tempered Steel Dagger. Rank Mortal Tier Upper Grade. Description exceptionally sharp, ideal for assassination or food preparation. He stowed away the coins, the dagger, and the corpse of the crimson-tailed rooster. Just as Subai turned to collect his next trophy, his peripheral vision caught movement. The hollow where the rooster had previously crouched concealed something more. Name Crimson-tailed Rooster Egg. Rank Mortal Tier Upper Grade. Description rich in nutrition and flavor, yields a trace amount of vital chi for cultivators. 3 eggs in total, each roughly the size of a goose egg from Earth. Subai claimed them without hesitation, swiftly storing them within his spatial ring before dashing toward the other rooster corpses. 1, 2, 3 corpses, coins, dropped loot, and even scattered eggs. Perhaps due to it being the first kill, the remaining 6 crimson-tailed roosters yielded only a single item, an iron walk ranked mortal tier middle grade. Suddenly the undergrowth in the dense forest trembled. Subai had kept his vigilance fixed upon both the forest and the rice paddies, so even the faintest stir here instantly drew his attention. He retreated swiftly to his floating island. A wise man never stands beneath a crumbling wall. Though invincible here with his 10,000 Beast Pagoda, he refused to reveal his ultimate trump card unless absolutely necessary. 1, 2, 3, 14. Crimson-tailed roosters, quite a flock. After Subai withdrew to his floating island, a flock emerged from the forest, several more striding forth from the rice paddies. At their head loomed a rooster far larger than the rest, unmistakably a feral beast, likely their sovereign, the crimson-tailed king. Alas, the distance exceeded the range of his insightful eye, obscuring its precise cultivation level. Cluck cluck. The king noticed Subai, let out a sharp cry, and led the charge, wings flared, talons bared, rushing straight toward him. Island spirit, pull away now. Subai commanded at once. Though the first-day protection period forbade feral beasts from invading floating islands unprovoked, he could not risk retaliation if he provoked them first. Caution outweighed curiosity. Even as he spoke, his hands moved, snatching up the Juga repeating crossbow and aiming squarely at the rooster king, the apparent feral beast. He understood the ancient maxim, seize the leader first. Thwip, thwip, thwip. To ensure a fatal strike, he loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, precise, unwavering, lethal. The lead rooster possessed far greater sentience than its kin. Instinctively sensing peril, it flapped its wings wildly to intercept the bolts. Yet the arrows flew too fast, too many. With a ringing clang, its wing, hard as forged steel, met the first arrow, hidden, sparking violently, emitting a metallic shriek. The impact deflected the bolt just enough to shear off several flight feathers before embedding itself harmlessly in the earth, its shaft humming with residual force. But the second arrow followed without pause, striking true into the king's exposed abdomen as it twisted mid-deflect, blood gushing forth in a crimson arc. The third arrow was intercepted by another rooster lunging to shield its sovereign, piercing straight through its body, and still finding its mark, pinning the crimson-tailed king to the ground motionless. 2 strikes were more than sufficient. The king thrashed feebly, still alive, but bleeding profusely, its vitality ebbing fast toward inevitable death. Thwip. Subai wasted no further bolts on the fallen monarch. Instead, he became a butcher, methodically picking off the remaining roosters one by one. 7 more fell before the Juga crossbow's 10-arrow magazine ran dry. The few survivors gathered at the floating island's edge, shrieking shrilly at Subai, surely cursing him in avian vitriol. But the island had already drifted beyond reach. Nearly 100 meters now separated them, far past their flight range. Subai seemed deaf to their cries. His gaze remained locked on them while his hands moved with practiced speed, reloading fresh bolts into the magazine from his spatial ring, his expression utterly impassive. The moment he raised the crossbow again, the roosters sensed imminent annihilation, and scattered like startled birds, fleeing headlong into the forest. Subai fired without pause. Thwip, thwip. Even the last mere 30 or 40 meters from the forest's edge failed to escape his aim. Island spirit, move closer. Yes. As the island glided nearer, Subai kept his eyes fixed on the forest and rice paddies. When no further roosters emerged, he emptied his spatial ring, leaving only the iron walk behind, and stepped back onto the opposite island to gather the spoils strewn across the ground. Cluck cluck. The king's vitality proved stubborn, still clinging to life, though its cries had dwindled to a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. Let me ease your suffering. With that, Subai loosed a final arrow, ending the king's agony. In the next instant, a banknote-like slip of paper and a cleaver materialized, hovering 30 centimeters above the king's corpse. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully slain a level 1 star 1 initial stage crimson-tailed rooster. Reward 1 point of level 1 merit. The body-forging realm comprises 9 layers, each subdivided into initial, middle, late, and peak stages, plus a transcendent limit state. Feral beasts follow the same progression. For example, in the first layer of body forging, initial stage strength ranges from 0.01 to 50 kilograms, middle stage 50, 0.1 to 100 kilograms, a later stage 100, 0.1 to 150 kilograms. Peak stage spans 150, 0.1 to 200 kilograms. Though 200 kilograms falls within the peak stage, it is also termed the limit, a singular threshold, not a range. Beyond it lies no further ascent, unless one breaks through. Not every cultivator who reaches this threshold advances immediately. A bottleneck stands between them. Some geniuses shatter it in an instant, others require days, months, or even years. The higher the realm, the longer the stagnation may endure. While stalled at such bottlenecks, cultivators typically hone martial techniques and secret arts to amplify combat prowess. Thus, a limit stage master invariably surpasses peers at the same realm's peak, especially at higher realms where veteran limit masters wield truly formidable power. Ding! Congratulations, you're the second trialist in Blue Star Region 11 to successfully slay a level 1 feral beast. Reward 50 points of level 1 merit. Ding! Congratulations, you're the 10th trialist across all of Blue Star to achieve this feat. Reward 100 points of level 1 merit. First kill bonuses. And even a Blue Star-wide reward. Last time I received no Blue Star bonus, nor did regional channels discuss any. Could it be that Region 11's top trialist also missed it? No, if even level 1 grants rewards to the second place finisher, then surely the first also claimed theirs, yet chose silence. But how many among the top ranks qualify for such rewards? And does the entire trial space, spanning countless civilizations, offer rewards for absolute universal first kills? Subai analyzed these questions rapidly, yet regretted his earlier choice to prioritize cultivation over investigation. That delay had cost him precious opportunity. Indeed, it was a considerable loss. Still, regret served no purpose. Subai turned his gaze once more upon the feral beast level crimson-tailed rooster. Name: vermilion-tailed rooster. Rank tier 1 star 1 initial stage. Description: rich in vital chi and blood essence, ideal for cultivators at the body forging realm's first layer, providing ample nourishment to support cultivation. Excellent. This suits my current cultivation needs perfectly. Subai's mood brightened upon reading the description. Name: bronze note. Denomination 21. Description: introduced for convenience in transport and settlement. Bronze notes come in 4 denominations: 20, 50, 200, and 501. This is essentially an ancient form of banknote, functionally akin to modern fiat currency. Finding nothing extraordinary, Subai stowed the bronze note into his spatial storage. Name: mysterious iron blade. Rank tier 1 inferior grade. Description: a common cleaver forged from mysterious iron, suitable for chopping firewood or felling foes. Versatile and dependable, you will surely find it indispensable. Perfect for harvesting blood clot rice. Subai glanced toward the nearby paddy field. Earlier he had contemplated using his dagger to cut the stalks, and now he possessed a far superior tool. Though he now possessed numerous vermilion-tailed roosters, Subai could not subsist on meat alone. He required staple grain. Blood clot rice was the optimal choice. Composing his mind, Subai swiftly gathered the corpses of the remaining 13 roosters and the bronze coins, and among the spoils a cultivation manual appeared. Indeed, a cultivation manual. Name: golden rooster stands alone. Rank tier 1 inferior grade. Description: a static standing posture practice enabling cultivators to reach the apex of the body forging realm's third layer. Widely regarded as the most worthless manual imaginable. As expected, it's utterly trash. Even the Tiger Fury art, also tier 1 inferior grade, included innate martial techniques. This one offers none. Subai inwardly scoffed. Nonetheless, he kept it. After all, it was still a cultivation manual, and once he located the golden coin, it might fetch a handsome price. On Blue Planet, over 90% of trial participants had yet to acquire any cultivation manual whatsoever. Good heavens, Subai has struck it rich already. The trial has barely begun, yet his haul is staggering. Add in those blood clot rice fields, and I suspect that if he secures every resource on this wild, floating island, his bounty may sustain him through the entire assessment period. Was that book a cultivation manual? It certainly looked like one. I once watched Shueshan's livestream. He slew a ferocious beast and obtained a manual identical in appearance to this one. Originally, Subai possessed only ranged weaponry, granting him early stage advantage. His greatest weakness was the absence of a cultivation manual, rendering advancement impossible. Now that gap is filled. His latent potential has undeniably deepened, likely placing him among the world's top 50. Pity, he wasted the first 3 hours. Had he displayed this level of combat prowess from the outset, dominating all opposition, his ranking would assuredly have soared into the global top 5. Judging by current results, if he avoids reckless actions, maintains composure, and retains his fortune, he possesses roughly a 0.5% chance of completing the trial. Note, however, that day 1 is a novice protection period. Combat intensity remains low. Over the following 9 days, hostile forces will actively assault the floating island, especially on the final day when violence will peak. Whether he can hold his ground then remains uncertain. 99% of trial participants fall on that last day. Though this is merely the first trial, do not underestimate the survival challenge. The Lord Academy has invested immense resources and meticulous design into ensuring no one passes lightly. 5-star Lord Nation Stellar Empire, Taixing. His remarks revealed intimate familiarity with the Lord Academy's life or death admission trials, far exceeding ordinary knowledge. Alas, Subai had not enabled live commentary, and thus missed this exchange. Had he done so, he surely would have sought counsel. Whether the other party would have responded remained another matter entirely. With such massive gains and such overwhelming early advantage, only a 0.5% chance. And it hinges on luck. Is this truly credible? Preposterous. If even Subai stands only a 0.5% chance, how many globally could possibly clear the first trial? Dare you question a sovereign of a 5-star Lord Nation? Do you comprehend the magnitude of the being you confront? Alhua of the 1-star Lord Nation Flamefire Empire interjected, visibly indignant. Blimey, Blue Planet Trial ID 10010 has drawn the attention of a 5-star Lord Nation sovereign. What astonishing fortune! Zhang Hua of the 1-star Lord Nation Galewind Empire, who had previously observed silently, was now thoroughly roused. Lord Taixing hails from a 5-star Lord Nation. His words carry absolute authority. You untamed civilizations dare dispute them. Utter folly. Wang Miao of the 2-star Lord Nation Maple Blue Empire added. Why do some users prefix their names with star rank designations? Wang Tianfeng of Tianhan Star asked, deeply puzzled. Whoa, did extraterrestrial beings just appear in Subai's livestream? I checked, the viewer count has quietly surpassed 100 million. Is this even plausible? How long had it been? Commentary had flooded the stream, but never before had users appended prefixes. Suddenly multiple such prefixes appeared, including several explicitly denoting star rank Lord Nations, instantly igniting widespread curiosity. Haha. We are citizens of member states within the Cosmic Alliance's stellar Lord Nations. You, however, remain untamed civilizations of the Primordial Starfield, granted rare opportunity to participate in the Lord Academy's recruitment trials, and thus permitted temporary access to this concealed dimensional network platform for interaction. Yet, should none of your civilization pass the trials, your connection will lapse once more. Therefore, strive diligently. Moreover, once viewer count exceeds 100 million, audiences beyond your native civilization inevitably join. This is common knowledge across the Cosmic Alliance. Zheng Hua of the 1-star Lord Nation Galewind Empire spoke with unconscious condescension, yet he had indeed clarified the matter for all. Whoa, so many sovereigns from advanced civilizations were hiding in the stream. Countless netizens drew sharp breaths, suddenly speaking with far greater caution. None wished to invite calamity upon Blue Planet. Inside the Beijing base. Director Subai's livestream is currently the world's first and only stream to surpass 100 million viewers. Remarkably, it has attracted extraplanetary observers. Their prefixes vary, some bear star rank Lord Nation designations, others lack prefixes. Based on their comments, we conclude that those bearing star rank prefixes belong to civilizations formally integrated into the Cosmic Alliance's Lord Nations, genuine participants in galactic society. Those without prefixes likely mirror Blue Planet, newly granted access solely through the Lord Academy's recruitment trials. Lumin promptly documented these findings and reported them to Base Director Zhang Yong. This intelligence is critical, especially commentary from other civilizations, which often reveals invaluable strategic insights. Record everything. Analyze every detail. Nothing may be overlooked. Director Zhang Yong spoke with grave solemnity. Understood. Having received his orders, Zhang Yong wasted no time, immediately escalating the report to the highest echelons. Subai was unaware that his live streaming room had been continuously promoted by the platform due to his spectacular performances, resulting in online viewers exceeding 100 million. He also had no idea about the content of the chat in the bullet comments or the tremendous tsunami triggered by the first appearance of extraterrestrials on Blue Star. After putting away his techniques, he quickly dashed to the other corpses of the red-tailed chickens, rapidly picking up all the loot on the ground and storing it in his personal space. The red-tailed chickens were much larger than ordinary roosters on Blue Star. With 12 red-tailed chickens and other spoils, his personal space was nearly filled to a cubic meter. The remaining 2 had to be tucked at his waist. Fortunately, he had previously stored his earlier loot on the floating island, otherwise he would have no room left. While collecting the spoils, Subai remained vigilant, keeping his mind alert to the rice fields and dense forest. Even without enemies appearing, he did not let down his guard. Carefully walking to the edge of the rice field, Su-bai immediately used his eye of insight to inspect the rice. Name: chicken blood rice. Level: low grade, first tier. Description: a staple food that provides a slight boost to vitality with a good taste, favored by red-tailed chickens. It aids in cultivation and is already mature. It can also be stewed with red-tailed chickens for better flavor. Even if it were not mature, Su-bai planned to harvest some for consumption. Seeing that it was already ripe made him even happier. Without hesitation, he took out his machete and began cutting the rice. There were at least 5 acres of chicken blood rice here. It was not something one could harvest in a short time. Su-bai only cut a small amount, enough for a meal, bundled it up simply and carried it on his back before returning to the floating island, quickly placing the loot from his personal space and the chicken blood rice on the ground. Glancing at the dense forest and the rice field, seeing no red-tailed chickens around, Su-bai boarded the island again and quickly came to the riverbank, attempting to collect river water into his personal space, but unfortunately he was unsuccessful. Su-bai's brow furrowed slightly. After thinking for a moment, he took out a large iron pot that he hadn't thrown onto the floating island and scooped a pot of water from the river into his personal space. He then retrieved the empty pot, successfully storing water in the space. It seems this method works. Su-bai's eyes lit up immediately as he bent down to scoop water again, relishing the task until he filled his personal space with river water before quickly returning to his floating island. I can't keep all the water in my personal space, it takes up too much room. Su-bai surveyed his surroundings and found a suitable patch of ground at the edge of the floating island to start digging with his machete. After reaching the first level of body refinement, Su-bai's strength had increased significantly. In no time, he had dug a small pit that was not too large. What is Su-bai doing? A viewer asked in confusion. Why is he digging a hole? Is he planning to bury the red-tailed chickens? Could it be he's preparing to make a beggar's chicken? Didn't he just store a lot of water in his personal space? Is it possible he wants to create a small pond on his... The audience was filled with curiosity about Su-bai's actions, and various speculations emerged. Su-bai did not keep everyone waiting long. Soon he set down the machete, stood up straight, and carefully examined the small pit, a slight smile of satisfaction appearing on his lips. I hope it doesn't leak too quickly. If it retains half, that will suffice. Immediately afterward, everyone saw Su-bai wave his right hand, and a column of water fell from the void into the small pit, quickly filling it. However, the water level in the pit began to slowly decline. During this process, Su-bai continued to release water until most of the water from his personal space was emptied and the water level in the pit gradually stabilized. The remaining clean water was poured into the large iron pot placed upright on the ground, which was to be used for cooking. Next, Su-bai used the soil he had dug up along with a little water to create a simple earthen stove. Everything is ready, just one last thing is needed. Su-bai glanced at the pile of loot, pausing only briefly on the stalks of chicken blood rice before moving on. The stalks were still somewhat damp and needed to be dried before they could be used for fire, which did not resolve the immediate problem. He turned to look at the dense forest, where there would surely be many fallen dry branches perfect for kindling. However, looking at the dark, terrifying forest, Su-bai hesitated. What am I afraid of? As long as I don't venture deep inside, I can collect some dry branches from the outskirts. With my eye of insight and Juga crossbow, as long as I don't encounter too many or too high-level ferocious beasts, my safety is assured. If things get really bad, I can simply shut down the live stream and use the beast tower. After some mental struggle, Su-bai made his decision. Su-bai jumped back onto the wild floating island, holding the Juga crossbow now reloaded with arrows, and quickly approached the dense forest, slowing down only when his eye of insight could observe the forest and further reducing speed once he entered the woods. Not detecting any danger, Su-bai let out a slight sigh of relief, allowing him the time to examine the trees before. Name: oil pine. Level: superior quality, ordinary grade. Description: a type of wood that ignites easily and burns for a long time. When made into furniture, it can last for 100 years without decay, making it high-quality timber. Good stuff. Su-bai's eyes brightened at the description of the oil pine. Without further delay, he remained alert to the deeper parts of the forest while quickly searching for fallen dry branches on the ground, sticking to the outermost edges and never venturing deeper. Unbelievably, he encountered no ferocious beasts. Hiss! A sudden sharp pain shot through his brow. Su-bai realized that the time for his eye of insight had run out. Feeling that his personal space was already half full of wood, he decided it was enough and quickly returned to the floating island. Island Spirit, move the island 80 meters away from this wild floating island and keep the radar monitoring the situation here at all times. Notify me immediately if anything happens. After returning to the island, Su-bai gave a simple command and did not waste any more time. He stacked the wood from his personal space next to the earthen stove and prepared to start a fire to cook. However, when he took out the flint from the wooden house, he felt troubled again. How do I use this thing? Su-bai recalled scenes from movies and dramas, striking the two flints together, which sparked brightly. However, creating sparks was one thing, igniting the wood was another. After a few fruitless attempts, Subai seemed to have an idea. He quickly instructed the island spirit to turn on the live streaming notification sound and the live bullet comments. I can't do it, but surely someone in the live stream audience can. Why not ask those who know how? I'm truly a clever little fox. The moment the notification sound was activated, Subai heard a pleasant sound. Ding, 5-star Lord Country Star Empire Iron Star, bet 1,000 black coins betting that you can successfully pass the first stage assessment. Ding, 1-star Lord Country Zanglong Empire Wu 2 rewarded 10 gold coins. Ding. All the corpses were sent to the 9th level of the Myriad Beast Tower, while the other loot was stored in his spatial storage. This way there was enough space, and he wouldn't need to make back-and-forth trip. I just tried it, and it seems that this flint cannot ignite the firewood. I wonder if there are any knowledgeable viewers in the live stream who can teach me. Thank you. Subai expressed his gratitude with a fist salute towards the void. Haha, I wanted to laugh just now. I didn't expect he really couldn't use it. He is fully prepared only to realize he has no fire. Haha, it's hilarious. Some netizens noticed Subai's embarrassment and burst into laughter. Previously seeing you dominate with a cold demeanor, I thought you were hard to approach. I didn't expect such a cute side of you. It's clear that Subai is really hungry. He probably didn't have time for lunch before being transported here. I've heard his stomach growl several times. If there are any experts in wilderness survival, please don't hold back, teach him quickly, or he might starve. Subai sighed, it's really hard to get a warm meal. He didn't expect that this small incident would inadvertently bring him closer to many people and attract countless fans. Actually, it's quite simple. You just need to. Then, follow these steps and you should be able to ignite the fire successfully. In no time, many netizens began to offer Subai advice. After reading a few useful comments, Subai started to retry. This time in less than 3 minutes he succeeded. Besides the suggestions from the viewers, he felt that the flammability of the oil pine would itself contributed as well, otherwise it wouldn't have been so quick. In any case, he finally managed to start a fire, making the next steps much easier. Subai began to gradually add firewood to stoke the flames, using the fire to slowly harden the earthen stove, and then placed a large iron pot filled with water on it. He picked up a high-level beast, a red-tailed chicken, walked to the waterhole at the edge of the floating island and began to pluck its feathers, gutting it and discarding the useless parts into the void beyond the floating island. To prevent the waterhole from being contaminated, he even scooped water with his hands to wash the chicken meat at the edge of the floating island. Once he felt it was clean, he placed it into the large iron pot for a direct stew. After doing all this, he started to rub the rice off the rice, walked to the waterhole at the edge of the floating island and began to pluck its feathers, gutting it and discarding the useless parts. He didn't want to eat rice with husks, but he had no equipment to shell them. Peeling them one by one would take too long. He could wait, but his stomach couldn't. For now, he just needed to fill his belly, and he didn't care about anything else. After finishing all this, Subai sat beside the earthen stove waiting, occasionally adding some firewood, and during his free time he chatted with the netizens to pass the time. Otherwise, waiting idly would only make him feel hungrier. This is really great. There aren't many Blue Star trial takers who can eat so well right now, a netizen remarked. Although the ingredients look rough, they are absolutely original and eco-friendly. I wonder how this red-tailed chicken compares to our old hens on Blue Star. Some netizens were very curious. It's a pity there's no salt, otherwise it would be even more delicious. Can you really cook the chicken blood rice with the husk? If you don't understand, just ask. This is also a last resort. He has no roasting equipment, no time to dry it, and no shelling equipment, so he can only do it this way. Subai, is your crossbow a prize from a lottery? A netizen asked. Immediately someone retorted, and Subai saw this comment, slightly nodding yes, it was won in a lottery for beginners. There's no need to hide that. How come you can hit every shot? Did you like archery before? Another, it's because my innate ability has a boosting effect. Subai spoke ambiguously. He knew that this wouldn't escape the eyes of the observant, so he preferred to be a bit more open. However, he didn't specify the exact functions and levels of his abilities. When someone later inquired about specific information, Subai also didn't respond, pretending not to see. As long as he didn't explicitly tell others about the specifics of his abilities, everyone would only be able to guess and wouldn't be able to grasp it precisely, let alone imagine it was a god-level ability. Subai, I see you've received many rewards and bets. Can you tell us how much you have? Also, how many fans do you have on the leaderboard now? Someone asked curiously. Subai was taken aback by this comment. He had been busy fighting and preparing food, and he was curious as well. So with a thought, the attribute interface appeared before his eyes. Trialist ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Realm initial stage of body refinement realm. Strength 5. 6 kilograms. Cultivation method 9 turns God Demon Art first layer of 9 turns Hun Yuan skill. Martial skills Universal River Divine Finger first layer not learned. Ninefold Mysterious Origin Spear first layer not learned. Inch of Galaxy first layer not learned. Secret techniques none. Bone quality divine grade. Innate abilities God level Eye of Insight, a 0-minute 5-min, can perceive everything within a 30-meter range, recognizing all obscured objects. Currently can last for 5 minutes, and the duration and distance can increase with cultivation. Wallet 115 copper coins. Points 152 first level points 402 ordinary points. Lord Startup Capital 0. 6 black coins 719. 6 gold coins rewards 3 black coins 3,598 gold coins of bets 15 blue coins 8,518 black coins 75. 6,000 gold coins investment 0, advertising 0, merchandise 0. Fans 2,188. With the addition of points and fans, Subai felt a bit puzzled about the change in the Lord's startup capital and could only consult the Island Spirit. Island Spirit, how much commission do I get from rewards and bets? Subai knew he couldn't receive the entire amount, just like with live streaming platforms, which also take a portion, so he was mentally prepared. Master, you receive 50% from rewards, 20% goes to the Cosmic Merchant Alliance, providing the Dark Dimension Network platform, 40% goes to the huge Cosmic Lord Academy, and 20% goes to the civilization or country where the trialist resides for nurturing the trialist. As for bets, that is not calculated for now, as only if the master successfully passes the trial will you participate in the division, if not you won't earn a single penny. The Island Spirit responded. What's the difference between blue coins, black coins, and gold coins? Subai noticed the differences in the currencies. Gold coins are made of gold and are the universal currency of 1 to 3-star Cosmic Lord countries. Black coins are made of the rare black gold from the universe and are the universal currency of 4 to 6-star Cosmic Lord countries. Blue coins are made of an even rarer blue gold and are the universal currency of 7 to 9-star Cosmic Lord countries. What is the exchange rate between them? Subai asked. The official exchange rate is 1 to 1,000, but in reality exchanging high-tier currency for low-tier currency often has a premium, with black market rates reaching around 1 to 1,200. The Island Spirit responded, everyone has heard it, so you should have some understanding of tips betting and the exchange rates between various currencies. Subai was well aware of the principle that wealth should not be revealed, so he only provided a simple explanation for everyone without disclosing specific data. At the base in the capital city, Sir Subai has activated the bullet screen viewing function and is communicating with the netizens. Lumin, the team leader responsible for monitoring Subai's live stream, reported this news to Zhang Yong the moment Subai engaged with the netizens. Subai now was not the same as the previous Subai. His performance in the first battle was remarkable, not only garnering a massive influx of attention, but also breaking through 300 million live viewers, attracting a large number of alien spectators. After all, the rewards from the challengers included a share for the country and whether the challengers could pass the trials related to whether the nation could integrate into the Cosmic Alliance. Thus, it was in the nation's interest to pay special attention to promising challengers. Soon a bullet screen message flooded the screen, despite the numerous messages Subai noticed this one that kept appearing. Soon a bullet screen message flooded the screen, despite the numerous messages Subai noticed this one that kept appearing and was quite lengthy. Subai, based on the bullet screen information we've gathered, the first assessment is divided into 3 time periods. The first Cosmic Day is the Novice Protection period, where wild floating islands will not actively attack. From the 2nd to the 8th Cosmic Day, the number of wild floating islands will increase significantly, especially with the appearance of pirate islands or aggressive races that will actively attack your floating islands. On the last Cosmic Day, there will almost certainly be a large number of enemies attacking you. Therefore, on the first Cosmic Day, you must take the initiative to gather as many resources as possible, enhance your strength, and accumulate enough cards to play for the sake of Waxia's official standing. Subai furrowed his brow upon reading this message. Floating islands can construct offensive and defensive structures and can be upgraded. It seems this matter must be expedited. I need to be well prepared before the last day arrives. Otherwise, relying on myself alone, it will be difficult to defend. Thank you for the reminder. I will make sure to prepare my defenses in time. Subai nodded earnestly. He is not an arrogant young man, and upon receiving the news he remained remarkably composed and unafraid, which is commendable. Zhang Yong expressed great admiration for Subai's reaction upon receiving the news. This is the love from our motherland. I didn't expect the authorities to intervene. Did you not hear the Island Spirit say? A portion of the rewards will be allocated to the country, and I assume part of the betting might also go to the state. However, all this hinges on the ability to successfully pass the trials, otherwise everything will end up in the scholarship pool of the Lord Academy. Thus the nation is surely eager for more challengers to succeed in the assessments. Does this not imply that it also concerns our personal interests? After all, the more initial funding the country receives, the higher the starting point when integrating into the Cosmic Alliance, and our future as cosmic citizens will also have a higher starting point. Indeed. At that moment, everyone's concern for Su Bai and all Huaxia challengers deepened, as they were not just compatriots, but also a community of shared interests. Su Bai selected some easily answerable questions to communicate with everyone, and before he realized it, the enticing aroma began wafting from the iron pot. Gulula Su Bai looked at the bubbling broth in the large iron pot, and his stomach protested again. "I'm too hungry, I'll eat first, and we can chat during the next live stream." After saying this, Su Bai ignored everyone's reactions and directly closed the live stream. He then picked up the wooden spoon and chopsticks he had just made with a dagger and began to feast heartily. Apart from being a bit bland, everything else is fine. It's quite delicious. After just one bite, Su Bai's eyes lit up. The flavor far exceeded his expectations. Since it wasn't live, he didn't have to worry about his image, and he quickly finished a pot of chicken soup and rice, finally feeling full. What a relief. Having satisfied his hunger, Su Bai felt rejuvenated and was in the mood to sort through this time's gains while communicating with the island spirit. "I have over 300 million viewers. Why do I only have a little over 2,000 fans, and the rewards are so minimal? This seems mismatched with my online audience." Su Bai had wanted to ask this before, but it wasn't convenient during the live stream. 3 reasons, the island spirit replied with a clear voice. First, before the audience reaches 100 million, they are mostly from the Blue Star civilization. A gold coin is very costly for the ordinary people of Blue Star, requiring careful consideration. The trial has just begun, and the vast majority have yet to contemplate their future paths, especially unclear about which challengers can pass. They are still observing. Second, once the audience surpasses 100 million, most of the new alien viewers also come from ordinary wild civilizations, and they do not have much money either. They are likely to reward their own civilization's challengers more, with only a few willing to give to outsiders. I see. It seems that to obtain more initial funding, I need to attract more high-level civilization viewers to bet here. Rewards are just a small part, and to attract them to bet, I need to display stronger combat power to show them the hope of my victory. Su Bai immediately recognized this crucial issue from the island spirit's words. With his doubts resolved, Su Bai turned his attention to another matter, which was the beast tower in his spiritual sea. He had been either cultivating or battling or thinking about food, and had no time to understand this artifact. The moment he communicated with the 9-layer blood jade beast tower in the spiritual sea, a very tender voice echoed in his mind. "Master, you finally remembered me. You're the spirit of the beast tower." As a seasoned web novel reader, Su Bai was not surprised by the appearance of a spirit and remained quite calm. "Yes. What abilities does the beast tower have?" Since there was a spirit, it would be even more convenient for him to understand and control the beast tower. Reporting to the master, currently only the 1st and 9th layers of the beast tower are open. The 1st layer has 3 major functions, and the 9th layer has 1 function, while the beast tower itself possesses 2 major functions, suppressing strong enemies and defending against strong enemies. How many realms above mine can it suppress? How many realms above mine can it defend against? Su Bai asked. For the former, he did not know, but for the latter, through the eye of insight, he had already discovered that it could defend against enemies 1 major realm above himself. In response, the tower spirit said it can suppress enemies 2 minor realms above the master. If the opponent is a ferocious beast, the suppression effect is even stronger, and it can barely suppress ferocious beasts 3 minor realms above the master, while its defense can withstand a full force strike from a master 1 major realm above the master. The tower spirit's answer made Su Bai feel quite pleased. What are the 3 main functions of the 1st layer? Su Bai continued to ask. First, it can trap ferocious beasts below the 4th rank that cannot resist imprisoning and torturing them, with a chance to force them to acknowledge their master. Second, it can assist the master in hatching ferocious beasts within the 4th rank, and the ferocious beasts hatched within the 10,000 Beasts Tower will automatically acknowledge their master and become the master's battle pets. Can it really hatch? Unfortunately, the red-tailed chicken eggs are of too low a level and lack potential, providing little hatching value. Am I supposed to engage in farming? Third, it allows the master's battle pets to live and cultivate within, and it can also help them recover from injuries and regain energy. How many battle pets can I command? Is there a requirement for cultivation level? Su Bai hurriedly asked about the 3rd function, his breathing becoming a bit hurried. If there were no limit on quantity, he could already imagine the scene of commanding a great army of ferocious beasts in the future, which would surely be magnificent. There is only a requirement for cultivation level. If below the 4th rank, there is no limit on quantity. With the 10,000 Beasts Tower present, the more beasts the better. This way, even if he couldn't recruit enough civil and military officials, he was confident that with the army of beasts, This way, even if he couldn't recruit enough civil and military officials, he was confident that with the army of beasts, he could pass the first assessment. So, what is the function of the ninth layer? In response, Master, the ninth layer has only one function, that is soul devouring. What is soul devouring? Soul devouring refers to consuming the blood, flesh, and spiritual power of all spirits, refining three treasures: blood spirit pills, source energy pills, and soul pills. Blood spirit pills can be used for cultivation, providing sufficient vitality support. Source energy pills are also for cultivation, and are condensed from the source power within ferocious beasts, but only ferocious beasts of at least the second rank possess source power, while soul pills can enhance the cultivator's spiritual power, and in the future stronger soul pills can further strengthen the soul's power. The tower spirit explained. Didn't this correspond to the three treasures of essence, energy, and spirit? Subai thought to himself. Can I use them too? Subai asked in shock. If he could also use them, then by continuously hunting ferocious beasts, he could acquire an endless stream of resources. Wouldn't his cultivation speed be like turning on a booster? Not only can the master use them, but all cultivators can use them, and they can also be used to cultivate the army of beasts, enhancing their strength. The tower spirit replied. Subai took several deep breaths to calm his excited emotions. Truly worthy of a 9-star artifact. Impressive. Subai sighed, as this felt like he was gaining an unfair advantage in the early stages. By the way, how do I unlock the remaining 7 layers? This was the last concern of Subai. In response, Master, the 10,000 Beasts Tower currently has 7 seals which seal the 2nd to the 8th layers. When the Master's cultivation level reaches the 4th realm, the seal of the 2nd layer can be unlocked, and so on. As long as the Master's cultivation level reaches it, the seals will automatically unlock without any further action needed. That is very good. Subai nodded in satisfaction, as he had prepared for additional requirements, but he didn't expect it to simply be related to cultivation level, which was actually the easiest part. Now I have some carcasses of red-tailed chickens. Can I obtain blood spirit pills through soul devouring? Subai pointed to the 20 red-tailed chicken carcasses that had just been gathered and stacked together on the ground. Yes, please have the master place them in the 9th layer. Alright. Subai quickly collected all the carcasses into the 9th layer. Then he sat cross-legged on the ground, focusing his spiritual power on the 9th layer of the 10,000 Beasts Tower in his sea of consciousness. As the carcasses entered, a peculiar force pulled them, and then 2 streams of energy, one blood red and one light blue, gathered toward the sky. From the 20 red-tailed chickens, there were 40 streams of energy, which ultimately converged into 2 orbs of light in the sky. As the energy streams disappeared, the remaining parts of the red-tailed chickens, such as feathers and sharp beaks, fell into the large pit on the ground. Soon the 2 orbs of light dimmed, and Subai quickly used his spiritual power to observe. He saw that where the blood red orb had dissipated, 2 complete blood red pills appeared, while one had only condensed about a quarter, and the light blue orb only revealed the outline of a pill, still far from being a complete one. Master, the blood red pills are blood spirit pills. Although there are 20 red-tailed chickens, most are only at the beast level with weak vitality, so only 2 low-grade blood spirit pills can be refined, which can assist cultivators from the 1st to the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, while the light blue pills are soul pills. Due to the low rank of the red-tailed chickens, there is little spiritual power, and after some dissipated, it is temporarily impossible to condense a complete low-grade soul pill. The tower spirit explained each one to Subai, ensuring he understood clearly. From 20 red-tailed chickens, including 1 early-stage first-rank red-tailed chicken, ultimately resulted in 2 complete blood spirit pills. To be honest, Subai felt a bit pained. He only hoped the efficacy of the blood spirit pills would be strong enough, otherwise it would be a huge loss. After all, while blood spirit pills have auxiliary effects in cultivation, they cannot solve the issue of hunger. Originally, the 20 red-tailed chickens could last him many days, but now they were gone, and he would need to find a way to acquire more food. Fortunately, the wild floating island before him had plenty of blood rice, the best staple food. Glancing at the 2 blood spirit pills in his hand, Subai couldn't wait to try them. He casually stored the copper coins, copper notes, daggers, machetes, and usable arrows he had just organized back into his spatial storage. Let me practice a bit. This time Subai did not return to the wooden house. Instead, he stood by the gradually extinguishing campfire. With previous experience, he quickly got into the state, feeling his abdomen churning as he rapidly digested and absorbed the food in his stomach, extracting the essence of vitality to integrate into his body, strengthening his physique. No, doing this I will probably be hungry again soon. Subai quickly took out a blood spirit pill and placed the blood spirit pill, melted upon entry, instantly transforming into a stream of pure vitality that, guided by his cultivation, flowed into his meridians and physical body, refining his flesh and enhancing his constitution. Once the first blood spirit pill was consumed, Subai promptly took a second one, showing no intention of saving it. Rather than keeping it in his spatial storage, it was better to use it to augment his own strength, as power was what truly belonged to him. During Subei's cultivation on the Blue Star, as time passed, his live stream audience surpassed 100 million. The news of attracting extraterrestrial beings quickly topped the front pages of various countries, and he became the most sought-after figure globally in no time. In an effort to replicate this miracle, various countries called upon their citizens and allied nations through multiple media channels to watch their own potential trial takers, artificially creating several live streams with audiences in the hundreds of millions in a short time. However, the terrifying influx of viewers affected other trial takers' live streams. Unfortunately, there was nothing particularly outstanding observed in those streams, and the temporary surge of traffic dissipated quickly, scattering back into countless other streams. Why hasn't Subei started his stream yet? It's been over an hour. Does it take that long to eat? He isn't going to— What are you talking about? It's broad daylight. Is he taking a nap? Is it possible he forgot to start the stream? While everyone discussed Subei online in the trial space, Subei slowly concluded his cultivation and stood up, simultaneously reciting the attributes interface in his mind. Trial taker ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subei. Realm initial stage of body refinement. Strength 45. 4 kilograms. Talent ability divine level eye of insight 5 minutes. 5 minutes. Can perceive all obstructions within a 30-meter range, identifying all things. Currently can last 5 minutes with time and distance increasing as cultivation improves. A low-grade first-tier blood spirit pill can roughly increase strength by about 20 kilograms, supporting half an hour of cultivation. The effect is quite decent, but the consumption is too great. That's 20 red-tailed chickens. It seems I need to hunt more fierce beasts. The higher the level, the better. Ordinary ferocious beasts have too little vitality to support my cultivation. Subei glanced at his altered attributes interface, pondering silently. Moreover, he noticed one change: the duration of the Eye of Insight ability had fully recovered. He was unsure if this recovery was due to his cultivation improvement or enough rest to recuperate. It seemed he needed to pay attention to this in the future. Island Spirit, are there any red-tailed chickens on that floating island across from us? Subei inquired. According to radar scan information, the red-tailed chicken resources still exist, which means there are still red-tailed chickens up there. The Island Spirit's response was somewhat surprising, as Subei had underestimated the radar's capabilities. I wonder where to obtain radar fragments. Can they drop from hunted fierce beasts, or do I need to go to the Money Island or Misty Island for a chance to acquire them? Subei couldn't help but develop a strong interest in radar fragments. 100 meters is still too short. If it were 1,000 meters or 10,000 meters, then this first-tier floating island could be fully covered within the radar's scanning range. At that time, all information would be before his eyes, making things much more convenient. Island Spirit, do you know how to obtain radar fragments? Subei asked directly, having thought of something. Master, that exceeds my answering authority. I cannot provide you with an accurate answer. You need to explore continuously and discover for yourself. The Island Spirit's tone carried a hint of disappointment, causing Subei to smile lightly. It's fine. Subei reassured, then commanded, let the floating island approach the other side. Yes. Master, do we need to restart the live stream? The Island Spirit asked. Yes, start it. Subei thought for a moment and nodded. He planned to explore the dense forest, and those who watched the previous live stream would surely be curious about the situation inside the forest. This was a very attractive point, and it might draw in more viewers. All right, Master. As soon as the Island Spirit's voice fell, the live stream opened. Those who had previously bookmarked Subei's stream immediately received notifications flocking into the stream. In a short time, the online audience surged into the tens of millions and continued to grow rapidly. Subei finally started his stream. Where was he before? Does it really take that long to eat? A viewer immediately complained. It's been almost 2 hours, and I feel like Subei has a nonchalant demeanor. I really don't know if he's just calm or if there's something we don't know about. Brother Subei, is the red-tailed chicken delicious? A curious female foodie asked. If it's delicious, you can't get any. That's heart-wrenching. Regardless of how lively the live stream was, Subei did not enable the bullet screen feature this time, meaning others could post bullet comments for viewers to see, but Subei himself could not see them. His attention was focused on the floating island ahead. The floating island quickly docked with the opposite side. Within the visible range, there were no signs of red-tailed chickens. It was unclear whether they were hiding in the dense forest or in the chicken blood rice fields. Seeing this, Subei could only slowly approach the dense forest with his Juga crossbow. As he neared the edge of the forest, he immediately activated the Eye of Insight ability, instantly revealing everything within a 30-meter radius. Not detecting any danger, Subei quickened his pace, swiftly advancing deeper into the forest. Only when a red dot and a green dot appeared in his line of sight did he gradually come to a halt. 28 meters away. Name Azurite Snake. Level 1st Year, Initial Star 1. Description: highly venomous, capable of paralyzing nerves. If bitten and not detoxified within 10 minutes, death is certain. However, if the venom sac is removed, the snake meat is very delicious, and the snake gall contains a trace of toxicity rich in vitality. Properly processed, it can aid in cultivation. Caution: do not damage the venom sac, or the entire snake will be wasted. In another direction, about 10 meters away from the azurite snake, a red and green striped herb also caught Su. Name: snake blood herb. Level: low grade, first year. Description: can detoxify hundreds of snake venoms, including that of the azurite snake, and can stop bleeding and resolve bruises. It is a decent spiritual herb. Indeed, there must be an antidote within 100 paces. Nature's cycle of life and death surprisingly applies here as well. With the snake blood herb, I won't have to worry about snake venom anymore. Su Bei's eyes lit up as if he had spotted a treasure. Of course, he remained cautious. After all, there was a venomous snake just over 20 meters away, and there might be more dangers lurking further out. He needed to neutralize the threats first. Within the dense forest, trees layered upon one another. Though his insight eye had already detected the foe, the Zhuge repeating crossbow could not engage. Intervening trunks blocked the direct line of fire, impervious to penetration, unlike the insight eye's transcendent perception. Su Bei pressed deeper into the thicket in search of an optimal firing position. After advancing roughly 10 meters, misfortune struck his foot, snapped a fallen branch with a sharp, brittle crack, immediately drawing the attention of a nearby emerald-eyed serpent. Its pupils contracted sharply, its forked tongue flickering as it swiftly descended from the canopy, then darted through the undergrowth like a lethal arrow closing in on him. The forest was the serpent's domain, and without the insight eye, Su Bei would not even have been able to lock onto it. Even so, the Zhuge repeating crossbow's efficacy had plummeted. Without hesitation, Su Bei abandoned the ranged weapon, sheathed it, and drew his mysterious iron blade, standing poised and vigilant. When the 3-meter-long emerald-eyed serpent closed to within 3 or 4 meters, it coiled its tail around the trunk of a resinous pine, reared its sinuous body upright, towering over 2 meters high, and fixed its cold, emotionless, vertically slit emerald eyes upon Su Bei, the uninvited intruder. With each rhythmic flicker of its tongue, a chilling, sibilant hiss echoed through the woods. "Dammy! That snake is enormous. Su Bei is in serious danger," exclaimed a viewer visibly shaken by the serpent's imposing form. According to the sidebar, this is an emerald-eyed serpent, a level 1 star 1 early-stage ferocious beast, highly venomous. If Su Bei is bitten and lacks anti-venom, death is inevitable. He likely won't survive 10 minutes evading its assault long enough to retreat to the floating isle, meaning he cannot withdraw from the trial. Unbelievable, a true life-or-death crisis has arisen so swiftly. Su Bei must be reckless. He's already harvested countless crimson-tailed chickens, more than enough to sustain him for days. Knowing this forest is perilous, why would he recklessly enter? Truly self-inflicted doom. Perhaps past victories bred arrogance, lulling him into underestimating these ferocious beasts. Su Bei has only one chance to strike. Should he fail to decapitate the serpent outright, peril will follow. Death may yet be avoided, but the trial will almost certainly end here. A pity. He held such advantage, a ranged weapon in hand, yet entering the forest was a grievous miscalculation. The livestream chat flooded with uniformly pessimistic commentary. After all, the trial had barely begun. Few believed Su Bei possessed genuine strength. His earlier slaughter of crimson-tailed chickens stemmed not from personal prowess, but from sheer fortune, acquiring a ranged weapon and activating a combat-related divine ability perfectly suited to marksmanship. In close quarters, Su Bei would surely perish. Gripping the mysterious iron blade tightly, he stared unblinking at the serpent, his throat bobbing, adrenaline surging. His tension was palpable. This was his first close quarters confrontation with a ferocious beast. Though its cultivation level was lower than his own, its venom rendered it lethally dangerous, especially given Su Bai's deep-seated fear of serpents inherited from his former life on the blue planet. Facing the emerald-eyed serpent demanded extraordinary courage. Su Bai refused to stalemate. The longer he waited, the greater the risk of attracting additional serpents, and his divine ability itself had temporal limits. So he feigned an opening. The serpent took the bait, instantly launching itself from the pine like a poison bolt. At that instant, most viewers held their breath, the faint-hearted even shut their eyes, unable to bear witness to what followed. He pivoted sideways just as steel flashed, then the serpent cleaved cleanly into its severed halves, collapsing lifelessly to the forest floor. With no time to question it, he acted, instinctively, flawlessly. Die. He pivoted sideways just as steel flashed, then the serpent cleaved cleanly into its severed halves, collapsing lifelessly to the forest floor. The entire sequence unfolded with the fluid grace of 1,000 rehearsals, effortless, seamless, without a trace of hesitation. Yet the emerald-eyed serpent's vitality proved astonishingly tenacious, even bisected its head and body convulsed violently, neural reflexes perhaps. But until the death chime sounded, Su-bai remained rigid with vigilance, eyes locked on the thrashing head braced against a final desperate strike. I underestimated the inside eye's power. This ability grants me overwhelming advantage against peers of equal rank. A divine-level ability truly lives up to its name. Su-bai realized he had barely scratched the surface of the inside eye's potential. Further exploration might yet reveal deeper, more formidable latent functions. Refocusing, he scanned the surroundings, no threats within 30 meters. Only then did he exhale, gathering the corpse into his 10,000 Beast Pagoda and stowing the bronze coin and porcelain vial into his personal spatial ring. The retrieval required no external manifestation of the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, thus to outside observers it appeared identical to storing items within the personal spatial ring, utterly unremarkable. The bronze coin retained its standard denomination of 21, but the porcelain vial. Name: Emerald-Eyed Serpent Venom. Rank: Level 1 lower grade. Description: refined essence of the serpent's venom. Effective both as a toxin and as a weapon coating, delivering fatal damage. Capable of killing cultivators below body forging realm 4th layer within 10 seconds, or paralyzing those below 7th layer within 1 minute. Even cultivators above 7th layer suffer mild numbing effects. Damn, it's clearly level 1 middle grade, not lower. This venom is terrifyingly potent. Su-bai marveled at its lethality, yet simultaneously felt deeper trepidation toward cultivators above the 7th layer of the body forging realm. Such devastating poison could only induce slight numbness in them, proof of their near-invincible physiques, virtually immune to all toxins. After a swift perimeter check, Su-bai re-equipped the Zhuge repeating crossbow and moved cautiously to the location of the serpent blood grass, knelt, uprooted it whole, and stored it within his personal spatial ring. What herb is that? Why did Su-bai harvest it? We don't know. The stream only displays information on ferocious beasts, not herbs. How could he possibly know its utility? Surely he didn't pluck it randomly just because it looked different. Not impossible. The floating Al radar possesses scanning capabilities. This plant distinctly differs from surrounding flora. A once brought back to the Isle scan will confirm its identity. No need to debate further. I saw it mentioned in another stream. The trial participant explained that the radar, when scanning wild floating isles, catalogs all available resources, listing names, and displaying images, albeit without exhaustive detail. Su-bai clearly recognized this herb. He's no fool. Damn, so the system does work that way. Remarkably intuitive. Prevents missing rare treasures. Following this round of live chat exposition, curious viewers grasped the rationale behind Su-bai's actions and redirected their full attention to his next move. Suddenly, Su-bai froze mid-step. Spectators collectively held their breath again, scanning the stream intently, searching for the cause behind his abrupt stillness. It was actually simple. No inside eye was necessary. With his naked eyes, he peered through the gap between a few trees and saw snakes reappearing not far off, and not just one. A chill drew breath into him as he took in the sight. About 30 meters away lay a relatively open clearing where the trees thinned. That was not the key. What mattered was that the patch was densely packed with snakes, at least dozens of them. Their bodies were all intertwined into a single writhing mass, like a ball of flesh, a sight cruel to anyone with trypophobia. What to do? Su-bai frowned, racing through possible tactics. If only he had a bomb, one instant blast could have wiped them out. He had no such luxury. In his hands was only the Zhuge Liannu. Yes, they had gathered together. Perhaps the Zhuge Liannu could produce an unusual effect. A thought struck him, and his eyes lit up. He activated his eagle eye, peering through the trees and taking aim at the writhing mass. Without a moment's hesitation, Su-bai pulled the trigger. From top to bottom along a single line, 5 bolts were loosed in rapid succession. The arrows sliced through the air with a murderous intent and sped toward the target. Only a few dozen meters away, the distance was negligible for the Zhuge Liannu. In an instant, the arrows came home to prey that had no defenses to offer. With 5 wet ripping sounds, the bolts drove forward with relentless momentum, piercing the nearest serpents, then stabbing into those behind one after another. Aside from the 3 central bolts that embedded themselves within the mass, the topmost and bottommost arrows passed clean through several bodies and emerged from the other side. One buried itself viciously into a tree trunk, the other struck hard into the earth, proof of the arrow's brutal force. It was a pity the tree gap was so narrow that 5 bolts were the absolute maximum. Had there been more room, the result would surely have been even greater. Having fired the 5 bolts, Su-bai did not hesitate. He dashed outward from the thicket, running while reloading, though a hint of regret lingered in his heart. A moment later, delight replaced regret. Ding, congratulations, you have slain a Tier 1 1-star latest ferocious beast snake. Reward 3 Tier 1 points. Ding, congratulations, you have slain a Tier 1 2-star mid-stage ferocious beast snake. Reward 12 Tier 1 points. Ding, congratulations, you have slain a Tier 1 3-star extreme ferocious beast snake. Reward 60 Tier 1 points. 13 notification tones rang in succession. The weakest among them were Tier 1 1-star latest-stage Bion snakes. The strongest had been a Tier 1 3-star extreme specimen, which took Subai by some surprise. This meant that with 5 bolts Subai had managed to kill 13 Bion snakes and perhaps grievously wounded others who had not died at once. Such a haul was nothing short of splendid. However, the injured Bion snakes hissed and realizing Subai was not far away turned their attention to him. They would not forgive the instigator. They surged toward him with terrifying speed. Subai paid them no heed and ran steadily toward the floating island, glancing back from time to time. Once he had cleared the woods by some dozen meters and several snakes fell within his insight eye, he spun on his heel. Scanning them with the insight eye reloading as he retreated backwards, he seized any opening to fire at the ones in front. He dealt with them with calm precision, as if he had practiced this maneuver many times. Each arrow that flew took another Bion snake. Ding, congratulations, you have slain a Tier 1 1-star mid-stage Bion snake. Reward 2 Tier 1 points. Ding, congratulations, you have slain a Tier 1 3-star early-stage Bion snake. Reward 40 Tier 1 points. The notifications continued. The alert tones kept coming. Some marking beasts he had just shot, others indicating those in the thicket had finally succumbed to mortal wounds. In short, the system chimed almost without pause. Retreating toward his floating island while cutting down vengeful Bion snakes, Subai soon realized he had exhausted his arrows. 2 snakes still chased him, but fortunately both were Tier 1 1-star early-stage Bion snakes. That made sense. The stronger specimens moved faster and hence charged forward first, becoming his prime targets. Those had already been eliminated along the way. Just the 2 of you left. You dare to keep chasing. Subai muttered, having underestimated the snake's hunger for revenge. They would not relent until death. He hastily stowed the Zhuge Lianyu, drew his Xian Tai Dao, and braced himself to meet them heat-in. Die, the snakes seemed to say. The Bion snake's eyes were already bloodshot. Heedless of his weapon change, they closed in. In perfect, terrifying unison, they sprung from 2 directions, mouths foaming with venom as they lunged for him. This is bad. The Bion snakes had gone utterly mad. One had to admit Subai was remarkably steady. If it were me, I would have been rooted to the spot. I never expected him to dare attack so many Bion snakes, and by kiting them he actually managed to slay so many along the way. Impressive. What a pity. Subai clearly has potential, but without his ranged advantage he must devote every ounce of focus to a single Bion snake in melee, and even then rely on fortune. Facing 2 at once is truly perilous. Is Subai foolish? He was only some 30 meters from the floating island. Why not sprint straight back? Those 2 snakes were still 10 meters behind him. Although fast, perhaps he could have made it if he ran. Some lamented Subai's choice, believing he had erred. Subai is probably still a junior apprentice, while those 2 Bion snakes are Tier 1 1-star early-stage ferocious beasts, far stronger than him. This time he is in danger. Truly, one should not be reckless. Thinking the Zhuge Lianyu made him invincible was to underestimate how savage the trial space beasts could be. I suspect Subai thought that if he kept killing some Bion snakes they would be too frightened to pursue, allowing him to kite them calmly as before. He misjudged just how fearless they are. Now he must bear the consequences. Still not very good at playing it safe. I timidly say I actually have high hopes for Subai. Didn't you all forget just now? Subai decisively slashed and killed a first-stage 1-star green-eyed snake. It's obvious that while he may lack strength, his combat skills, awareness, and reaction speed are exceptionally strong. He might just be able to handle these 2 green-eyed snakes. There are viewers who are quite optimistic about Subai, but most of the comments are not favorable, making his tone seem from Subai's performance, he is neither a madman nor a fool, rather he is as steady as an old dog. Moreover, he currently shows no signs of fear. I believe he has some confidence and should be able to deal with these 2 green-eyed snakes. There is no point in us arguing here. We will soon know the result. The number of viewers in the live broadcast has once again surpassed 100 million, reaching nearly 200 million online. However, most viewers are not optimistic about him, believing he is likely to fail this time. After all, he is just a newcomer and lacks any combat power aside from the benefit of starting with a novice weapon. Subai held his knife, watching the 2 green-eyed snakes charging towards him. Their movement seemed to slow down considerably in his eyes, yet they were still fast. Fortunately, Subai did not panic. He immediately swung his knife at one of the green-eyed snakes. At the same time, he quickly rolled to the side to dodge the attack of the other green-eyed snake. Then his left hand hit the ground, performing a Thomas spin, and the blade once again sliced through the air, aiming at the green-eyed snake that had just landed and was swinging its tail at him. With a single stroke, he severed its tail, blood gushing forth as Subai swiftly dodged away. He couldn't be sure if the snake's blood contained venom. He did not want to take any risks. The heavily injured green-eyed snake glared at Subai with resentment, flicking its tongue towards him and emitting a chilling sound. Take advantage of your illness to take your life. This time Subai did not passively wait for his enemy to attack, but chose to strike first, quickly swinging his knife. Although the green-eyed snake was not afraid of death, it instinctively dodged the descending black iron knife. Subai caught its slightly slower movements and flicked his wrist, changing the downward slash into a diagonal cut, tracing a perfect arc. In the terrified gaze of the green-eyed snake, he decapitated it in one swift motion. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first stage 1-star green-eyed snake, earning 1 point of first stage points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first stage 1-star green-eyed snake, earning 1 point of first stage points. After slaying 2 green-eyed snakes in quick succession, the entire live broadcast room fell silent, with many unable to believe what had just happened. Could it be that the green-eyed snakes are too weak? After the silence, comments began to flood in again. Am I hallucinating? Or did Subai actually know martial arts and knife techniques? Was that last strike really something an ordinary person could execute? What happened? How did he defeat the strong with the weak and slay 2 fierce beasts in the blink of an eye? Are fierce beasts that easy to kill? What incredible reaction speed! If he hasn't trained yet, he must be a natural warrior. It seems I underestimated him earlier. Perhaps he really can pass the first round of assessment. The insight of the 5-star Lord Nation's expert is truly remarkable. The 2-star Lord Nation Fenglong Empire Wang Miao was shocked, but did not forget to flatter the high-level civilization. Ding! Wang Miao of the 2-star Lord Nation Fenglong Empire donated 10 golden coins. Ding! Wang Miao of the 2-star Lord Nation Fenglong Empire bet 100,000 golden coins, wagering that you can successfully pass the first round of assessment. You performed well. This is slightly beyond my expectations. Here is a reward. 5-star Lord Nation Chuanqing Empire Tieshing. Ding! Tieshing of the 5-star Lord Nation Chuanqing Empire donated 1 black coin. Ding! Tieshing of the 5-star Lord Nation Chuanqing Empire bet 50,000 black coins. In no time, due to Subai's outstanding performance, the Dark Dimensions network platform began to push streams, causing the number of viewers in Subai's live room to surge to 500 million in a very short period, attracting a large number of alien viewers. With someone leading the donations and bets, a wave of donations and betting frenzy ensued. At this moment, Subai's focus remained on the battlefield, not checking the comments, otherwise he would surely be very excited. After resolving the battle, Subai glanced at the dense forest, and seeing no more green-eyed snakes charging out, he finally let out a slight sigh of relief. He quickly collected the bodies of the green-eyed snakes outside the forest along with various loot into his spatial storage. It took him 2 trips back and forth to complete this task. As for the bodies and loot inside the forest, Subai hesitated. If there were only 1 or 2 first stage 1-star green-eyed snakes, he might wait before entering to collect the bodies. However, there was a first stage 3-star limit green-eyed snake's corpse inside, and there were quite a few of them. He worried about the long night bringing dreams. If the corpses were eaten by the red-tailed chicken, it would be a huge loss. After much consideration, Subai said to the live broadcast room, the battle has ended. Next, I will handle the corpses of the green-eyed snakes. That will be rather tedious, so I won't be streaming it. After saying that, Subai directly closed the live broadcast, completely disregarding the 500 million viewers online. He was that willful, causing countless streamers to feel utterly defeated. Little Tower, absorb all these corpses into the 9th level and devour them. Subai pointed at the snake corpses on the floating island and instructed. Yes, master. The devouring process was very fast. The snake skins, venom sacs, fangs, and the arrows lodged in them fell into the deep pit below. With a single thought from Subai, all the arrows flew out completely clean and without a trace of blood. This saves me from cleaning them. Subai discovered a new use for the Myriad Beast Tower. After checking the arrows, he found that one of them had a crack in the wooden shaft and 2 arrows had slightly rolled edges on the tips, but they were still usable. Subai sighed in relief as he reloaded the Zhuge crossbow, storing the remaining arrows back into his spatial storage for later use. At this stage, the Zhuge crossbow was like a divine artifact to him, serving a significant purpose, and he naturally hoped it would last longer. After completing all this, Subai, holding the Zhuge crossbow and wearing the Myriad Beast Tower on his head, boldly walked into the dense forest, retracing his steps along the route he had previously escaped, collecting the bodies on the ground into the Myriad Beast Tower above his head as he walked. Hiss when he arrived at the place where dozens of green-eyed snakes were entangled before he saw the ground covered with snake corpses and the air filled with copper coins and dropped loot, creating a spectacular scene. I've struck it rich. Subai's eyes nearly sparkled as he took a deep breath to adjust his mindset before quickly collecting the loot. All the corpses were sent to the 9th level of the Myriad Beast Tower, while the other loot was stored in his spatial storage. This way there was enough space, and he wouldn't need to make back-and-forth trips. Space. Subai suddenly thought of something and asked, Little Tower, can the Beast Tower also be used as a storage space? Yes, but it's not advisable to store items for a long time, especially those that are prone to spoilage, because it lacks the time-manipulating function of personal spaces. The tower's spirit explained. After hearing this, Subai's lips curled slightly, clearly satisfied with the answer. Returning to the floating island, Subai began to organize the spoils of this battle. Island Spirit, list the kills of the Green-eyed serpent. Subai commanded. Yes, master. Soon Subai saw the detailed information of his hunt for the Green-eyed serpent with a total of 43 kills. One was of Tier 1 3-star limit, 1 was Tier 1 late 3-star, 2 were Tier 1 early 3-star, 7 were Tier 1 2-star, and the remaining 30 were all Tier 1 1-star, totaling 394 points of Tier 1 credits, an absolute bounty. Apart from currency, are there any lists and descriptions of other spoils? Yes, master, please take a look. Blood Sword X1, Golden Snake Dagger X2, Golden Silk Armor X1, Xian Iron Heavy Spear X1, Green-eyed Serpent Venom Essence X2, Green-eyed Serpent Arrows X6. Name: Blood Sword. Level: Tier 1 low grade. Description: a sword that can cause enemy wounds to remain unhealed for a long time. Among Tier 1 low grade divine weapons, it is top tier. This was dropped from a late 3-star Tier 1 Green-eyed Serpent, quite good, and Subai happened to be in need of a sword. Name: Golden Snake Dagger. Level: Tier 1 low grade. Description: a relatively sharp dagger, quite ordinary. Name: Golden Silk Armor. Level: Tier 1 low grade. Description: a rare inner armor for protection, extremely lightweight, wearing it does not affect combat at all, able to withstand damage from Tier 1 low-grade divine weapons and reduce damage from Tier 1 mid-grade divine weapons by half. It is top tier among top-tier items. Wearing it is like gaining an extra life. This was dropped from the Tier 1 3-star limit Green-eyed Serpent, which is the highest level beast Subai has killed so far. One could only say it died a bit unjustly, as it didn't even see Subai and was ambushed, dying under the first round of 5 arrows. Good stuff. Subai finished reading the description of the Golden Silk Armor and, without a second thought, directly put it on. He never thinks there's a limit to life-saving methods, the more the better, all of them are trump cards. Name: Xian Iron Heavy Spear. Level: Tier 1 low grade. Description: an ordinary Xian Iron Spear. The spear body is made of high-quality steel, and the spearhead is made of Xian Iron 2. 6 meters long, weighing 88 kilograms, suitable for practitioners of the second layer of body refinement realm and above. Currently you can lift it, but cannot wield it, you are still too weak. Subai. Normal spears on Blue Star only weigh a few kilograms, excluding those used for training. Name: Green-eyed Serpent Arrow. Level: Tier 1 low grade. Description: made from the teeth of the Green-eyed Serpent, possessing some toxicity capable of paralyzing the enemy's nerves, can be used with Juga crossbows. Very good, now I have 36 crossbow arrows. Subai's lips curled slightly, very satisfied. In addition, there was a large stack of copper tickets and a small pile of copper coins, totaling 5146 coins, which was quite a lot. Island Spirit, can the personal space be upgraded with money? Subai thought of something and asked. Yes, master. Then after the trial ends, can this personal space be taken out of the trial space? Subai inquired further. After all, the remaining trial coins can be exchanged for external currency after the trial ends. If the personal space can only be used within the trial space, then the cost-effectiveness of upgrading the space is not that high. No, this is a manifestation of the rules within the trial space. However, as long as you successfully pass the assessment, you can receive a customized storage ring of the same space as a reward from the Academy. The Island Spirit explained. Although it is not as miraculous as the personal space, it is still quite good. Subai will definitely need a storage ring in the future to store some important items, and he believes that the price of such things will certainly not be cheap. How can I upgrade it? Subai inquired further. To upgrade from 1 cubic meter to 10 cubic meters, an additional 1 cubic meter of space requires 1,000 coins. Is this price expensive? Compared to the outside world, it is more than 10,000 times cheaper. Then increase it by 2 cubic meters for me first. What is there to hesitate about? If it weren't for needing to keep some money as a reserve for emergencies in case he couldn't come up with money when encountering the Money Island, he would want to upgrade it all. Yes, master. The Island Spirit collected 2,000 copper coins, and soon Subai's personal space quickly expanded from 1 cubic meter to 3 cubic meters, tripling the space, making it significantly more spacious, allowing for more items to be stored. After handling the miscellaneous tasks, it was time to focus on serious cultivation. Subai immersed his mind into the 9th layer of the Beast Tower and glanced at the elixirs floating in the air. Wow, so many. Subai counted seriously, and to his surprise there were actually 23 complete Tier 1 low-grade Blood Spirit pills, and he even refined 2 complete Tier 1 low-grade Soul pills. Subai hurriedly took out a Soul pill and used a radar scan to examine it. There was no choice, the Eye of Insight was still in cooldown and temporarily unavailable. Name: Soul pill. Level: Tier 1 low-grade. Description: refined from pure spiritual power, can enhance soul power, replenishing consumed spiritual energy, more precious than many Tier 2 pills. Tower Spirit, can I take this soul pill directly? Subai confirmed one last time. Yes, you can. Receiving a positive reply, Subai wasted no time and directly swallowed a soul pill. Of course, before taking it, he glanced at his attribute interface to see what changes would occur after consuming. So comfortable. Unlike the blood spirit pill, which could operate the technique for refining, Subai had not yet mastered the cultivation technique for the soul, so he could only passively absorb it. However, he could clearly feel his previously somewhat depleted sea of consciousness filling up again, and the various negative emotions caused by hunger, tension, battle, etc. seemed to vanish as if he had just had a good sleep. He felt refreshed and full of energy. Good stuff, truly good stuff. Without needing to check the attribute interface, Subai already felt the benefits of the soul pill. After that pleasant feeling faded away, Subai finally checked his attribute interface to compare it with before. Trilist ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Realm initial stage of body refinement, realm first layer. Strength 45. 4 kilograms. Cultivation technique 9 transformations of divine demons, first layer of 9 transformations of chaos. Martial skills heavenly stream, divine finger, first layer, not yet mastered, ninefold profound origin spear, first layer, not yet mastered, inch of star river, first layer, not yet mastered. Secret techniques none. Root bone, divine grade. Innate supernatural ability, divine level, eye of insight, 5 minutes 50 seconds, 5 minutes 50 seconds, can penetrate all concealments within a range of 35 meters, identifying all things. Currently can last for 5 minutes 50 seconds, and can increase time and distance with cultivation. Wallet 3,261 copper coins. Credits 546 points of Tier 1 credits, 402 points of ordinary credits. Lord Startup Capital 2. 2 black gold coins 2,841. 6 golden coins tips 11 black gold coins 14200 golden coins, that's 896 blue gold coins 3. 94 million black gold coins 488. 52 million golden coins investment 0, advertising 0, sales 0. Fans 6,416. To prevent any omissions, Subai carefully examined it 3 times from top to bottom, ultimately confirming an important change: the duration and range of the Eye of Insight had both increased. Originally, it could only see 30 meters, but now it could see 35 meters. Initially, it could last for 5 minutes, but now it could sustain for 5 minutes and 50 seconds. It had previously exhausted its duration, but now it had fully restored, which meant he could continue to use the Eye of Insight again. It seems that my divine ability is closely related to my mental power, or more accurately to my soul. The soul pill has enhanced my soul and strengthened my mental power, which is why the Eye of Insight has become more powerful. Previously, using the Eye of Insight drained my mental power, but now the soul pill has replenished what I had exhausted, restoring the duration. The more Subai analyzed, the more he felt that his analysis was correct. If everything truly aligns with his analysis, then the importance of the soul pill would elevate to another level, becoming one of his most crucial consumables for the future as well as a trump card. Usually the soul pill could enhance his Eye of Insight, and during battles it could also provide timely support for his divine abilities, an absolute treasure. Such a valuable item must not be exposed. I can just use it secretly, Subai reminded himself. Understanding the importance of the soul pill, the remaining one became exceptionally precious. Subai decided that from now on, regardless of the situation, he must always maintain at least one soul pill in his personal space for emergencies. Thus, he would not use the remaining one for the time being, at least not until he acquired another. Subai took a deep breath, slowly discarding all distractions, found a suitable position, and assumed a stance to begin a new round of cultivation. One blood spirit pill was consumed immediately, transforming into pure vitality. Guided by his cultivation method, it flowed through his entire meridians, muscles, and bones, being eagerly absorbed by his body, thereby strengthening his physical form and causing his power to grow rapidly. With the second, third, and a total of 6 blood spirit pills refined, his stomach began to protest with rumbling sounds. Hungry again. Subai frowned slightly, glancing at his strength, which had reached 163. 1 kilograms, not 165. 4 kilograms. This indicated that as his strength increased, the power that a low-grade blood spirit pill could enhance was gradually decreasing, not fixed. This was quite understandable. Should I prepare food or continue cultivating? For a moment, 2 choices lay before Subai. If he chose to cultivate, he would only need 2 blood spirit pills, and he might break through to the second level of body refinement. However, with the increase in cultivation, the demand for vitality would also grow stronger, making the feeling of hunger even more intense. Forget it, I should eat first. There's no need to rush, Subai decided, looking up at the roof of the wooden house to check. The countdown displayed 9 cosmic days, 16 blue star days, 11 hours, 25 minutes, and 21 seconds. It's already been 8 hours. If we consider the situation on Blue Star, it should be dawn around 5 or 6 o'clock. Adding these 8 hours means it should be around 3 or 4 in the afternoon now. However, the daylight here seems to show no significant change, and the position of that large sun in the distance appears to still be on the horizon. What's going on? Island Spirit does daytime and nighttime here follow the cosmic day cycle, making them very long. Subai asked out of curiosity. Master, you are very clever. I didn't expect you to notice so quickly. I thought you would take a long time to realize this problem until you saw that it never got dark. So I guessed correctly. Yes, and the nights here can be very dangerous. However, the first cosmic day's night is a beginner's protection period, so there won't be any danger. You only need to prepare enough food to survive the long night. Starting from the second cosmic day's night, you must be on guard against external threats. If that's the case, then half a day here is equivalent to over 8 days on Blue Star. With this thought, Subai frowned. This was not good news. From now on, he must stockpile enough food and water as well as cultivation resources for the long night, otherwise it could be very difficult to endure, leading to the elimination of a large number of challengers. Gulyalu, the hunger from his stomach, pulled Subai's thoughts back once more. If I had known, I would have saved a few chickens. Now I have to think of a way to get food. What a miscalculation. Subai sighed slightly. By the way, can't I use points to draw prizes? I wonder if I can draw food. Just as he was about to instruct the island spirit to move the floating island closer, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him. Island spirit, what items can be drawn from the points lottery? Subai inquired. As long as it falls within the corresponding level, anything is possible, and the lottery mechanism of the trial space will intentionally favor the current needs of the master. So if I want something, I can draw items of that type. It just increases the chance, it's not guaranteed. That's enough, Subai understood then, without hesitation instructed, I want to draw a lottery. Ding, your commoner points are insufficient. Would you like to use first-tier points to make up the difference? The prompt sounded in his ear. Subai was just about to nod in agreement when suddenly a thought struck him, and he immediately stopped. Wait. Then he instructed the island spirit start a live broadcast. Understood. He was also a person from Blue Star and knew that there were two situations that could attract an audience. One was combat and the other was a lottery. People are always filled with curiosity and desire to explore the unknown, otherwise products like blind boxes wouldn't become popular. Finally, the streamer has started the live broadcast. I have waited so long that I feel like my flowers are about to wither. Some viewers who had followed Subai's live room received the notification and entered immediately. Indeed, I guessed it right, the streamer must have gone to cultivate. The manual that was leaked earlier is undoubtedly a technique. As a person from Huaxia, it is almost impossible to resist practicing once one has obtained the technique. Everyone looked somewhat enlightened and many acknowledged Subai's statement. After all, what difference would it make? Moreover, most of them were just curious and not genuinely interested in probing further. Streamer, how is your cultivation going now? Someone asked curiously, what level have you reached now? I heard that someone has already reached the mid-stage of body refinement realm. That guy is really impressive. Are you talking about Wu Chong? He seems to have been the inheritor of martial arts before starting as a high-level apprentice. He used about to slay a first-tier 1-star beast, becoming the first in the world to achieve a first kill and a double first kill in the trial. Just from these 2 first kill rewards, he received 1,100 points of first-tier contribution points, and then through a lottery with those points, he directly drew a top-quality first-tier technique. Subsequently, he broke through to the first level of body refinement realm in just 2 hours, as if he had activated a cheat code. It seems he just broke through to the mid-stage of body refinement realm half an hour ago, becoming one of the hottest figures on. Subai cultivated first and then hunted, while this Wu Chang took the completely opposite path. He hunted first and then cultivated, with all his starting weapons being ranged ones. However, he was originally from a martial arts background, so he had a foundation. Moreover, since he didn't start with a technique, he could only explore first. Subai had techniques but lacked martial foundations and was afraid of danger, thus choosing to cultivate first. Everyone makes different choices. Why didn't the number of viewers in the stream room break 100 million at the beginning? Subai also saw this comment and couldn't help but feel a bit puzzled. However, the next second someone helped clarify. This guy is indeed a freak, but unfortunately his looks are a bit off-putting, which fails to attract female viewers. The number of live viewers has remained stuck below 80 million. It was only after he broke through to the mid-stage of body refinement realm that the numbers surged significantly, finally crossing the 100 million mark for the first time. Is Wu Chong currently the strongest trial taker? Someone asked a question unrelated to Subai's stream, but Subai didn't stop it. He was also watching and could learn about the strength and progress of other global trial takers through the comments. Not exactly. It seems there is a champion from the United States starting at the initial stage of body refinement realm with a strength of 3 kilograms. Now his strength has reached 59 kilograms, also at the mid-stage of body refinement realm, slightly ahead of Wu Chang. I haven't seen anyone stronger than him. If anyone has, please add on. Indeed, there are always people stronger than others. This is still within the Blue Star civilization. If we consider all the wild civilizations in the entire Hongwang Star Domain, Subai believes there must be someone who has already gone far ahead of him. It seems there is someone in Heizhou who started with a strength of 4 kilograms, but his subsequent development has been somewhat bumpy, and he hasn't broken through yet. Everyone seemed very interested in this topic, each reporting the strongest person they had seen, eventually landing on a person named Luofeng from Huaxia. This guy started with a strength of 5 kilograms and before shutting down the stream had reached 2 kilograms. It has now been 2 hours and he hasn't started broadcasting again. No one knows what his current cultivation level is, but most people speculate that he has already broken through, possibly even earlier than Wu Chang, and may be stronger than the champion from the United States. However, without evidence, they will have to wait for his next live broadcast to find out. For a while, no one reported any stronger existence, and everyone shifted their attention back to Su Bai. "Streamer, are you planning to explore the dense forest in this broadcast?" someone asked curiously, as many had forgotten about the earlier inquiry regarding Su Bai's cultivation level. Su Bai knew that some things could be announced publicly while others could be kept low-key. Thus, he did not actively disclose his cultivation level, merely smiling and saying, "No, I do plan to explore the dense forest, but not right now. This time I am going live to conduct a lottery with my contribution points to see what good items I can draw, and I will share it with everyone." Lottery with contribution points. That sounds interesting. That Wu Chang drew a top-quality first-tier technique in his first-tier lottery. Just as Su Bai had anticipated, everyone was indeed interested in the lottery. The streamer is conducting a common-level lottery, right? Logically speaking, at this stage, aside from Wu Chang, who received 1,000 first-tier contribution points due to achieving the global first kill, others probably haven't gathered so many points yet. Common-level lotteries are still quite good. I've seen a few guys draw some pretty useful items for their current stage. Yes, common-level lottery. Su Bai nodded. "Streamer, come on, hurry up and draw. I will transmit some luck to you. You will definitely draw something good." Su Bai, go for it. "Our Little Bai support group is cheering for you." Little Bai support group. What is that? It seems like a group of female fans came up with it, since the streamer is named Su Bai. They found the nickname Little Bai to be quite endearing. That's way too fast. It hasn't even been a day, and there's already a fan club. Truly, people's perceptions are often influenced by appearances. It's quite normal. At the peak, the streamer had over 500 million online viewers, and no one has been able to break that record yet. Besides, the streamer has no issues with either character or appearance, right? Su Bai's popularity among the viewers remained stable. At least he hadn't done anything to make anyone uncomfortable, so there was no risk of a collapse. Island Spirit, let's start the lottery. Su Bai shifted his gaze from the virtual comments in the air to the front and instructed. Yes. Ding, your common level contribution points are insufficient. Would you like to use first-tier contribution points to make up the difference? The same prompt sound rang in his ears again. Yes. This time Su Bai hesitated not at all. Ding consumed 6 first-tier contribution points and 400 common-level contribution points. Please choose one from the 3 random common-level treasure chests in front of you. The prompt sound rang out again. Meanwhile, 3 floating wooden boxes suddenly appeared in front of Su Bai. Without a perspective view, one could not see what was inside. This is good. Su Bai thought that instead of a 10-option draw, it had changed to a 3-option selection, which made no difference to others, but was very advantageous for him. At the very least, he could choose the item he needed most, which also had the highest value. Su Bai quickly activated his Eye of Insight to examine the situation while appearing somewhat hesitant as he scrutinized the 3 wooden boxes, making it impossible for others to detect any abnormalities. The key was that no one would suspect he possessed such a divine ability. Name standard equipment for sword and shield infantry. Level high grade of mortal tier. Description: a complete set of military standard equipment for infantry, including a helmet, bright armor, a military sword, a shield, and 3 sets of changeable military uniforms capable of fully arming a cold weapon sword and shield infantry. Wow, the first wooden box contains such a treasure. If the trial taker can obtain a set of this equipment, they will have a significant advantage on the first day, and can also use it to arm the islanders they recruit later to form an army. Su Bai saw the prize inside the wooden box and his thoughts began to drift, contemplating many things. Unfortunately, this isn't very useful for me. Su Bai skipped the first wooden box and looked at the second one. Name wood. Level low grade of mortal tier. Description: 30 cubic meters of wood can be used as firewood or for upgrading the Island Lord's mansion to build more functional facilities. Upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. Su Bai was taken aback. He thought he would have to wait for the floating island to upgrade before the wooden house would automatically upgrade as well. He didn't expect it could be upgraded individually. I wonder what changes will occur after upgrading the Island Lord's mansion. Su Bai couldn't help but feel a bit excited. He discreetly glanced at the third wooden box. If the items weren't attractive enough, he would choose the wood. Although there were many oil pines on the opposite floating island that could be cut down at will, he was alone. A single draw for a mortal tier prize only costs 10 points of first tier credits, which can be obtained by hunting a first tier 2-star early stage ferocious beast. But how long would it take to chop down 30 cubic meters of firewood by himself? Subai calculated this clearly. Name Milky Bread. Level medium grade of mortal tier. Description: a box containing 12 pieces each with 10 bags, each bag weighing 200 grams with a shelf life of 6 months, enough for you to eat for a while, but eating too much may become monotonous. Is this considered a staple food? Subai felt a surge of joy. Although chicken blood rice contains more vitality and is more suitable for practitioners like them, it comes with a shell, and the taste is certainly inferior. If given a choice, he would definitely choose something better. Like this Milky Bread. The most crucial point is that this bread can be stored for a long time and can simply be placed in the Island Lord's mansion for the long nights ahead. It is a great choice. Besides, in terms of cultivation, he already has blood spirit pills, which are better than chicken blood rice, right? Having thought this through, Subai pretended to hesitate for a moment before placing his hand on the third wooden box. I'll choose this one. Ding, congratulations, you have won a box of Milky Bread. In the next moment, a large cardboard box landed on the open ground not far from Subai. Subai walked over and used a dagger to cut open the waist-high cardboard box. Inside were neatly arranged 12 small cardboard boxes, and he opened one of the small boxes. Inside were 12 bags of modern Milky Bread packaged in plastic bags. Everyone look. It's Milky Bread. This is a good thing. The food issue for the next period has been preliminarily resolved. Subai's smile was mostly genuine, with a hint of feigned modesty, appearing very happy. Wow, with so much bread, this should last a long time, right? Everyone was shocked to see the bread, not because of the bread itself, but due to the astonishing quantity. After all, it requires 1,000 mortal tier credits. This credit, aside from being a reward, is quite difficult to obtain through hunting in the early stages. Someone said. But I must say the streamer's luck is really good, and not to mention, even if they don't go on adventures now, they should be able to barely survive the first cosmic day. It seems my luck is quite good, then I'll draw again. Although the lottery consumes a lot of credits, the prizes are much richer than Subai anticipated, making it worthwhile. Lottery really can be addictive. It seems the streamer is no exception. I wonder how many credits the streamer has and how many times they can draw. Someone laughed heartily, appearing very cheerful and expectant. There shouldn't be a small amount. Judging by the video of him hunting the azurite snake, I'm sure many have seen it. That's definitely a ferocious beast. Not to mention, he must have at least 200 points of first-tier credits, so he can draw at least 20 times. Someone analyzed. Is it a bit unwise to use first-tier credits to draw mortal-tier prizes? Subai ignored the bullet screen comments and ordered again, continue drawing, still mortal tier. It seems that obtaining food and water to survive 10 cosmic days isn't as difficult as imagined. The greatest threat should still be ferocious beasts and pirates. This may seem like a survival challenge, but it's not exactly a pure wilderness survival. Subai quickly understood the essence of the first assessment. Ding, your mortal tier credits are insufficient. Do you wish to consume 10 points of first tier credits to draw? Yes. Name standard equipment for bow infantry. Level high grade of mortal tier. Description: a complete set of military standard equipment for infantry, including a helmet, light armor, 3 powerful bows, and 3 sets of changeable military uniforms capable of fully arming a cold weapon, sword, and shield. Bow infantry. This time it's a bow infantry. Ranged weapons obviously have an advantage over sword and shield infantry in the early stages, as they can shoot from a distance. Subai's eyes lit up upon seeing this wooden box. Name: mineral water. Level medium grade of mortal tier. Description: modern filtration bottled mineral water, a total of 12 bottles, each containing 5 liters. The third item is wood, just like the first time. Subai hesitated between the bow infantry equipment and the mineral water, ultimately choosing the mineral water. The same rationale applies. It is also prepared for the long night. The water pit will seep, and in just a few hours the water level inside has already dropped by half, definitely not lasting through a long night. As for bottled water, even if it's finished, the bottle can be refilled at a water source, making it much more useful. If Subai didn't have the Juga crossbow in hand, he would have chosen the bow and arrow equipment without hesitation. However, he already possessed the more powerful Juga crossbow, so his desire for a bow and arrow wasn't as strong. In the moment after the choice, 3 cardboard boxes appeared not far away, looking just like the boxes of mineral water on Blue Star, unmistakably the kind that comes 4 bottles in a box. As before, Subai approached, used a dagger to cut open the box, and looked inside. Hey, indeed, they were all 5-liter bottles of mineral water, just without names. I suddenly thought of a question. At the beginning of the trial, didn't that voice say that trial takers could accept advertisements and sell products? The Milky Bread that the streamer drew and this mineral water clearly have no names. Can they stick advertising labels on them, or can the streamer publicize them, letting these products become famous globally, even throughout the entire Hongwang Star Domain? Isn't this the effect of advertising, and the streamer could also receive advertising fees? Someone with great insight exclaimed. It appears genuinely feasible, though likely restricted to circulation within our own civilization. Even if extraterrestrial beings saw such advertisements, they would be unable to purchase from us unless they possessed interstellar transport capabilities. Only then might they advertise here and sell goods to us. Still, even internal adoption would be remarkable. Domestic enterprises could ride this wave to global markets, evolving into multinational conglomerates, perhaps accepting slightly lower advertising fees payable solely in gold coins. Mr. Subai, greetings. We are nature's porters. Might you consider promoting our brand during your live streams? We offer 200 gold coins as compensation. Simply utter our slogan each time you drink water on camera. Whoa, companies approached the streamer already. That was astonishingly swift. Netizens were stunned. Subai blinked, recalling the matter of advertisements. A faint crease formed between his brows as he asked Island Spirit, "May I accept advertisements directly?" "Yes," the Island Spirit replied. Subai pressed further, "How is the advertising revenue split? What portion do I receive?" The Darkplane Network platform retains 10%, the Academy takes 20%, the nation where the Master resides claims 10%, and the Master receives 60% of the total fee. The Island Spirit's answer exceeded Subai's expectations. The take-home amount proved significantly higher than anticipated. Of the 200 gold coin advertisement fee, he would receive 120 gold coins, approximately equivalent to 6 million units of standard currency. Had Subai remained on Blue Planet, he would have accepted without hesitation. Such wealth surpassed anything he could earn in a lifetime. But now, his accumulated rewards alone already exceeded 5,000 gold coins, rendering these 120 coins negligible. Unless offered terms too compelling to refuse, he had no intention of accepting advertisements, at least not yet. First, his true value had yet to fully manifest, his future worth would inevitably surge. Second, the offered sum fell short of being irresistible. For instance, 200,000 gold coins might truly sway him. "I'm sorry, I'm not currently considering advertisements," Subai declined politely. Wow, he actually refused. 200 gold coins for merely uttering an ad while drinking water. Surely that's effortless. Not quite effortless. The first trial alone lasts half a year. How many times must he drink daily and recite the ad each time? It's burdensome. Moreover, payment hinges entirely upon successful completion of the trial, otherwise no reward is issued. That's logical. Given the streamer's demonstrated prowess, his economic value will surely escalate further. Accepting ads now would indeed be premature. Final day timing may prove optimal. But wouldn't the final day be perilous? Is it truly suitable for advertising? I'd argue the first day is ideal, relatively safe and relaxed. Besides, he isn't required to speak the ad with every sip, only when drinking during live streams. Each broadcast involves at most 1 or 2 sips, or perhaps none at all. Now that's reasonable. It truly is trivial. Were it me, I'd accept immediately. After declining, Subai ceased monitoring the chat feed and announced instead, proceeding with the next draw. Next, Subai conducted 15 consecutive draws, 17 in total. The cumulative ordinary prizes drawn included timber 30 cubic meters, 4 steel 3 tons 2, stone 50 cubic meters 2, instant noodles 300 packs 1, a bottled mineral water 12 bottles 2, milk-flavored bread 1 crate 2. Additionally, 4 technological artifacts were drawn. Indeed, Subai had secured advanced technology, precisely as the Island Spirit had stated. Within this tier, any object could theoretically appear. Name: Longxiang brand compact household husking machine. Tier: mortal rank superior. Description: compact, lightweight, fully automated with 1-button operation, energy efficient, and eco-conscious. Power consumption 0.8 kilowatt-hours per hour. Output capacity 1200 kilograms per hour. Minimizes broken grains while preserving nutritional integrity across cereal varieties. With this device, one need never consume unhusked chicken blood rice again, its sole drawback being dependence on electricity. Without power, it remains merely an unwieldy slab of iron. This was Subai's first technological prize. Upon seeing it, he hesitated, then recalled unhusked chicken blood rice and envisioned similar challenges ahead. After brief deliberation, he resolved to claim it. As for power generation, if this machine could be drawn, surely generators or comparable devices were equally possible. It was merely a matter of time. Failure this round implied success in the next. Yet why is this rated only mortal rank superior? Its technological sophistication dwarfs standard infantry equipment. It feels like a dimensional downgrade. Subai voiced his confusion. Here, tiers aren't determined by your world's conception of technology, but rather by combat efficacy, practical utility, and holistic functionality. Even a flintlock musket, a relic in your realm, would rank as first tier inferior. The Island Spirit explained. Very well, Subai conceded, unconvinced yet willing to accept. Name: Longxiang brand photovoltaic energy-saving lamp. Tier: mortal rank superior. Description: a dual-function marvel, storing solar energy by day, illuminating by night. Rated at 20 watts, equipped with an upgraded integrated battery capable of storing 10 kilowatt hours. Ideal for both home and travel. This second technological artifact came with its own storage battery, eliminating immediate concerns about power generation. Subai claimed it instantly and without hesitation. In necessity, this battery could directly power the husking machine, enabling full functionality. What of his lack of electrical expertise, his inability to wire circuits? Countless viewers stood ready, as versatile as omniscient patrons, consulting them posed no obstacle. Longxiang brand again. Which civilization produced this? Could it be ours, Huaxia? If extraterrestrial, their technological level seems unremarkable. Such products were already manufacturable in Huaxia, prompting Su Bai's growing curiosity. Island spirit, whose civilization does Longxiang hail from? He probed cautiously. A product of the Longxiang Empire, a vassal state under the 7-star Overlord Dominion. They serve as one of the primary sponsors for this Academy's Overlord Selection Trial and supply select foundational technological artifacts. The island spirit's reply startled Su Bai. So all our drawn items come from sponsoring civilizations. He nearly rolled his eyes, realizing he'd overthought everything. Then why weren't earlier items like bread or water branded? Su Bai asked, recalling prior sponsors. Those remain unsponsored for now, provisioned directly by the Academy. Sponsorship branding will replace them once partners emerge. Su Bai. So more civilizations will sponsor and advertise during the trial. Naturally. This Overlord selection constitutes the grandest event across the entire Hongwang stellar domain, engaging civilizations galaxy-wide. The island spirit's matter-of-fact tone silenced Su Bai instantly. Name Longxiang brand large combined hybrid harvester. Level ordinary, grade superior. Description: on flatland, theoretically, it can harvest 120 acres of wheat or rice per hour and is highly energy efficient. It features built-in solar panels and hybrid power, requiring only 10 liters of diesel per hour, equipped with a 2,000-liter fuel tank. Wow, this is even better than the most advanced harvester on Blue Star, able to run for 200 hours. Incredible. Without hesitation, Su Bai decided to take it. With this, harvesting the 5 or 6 acres of blood chicken rice on the wild floating island will be exceedingly. If he had to harvest manually, even as a refined body practitioner, it would take several hours, wasting a lot of time. Now it might only take a few minutes. Even considering the terrain and inexperience, it should be done in about 10 minutes, making it highly cost-effective. Name Longxiang brand small diesel generator. Level ordinary, grade superior. Description: this is a diesel generator with a built-in energy storage battery and a power output of 10 watts, sufficient for ordinary household needs and temporarily usable. Most importantly, it comes with 30 liters of diesel. Hehe. If he had drawn this before the harvester, Su Bai might have been excited. However, with the harvester, which comes with 2,000 liters of diesel, he felt a bit indifferent to this 30 liters, considering it trivial. Damn, the host actually drew the generator. Amazing, such luck. The audience expressed their shock. When he drew the harvester earlier, I knew the host's luck was definitely good. Sure enough, he drew 4 tech prizes, all of which are very useful for the host at this stage. I'm envious. Aren't you going to draw anymore? It seems he finally drew the generator, so he stopped. Everyone speculated as they saw Su Bai stop the lottery after drawing the generator, instead sorting their own prizes. Could it be that he has run out of points? After all, he just drew 17 times in a row, requiring over 100 first-level points. Even if there are some left, it shouldn't be much. Ordinary viewers wouldn't seriously calculate how many points Su Bai actually earned, relying only on speculation. After organizing his gains, Su Bai glanced at the bullet screen and replied with a smile, "Yes, when I drew the shelling machine, I thought with tech products there's no reason not to draw something for power generation. Well, my luck is pretty good. Not only did I draw the generator, but I also got the harvester. I'm glad I drew this round, otherwise I really wouldn't have confidence in the few points I have left." Su Bai confirmed that he indeed stopped after drawing the generator, while also implying that he still had a few points left, though he didn't specify how many, leaving everyone to guess. In truth, the most important reason he stopped the lottery wasn't the 2 reasons above, but because his divine ability Eye of Insight had only a few seconds left at most. He could only draw once more, so there was no need to continue. Now that the lottery is over, the live stream ends here. I plan to cook some instant noodles and then continue my cultivation for a while. During the next live stream, I'll take everyone to see the situation in the dense forest. Su Bai made a live stream announcement before ending the broadcast. This live stream, although there were also aliens watching, they were all previous followers. During his peak today, the online viewer count was only over 70 million, not breaking 100 million, as there were no thrilling adventure scenes, and the platform didn't promote it much. Clearly, the platform's promotion rules differ from Blue Star's. It's not based on popularity, but rather aligned with the Academy's trial requirements. Only by going out to hunt, explore, and take risks will the platform provide substantial traffic support, a conclusion drawn by the state and revealed to Su Bai during the recent livestream. Su-bai was very grateful for this. After the broadcast, he followed his own words, boiled 2 packs of instant noodles, and ate a bag of bread feeling only 80% full. Island Spirit, what are the requirements to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion? Su-bai asked as he approached the Master Level 1 Island Lord's mansion is divided into 5 levels: initial, primary, intermediate, advanced, and top level. The current style is just the initial one. As long as the materials are sufficient, it can be upgraded directly to primary. Su-bai asked, then what materials do I need to upgrade to primary? You only need 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 cubic meters of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. The Island Spirit's answer surprised Su-bai, who blurted out, so little. Aside from the bronze coins being a bit painful, the other materials really aren't much. Indeed, Su-bai is now financially robust. The Island Spirit said. Then Master, do you want to upgrade immediately? I want to see what it looks like after the upgrade. Su-bai said without hesitation. Ding consumed 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 cubic meters of stone, and 3,000 bronze coins. The Island Lord's mansion is upgraded from initial state to primary state. After the prompt ended, Su-bai saw the small wooden house in front of him begin to expand rapidly. He quickly stepped back several dozen meters, while at the same time the style of the wooden house was also changing, as if he could hear some knocking sounds. In the blink of an eye, within 10 seconds at most, everything settled. The Island Lord's mansion had completely transformed. Although it was still a wooden house, the exterior was no longer shabby, but rather had a touch of classical aesthetics. It had expanded in size, and 2 stone lions and a small stone brick square of about 30 to 40 square meters appeared in front of the door. Su-bai hurriedly approached, pushed open the big door, and found that the interior had changed from a single room into a layout of 2 rooms, 1 hall, 1 kitchen, and 1 bathroom with marble tiles laid on the floor, giving it a completely new look. This area must be at least 80 square meters, right? Su-bai exclaimed. The indoor area is 100 square meters, replied the Island Spirit. Good, very good, this expenditure is truly worth it. Su-bai was very satisfied with the current Island Lord's mansion, finally feeling a sense of home. Most importantly, it now had a kitchen and a bathroom, which was much more convenient. The kitchen is an old-style kitchen that burns firewood, but it looks spacious and bright. The bathroom is also an old-style flush toilet, however it requires him to fill water in the water tower, but since Su-bai has spatial abilities, filling the water tower isn't too troublesome. As for where the waste is flushed away, Su-bai didn't know and didn't want to know. If the primary level is this good, then what about the intermediate level? What upgrade conditions are required? Su-bai asked with concern. It requires 300 cubic meters of wood, 300 cubic meters of stone, 10 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of first-level mysterious iron, 300 first-level inferior beast skins, 30 first-level intermediate beast skins, plus 3,000 bronze coins. Why has it suddenly increased so much? Su-bai couldn't help but take a deep breath. The Intermediate Island Master's residence has 2 floors, each covering an area of 300 square meters, totaling 600 square meters of indoor space. Along with the yard and square, its scale far surpasses the current one, rendering them incomparable. The current Island Master's residence is only suitable for the owner to live in, while the intermediate one serves multiple functions. The Island Spirit explained. Aside from these, are there any other requirements? For instance, the construction of functional buildings. Su-bai thought of games and the defensive structures listed in the attribute interface. No need for a basic to intermediate upgrade, the Island Spirit answered succinctly, addressing Su-bai's confusion. In other words, an upgrade from intermediate to advanced would require one. Understanding this, Su-bai refrained from further chatter and began transporting supplies, moving food and water into a slightly smaller room, while the larger master bedroom would naturally be his resting place. As for the wooden materials, steel and stones, Su-bai merely relocated them next to the Island Master's residence. It seemed somewhat obsessive-compulsive, but it looked much better arranged this way without obstructing the view. The photovoltaic panels and lights were installed in the living room, while the peeling machine and generator were temporarily placed in the main hall. The large combined harvester was driven to a relatively flat area at the edge of the floating island. When connecting to the wild floating island later, it would dock from here and then head directly across. Having completed all this, Su-bai stood at the entrance, closed his eyes, and gradually calmed himself. He then consumed a blood spirit pill and began his standing meditation. 1 pill, 2 pills. After swallowing the second blood spirit pill, it wasn't long before Su-bai felt a swelling pain throughout his body. Is this a breakthrough? Su-bai's forehead gradually beaded with sweat, which soon coalesced into droplets that fell to the ground, quickly enveloped by the dust. His skin began to redden, resembling the shell of a cooked shrimp radiating heat. Break for me. Su-bai shouted, his muscles trembling as the pores on his skin opened all at once. It was as if a rush of air surged from within, causing his clothes to billow. Then a trickle of reddish-brown impurities mixed with an unpleasant odor expelled from his body. These impurities rapidly solidified and scabbed over under the high temperature of his skin. The entire process lasted about 3 minutes, after which Subai seemed to be clad in a layer of reddish-brown armor. Shatter. Subai trembled, and as his muscles swelled, the reddish-brown armor shattered and fell to the ground. After this rebirth, the skin on his body looked markedly different, appearing youthful and vibrant, radiating a healthy glow like that of a teenager. Subai suddenly opened his eyes, examining his body, and immediately widened his gaze. Island Spirit, tell me, is this really just the change that occurs from breaking through from the first to the second level of body refinement? He was uncertain about the potential for ordinary practitioners. Breaking through from the peak of the first level of body refinement to the second level is unlikely to happen in one go. It typically requires some time to accumulate. However, Subai possessed divine-grade roots, feeling no bottleneck at all, and directly broke through. He was uncertain about the potential bottlenecks at higher realms, but for now there were none. Indeed, the 9th level of body refinement entails 9 transformations of the physical body. The further one goes, the more pronounced the transformations become. After 9 transformations, the body becomes flawless, shedding the impurities of a mortal existence. What about lifespan? Will it change in the body refinement stage? Or do you have to wait until you break through to the chi refinement stage or even higher? Subai inquired. In fact, a slight transformation occurred during the transition from the apprentice stage to the first level of body refinement. Lifespan increased from the average mortal's 5 years to 6 years. The first 3 transformations in body refinement build a foundation for significant breakthroughs, enhancing the physique, but do not extend lifespan. However, once the master accumulates enough foundation and successfully breaks through to the 4th level, lifespan will increase by 2 years. Similarly, breaking through to the 7th level will add another 4 years. Theoretically, from the initial stage of the 7th level to the peak of the 9th level of body refinement, lifespan could reach a limit of 12 years. The Island Spirit explained in detail. 12 cosmic years equate to 201. 6 years in Blue Star time, which translates to about 200 years. 5 years is equivalent to 84 years on Blue Star. Surely many mortals have already surpassed this limit, Subai questioned. Normally, only a very few mortals with ancestral bloodlines, or those who understand health preservation, or who have consumed certain precious medicines, can break this limitation. However, Blue Star has developed technology which can help surpass lifespan limits. This is another path of development, but right now I am speaking about the relationship between cultivation and lifespan with the master. The Island Spirit's explanation was reasonable. I see, Subai realized. Regardless, breakthroughs in cultivation always brought great joy. With 15 blood spirit pills remaining, should I go hunting first, continue cultivating, or begin practicing martial skills to enhance my combat strength? Subai faced a choice among 3 options. Soon he made his decision. First, he would cultivate to enhance his realm, then practice martial skills to boost his combat power, as his current strength relied primarily on the Eye of Insight and the Juga crossbow. If the duration of the divine ability expired and the arrows of the Juga crossbow were exhausted during a live broadcast, he would have to rely solely on brute force to fight, which was extremely dangerous. If he suddenly ended the live broadcast and remained safe, would that not clearly indicate to others that he still held trump cards unknown to them? He hoped to have as many trump cards as possible, exposing as few as possible. In the blink of an eye, over 5 hours had passed. Subai consumed 13 first-grade low-quality blood spirit pills, successfully breaking through to the early stage of the 3rd level of body refinement, still without encountering a bottleneck. It should have taken 6.5 hours, but as his cultivation improved, the effects of the blood spirit pills declined, and the refining time also decreased. Nevertheless, he successfully broke through. Subai took a deep breath, slowly rising. His body swayed slightly as he felt a piercing pain emanating from deep within his muscles and soul. Island Spirit, what's going on? Subai reported his physical condition. Master, you have been practicing for too long. This is a significant drain on both your body and spirit. You should take it step by step. Now it would be best for you to lie down and sleep, allowing your body and mind to relax thoroughly and let your Bodhis recovery mechanisms work. Trust me, when you wake up, this issue will resolve itself. The Island Spirit advised. All right, I understand, Subai complied. He was quite receptive to such advice, knowing the Island Spirit meant well. With plenty of time ahead, within just over 10 hours, he had elevated from an ordinary mortal to the early stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. The speed was undoubtedly remarkable. Taking a break was no issue. However, before that, he needed to eat, as he was feeling hungry again. He simply boiled 2 packets of instant noodles, this time with a proper kitchen available. Subai added an egg from a red-tailed chicken, elevating the meal to newfound deliciousness. After finishing his meal, he lay down on the spacious bed in the master bedroom, preparing for sleep. Just before drifting off, Subai willed his consciousness forward and summoned his attribute interface for a brief glance. Trilist ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Cultivation Realm Body Forging Realm 3rd Tier Initial Stage. Strength 400. 8 kilograms. Cultivation Art Ninefold Divine Demon Scripture, first layer of the Ninefold Primordial Chi Chapter. Martial Techniques Celestial Stream Divine Finger first layer, uninitiated, Ninefold Profound Yuan Spear first layer, uninitiated A Star River Within a Step first layer, uninitiated. Secret Arts None. Constitution Divine Grade. Innate Ability Divine Tier Insightful Eye 10 minutes 50 seconds 10 minutes 50 seconds reveals all concealments within a 60-meter radius, identifies all phenomena, and expands both duration and range as cultivation advances. Purse 261 copper coins. Points 380 Tier 1 points 2 Mortal Tier points. Lord Activation Fund 2. 2 black coins 2982. For gold coins. Followers 6813. Not bad, the Insightful Eye's range and duration have increased Having reviewed his attributes, Subai's lips curved faintly upward. Moments later, soft snores echoed through the room. He had fallen asleep almost instantly, a testament to how utterly exhausted his body truly was. While Subai slept, Blue Star was far from idle. In Beijing, aboard a military hospital bed. Appoint me commander of the Dragon Unit. Liu, lying weakly on the bed, struggled upright and shook his head vigorously. Sir, I cannot. I truly cannot. I was merely an ordinary soldier, never even a squad leader, with no command experience whatsoever. How could I possibly assume such a critical post? Li, you are a soldier. Obedience is your sacred duty. This is a direct order, and you must carry it out without hesitation. Zhang Yong spoke with solemn gravity. Yes, sir. Liu raised his right hand in a stiff, weary salute. Though he accepted the order, deep concern clouded his face. Sir, I don't understand. Not understanding is no obstacle, you can learn. You contributed the great dragon elephant strength, a gift of immense significance to our Huaxia. Moreover, among all returned trialists, you are the sole active duty soldier. Thus you are unquestionably the Dragon Unit's optimal commander. Trust the organization, trust yourself, and know that we trust you utterly. Zhang Yong spoke earnestly. Of course this appointment did not originate from him alone. His authority fell short of such a decision, perhaps even beneath that of the future Dragon Unit commander. It was in fact a directive issued from above. And that higher authority had weighed countless factors, reviewing Liu's entire life history, his military service record, and his demonstrated potential, before concluding he possessed substantial growth capacity. His contribution of the great dragon elephant strength served as a decisive advantage, as did his unique status as the only military-affiliated trialist, making him objectively the most suitable candidate. I swear I will never betray the organization's expectations. I will lead the Dragon Unit with unwavering resolve, forging for Huaxia the sharpest spear and the sturdiest shield. A surge of fervent passion flooded Liu's veins. Excellent. Zhang Yong nodded, finally satisfied. Rest and recover first. Once healed, you'll join the Dragon Unit. We've already secured a headquarters base for you, but renovations and interior upgrades are still underway. By the time you're fully recovered, construction should be complete and you'll move in precisely then. Zhang Yong continued. Yes, sir. Back at headquarters, Zhang Yang immediately convened 10 key team leaders, including Lu Min, each overseeing one of Huaxia's top 10 most promising trialists. What's Subai's current status? Has he gone live yet? Zhang Yong turned first to Lu Min. No, Lu Min replied with a wry smile, shaking her head. It's been nearly 10 hours, hasn't it? Lu Min glanced at her wristwatch. To be precise, 10 hours and 48 minutes. Hearing the figure, Zhang Yong fell silent, a quiet unease stirring within him. After all, Subai's strategic importance had risen to third nationally, designated a top-tier priority under state-level surveillance. Wang Jia, what about Luo Feng? Zhang Yong shifted his gaze to the young man beside Lu Min, the individual assessed as Huaxia's #1 prospect. Luo Feng went live once during this period, streaming for 2 hours and slaying 28 ferocious beasts. His most recent public update on cultivation was 3 hours ago, stating his strength had reached 98 kilograms. Since he ended his broadcast 3 hours ago, our assessment suggests he may have broken through to the late stage of body forging realm 1st tier, making him for now the strongest cultivator globally. Wang Jia beamed. Voluntarily disclosing cultivation progress was a recommendation issued by the state, designed to serve as viral content, drawing greater viewership to their streams. Whether this strategy holds true across other civilizations remains uncertain, but on Blue Star it is empirically validated. Most agree for it entails no personal cost. Across Blue Star, not just in Huaxia, this unspoken rule is widely accepted, especially among high-ranking trialists who routinely reveal their cultivation levels during broadcasts. Moreover, enthusiasts have already begun compiling global power rankings, a further tactic to amplify visibility and draw attention. According to reports from the Dragon Unit, its members' cultivation progress has been exceptionally slow. The highest rank achieved so far is Advanced Apprentice, with none having entered the body forging realm. though they chose to withdraw their constitutions and talents were deemed qualified. So why has Luo Feng advanced so rapidly? Zhang Yang asked curiously, could his constitution grade be extraordinarily high? Sir Luo Feng has not disclosed his constitution or talent grade, yet his fortune is undeniably remarkable. On his second floating island exploration, he discovered a ginseng grove, many roots exceeding 50 years age. These provided him with abundant foundational resources. Our estimation indicates that once he fully assimilates them, he will likely break through to body forging realm 3rd tier. Wang Jie explained. He added, to my knowledge, virtually every trialist who attains body forging realm 1st tier, mid or even early stage, within such a short span has stumbled upon a treasure trove offering ample early stage cultivation resources. They are indeed courageous fortunates. I suspect this may be a starter boon prepared by the Cosmic Lord Academy, offering rich cultivation resources on the earliest floating islands to those bold enough to explore. Wang Jia shared his team's analytical conclusion. I think the same, others chimed in. Undeniably, their conjecture was correct. Had Subai lacked the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, the green-eyed serpent's gallbladder, the red-tailed chicken's egg, and the crimson-tail rice would have constituted his finest cultivation resources at this stage. This is good news. I will have people collect ginseng from around the world. You all need to observe carefully and see if there are any other cultivation resources available in our blue star and report back to me promptly. Zhang Yang believed they should preemptively plan to acquire ginseng, otherwise once other countries reacted the prices of these resources would surely skyrocket. Perhaps some countries are already taking action. Moreover, he was also preparing to give the dragon team an order to see which traditional herbs could enhance their cultivation. Yes, understood. Additionally, compile these messages and broadcast them in the live streams of all testers in our Huaxia. Encourage them to bravely venture out, telling them that at least the opportunities on the first day outweigh the risks. All they need is courage. If they miss the first cosmic day, it will be much harder to catch up later. Zhang Yong thought for a moment and added, if they lack the courage to step out on the first day, how could they face the challenges in the even more dangerous times ahead? It might be better to simply withdraw. For Huaxia, it is naturally hoped that more testers muster their courage to explore, as the more testers who pass the first assessment, the greater the benefits for Huaxia. Yes. After issuing the two commands, Zhang Yong looked at Lu Min and said, notify me immediately when Subai starts his broadcast. He was curious to see what Subai was doing, having not reacted for so long. All right, understood. On the bed, Subai slowly opened his eyes, raised his hands above his head, and stretched out with a lazy yawn. That sleep was truly comfortable. Just as the island spirit said, all the fatigue from both body and mind had vanished after this sleep, leaving him feeling utterly refreshed and clear-headed. Sitting up, Subai habitually glanced at his attributes, wanting to know if this sleep could restore the time of his insightful. Oh. The time was fully restored, which made Subai very happy, though it was also expected. What surprised him was that he discovered his strength had actually increased a bit during the sleep, which was quite astonishing. Before sleeping, he remembered his strength was 408 kilograms. Now it had become 402.3 kilograms. Island spirit, why did my strength increase after just sleeping? Subai could only inquire with the island spirit. Because the master took many blood-boosting pills before sleeping. Although he absorbed a lot through cultivation, some of the medicinal power remained in his body. During rest, this power was gradually absorbed, resulting in the increase in strength. I see, Subai realized. Getting out of bed, Subai stepped outside, immediately looking up at the countdown above the island master's mansion. 9 cosmic days, 15 blue star days, 23 hours, 02 minutes, and 53 seconds. I actually slept for 7 hours. Subai compared it with the time he saw before sleeping and quickly deduced his sleep duration, feeling quite shocked. Here the days and nights are too long, completely different from Blue Star. Everyone will probably have difficulty adapting and will need to gradually adjust to the time difference. This was Subai's speculation, at least he felt this way. After a simple meal of bread and some water which served as breakfast and addressing a personal physiological issue, Subai stepped out again, standing in the square contemplating which martial art to cultivate first. The 9 transformations of divine demons comes with 3 martial arts: Heavenly Stream, Divine Finger, Ninefold, Mystic Origin Spear, and Star River within reach. For ranged attacks, I have the Zhuge repeating crossbow, but I lack close combat skills. Although my cultivation has reached the initial stage of body refinement realm level 3, I have little practical combat experience and no martial skills at hand. If I don't use the insightful eye, my actual strength likely doesn't match those initial stage tier 1 3-star beasts. Subai was aware of this. Let's first check the information on these 3 martial arts. Although he had received the inheritance, he hadn't had time to study these martial arts in detail before. Heavenly Stream, Divine Finger, no, it's male guard, it's female for it is the Heavenly Stream, no, it's black guard, it's white for it is the Heavenly Style. It can condense the power of rules astonishingly powerful, without true gods one cannot unleash even a fraction of its true might. It is a supreme finger technique divided into 5 levels: breaking gold, heavenly phenomena, shattering stars, slaying gods, and no bounds. First level, breaking gold, a technique that concentrates all power into a single point capable of shattering gold and stone, ignoring blood and chi barriers. Second level, heavenly phenomena, capable of condensing winds, rain, lightning, and countless phenomena into a single finger, destroying heaven and earth, wielding heavenly punishment, and commanding the planetary Tao power. Third level, shattering stars, a preliminary understanding of cosmic power, easily destroying stars, and even an entire star system. Fourth level, slaying gods, slaughtering gods, as if they were mere dogs with boundless power. Fifth level, no bounds, condensing the power of rules, establishing rules. I am the rule, breaking through numerous shackles, gathering the unparalleled might of the universe. It can reverse time, walk through the river of time, annihilate star domains with a thought, or restart the universe with a thought. The higher the realm, the deeper the understanding, the stronger the power, with no upper limit. Currently, the first level has been unlocked. Hiss, after reading the introduction to Heavenly Stream Divine Finger, Su-bai gasped in astonishment. This martial art is incredibly strong, it's simply abnormal. The phrase no upper limit says it all. I must learn it, it's just too cool. After understanding the power of Heavenly Stream Divine Finger, Su-bai felt an eagerness to learn it. However, he ultimately held back and decided to check the other 2 martial arts first. Ninefold Mystic Origin Spear. The spear is the king of weapons. 9 is the extreme of numbers, the beginning of the mystic origin Tao. It is divided into 4 levels: heavy as 1,000 pounds, unstoppable force, battle intent, soaring to the skies, and endless mystic origin. First level, heavy as 1,000 pounds, a glimmer of cold light. The spear strikes like a dragon, hiding skill within clumsiness. An invincible spear, continuous ninefold strength. When perfected, can unleash ninefold strength, crushing everything in its path. Second level, unstoppable force, comprehending spear, momentum, channeling the power of heaven and earth through the spear tip. Ninefold spear momentum, pressuring the world. Third level, battle intent, soaring to the skies, comprehending spear intent. With me there is no enemy. By battling one nurtures battle intent, compressing 9 times to condense a spear intent seed that charges upwards into the skies. Fourth level, endless mystic origin, mastering the source of spear Tao within the spear intent boundary. I am the master of heaven and earth. Another impressive martial art. After finishing ninefold mystic origin spear, Su-bai wanted to learn this one too. The final martial art, Star River Within Reach, is a body technique. Star River within reach. In a thought, the star river lies beneath one's feet, arriving and departing without a trace. It is a top-tier body technique divided into 6 levels: treading on snow without a trace, free as the wind, a moment of 1,000 miles, a thought of stars, a myriad of stars, unseen, star river within reach. First level, treading on snow without a trace, emphasizing agility like a swallow. Second level, free as the wind, emphasizing drifting with the wind, formless and shapeless, free and unrestrained, elusive and unpredictable. Third level, a moment of 1,000 miles, requiring a strong connection to spiritual sense. Where the spiritual sense reaches, one can arrive in an instant. Fourth level, a thought of stars, as far as the eye can see, stars are within reach, allowing rapid and free traversal between stars. Fifth level, a myriad of stars, unseen, easily breaking through the void to perform dimensional shifts. Sixth level, star river within reach, a single step can reach any corner of the star river, coming and going without a trace, unbound by any constraints, easily traversing various prohibitions. Indeed, all are very powerful. None of the 3 martial arts disappointed Su-bai, in fact they far exceeded his expectations. Only children make choices, adults take all. I will cultivate all 3 martial arts simultaneously to enhance my overall combat power. Su-bai quickly made his decision. Shattering gold, the first technique, requires concentrating the body's entire strength into a single point while cultivating the fingers with chi and blood until they become unbreakable, capable of cleaving gold and shattering jade. As Su-bai deepened his understanding of this foundational form, he gradually grasped its 2 essential principles. First, the fingers must be tempered through sustained cultivation with chi and blood, rendering them impervious to fracture, otherwise a single thrust would snap one's own finger, a most undignified outcome. Naturally, once one reaches the 4th tier of the body-forging realm, chi can be projected externally, requiring spiral energy to coil tightly at the fingertip. At that stage, physical contact is no longer necessary, enemies fall before the force of compressed chi alone. Later still, one may master techniques akin to the 6-pulse divine sword, launching razor-sharp chi beams from the fingertips, though such mastery demands extraordinary control over chi and blood. Second, channeling the body's full strength precisely to the fingertip to unleash maximum destructive power, an exceedingly difficult feat. In advanced stages, this requires further compression and refinement of chi blood for external projection. Yet, such sophistication remains far beyond Su-bai's current reach. For now, mere entry into the art suffices. Training begins with sand, progresses to soil, then would followed by stone, and finally metal or iron. Since the floating island held no sand, Subai crushed dried clods of earth, wrapped the fine powder in cloth, and suspended the makeshift pouch from the doorframe at chest height, then began rigorous practice. At first, he merely jabbed with his fingertip, then transitioned into stance training. Damn, it stings, Subai muttered, examining his finger, which throbbed much like striking a heavy sandbag. No, I cannot rely on brute force alone. Even without external chi projection, I must learn to guide my entire body's chi and blood to envelop the fingertip, forming a resilient buffer. A sudden epiphany flashed across his mind. Adjusting his focus, he guided his internal chi and blood along newly aligned pathways, and the pain subsided markedly. Why does this sensation feel so familiar? Subai glanced at his attribute interface, only to find the duration of his divine insight I had decreased by 5 seconds. Could my divine ability actually aid martial cultivation? That would be astonishingly formidable. Subai nearly gaped. Another unprecedented application of his talent had just revealed itself. Let me try again. His previous activation had been instinctive, like earlier marksmanship. This time he consciously invoked the ability. Instantly his entire body appeared riddled with flaws, misaligned force, incorrect posture, disrupted chi circulation. Every aspect betrayed the ignorance of a novice. Guided by these revelations, he adjusted relentlessly. Each correction narrowed the gaps and accelerated his growth. After 3 minutes of focused practice, he paused, then turned to Ji Qi Xing He. Not yet proficient, let alone initiated, he simply sought to sample all 3 martial arts without squandering his divine insight I's limited duration. Treading snow without trace hinges upon ethereal lightness. To intensify difficulty, Subai strapped 2 soil-filled sacks to his legs, then activated divine insight I, observing and correcting errors in real time. After 3 minutes, he shifted to the next technique. Fortunately, I acquired a mysterious iron-heavy spear earlier. Subai drew the weapon from his spatial storage and commenced training. Weighty as 1,000 jin, its initial phase emphasizes broad, expansive movements. Again invoking divine insight he scrutinized every flaw in his form, correcting each as it surfaced. This session lasted not 3 minutes, but until his allotted insight time fully expired. Yet he did not cease. He continued spear practice until exhaustion drained his strength and depleted his chi, then swallowed a blood spirit pill to replenish his vitality mid-training. Only after assimilating a second pill did he finally rest. Pity, the divine insight I's duration remains too brief, far too insufficient. Clearly I must acquire more spirit soul pills, or relying solely on natural cultivation would render progress painfully slow. In truth, Subai possessed divine-grade bone affinity and exceptional comprehension, mastering only the highest-tier martial arts. His rapid advancement was already extraordinary, yet contrast reveals disparity. Having beheld light, how could one endure darkness? Such was his mindset now. Retrieving his final spirit soul pill, he hesitated, but only briefly, then swallowed it and resumed practicing Jiucheng Xian Yuan spear. This is exhilarating. Spear flashing like a dragon's wrath, Subai darted across the small bluestone plaza outside the island lord's residence, each strike swift as lightning yet heavy as a mountain's descent. As his divine insight I's duration waned, the spirit soul pill simultaneously replenished it, much like a reservoir simultaneously draining and refilling at equal rates. Initially the duration remained constant, but after 5 more minutes the counter began falling again. He realized the replenishment had ceased. Only depletion remained, so he halted immediately. He examined his updated attribute interface. 405. 3 kilograms. Test subject ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subai. Cultivation realm 3rd tier, initial stage of the body forging realm. Strength 405. 3 kilograms. Cultivation art 9 revolutions, divine demon scripture. Chapter 1 9 revolutions, primordial unity art level 1. Martial arts celestial stream divine finger level 1 shattering gold. Beginner proficiency 1 9-fold profound yuan spear level 1 weight of 1,000 jin. Beginner proficiency 6. Ji Qi Xing He level 1 treading snow without trace. Beginner proficiency 3. Secret arts none. Bone affinity divine grade. Divine ability supreme tier divine insight I 10 minutes 47 seconds 10 minutes 50 seconds penetrates all concealments within 60 meters, discerns all phenomena and expands in duration and range with cultivation advancement. Comparing the updated interface, Subai instantly identified 3 distinct changes. If I continuously deplete my spiritual energy, the spirit soul pill prioritizes replenishing that loss, not enhancing my soul. Hence neither duration nor range increase this time. Also, 2 blood spirit pills conferred less than 5 kilograms of strength, a drastic reduction clearly abnormal. The deficit stems from martial training itself consuming vast quantities of chi and blood. Without the pills I could never sustain such prolonged practice, thus most of their potency went toward restoring stamina rather than augmenting strength. Moreover, I spent comparable or even greater time practicing Celestial Stream Divine Finger versus Ji Qi Xing, yet my progress in the former lagged significantly. This confirms level 1 of Celestial Stream Divine Finger is inherently more demanding. That last conclusion felt certain. He'd sensed the disparity viscerally during practice. The other 2 were reasoned hypotheses, but highly plausible ones. Thus his reserves were nearly exhausted. Time to resume broadcasting. Su Bai gazed toward the distant wild floating island. This time he would conquer it, exterminating every ferocious beast upon its surface. Island Spirit, activate the live stream. Affirmative, Master. As soon as the live stream began, it attracted the attention of countless viewers. However, Su Bai noticed something unusual: the number of online viewers. Last time when he started streaming, the online count had surged past 10 million within 30 seconds. This time it was only a few 100,000, several orders of magnitude lower. Could it be that I've been away too long and my fans have drifted away? Su Bai glanced at the countdown above the Island Lord's mansion and couldn't help but speculate. Countdown: 9 cosmic days, 15 blue star days, 21 hours, 35 minutes, 41 seconds. He had spent nearly 2 hours cultivating 3 martial techniques. Adding in the time spent on previous training and rest, about 15 hours had passed since his last live stream. Streamer, you're finally live. I've watched so many streams lately, but none are as exciting as yours, some veteran fans exclaimed with excitement. Didn't you say last time you'd explore the dense forest? Get moving, I'm really curious about that place, someone reminded him. Streamer, what's your cultivation level now? What's your power stat? I heard all countries are making combat power rankings and there's even a global leaderboard. Combat power ranking. Su Bai became intrigued upon seeing this comment and quickly asked, who's the top combatant globally now? How strong are they? It's Luo Feng from our country, very powerful. He's already a peak-level powerhouse at the first tier of body-tempering realm, far ahead of everyone else, a netizen said proudly. Su Bai's expression remained calm on the surface, but inwardly he was deeply shaken. Although his own cultivation far surpassed Luo Feng's, he knew his own situation well. He owed his achievements to the blood spirit pill. This Luo Feng must have obtained some kind of opportunity too, otherwise there's no way he could have improved so much in such a short time. Su Bai possessed a divine-grade bone structure. Without the blood spirit pill, even he wouldn't dare guarantee that his cultivation could have broken through to the mid-stage of the first tier of body-tempering realm in such a brief period. Truly impressive. This brings honor to our Huaxia, Su Bai said with a cheerful laugh. He had no intention of revealing his own cultivation, but he was genuinely delighted that Huaxia was leading the world. Hey, streamer, how come the building behind you has changed? After the initial excitement, some viewers began to notice the Island Lord's mansion behind Su Bai. Yeah, what's going on? I was watching another stream earlier and I heard a trial participant ask about it. It seems the Island Lord's mansion can be upgraded, but the requirements are harsh: 15 cubic meters of wood, 15 cubic meters of stone, and 3000 bronze coins. At this stage, not many people can gather those resources. This is the first time I've seen it done, Xiao Bai, a netizen explained. Currently few, if any, had discovered the gold coin island, meaning these materials had to be obtained through personal effort. Simply chopping wood and mining stone wouldn't yield enough in such a short time, leaving only the lottery system as a viable option. Unlike Su Bai, other trial participants couldn't preview the lottery contents, so they needed far more draws to secure sufficient materials. At this stage, aside from a tiny elite, most people probably hadn't accumulated enough points. Moreover, not everyone was willing to exchange first-tier points for mortal-tier points to gamble on the lottery. Subtract those who hesitated and consider that earning 3000 bronze coins required hunting countless beasts, another wave of participants would be eliminated. Given all these factors, the number of trial participants capable of upgrading the Island Lord's mansion at this stage was no more than 5. If someone used their bronze coins to upgrade their personal space first, they wouldn't have enough left for the mansion. And if no one had asked the island spirit about it, they wouldn't even know to attempt the upgrade. Under these circumstances, Su Bai was likely the first trial participant in the world to upgrade the Island Lord's mansion. Damn, is the streamer the first to upgrade the mansion? Someone asked. Very likely, at least I haven't seen or heard any related news yet. Soon the news of the mansion's upgrade quickly topped headlines across nations, drawing a massive influx of viewers to Su Bai's livestream. In an extremely short time, the online count skyrocketed back to 3 million. Inside the capital base. Record this information and send bulletins to the other participants' live streams to alert them, Zhang Yong ordered. Commander, is this necessary? If there's a reward for the first kill, could there also be a reward for early Subai didn't say anything, but as long as there's a possibility, we can't afford to miss it. Besides, upgrades always bring benefits, otherwise the system wouldn't exist, Zhang Yong said. I'll inform the team leaders right away, the secretary replied. Alright, let's stop chatting for now. I'll start by using the combine harvester to gather the blood rice, then head out to explore the dense forest. With that, Subai walked to the edge of the floating island and climbed into the driver's seat. He quickly plotted a simple route on the central control screen and the harvester began moving automatically. Yes, the harvester and sheller were fully automated and highly advanced, likely designed for the convenience of trial participants. After all, not every trial participant knew how to use such technological devices. Some might even come from Bronze Age civilizations utterly unfamiliar with such tools. Only with the island spirit's guidance and full automation could they hope to operate them. With a deafening rumble that shook the ground, the massive harvester arrived at the edge of the rice field. Subai entered another command to begin harvesting, then simply sat back in the vehicle to watch. So fast. At this rate, the blood rice on this side of the river will be harvested in no time. But how will he get to the other side? That's a big problem. He can just use his personal space to transport it. The harvester is huge, his space might not be big enough. He just upgraded the mansion. Does he have enough money left to upgrade his space? Someone questioned. Are you all stupid? Drive the harvester back to the floating island, then have the island dock on the other side of the river and drive it off again. Simple. Wow, so simple, and I was racking my brains over it. The commenter above is brilliant. Indeed, adaptation is the key to longevity. A change in perspective solves everything. Netizens always have clever ideas. Subai's eyes lit up as he read these comments. His original plan had been to hunt more beasts in the dense forest to earn money, upgrade his personal space, and then use it to transport the harvester to the other side. Just as Subai was chatting with the audience, the rice field on the opposite side of the river trembled, followed by a series of crowing sounds. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The crowing was urgent, different from the previous calls. Then similar crowing echoed from the dense forest, rising and falling as if in response to one another. Oh no, the noise might have attracted the attention of a large number of red-tailed chickens. Subai realized immediately. The blood rice was the red-tailed chickens' food, their very lifeline. By harvesting it so aggressively, Subai was essentially tampering with their survival, and they would surely come after him with a vengeance. Subai, run! If you don't hurry, they'll surround you. The harvester is truly powerful in just a short while it has harvested a vast area. However, this has also provoked the red-tailed chickens. Although I can't understand chicken language, I can still perceive a tinge of grief and anger in their cries, typically expressed right before a desperate fight. The streamer is in danger. As Subai contemplated the moment the red-tailed chickens prepared to fight desperately, he swiftly made a decision. He urgently input a new command instructing the harvester to return to the floating island. After all, it was too large for his portable space to accommodate, and if it were damaged, it would be too costly. He then jumped down from the harvester, retreating slowly behind it to protect it from being harmed by the red-tailed chicken. The red-tailed chickens were evidently faster than the harvester. Before it had traveled halfway, several red-tailed chickens had already closed in on him. Subai hurriedly took out his mysterious iron-heavy spear. Die! Subai struck down with a powerful blow from his spear, instantly killing a red-tailed chicken. The mysterious iron-heavy spear weighed 88 kilograms. Just the force of it falling freely would be enough to kill them, let alone the added strength Subai applied, making the impact even more formidable. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a high-level feral red-tailed chicken and earned 25 ordinary points. Against the feral red-tailed chickens, Subai didn't even need to use the Zhuge crossbow. That would waste arrows. He intended to utilize these red-tailed chickens to enhance his combat skills, so he didn't even activate the Eye of Insight. Kill. With his first kill, Subai's fighting spirit surged. He no longer retreated and stood firm, waiting for the charging red-tailed chickens. 1, 2, 3. He rapidly killed 3 feral red-tailed chickens. Finally, a first-tier 1-star feral red-tailed chicken approached. But what of that? It was still a one-shot kill. Wow, that must be a first-tier 1-star red-tailed chicken, and it was killed by the streamer in one move. What level is the streamer at now? A new viewer was astonished. What is this? During the last live stream, the streamer had instantly killed 2 first-tier 1-star green-eyed snakes with a single slash, demonstrating that his strength was already sufficient to crush first-tier 1-star ferals. Now he was likely at the mid to late stage of the body refinement realm, but he had never disclosed it. Immediately assess Subai's strength. I need the most accurate data possible. Yes, sir. Zhang Yong frowned as Subai had surprised him greatly. He had a feeling that Subai's strength might even surpass Luofeng's. Good timing. Seeing more red-tailed chickens charging towards him, Subai's battle intent intensified. He first stored the corpses and loot into his portable space, and then charged with his spear towards the swarm of red-tailed chickens. With a sweeping strike, he sent the 4 red-tailed chickens in front of him flying several meters away, their fate unknown. Continuing his sweeping attacks, he moved with simple, unadorned force, with every red-tailed chicken struck by the mysterious iron-heavy spear either dead or severely injured. Although there were many red-tailed chickens, the space was limited, preventing them from posing a real threat to Subai. Only a few could approach, and they were easily killed beneath his heavy spear. In less than a minute, over 30 red-tailed chickens had been slain. These red-tailed chickens had come from across the river, having likely hidden in the rice fields on the other side. Now all were dead. However, Subai remained vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on the dense forest where more red-tailed chickens lurked. Sure enough, after a short while he noticed movement among the grass and trees in the forest, and one by one red-tailed chickens emerged. 1, 2. Hiss, so many. Subai couldn't help but swallow hard. Over 130 red-tailed chickens charged out. Unlike the previous ones, they didn't recklessly charge forward, but instead gathered at the forest's edge waiting for something. Though the distance was great and Subai couldn't discern their information, the red-tailed chickens had a very distinct feature: the red feathers on their tails. By counting the feathers, one could gauge their strength. It was clear that this batch of over 130 red-tailed chickens all had 4 feathers or more, indicating that they were all ferals, significantly stronger than the previous 30. A thunderous cacophony of clucking erupted as the red-tailed chickens made way for a massive one comparable to a wild buffalo that slowly emerged from the forest, emanating an immense sense of pressure. This one had 6 crimson feathers on its tail. This must be a first-year 3-star red-tailed chicken, the true king of this flock. Subai recalled the introduction about the red-tailed chickens. The limit for their first-year 3-star potential was their upper limit. This was why, despite having the beast tower, he had never considered taming them as battle pets. Their potential was too low to be worth his time. I cannot confront them, Hedon. The best strategy is to retreat. Subai glanced at the harvester, which was already returning to the floating island. Without any concerns behind him, he sprinted towards the floating island without looking back. Cluck, cluck, cluck. The Chicken King likely did not expect Subai to flee so decisively. It immediately issued orders, and in an instant, aside from the Chicken King and 4 majestic red-tailed chickens beside it, all the remaining red-tailed chickens charged towards Subai, causing the ground to shake as if an army were advancing, an astonishing momentum. However, Subai was no longer the Aming of the past. His cultivation had reached the early stage of the 3rd level of the body refinement realm, and he had even learned a bit of the snow walk technique, making him faster than before. The red-tailed chickens over 100 meters away could not keep up with him. Subai leaped onto the floating island and immediately commanded Island Spirit, move away quickly. Understood. Unfortunately, the floating island's speed was too slow, much slower than Subai and the red-tailed chickens. As the 2 floating islands were less than 12 meters apart, the leading red-tailed chicken had already arrived, leaping towards Subai's floating island. Subai instantly raised his spear in defense. If only a few red-tailed chickens were charging at him, he wouldn't be afraid. As long as the Chicken King did not come, or he wasn't surrounded by the over 130 red-tailed chickens, he had nothing to worry about. However, the next second, something bewildering happened. Bang! A loud muffled sound echoed as the red-tailed chicken that leaped over seemed to crash against an invisible wall, slowly sliding down. Possibly knocked out, it couldn't return to its floating island in time, and directly fell into the endless void, disappearing from sight. What a pity. Subai reacted belatedly. By the time he reached out to seize the target, it was already too late. He merely strode to the edge of his floating island and peered downward, sighing with genuine regret. This was a level 1 1-star Apex Crimson Tail chicken, capable of yielding a blood spirit pill, coins, equipment, and even trial points. And now all of it had been lost. In Subai's eyes, these Crimson Tail chickens had long been his rightful spoils. Island Spirit, what just happened? He demanded. The Island Spirit was remarkably perceptive. It instantly grasped the question behind his words and hastened to explain. The novice protection period is still in effect, thus no living hostile beast may enter the Master's floating island. Ah, I see. Subai's expression cleared, instantly recalling the voice that had earlier recited the trial rules, though he hadn't pondered them deeply at the time. Had he paid closer attention to the live stream chat, he would have known this long ago. Numerous viewers had mentioned it in his broadcast, but he rarely glanced at the commentary, so the detail had slipped past him entirely. If that's the case. Subai lifted his gaze, squinting toward the opposite island, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. Island Spirit, move us closer. Yes, Master. In moments, the 2 floating islands reconnected. The crimson-tailed chickens across the way, having recovered from their initial shock, hurled themselves against the invisible barrier surrounding Subai's island. With spear in hand, Subai struck like a dragon, uncoiling. Cold steel flashed once, and a crimson-tailed chicken pierced through its lifeless body, impaled and hauled across the divide in one fluid motion. Thrust and retract, one seamless motion, one trophy secured. Holy hell, can you do that? Unbelievable. Viewers watching the stream stared dumbfounded at Subai's audacious maneuver. This novice barrier is absurdly overpowered. Does it mean only Subai can kill the crimson-tailed chickens while they're utterly defenseless? This tactic deserves widespread adoption. Why haven't other cultivators thought of it? One could lure hostile beasts to the narrow seam between two floating islands, then strike them down with impunity. Such a method would undoubtedly grant early-stage resources to countless trial participants. Instantly, viewers flooded other streams they followed with this revelation, posting it as live chat commentary. But this strategy isn't foolproof. First, you need a weapon as precise and reliable as Subai's. Second, crimson-tailed chickens aren't mindless. They'll quickly learn that charging forward means death and retreat instinctively. This trick works only once and cannot be sustained. Sure enough, after Subai slew 8 crimson-tailed chickens in succession, the survivors finally caught on, retreating swiftly beyond the reach of his spear. Yet if they retreated, Subai could advance. In one decisive stride, he crossed onto the opposing island, then cut a swath through the flock, sweeping aside 6 more crimson-tailed chickens in a single thunderous charge. Seeing his brazen incursion, the retreating chickens surged forward in fury, only for Subai to fight while falling back smoothly, withdrawing once more onto his own floating island. Through 3 such feints and counterfeints, Subai slaughtered over 20 crimson-tailed chickens. At last, the crimson-tailed rooster king, lurking cautiously in the rear, could bear it no longer. With a piercing crow, it commanded its kin to fall back, then advanced slowly, deliberately toward Subai. He gave chase until they stood 30 meters apart, then spun sharply and fled. Enraged, the rooster king charged headlong, accelerating with terrifying speed. When Subai stood only 3 or 4 meters from his island's edge, the rooster king closed to within 5 or 6 meters, still refusing to slow, consumed by blind fury, fixated solely on slaughtering this two-legged intruder. Yet peril struck in the next heartbeat. Subai, who had been sprinting full tilt, whirled about. His spear vanished from his grasp, replaced in an instant by an object utterly unknown to the rooster king. Whip, Subai fired. A single arrow streaked forth. Simultaneously, he executed a flawless lateral roll, evading the rooster king's frontal assault, then seamlessly redrew his black iron heavy spear, transition smooth as silk. Thwack, a sickening thud as flesh parted. At full gallop, the rooster king had left its vulnerable underbelly fully exposed, straight into the arrow's path. Blood erupted in a crimson arc. The rooster king crashed heavily to the ground, then slid forward uncontrollably, face first, until it slammed into the invisible barrier of Subai's floating island and shuddered to a halt. A guttural, agonized shriek tore from its throat. It flapped its wings weakly once, twice, then slumped, breath ragged and fading. Subai spared it no further glance. Wounded so grievously it posed no threat, no longer capable of retaliation. He seized his spear and plunged back into the dazed flock, a wolf among lambs. No crimson-tailed chicken could withstand even a single exchange. Ding, congratulations. You have slain a level 1 2-star mid-tier crimson-tailed chicken. Reward 12 level 1 trial points. Ding, congratulations. You have slain a level 1 3-star apex crimson-tailed chicken. Reward 60 level 1 trial points. Ding, congratulations. You have slain the sovereign of the crimson-tailed chicken clan upon this floating island. Reward 1 fragment of a tier 1 radar. The chime jolted Subai, startling him so completely that he nearly faltered under a surprise attack from a stray chicken. He snapped his focus back, instantly resolving to deal with the remaining threats first. Other matters could wait. After another brutal onslaught, the crimson-tailed chickens broke, truly terrified. The dozen or so survivors bolted, desperate to flee. Subai gave chase without hesitation. He pursued them deep into the thicket, where 3 chickens darted into the undergrowth. Without pause, Subai drew his Juga repeating crossbow and loosed 3 arrows in rapid succession, pinning each bird to the earth. Only after confirming all 3 were dead did he activate his insight eye to scan the thicket's interior, finding no hidden danger. He entered, immediately retrieved the corpses and spoils, then gathered every visible reward along his return path, storing loot in his personal spatial ring, carcasses in the 9th tier of his Myriad Beast Pagoda, and instructed aloud, "Do not refine these crimson-tailed chickens." Unlike snake meat, chicken was far more palatable to him. With such a bounty, he could easily endure the long dark nights ahead, though preservation remained a concern. Leaving them indefinitely in the Myriad Beast Pagoda was untenable. He'd need to transfer them to his personal spatial ring soon. Moreover, his cultivation had advanced to the 3rd tier of the body-forging realm, rendering low-tier blood spirit pills largely unnecessary. Better to savor them as food, richer flavor, greater value. Still alive, Subai spotted a crimson-tailed chicken writhing in its death throes, and ended its suffering with a swift, merciful thrust of his spear. Ding, congratulations. You have slain a level 1 2-star apex crimson-tailed chicken. Reward 20 level 1 trial points. Subai paid the notification no mind, focused solely on gathering spoils, yet moments later another chime rang out. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain all the red-tailed chickens on this floating island. You are rewarded with a level 1 power module. Shui Bei's eyes lit up instantly, and then he recalled the hint he had heard earlier, so this is how radar fragments and power modules are obtained. Knowing the method made Shui Bei quite happy, but he still felt that this method was rather challenging. One must kill the king of the island while the other must slay all the ferocious beasts of this tribe on the island, and neither task is simple, especially since the floating island is vast. This is merely a first-tier floating island. What about the second tier? Thus radar becomes particularly important. If the radar can cover the entire floating island, the task will be significantly easier since it can provide the locations and cultivation levels of all these ferocious beasts. After collecting all the corpses and spoils, Shui Bei returned to his own floating island. This time he did not let the floating island drift away, because with the protective shield he was eager for all the sapphire-eyed snakes in the dense forest to come out. Thus radar becomes particularly important. If the radar can cover the entire floating island, the task will be significantly easier since it can provide the locations and decent. More like a tremendous profit, right? Many viewers rolled their eyes in disbelief. Streamer, you're being a bit too humble. Do you realize how terrifying the rewards from your recent battle are? I counted and there were 172 red-tailed chickens in total. Not to mention the points and spoils dropped. Just the chicken meat alone is enough for you to last a long time. If you save some, it could even sustain you until the end of the first round assessment. Moreover, all this chicken meat is infused with qi and blood. By the time you eat it all and exit, your cultivation might increase significantly. Exit. Are you joking? We the Bai Di easily crushed the red-tailed chicken swarm. With such impressive results, how could we even consider exiting? What the heck, just a moment ago you were calling him Xiao Bai and now it's Bai Di. Have you no shame? Isn't your flattery a bit too obvious? A viewer remarked, speechless. What's the big deal? If he passes the first assessment, Shui Bai will at least be the king of a one-star lord nation. Referring to him as Bai Di is completely rational. There are quite a few supporters for the title Bai Di, and immediately someone stepped forward to show their support. I just want to know the streamer's cultivation level. Previously you all said he was using the Zhuge crossbow, and it was fine not to see his cultivation level, but just now he used a spear to kill among dozens of red-tailed chickens coming and going freely, and he killed them all. Among them were red-tailed chickens at the first tier 2-star limit realm. A viewer posed a question that instantly silenced everyone. Suddenly countless viewers couldn't help but gasp. It seemed they had underestimated Shui Bai. Finally cleared the red-tailed chickens. Now let's go harvest the chicken blood rice together. Shui Bai did not answer the viewers' questions, but instead hopped onto the harvester and headed to the chicken blood rice fields, initiating automated harvesting. Ding, the 5-star Lord Nation, the Star Empire Iron Star, rewarded 10 black iron coins. Ding, the 5-star Lord Nation, the Star Empire Iron Star, wagered 200,000 black iron coins. You are remarkable, growing so quickly in such a short time, which is a bit beyond my expectations. I retract my previous statement. As long as there are no major accidents, your chances of passing the first round are at least 2 out of 10. The 5-star Lord Nation, the Star Empire Iron Star, spoke again, instantly attracting countless attention. Wow, the big shot spoke again, and so generously, it seems they really have high hopes for Bai Di. Such terrifying achievements, and there's only a 2 out of 10 chance. Isn't that too difficult? To be clear, most trial takers still do not dare to step out of their floating islands. Since the big shot has such high hopes for Shui Bai, I will also place a bet. The 1-star Lord Nation, the Zhanglong Empire Wu 2. Ding, the 1-star Lord Nation, the Zhanglong Empire Wu 2 rewarded 1 black iron coin. Ding, the 1-star Lord Nation, the Zhanglong Empire Wu 2 wagered 300 black iron coins. 2 out of 10 may seem low, but having such a high success rate on the first cosmic day is already quite rare. Since it's a conclusion drawn by the big shot of the 5-star Lord Nation, I am very convinced, and I will place a bet as well. The 2-star Lord Nation, the Thunder Empire Khazerli. I'll bet too. In no time, under Shui Bei's impressive performance and Iron Star's endorsement, countless supporters began to reward and wager, creating a small frenzy. Hiss, everyone look at the online viewer count. Suddenly a blue star viewer reminded 600 million. Wow, a full 600 million, and still increasing. Isn't that too exaggerated? As far as I know, the current global highest record is over 500 million, still held by Shui Bai. I didn't expect it to be broken again so soon. It's truly incredible. Everyone was shocked by the achievements in Shui Bei's live stream. Shui Bai himself was also somewhat stunned and quickly clasped his fists towards the void, saying, "Thank you all for your support. I will definitely not let your contributions go to waste." Thank you. In the capital within the base. Has the evaluation come through? Zhang Yong asked. Lacking sufficient data, we cannot derive accurate results. However, based on our expert's analysis of his long spear attacks, his strength is at least 350 kilograms. This suggests his cultivation is at least at the second peak of body refinement realm, and since he can easily slay first-tier 2-star limit red-tailed chickens, we suspect he may have broken through to the 3rd level of body refinement realm. When Lumen said this, she glanced at the data again. This was the evaluation provided by professionals, but seemed too incredible to believe. So strong. How did he achieve that? Zhang Yang could no longer maintain his leader's composure and displayed an expression of extreme shock. I don't know. He had been using the Zhuge crossbow previously, so we cannot assess his prior cultivation level. Moreover, he suddenly stopped broadcasting for over 10 hours. We are unclear about what happened during that time. It seems he has his own secrets that he does not intend to reveal. Should we ask someone? A nearby secretary reminded. Zhang Yang and Lumen looked at each other. Lumen lowered her head and said nothing while Zhang Yang furrowed his brow. There are so many people in the bullet comments asking, and he didn't respond. It's clear he does not want to disclose his cultivation level. If we ask, it would just put pressure on him. Even if he reluctantly answers, it may create discord between us, and that would be very undesirable. Sir, I suggest we continue to observe. Based on our analysis of Shui Bei's personality, he is a very opinionated person. We should respect his choices. As long as he is friendly and has goodwill towards our Huaxia, there's no need to pry too deeply into other matters. After all, everyone has their own secrets. Lumen, seeing that the leader shared her attitude, no longer hesitated and expressed her thoughts. You're right. If he successfully passes the assessment, his identity will be different in the future. We should give him due respect, not just him but other trial takers as well. Some concepts need to be gradually changed. We must clarify our position. The existence of our base is not only to observe them and understand the real-time dynamics of the trial space, but more importantly to provide them with assistance within our means rather than making things uncomfortable for them. Zhang Yong made a decisive conclusion. Su Bai was unaware of the events happening on Blue Star. He cheerfully asked the live stream, "Everyone, do you think the commotion here is enough to lure the emerald-eyed serpent out of the dense forest?" It should be quite difficult. It's been a while, and with the previous battle causing such a stir, they still haven't shown up. By D, I think you should be more concerned about the chicken eggs rather than the emerald-eyed serpent. Many red-tailed chickens were moving around in the rice fields and the forest earlier, and you have picked up eggs before. Is it possible that there are still eggs in the rice fields? Since you're operating a combine harvester, if there are eggs, they might all get crushed. Some viewers felt sorry for Su Bai. Please don't call me by D anymore, it feels quite uncomfortable. The older ones can call me Xiao Su or Xiao Bai, and the younger ones can call me Lao Su or Lao Bai. It sounds more friendly. Su Bai tried to correct this, but whether they would follow suit was beyond his control. He continued regarding the chicken eggs. This friend has a point. Red-tailed chicken eggs are quite nutritious, but it shouldn't affect the harvesting speed as time in the trial space is limited and time is money. With that, Su Bai jumped onto the roof of the harvester, scanning the rice fields below for eggs. In reality, he had activated his talent ability. His insight I could see within a radius of 60 meters. While that wasn't much in the dense forest, it was quite effective in the modest 5 to 6 acres of rice fields. Haha, I see the eggs. Thanks to the reminders from the viewers just now, otherwise I would have missed out big time. It's a pity I can't mail them, otherwise I would send some for everyone to taste. After several previous live streams, Su Bai gradually opened up a bit, able to say things to draw closer to the audience. He jumped down from the harvester and quickly stored the eggs he spotted in his personal space, leaping several times to collect all the eggs from the riverbank. Island Master, if you want to sell the eggs or anything from the trial space to the people of Blue Star or other civilizations, it can be done. Su Bai was taken aback by the words of the island spirit, as were countless viewers watching the live stream. Is that really possible? Su Bai blurted out. Of course. Otherwise, what would the merchandise delivery feature be for? The island spirit replied as if it were obvious. The delivery is just like advertising, and then the manufacturers send the products directly to the customers, right? It shouldn't go through me, right? I just earn a commission, correct? Su Bai was interpreting it based on Blue Star's delivery industry. The Island Master is correct. In that kind of delivery, the Island Master only collects a certain commission and does not participate further. However, the delivery also includes the spoils gained from the trial space, but there are 2 points the Island Master needs to be reminded of. The Island Spirit answered. What are the 2 points? Su Bai asked. First, the prices of goods in the trial space cannot be arbitrarily set. The space will provide a reasonable price. The Island Spirit answered Su Bai's question earnestly. I understand. Su Bai nodded. Second, the highest cost of the goods sold in the trial space is not the goods themselves, but the delivery fee. Therefore, it's advisable to sell high-value, low-weight items. If I want to sell red-tailed chicken eggs to the people of Blue Star, what would the price be? Su Bai asked. The price for common-grade red-tailed chicken eggs is 0.01 golden coins per kilogram. For low-grade first-tier eggs, it's 0.05 golden coins per kilogram. The price of the goods themselves is not high, but the delivery fee is very expensive, including a one-time micro-channel opening fee of 1,000 golden coins, capable of delivering a maximum of 10,000 kilograms of goods at once. Additionally, there's an extra delivery fee of 0.1 golden coins per kilogram. The island spirit quickly clarified the details of selling goods in the trial space by using the example of red-tailed chicken eggs. Hiss, who can afford that? The audience gasped upon hearing the island spirit's introduction. If it's just the eggs themselves, we could manage to buy a few for a taste, but with the delivery fee included, we really cannot afford it. It seems only those top-tier elites could afford such prices. The audience felt quite helpless as well. Top-tier elites are not fools, they wouldn't waste money like that. From the island spirit's introduction, the one-time micro-channel opening fee is prohibitively high. It's best to purchase at full capacity and accumulate 10,000 kilograms of goods to distribute the costs. This way the average delivery cost can be reduced to 0. 2 golden coins per kilogram, which is still somewhat acceptable, otherwise it's too high. A viewer with good math skills had already calculated the optimal plan. Then someone needs to step in to make the purchase, and then sell it to others, perhaps making a little profit. If we want to buy goods from the trial space at the cheapest price, a group of people would need to pool their resources to buy and share all the delivery costs. Inside the Beijing base. This information is very important. Immediately have someone evaluate and record it. If we discover anything extremely useful later, we can communicate with the trial takers and purchase it ourselves. Zhang Yang hurriedly commanded, his breathing becoming somewhat rapid. 1,000 golden coins is a significant amount for an ordinary person, but it's still bearable for the state. Of course it's not cheap, so a strict examination of the goods is necessary, prioritizing the best options that are most beneficial for the development of Huaxia and have the highest cost effectiveness. Yes. Subai saw that the audience in the live stream was brainstorming strategies, and he could only shrug and smile bitterly. I'm sorry, but that cost is indeed too high. If there really are people willing to bear the full cost, I have no problem with that. However, I still advise everyone to remain calm, as the red-tailed chicken eggs only contain a slight amount of vitality beneficial for cultivation, but not significantly so. The price is inflated. Moreover, I currently only have 36 eggs, and I need to keep some for myself. I can't sell many. There's still a large gap to reach 10,000 kilograms. He believed that with such a high price tag, along with his reminder, no one would be willing to buy eggs from him. However, unbeknownst to him, countless elites on Blue Star had already begun contacting each other privately, which was good news for them. Not only could they monopolize the goods from the trial space, but they could also enjoy them first. Subai was just an ordinary person and hadn't considered this deeply. He was more concerned about another issue directly related to his interests: island spirit. How much can I earn from this delivery feature? By helping others with merchandise delivery, the master can earn a 10% profit from the sales price of the goods themselves. When selling items obtained from the trial space, the master can earn 80% of the sales price, with the remaining 20% going to the academy, since the trial space belongs to the academy and everything within it is a result of their hefty investment. The island spirit explained, then added, Master, this money will also only be available after the assessment ends. If you clear it, you can get it, otherwise it all goes into the academy's scholarship pool. Alright, they really leave no loopholes at all. Subai sighed helplessly. If this money could be kept for himself, he believed many would choose to sell the goods midway. After all, even if they withdrew midway, they could still keep that money. Now the academy had blocked that route as well. Alright, this side has been harvested. Let's head to the other side of the river. By the time he finished speaking, Subai had already collected all the eggs on the ground into his spatial storage, and the harvester had completed its task. Thus Subai drove the harvester back to his floating island, then moved the floating island to land again from a position across the river where the area was a bit larger. Not knowing if it was because the red-tailed chickens lived more on this side, the number of eggs in the rice field here had more than tripled compared to the previous side, totaling 112. He quickly wove through the rice field, collecting all the eggs before starting to harvest the chicken blood rice again. In about 7 or 8 minutes, the harvesting was completed without any interference from the green-eyed snakes emerging from the dense forest. The entire process went incredibly smoothly, so smoothly that Subai felt a bit disappointed, which also resulted in many viewers feeling let down. The number of online viewers had dropped from a peak of over 600 million to more than 300 million. Back on his floating island, Subai spread out the harvested chicken blood rice on the bluestone bricks in front of his house to dry. He then ran back to the rice field, collecting all the straw bundles that the harvester had automatically tied during the harvest. It took 4 trips for him to bring all the straw back to the floating island, where he spread them out to dry. What is old by doing? A young netizen asked curiously. Everyone now acknowledged what Subai had said earlier. Young people were accustomed to calling him old by. It's obvious he has never been to the fields. After drying, the straw is excellent fuel. If he raises horses or other livestock in the future, this fodder will be great stuff. Isn't hay what horses eat? Someone questioned. Of course, hay is the best. In the past, those premium hays were only fed to war horses. The livestock kept by ordinary families couldn't get that, and they could only eat regular straw for filling. Besides, isn't the straw from chicken blood rice more nutritious than those premium hays? I just feel like this is a waste of time, someone complained. It's not too bad. If he had to pick them up one by one, it would indeed waste time, but the harvester has automatically tied everything up. He just needs to carry it back and dry it. I think it took only a few minutes in total, which is still worth it. Just look at Old Bay's choices. This guy doesn't act without certainty. He wouldn't engage in unprofitable trades. These materials ignite very well, much easier than burning wood directly. This can save a lot of time when starting a fire later. Overall, it is worth it. Alright, the chicken blood rice in the rice field has been fully harvested. Next, let's get to the main topic. I will take you all into the dense forest for some exploration. Saying this, Subai jumped onto the wild floating island again and quickly walked towards the dense forest. Light filtered through the dense forest, casting sporadic patches of light. With this faint illumination, the dark forest was able to provide a sense of security, but as he ventured deeper, the light became scarcer and dimmer. Coupled with the eerie silence surrounding him, the forest felt like a gaping maw ready to swallow Subai whole. It shouldn't be this quiet in the woods. There isn't even a sound of insects. It's too quiet, something feels off. A netizen felt a strong sense of immersion and couldn't help but feel tense. This is a trial space. We can't think with external logic. Perhaps there are simply no other insects or birds on this floating island. I'm a bit worried about Old Bai. Everyone please keep an eye on the surroundings through the live stream, especially behind him. After all, he doesn't have eyes on his back to prevent surprise attacks from green-eyed snakes and red-tailed chickens. Subai did not tell everyone that all the red-tailed chickens on the floating island had been killed, and the only remaining threat was the green-eyed snake. This is where we saw many green-eyed snakes entangled together before. Look here, these are the marks left by the arrows back then. Subai pointed to a relatively open area. This time, unlike the last live broadcast, he was no longer so restrained. Even in the dangerous forest, he dared to chat with everyone in the comments. The reason was simple: a skilled artist is bold. Last time his cultivation was only in the early stage of body refinement, and he hadn't practiced any martial skills. It was very dangerous here without revealing his trump card, but this time was different. Even without revealing his trump card, relying on his own combat strength, he could handle most fierce beasts in the forest. Unless a 4-star first-level beast appeared, even if he couldn't defeat it, escaping would definitely not be a problem. Surprisingly, it is here. I have to say, it does look a bit like it. The viewers who had seen Subai single-handedly eliminate dozens of green-eyed snakes were instantly intrigued. The bodies of the green-eyed snakes that were killed are missing, but what about the loot? Did other green-eyed snakes eat them? Many people became curious. It's understandable that the bodies are gone, but how could the loot disappear? It can't just vanish because no one picked it up for a long time. Old Bai, honestly, after the last live broadcast ended, did you sneak in here? Someone linked Subai's combat power during the battle with the red-tailed chicken, suggesting that with such power, he could easily come in to collect loot. Subai chuckled and did not hide it, slightly nodding as he said, "Yes, I did come in before to collect the loot. I didn't dare stay here for even a minute. I grabbed what I could and left. Fortunately, I was lucky not to encounter more green-eyed snakes." "Damn you, Sulalu, you really came in here. I knew you had many secrets." Saying you closed the live stream to deal with the snake corpses was just a cover for entering the forest. And in the blink of an eye, your combat power has become so strong. I haven't seen you practice. Honestly, how did you do it? Hehe, it's just that I found some good things that help in cultivation. This time, I will take everyone deeper to have a look. Subai saw this comment and simply replied without going into further detail, directly shifting his focus. Suddenly, a faint hissing sound came through. Subai immediately stopped, his ears perked up to listen to the sounds around him while his eyes searched for something. This time he did not use the Eye of Insight throughout the process, not only to save time but more so to train himself. Compared to the strength of the red-tailed chicken king, he could predict that the remaining green-eyed snakes on this floating island would not be too strong. As long as he was careful, he should be safe, making it just right. "Old Bai, to your left, be careful." A viewer noticed something unusual and immediately sent a comment to warn. Subai also noticed the movement on the left. He turned his head and saw a nearly 4-meter-long green-eyed serpent slowly swimming towards him from 10 meters away. When the green-eyed serpent noticed Subai looking at it, it not only did not retreat but instead quickened its pace. Name: green-eyed serpent. Level 8, stage 1-star, first rank. Subai only glanced at the basic information before turning his attention away, stowing away the Zhuge crossbow and standing still ready to face his opponent. The green-eyed serpent hissed and lunged at Subai, flicking its tongue. With a swift movement, Subai easily dodged the serpent's attack. Then with a clean slash, he severed the green-eyed serpent in two. With a single strike, the entire process executed without hesitation. This time he did not rely on any supernatural abilities in combat. It was purely his own judgment, reaction, and true fighting prowess. It would be great if he could encounter a green-eyed serpent at the initial stage of the 3-star rank. It would be the perfect opportunity to assess his strength against a beast of the same realm. Subai was very satisfied with the outcome of this battle and couldn't help but feel an even greater anticipation. After collecting the corpse and spoils, Subai continued forward. Along the way he encountered over a dozen green-eyed serpents, all below the 3-star rank, easily dispatching them with a single strike, earning the audience's admiration for his sword skills. In reality, he did not possess any swordsmanship skills, he fought purely relying on his reflexes and instincts. Perhaps he was a born warrior. Watch out. High energy ahead. There are so many snakes. It seems like even more than the last time, we must be entering a snake den. I didn't expect there to be a snake valley deep in the forest. This must be the old nest of the green-eyed serpents. Thanks to the confidence brought by his enhanced strength, Subai was multitasking, quietly chatting with everyone while keeping an eye on his surroundings as he delved deeper into the forest. He also quickly noticed the information on the bullet screen. Subai hurriedly followed the audience's guidance and looked to the right front where the trees suddenly thinned out. Approaching another 10 meters, he could see clearly in front of him was a small valley spanning about 200 to 300,000 square meters. It wasn't very deep, estimating only about 7 to 8 meters, but the valley was teeming with green-eyed serpents and many places had unhatched green serpent eggs. Subai gasped in shock, immediately crouching down and stopping his advance to avoid being spotted by the green-eyed serpents in the valley. There were far too many, at least over 200, not counting those scattered throughout the forest and the ones he had killed. In total they numbered at least 300, far surpassing the quantity of red-tailed chickens, and their strength was significantly greater. The total number of red-tailed chickens was less than 200 and nearly a quarter of them were beast level. However, he had never seen a beast-level green-eyed serpent, the lowest were at the 1-star rank. Of course that was before. Now in this valley Subai saw green-eyed serpents shorter than 3 meters, the shortest being about 1 meter, likely juvenile serpents. Subai speculated that the juvenile green-eyed serpents stayed in the valley, only venturing out once they matured to avoid being preyed upon by red-tailed chickens. It was not like he previously imagined where small monsters respawned like in games. In fact, he had already realized this point when he eliminated all the red-tailed chickens. If it were a respawn mechanism, they would continuously regenerate. How could he have killed them all? Old Bai, you were able to take on over 100 red-tailed chickens before. Can you take on an entire valley of green-eyed serpents this time? It was unclear whether this audience member was being casual or deliberately provoking Subai. Is it the same? Red-tailed chickens are larger, and in open areas, a Subai could keep them at bay with his spear. In reality, he was only facing fewer than 10 directly, but the green-eyed serpents were different. They were smaller and could ambush from different angles, and most importantly, they were venomous. If he were to be bitten, it would be disastrous. Old Bai, stay calm and don't act rashly. You've got a great start, you can take your time. First, clear out the scattered soldiers in the forest, allowing the green-eyed serpents in the valley to gradually disperse. Taking them out one by one is the best approach. Some truly concerned viewers were reminding him. It seems Old Bai picked a few herbs along the way. Didn't he say those were snake bloodgrass that could counteract the green-eyed serpent's venom? If that's the case, what is there to fear? Wasn't there a few ceramic bottles dropped earlier? They all came from the green-eyed serpents. Do you think there might be detoxification pills or something? If that's the case, then there's no need to fear the green-eyed serpents. Seeing Subai just crouched there observing without making a move, some became anxious. The bullet screen quickly split into 2 factions, starting to argue. While taking them out one by one is safe, it's time-consuming. Just charging in seems dangerous, but I have my trump cards. If it comes to it, I can just shut down the live stream. I only need to conceal my core trump card and my strength can't be completely hidden. After all, combat easily exposes one's abilities, and only through combat can I gain maximum viewership and rewards. Everyone isn't stupid. The previous wave of rewards and bets was because they saw me single-handedly battling a group of red-tailed chickens. Subai was quickly contemplating in his heart. Next, it's my time to shine. Subai was never one to be indecisive. He quickly made a decision, then quietly spoke to the live stream before taking out the Juga crossbow and moving a bit closer to the Snake Valley. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Subai took the initiative to pull the trigger and launched an attack before the green-eyed serpents in the valley noticed him. With the Eye of Insight technique enhancing his abilities, the movements of the green-eyed serpents in the valley were sluggish. He prioritized shooting the high-tier targets. He had identified the 1-star 3-rank green-eyed serpents. After shooting 5 arrows, killing the 5 nearest 1-star 3-rank green-eyed serpents, the other green-eyed serpents in the valley noticed this intruder and began swimming towards him. Subai did not move his feet at all as he continued to shoot all 5 arrows in his quiver before finally starting to move, running around the valley, forcing the recently approaching green-eyed serpents to change direction in pursuit. With his 3rd stage of body refinement and the footwork technique, snow walking, his speed was incredibly fast. The green-eyed serpents that did not reach the 1-star 3-rank level could not catch up, and among the few that did, he had just killed 10, leaving only 4 remaining in the valley. While running, Subai quickly reloaded his quiver and then turned around to aim and shoot. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 3-star mid-level fierce beast, the green-eyed snake, earning 45 points of first-tier points. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 3-star late-level fierce beast, the green-eyed snake, earning 50 points of first-tier points. After defeating the first-tier 3-star green-eyed snake, Su-bai shifted his focus to the first-tier 2-star green-eyed snake. With the quiver empty, he reloaded. Currently, he had 30 original arrows plus 8 green-eyed snake arrows. 6 were from the previous encounter, and 2 were newly acquired from the more than 10 green-eyed snakes in the dense forest. Whoosh! Arrows shot out in succession, pinning the green-eyed snakes to the ground, some dying on the spot, while others twisted their bodies in agony around the arrows, struggling desperately, but eventually succumbing. However, unbeknownst to Su-bai, as he wreaked havoc, leaving the audience in awe, a pair of cold vertical eyes in the center of the Snake Valley were fixated on everything, as if the dead green-eyed snakes were of no concern to it. It showed no intention of rushing out to fight Su-bai, cold-blooded to the extreme. After shooting 34 times with a perfect hit rate and with 4 arrows remaining, Su-bai suddenly stopped shooting, stowed away his Juga crossbow, and switched to a heavy iron spear. He stepped forward and jumped directly into the Snake Valley, where the lack of trees did not hinder his combat. As he jumped into the Snake Valley, countless green-eyed snakes rushed toward him, trying to completely surround him. Su-bai naturally would not foolishly stand still. He quickly dodged and maneuvered while battling in the Snake Valley. Die! Su-bai's long spear did not follow a light and nimble path, but rather a domineering one, breaking through all techniques with sheer power, sweeping away several green-eyed snakes with a single thrust. With a backward thrust, the spear pierced through the snake's mouth, and with a shake, the front half of a green-eyed snake was instantly reduced to a pile of flesh under the tremendous force, a gruesome sight. Soon Su-bai fought while retreating, making a full circle in the Snake Valley. I initially thought that Liu Bei's swordsmanship was remarkable, but compared to his spear technique, it pales in comparison. Just now, with that move, one would need at least 20 years of skill to pull it off. It's hard to believe that Liu Bei's cold weapons are so powerful. Could it be related to his divine ability? Everyone began to speculate. Su-bai's background has already been made public. It's not a secret. He is just an ordinary office worker and an orphan with no opportunity or money to learn these skills. He previously stated that his accuracy was due to his divine ability. Now, with his swordsmanship and spear techniques so remarkable, could it be that his divine ability allows him to quickly master various martial arts? Is there really such an extraordinary divine ability? Who knows? So far, many diverse divine abilities have been revealed. If Su-bai's divine ability pertains to various weapons, it wouldn't be impossible. Amidst everyone's speculation, Su-bai was deeply engrossed in battle, completely unaware. The first-tier 3-star green-eyed snakes had been completely wiped out, and the first-tier 2-star green-eyed snakes were nearly exterminated as well. Only the first-tier 1-star and ferocious-level green-eyed snakes remained, but their numbers posed no threat to Su-bai. Suddenly, as Su-bai had his back to the center of the Snake Valley, an unexpected change occurred. A 7-meter-long giant snake burst forth from the not-so-tall altar in the center of the Snake Valley, dashing towards Su-bai like lightning, opening its massive mouth as if to swallow him whole. What the hell is this? The audience in the live stream noticed this change immediately, while Su-bai seemed oblivious, still battling the first-tier 1-star green-eyed snakes, completely unaware of the threat behind him. Liu Bei, watch out behind you. Oh no, it seems Liu Bei hasn't noticed at all. Does he think he has eliminated all the high-tier green-eyed snakes and is invincible here? Indeed, one must never be overly proud or they will surely fall. One can see him rise to glory, host a banquet, and then watch as it all collapses, a splendid situation ruined in an instant. What a pity. Some began to lament for Su-bai, especially since his early advantage was substantial. Even the leaders of the 5-star Lord country stated he had a 2 in 10 chance of succeeding. Indeed, the trial space is always filled with uncertainties. Until the last moment, no one can guarantee their success in passing the assessment. No wonder the leaders of the 5-star Lord country said Su-bai only had a 2 in 10 chance. It seems they were spot on. In the capital base, Zhang Yong leaned forward, his eyes glued to the live broadcast on the screen, his fists clenched tightly. He slammed one fist on the table, causing the cups on the table to bounce, startling his secretary next to him. Damn it, if Su-bai gets into trouble, the loss for Huaxia would be tremendous. In the Sam Nation Intelligence Bureau, God, have you finally opened your eyes? This guy who stole the spotlight from all our trial participants is finally in trouble. Intelligence Bureau Chief James had a slight flush of excitement on his face. Yes, this guy's live stream viewership has exceeded 800 million. Oh my god, it's truly unbelievable. This has never happened before. If he dies, this traffic will disperse to others. Wonderful. They hoped more trial participants from Blue Star could pass the first level assessment, but these people must be their Sam Nation's participants, or at least from the Western camp. Otherwise, it would be better if they all failed. In a certain office building in Magic City, Huaxia, Li Wen, how didn't you go by gold earlier? You didn't donate to Su Bai, did you? A young colleague nudged the somewhat dazed Li Wenhao. Su Bai will be fine, absolutely. He is very organized in his work, very low-key, and has never shown any arrogance in front of us. Li Wenhao clenched his fists. It seems he has already donated. I just wonder how many gold coins he sent. Another colleague gloatingly remarked. How many? One is enough, that's still worth 500,000 yuan. Now it's worth much more than that, of the price of gold has skyrocketed to an unprecedented high of 1300 yuan per gram, and it's still rising. It's truly frightening. In the wild floating islands Snake Valley, at the moment the giant snake erupted from the altar, Su Bai's lips subtly curled upward. Now's the time. As the 7 to 8 meter long giant snake approached within 20 meters of Su Bai, feeling confident of victory, while everyone thought Su Bai was doomed. Su Bai suddenly drew out his Juga crossbow, turned around, pulled the trigger, and while sidestepping shot the remaining 4 arrows at the giant green-eyed snake behind him. He then switched to the heavy iron spear and stood calmly in a clear area, watching the massive body crash to the ground, eyes filled with terror, astonishment, and even a hint of unwillingness. Everything happened in the blink of an eye in just about a second. Many viewers, fearing a bloody scene, had closed their eyes. When they opened them again, they witnessed a scene that would be etched in their memories for a lifetime. Some viewers who wanted to see Su Bai perish at the snake's mouth, originally flushed with excitement, were instantly replaced by shock. The scene before them was vastly different from what they had imagined. This was not what they wanted to see. Inside the base of the capital city. Good job, kid, Zhang Yang exclaimed excitedly, slamming his fist on the table, causing the teacup to jump again, nearly spilling its contents. It seems we underestimated Su Bai. His quick reaction and counterattack against that giant snake indicate either he was aware of the danger beforehand and was waiting for the opponent to strike, showing his keen observation skills and calm demeanor, or he possesses an exceptionally strong combat awareness and a powerful sense of danger, able to handle the situation with composure. Zhang Yang had been closely watching the live broadcast, noting the changes in Su Bai's demeanor, even the slight curve at the corner of his mouth, which led him to such conclusions. Chief, do you mean Su Bai might have done it intentionally? Lu Min asked curiously. There's a strong possibility of that. Sam's National Intelligence Bureau. Oh, damn it, how is that possible? Director James exclaimed angrily, transforming into a master of desk cleanup and a foul-mouthed comedian, leaving his subordinates silent, fearful of attracting the attention of this powerful figure. Director, the number of viewers in Su Bai's live stream has surpassed 1 billion, just now boosted by the Dark Dimension streaming platform, attracting a massive influx of extraterrestrial audience. At that moment, a staff member pushed the door open to report a piece of news that made James feel like he could kill. Director the staff member finished reporting and sensed that the atmosphere in the office was off, swallowing. Get out, alter, James shouted angrily. In a certain office building in Magic City. Haha, I knew it, Su Bai is not that arrogant person and my bets are going to pay off big time. What? You not only tipped, but also placed bets. Where did you get the money to buy so much gold? A colleague questioned. It's nothing, I just exchanged the money my parents prepared for my wedding house and ceremony, along with the dowry, for gold, Li Wenhao said, as if it were a common matter. You went all in, eh? Yeah, Li Wenhao nodded heavily. Do you really trust him that much? Aren't you afraid of losing everything? A colleague asked in shock, realizing he was betting his entire fortune on someone else. I believe that making the right choice is more important than hard work. Su Bai is such a worthy choice, and I have no regrets. Li Wenhao stated firmly. You're impressive. I hope you all succeed. The colleague could only express admiration, giving a thumbs up. He had a family and didn't interact much with Su Bai, so he lacked such daring. On a wild floating island, a 7 or 8 meter long green-eyed serpent lay before him, with one eye pierced by an arrow, another arrow embedded in its forehead, and one in its 7-inch mark, firmly pinning it to the ground. Only then did Su Bai have the time to carefully check the information about the creature. Name: Green-eyed Serpent King. Level 1st, rank 4 stars limit. Description: the king of the Green-eyed Serpent clan, the absolute ruler of this wild floating island. Its flesh is delicious, suitable for making serpent soup, and its gallbladder contains powerful vitality, aiding body refinement practitioners in their cultivation. If you are at the 3rd level of body refinement, this gallbladder can increase your breakthrough probability by 80%. Not dead yet. Su Bai was somewhat surprised by the creature's tenacity, as 3 of the 4 arrows were aimed at its vital spots. Just as he was thinking this, the surrounding green-eyed serpents charged at him, and Su Bai had to deal with these pesky creatures. The remaining green-eyed serpents were at most first rank 1 star, with several being young beasts posing no threat to him. They were quickly dealt with. Since you're still not dead, I'll send you on your way. Su Bai pulled an arrow from a previously shot green-eyed serpent and loaded it into his quiver, preparing to shoot. Although the Serpent King was on the brink of death and likely had no strength left to resist, Su Bai still chose to be cautious and attack from a distance. After all, it was a big boss. Who knew if it had any hidden cards up its sleeve, ready to deliver a fatal blow before dying? It was unclear whether it was angered to death by Su Bei's actions or if its life had finally reached its end before Su Bei's arrow could be fired. He heard the notification sound. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain a first-rank 4 stars extreme beast, the Green-eyed Serpent King. Reward 200 points. Is it also a king? Can I get radar fragments? Just as Su Bei was contemplating this, the second notification sound rang out. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully slain the king of the Green-eyed Serpent clan. Reward 1 level radar fragment. Not bad, Su Bei smiled again. Old Bai, how did you know that a giant snake was about to ambush you? At this moment, many viewers finally snapped back from their previous shock. Amazing. I thought it was a sure death situation. I didn't expect the opponent to be instantly countered. What an epic turn of events. From today on, Old Bai is my idol. I want to join Old Bai's lordship. Along with the barrage of comments were countless tips and betting notifications. This battle attracted a massive number of fans and allowed many to see his potential, leading more people to bet on him. Thank you for the support, everyone. I saw someone ask how I discovered and predicted the Serpent King's attack, Su Bei said, building suspense. After pausing for a moment, Su Bei finally spoke. Actually, it's quite simple. The small mound in the center of the Serpent Valley was too conspicuous and clearly not naturally formed. The surrounding green-eyed serpents dared not approach it. I suspected there might be some danger inside. This speculation was reasonable. Additionally, when I previously confronted the red-tailed chicken clan, I noticed that aside from the Chicken King reaching the first rank 3 stars limit, no other red-tailed chickens reached that level. Only a few were at the first rank 2 stars, with most at the first rank 1 star and beast level, indicating a significant gap. When I returned to the floating island with the corpse of the red-tailed chicken, the radar scan confirmed the levels of those red-tailed chickens. It was also known that red-tailed chickens could be differentiated by the number of feathers on their tails, so no one doubted that Su Bei had any special abilities. As for the green-eyed serpents, I previously killed a first-rank 3 stars limit green-eyed serpent, which was 5 meters long. This time, although the green-eyed serpents I killed did not reach that level, many were latest-stage first-rank 3 stars. The Serpent King couldn't possibly only be a first-rank 3 stars limit, right? And one more important point, when I previously shot the Chicken King, the system's notification sound informed me of its demise, but when I killed that first-rank 3 stars limit green-eyed serpent, there was no such notification about the king's death. Does this imply that the Azure-eyed Serpent clan may still conceal a sovereign, perhaps a level 1 4-star beast, or even higher? It could be hiding deep within the dense forest, or possibly within the Serpent Valley itself. If it resides in the valley, then this small earthen mound is highly suspicious, for every other location is fully exposed and offers no place to conceal oneself. Moreover, after I slew so many level 1 3-star Azure-eyed serpents, the adversary remained utterly unmoved, no reaction whatsoever. For a time I even questioned my own hypothesis. Could it be that the strongest creature on this wild floating island is merely a level 1 3-star serpent, a deliberate concession granted to novice cultivators undergoing trial? To verify my theory, under conditions where the enemy remained hidden while I stood exposed, I chose to descend deliberately into the Serpent Valley and engage in combat there. Alas, after circling its depths thoroughly, the sovereign failed to appear. With no alternative, I turned my back toward the earthen mound mid-battle, intentionally lowering its guard. Su Bei proceeded to elucidate the full logic behind his carefully orchestrated stratagem. Hear me well. Though I appeared to fight with my back turned toward the mound, my entire spiritual awareness remained fixed upon what lay behind me. At the faintest whisper of movement, I reacted instantly, exactly as you just witnessed. Reality affirmed both my suspicion and my reasoning. I had not anticipated such extraordinary restraint, or such chilling indifference, from this wily elder. To watch his kin slaughtered before him yet refrain from direct confrontation, despite possessing overwhelming superiority, truly astonishing. Su Bei recounted his observations, deductions, hypotheses, analyses, and myriad probes, 9 parts truth, 1 part fabrication. In truth, Su Bei descended into the valley because his divine insight eye technique could only pierce obstructions within a 6-meter radius, and both the earthen mound and the valley's central point lay beyond that limit. Only by entering the valley could he survey its entirety. Upon discovering the sovereign serpent concealed beneath the central mound, he deliberately faced away, luring it forth from its lair. And indeed it took the bait. Had it remained entrenched and refused to emerge, Su Bei would have been powerless to slay it live on stream. His current cultivation realm rendered direct confrontation suicidal. Even firing his Juga repeating crossbow through layers of earth would drastically diminish its penetrating force, likely insufficient to wound the sovereign meaningfully. I see. So Master Bai suspected this all along, and deliberately laid a trap for the Master Bai, you're incredible. Even if I'd known, I'd never dare attempt such a gambit. A single misstep, and the hunter becomes the prey. Brilliant move, Master Bai, an absolute highlight moment. Even the Obsidian Dimension streaming platform has begun pushing your broadcast, clear acknowledgement of your mastery. Though Su Bai's explanation dispelled many doubts, it simultaneously elevated his reputation worldwide, prompting intense scrutiny from global governments and cultivation authorities alike. Now comes the harvest. A serene smile graced Su Bai's lips as he circled the Serpent Valley, gathering serpent corpses into his 10,000 Beast Pagoda, stowing spoils within his personal spatial ring and collecting numerous serpent eggs into the pagoda's first tier, alongside the crimson-tailed chicken eggs. He hesitated over how best to handle the eggs, hatch them or hold them until encountering the gold coin aisle, where they might fetch a fortune. Unable to decide, he chose to store them for now. Thank you all for your unwavering support. Today's broadcast concludes here. Next, I shall conduct a thorough exploration of the forest, eradicating any remaining serpents. Beyond that, little remains worth watching. In our next stream, I'll take you to another floating island. Su Bai offered this preview and promptly terminated the broadcast, indifferent to the staggering 1,200 million viewers still tuned in, leaving countless fans stunned and lamenting. What? Master Bai, you saw the viewer count and still logged off. Are you abandoning profit? In truth, the peak of donations and wagering has already passed. Though current viewership remains high, most are passive observers, not donors. Scattered contributions may seem substantial to ordinary cultivators, but for Su Bai, who has already claimed the lion's share amid the earlier deluge, they amount to mere crumbs. A seasoned viewer analyzed the situation. Su Bai acted with remarkable acumen. This very restraint deepens mystery and heightens anticipation. Others wholeheartedly concurred. Master Bai exploring the forest is thrilling, and we want to watch. Why not stream it? Though Su Bai's precise cultivation level remains unconfirmed, he is undoubtedly Earth's foremost warrior at present. The remaining azurite serpents in the forest pose no mortal threat to him, though admittedly the spectacle has lost some of its edge. Even after Su Bai signed off, the black broadcast interface remained alive with cascading commentary. Yet he did not leave the Serpent Valley, he walked instead toward the earthen mound. At the moment he first detected the Sovereign, his divine insight, I had also glimpsed something beneath it, the very reason the Sovereign had lingered there for so long. Name: Imperfect Blood Crystal. Grade: Inferior. Description: formed over eons when the blood of ancient cultivators or primordial ferocious beasts seeped underground, refined by potent geomantic energies and immense subterranean pressure, purging impurities and volatile chi while preserving only the purest essence of vital blood and spirit. Rich in life force energy, it powerfully augments cultivation. No wonder this place nurtured such a formidable azurite serpent sovereign. It draws strength from this imperfect blood crystal. Su Bai mused, then wondered if the serpent sovereign possessed such a treasure, what might dwell within the crimson-tailed chicken sovereign's lair. How else could the chicken sovereign achieve such an overwhelming advantage, unless imposed by artificial game mechanics? Its nest, too, must harbor rare treasures. These celestial resources likely fuel its unprecedented supremacy. At that thought, his heart burned with renewed fervor. First, he excavated the inferior grade imperfect blood crystal. Warm to the touch, its surface glowed deep crimson, an irresistible allure evoking primal hunger in the starving, parched thirst in the dehydrated, instinctive visceral greed. Island spirit, how is this crystal used? May it be ingested directly? Su Bai found no usage instructions within the Divine Insight Eye's identification data. Direct ingestion is fatal. The crystal's life force is too potent, risking bodily rupture. Cultivators in the body-forging realm's first 3 stages may hold it in the mouth, slowly absorbing its vital essence. From the 4th stage onward, when one can project life force externally, one may guide the crystal's essence using emitted chi, steadily amplifying one's inner vitality. The island spirit explained. That is rather convenient. Su Bai inclined his head slightly, carefully stowing the blood crystal into his personal space. Then, thinking of something, he instructed the tower spirit of the Wancho Tower, Tower Spirit, refine all the Bayan snakes. Soon the 2 luminous spheres on the 9th level of the Wancho Tower dissipated, revealing blood spirit pills and soul spirit pills. 1 intact first-rank mid-grade blood spirit pill, 99 intact first-rank low-grade blood spirit pills, 11 intact first-rank low-grade soul spirit pills, and half of an unformed first-rank mid-grade soul spirit pill. With these 11 soul spirit pills, I should be able to swiftly finish exploring the dense forest on this floating island, Su Bai decided. He reached the edge of the floating island and unleashed the divine eye of insight, then hurried through the thicket. The 120-meter scanning radius allowed him to probe with remarkable speed. 3 minutes later, the divine sense faded. Su Bai swallowed a first-rank low-grade soul spirit pill. His mental strength was instantly replenished. Because he had not expended extra willpower training martial techniques this time, his soul power gained a modest increase, reaching 11 minutes and 15 seconds. Last time it increased by 50 seconds, this time only 25. Is part of it being used to restore mental strength, he wondered. Resolving to experiment further, Su Bai kept in mind that he now had a plentiful supply of soul spirit pills. He swallowed another soul spirit pill. This time with no additional expenditure, all the medicinal force went toward enhancing his soul. When the pill's power was spent, and he checked his status again, the divine duration had risen to 12 minutes. This time it had increased by 45 seconds. His conjecture seemed correct. When mental strength is full, the pills augment the soul most effectively. So he pressed on. Subai consumed another soul spirit pill. The duration grew by 40 seconds, reaching 12 minutes and 40 seconds. He took a third, a fourth, and continued until the 10th. After that point, the divine duration no longer increased, only his mind felt unusually clear and alert, nothing else. Tower spirit, what is happening? Although Subai already had a suspicion, he recounted his condition anyway. Master, these are only first-rank low-grade soul spirit pills. Their effects have an upper limit. You have simply reached that ceiling. To further strengthen your soul, you must either raise your cultivation or use higher-grade soul spirit pills, the tower spirit explained. I see. It matched Subai's expectation. My divine duration has now reached 15 minutes and the insight radius has expanded to 85 meters. That will suffice. Subai glanced at the attribute interface and felt satisfied with the outcome. Although consuming 10 first-rank low-grade soul spirit pills stung a little, all had been converted into personal strength and could not be called wasteful. After adjusting his mood, Subai slipped through the forest once more. This small island is only 2.5 square kilometers, with a dense forest covering roughly 2 square kilometers. At Subai's full sprint, the divine duration had not yet expired before he had scouted the entire forest. He also slew every Bayan snake in the woods, gathered all the scattered snake eggs and chicken eggs, and harvested every stalk of snake blood grass. A notification chimed. Congratulations on successfully eliminating the entire Bayan snake clan, a reward 1 level 1 power module. Unexpectedly, the red-tailed chicken's treasure proved to be a fractured low-grade blood crystal, as well. Only Subai examined the tiny low-grade blood crystal in his hand, about the size of a soybean, noticeably smaller than the one he had obtained from the Bayan Snake King, and a faint smile curved his lips. He was very pleased. The low-grade blood crystal from the Bayan Snake King had been nearly the size of a broad bean, far larger than this. Subai had never seen a complete blood crystal and did not know what its true dimensions might be. He cast his eyes over the first wild floating island he had explored, at the enlarged water pit he had redug and refilled, and at the pile of dried oil pine logs stacked outside the island lord's manor. He exhaled deeply and smiled from the heart. On this island he had taken all the valuable portable resources, only the oil pines remained, a timber that required great manpower to harvest, truly beyond his present capability. Or perhaps those oil pines simply did not merit the time he would have to spend. It's time to leave, Subai said, turning his gaze to the 2 other floating islands in the distance. One was Miwu Island, its area appearing roughly twice that of the wild resource island he had just explored. The other was likewise a resource island, much larger, at least 5 times the size of the island beneath him, yet from afar it looked somewhat bare, as if nothing of value remained upon it. Staring at the 2 distant islands, Subai fell into thought. They represented 2 starkly different choices that required his judgment. Island spirit, set course for that Miwu Island. Subai summoned the island spirit and issued the command, signaling he had made his decision. His reasoning was simple. First, Miwu Island was closer, better to scout it first. There was no live broadcast to begin with, and no promise that Miwu must be explored first. If it proved too dangerous, he could withdraw and change course. Second, few challengers would have explored Miwu Island early on. The audience would surely be curious, and it might attract a large number of viewers, which would work to his advantage. Third, Miwu Island might hold opportunities. He wanted to see what fate lay upon that floating isle. Yes, master. How long will it take? Subai asked. 23 minutes and 41 seconds. If the master upgrades the power modules, travel will be faster, the island spirit replied. Subai flipped his hand and 2 objects like miniature reactor cores appeared. How do I upgrade? Master, upgrade 2 power modules, the island spirit queried. Yes. The next moment, the 2 power modules leapt from his palm and were absorbed into the floating. Master, the upgrade succeeded. The floating island now travels at 30 kilometers per hour. It will take 7 minutes and 54 seconds to reach the designated wild floating island. Excellent. The speed had tripled, one of the best outcomes he had anticipated. In that case, obtaining 7 more power modules would satisfy the next upgrade requirement. Island spirit, proceed at full speed to that wild floating island. Also upgrade the radar fragments. Subai said, and 2 perfectly symmetrical silver-glinting triangular fragments appeared in his hand. Master, upgrade 2 radar fragments. Yes. Master, upgrade complete. The floating island's radar scanning range has increased to a radius of 300 meters. Indeed, Subai's mood lifted. After upgrading both the radar and the power, he set about arranging the remaining spoils with a pleased air. During the cleanup of the dense forest, Subai had already killed over 40 green-eyed snakes, and their corpses had all been refined. Now he had a total of 121 complete first-grade low-tier blood spirit pills, and increased his complete first-grade low-tier soul pills from 1 to 3. As for the other spoils that had surfaced, Subai looked at the neatly organized piles of items before him, unable to suppress the smile at the corners of his mouth. Copper notes and bronze coins piled high, but this didn't require special calculation. He could see how much money he had at a glance. Including the previous balance, his current total had risen to 23595 when plus 12 silver coins dropped by the Green-eyed Snake King. According to the exchange rate of the trial space, 1 silver coin is equivalent to 1000 bronze coins, which means Subai's finances had surpassed 350001. Island Spirit, upgrade my personal space to 10 cubic meters, Subai commanded. Yes, master. Soon Subai felt his personal space expand once more, growing to 10 cubic meters while his wallet balance decreased by 70001. How much does it cost to upgrade to a space larger than 10 cubic meters? Subai inquired. From 10 cubic meters to 100 cubic meters, each upgrade requires a minimum of 10 cubic meters costing 9500 yen, which is equivalent to a 5 discount. That's quite reasonable. This was a piece of good news. However, deciding whether to upgrade was another question. First, the next upgrade for the Island Lord's mansion requires 30000 bronze coins, which definitely needs to be prepared in advance. He couldn't afford to have all other materials ready and then find himself short on money. Secondly, if he encounters a money island, he would also need funds. Lastly, each upgrade costs 9500 yen, which is not insignificant. 10 cubic meters might be a bit small, just the more than 100 red-tailed chickens already occupied most of the space. A 30 cubic meter space should suffice for the short term. He wouldn't need to upgrade for a while. If he occasionally requires a larger space, he could temporarily store it in the Beast Tower and then transport it back to the floating island. Subai quickly made a decision, spending 9 silver coins and an additional 10000 when to upgrade his personal space to 30 cubic meters. Money really doesn't last long. Subai glanced at the balance in the wallet section of his attribute interface, which now only had 3 silver coins and 695 bronze coins left. The moment of melancholy was fleeting. When Subai saw the other spoils, his mood brightened again. For books, 5 porcelain bottles, 1 egg the size of a basketball, and a deep red color, 1 egg the size of a suitcase, and a vibrant green color, 17 pieces of weaponry and 58 arrows. That was the entirety of the loot obtained. 2 of the eggs were also spoils not from the red-tailed chicken's nests or picked up in the Snake Valley. The red egg was dropped by the red-tailed chicken king, and the green egg was dropped by the green-eyed snake king. Name: mutated red-tailed chicken egg. Level none. Description: possesses a trace of the bloodline of the crimson blood rooster. Currently it has a potential of 2nd tier. If it can assist in returning to its ancestral form, the bloodline of the crimson blood rooster can be fully activated, inheriting its legacy with the potential to become an 8th tier demon beast worthy of cultivation. Island Spirit, what is the difference between a demon beast and a ferocious beast? Subai asked, curious. Demon beasts are descendants of innate demon gods, while ferocious beasts are products of postnatal origin. My authority only allows me to know this much. More specific information may require the master to enter the Cosmic Lord Academy to learn. Understood. Subai was merely curious about this question, as knowing or not wouldn't change his strength. Immediately afterwards, Subai sent this egg into the first layer of the Beast Tower and asked Tower Spirit, what do I need to do to hatch this egg? You only need to provide a drop of your own blood, and the Beast Tower will assist the master in signing a master-servant contract with the soon-to-hatch battle pet. Then let's do it. Without a hint of hesitation, Subai took out a dagger, made a small cut on his finger, and squeezed out a drop of blood to send into the Beast Tower. How long will it take? About 3 minutes. Good. Subai didn't just wait idly, he next looked at the second egg. Name: mutated green-eyed snake egg. Level none. Description: possesses a trace of the Titan dragon python's bloodline. Currently it has a potential of 3rd tier. If it can obtain true dragon blood or a dragon pearl, it can refine its bloodline. Just a 30 bloodline chance can lead to becoming a 7th tier demon beast, and a 50 bloodline chance can lead to becoming a divine beast. Its potential is immense and worth cultivating, as it might become your battle partner in the future. Wow, this is much more impressive than the crimson blood rooster. Subai swallowed hard, somewhat shocked. Island Spirit, is it really possessing the bloodline of the Titan dragon python? Is my luck just too good? This is the first floating island, and I've obtained 2 such powerful battle pet eggs. Subai felt it was a bit unbelievable. Was he really favored by the heavens? Master, I need to correct you. The little spirit looked very serious, which was quite intimidating. First, every trial taker who conquers their first floating island can obtain a battle pet egg as long as they can defeat the king. You are not an exception. This is a hidden benefit provided by the trial space to the trial takers. In the future, the probability of obtaining a battle pet egg after defeating a king will not exceed 10. Secondly, 50 of battle pet eggs contain demon beast bloodlines, and the probability of 2 consecutive eggs containing them is 25. It can only be said that the master's luck is indeed good, but it is not the best configuration. Otherwise, the mutated red-tailed chicken egg should also possess divine beast potential. Furthermore, battle pets are easy to acquire, but nurturing them to become capable partners requires a lot of resources, which may affect the master's own strength growth. Whether it is worth it varies from person to person. Lastly, generally cultivators below the 4th realm can only contract 1 battle pet. Those below the 7th realm can contract a maximum of 2, and before becoming a deity a maximum of 3 can be contracted unless one possesses special techniques or specific beast aiming weapons which allows them to control more battle pets with external force. Island Spirit explained. I see. Subai nodded slightly. He was able to control 2 battle pets only because of the beast tower. Tower Spirit, help me hatch this battle pet egg as well. With that, Subai squeezed out another drop of blood and sent it along with the battle pet egg into the beast tower. Okay, master. Hatching the battle pet egg requires time, and Subai's gaze turned back to the other spoil. All 58 arrows were first-grade low-tier green-eyed snake arrows, which were unremarkable. Subai directly stored them in his personal space, placing them alongside the Juga crossbow. With these 58 arrows, he now had 30 original first-grade upper-tier arrows plus 66 first-grade low-tier green-eyed snake arrows, significantly enhancing his firepower. 5 porcelain bottles, 4 of which contained the essence of green-eyed snake venom, and 1 was named Detox Pill. Grade first-tier medium quality. Introduction capable of detoxifying 99 of first-tier high-quality poisons and 30 of first-tier superior poisons. It can alleviate 80 of first-tier superior poisons. It's quite a good detox pill, and the most important thing is that there are 10 of them which may greatly assist you in the early stages and could save your life. This is a good item, much better than snake venom essence. Subai slightly raised the corners of his mouth as he stored the detox pill in his spatial storage, keeping it separate from the other 4 ceramic vials to avoid confusion due to nervousness. Then Subai looked at 4 books, 1 first-tier high-quality cultivation method, 2 first-tier low-quality cultivation methods, and 1 first-tier medium-quality martial technique. It's a pity, but none of these are useful to me. Subai sighed, putting the books away for now, planning to sell them on Money Island in the future. Finally, only 17 pieces of weaponry remained: 1 first-tier medium quality, 8 first-tier low quality, 5 common high quality, and 3 common medium quality. Among the 8 common quality items there were 4 fine steel daggers, 1 hatchet, 1 iron pot, 1 kettle, and 1 water barrel, mostly daily necessities. For Subai, the useful items were just the kettle and the water barrel, which could be utilized in the kitchen. The 8 first-tier low-quality items included 3 golden snake daggers, 2 blood sword blades, 1 Xian iron knife, 1 jade pendant, and 1 shovel. Subai was only particularly interested in the jade pendant. Name: Linglong Blood Jade Fragment. Grade first-tier low quality. Introduction contains a fragmented defensive formation that can withstand a fatal blow from a first-tier 3-star extreme ferocious beast once. Even when facing higher-ranked beasts, it can mitigate a portion of the attack power. If you can become a formation master or invite one to repair it, the complete Linglong Blood Jade is a second-tier high-quality treasure. For me now it's somewhat useless, but it's a good item especially for novice testers. This jade pendant is definitely a small gem in the early stages. After all, not everyone has the fortune like Subai to quickly elevate their cultivation to the 3rd level of body refinement. When I have the chance to go to Money Island, I will see if there are any formation masters there. If it can truly be repaired, it will be of even greater help to me. Subai hung the Linglong Blood Jade at his waist, stored the less desirable equipment in his spatial storage, and turned his gaze to the last piece of equipment, the only first-tier medium-quality item. Name: Black Star Pistol. Grade first-tier medium quality. Introduction: a reasonably good pistol, a product of technology, with an effective range of 150 meters, suitable for close combat. It has certain lethality against first-tier 6-star ferocious beasts within 10 meters and lethality against first-tier 4-star ferocious beasts within 50 meters. The downside is that it is very loud, easily attracting more powerful enemies. Note: magazine capacity is 10 rounds fully loaded and equipped with a box of 50 rounds. Wow, a pistol has even appeared. This is a rare item in the early stages, especially for people from Blue Star. The only 2 drawbacks are that there are too few bullets and that it is too loud, lacking the concealment of the Juga crossbow. However, if you want to attract more ferocious beasts with sound, this is better than the Juga crossbow. Subai looked at the Black Star pistol in his hand, beginning to contemplate its uses. He placed the pistol and the box of bullets together in his spatial storage. Then Subai glanced at the detailed list of his hunts, furrowing his brow slightly. Including 58 arrows, there are only 86 spoils in total. This time a total of 503 were hunted, including the red-tailed chick and the blue-eyed snake. This calculates to a drop rate of 17. 1. However, Subai knew very well that this calculation was inaccurate because the drop rate for the blue-eyed snake arrows was obviously relatively high. The actual drop rate should be lower. Island Spirit, is the drop rate for this battle lower than before? Is this normal? Subai, unable to suppress his curiosity, asked directly. Master, the previous high drop rate was due to your low cultivation level, often engaging in battles above your level. This time your cultivation has improved and many times you are slaying beasts below your level, resulting in a drop rate decrease. This is a normal phenomenon. The Island Spirit's explanation was reasonable and Subai had nothing to retort. At that moment the Tower Spirit's voice echoed in his mind, interrupting Subai's thoughts. Master, the 2 battle pet eggs have fully hatched and completed the contract. Subai quickly immersed his mind in the first layer of the 10,000 Beasts Tower and indeed saw 2 small, adorably clumsy battle pets appearing inside. Subai activated his insight eye to look at the chick that was bright red and the size of 2 basketballs. Battle Pet Red Blood Rooster Pseudo Young. Cultivation First Tier 1 Star Early Stage. Skill Bloodthirst. During battle it can recover its own injuries and vitality by devouring the blood of enemies. Talent ability Blood Burst can explosively increase internal chi and blood for a short time, enhancing combat power by 30 for 1 minute. Can only be used once after a universe day of rest. Bloodline 1. 5. Note: can devour flesh and blood of abundant vitality, blood crystals, and other rare treasures to rapidly enhance cultivation. Before reaching the potential ceiling there is no bottleneck and can quickly enhance cultivation to form combat power. The Red Blood Rooster is inherently combative and can enhance its bloodline concentration during battle, even reverting to ancestral traits. The other creature was much larger, measuring 2 meters long at birth, though still appearing juvenile, with completely different features from the blue-eyed snake and 2 very inconspicuous black horns on its head. Battle Pet Titan Dragon Python Pseudo Young. Cultivation First Tier 1 Star Mid-Stage. Skill Venom Spike can shoot venom as arrows with a range of 5 meters, able to kill enemies 1 small realm lower. Talent ability Enlargement. During battle it can enlarge its size 3-fold for 1 minute. Gravity Control can control gravity within a 1 meter radius, adjustable from 0.5 to 1. 5 times, lasting 1 minute. Bloodline 3. 5. Note: can devour flesh and blood of abundant vitality, blood crystals, and other rare treasures to rapidly enhance cultivation. If it is a snake-like creature possessing dragon blood, dragon meat, dragon blood, or dragon pearls, it can also enhance the bloodline concentration to a certain extent. Damn, as expected of a battle pet with the potential to become a divine beast, it actually possesses 2 talent abilities. Impressive. Subai felt an even stronger shock upon seeing the information about the Titan Dragon Python. Good. Subai could no longer find words to describe the joy in his heart at this moment. Tower Spirit, can I use blood spirit pills to enhance their cultivation? Subai quickly asked, suddenly thinking of something. He currently had 121 first-tier low-quality blood spirit pills, and he had also reached the initial stage of the 3rd level of body refinement. He definitely wouldn't need so many blood spirit pills to reach the limit of the 3rd level of body refinement, so if he could use them for his battle pets that would be even better. Of course, this is a great tonic for chi and blood. The Tower Spirit replied matter-of-factly. That's good, give each of them 40 first-tier low-quality blood spirit pills. I want to see if I can directly elevate their cultivation to the limit of first tier 3 stars. Alright, Master. The Tower Spirit nodded in agreement. However, the Tower Spirit did not forget to remind Master they need time to absorb the vitality from the blood spirit pill. It won't happen overnight. Please be patient. Of course I understand. Subai was not anxious because of this. After bringing the 2 little creatures out of the 10,000 Beasts Tower and interacting with them briefly to enhance their master-servant bond, Subai sent them back into the first layer of the 10,000 Beasts Tower to absorb and refine the blood spirit pill. This feeling of being connected by blood and having a thought control life and death is truly wonderful. Subai reminisced about the sensation he had just experienced. It was a novel experience he had never encountered before, and overall it was quite pleasant. Master, we have arrived at Misty Island. The Island Spirit's voice broke Subai's thoughts. Let's use the radar to see what we can find on this Misty Island. Master, the Misty Island is quite special. The radar is ineffective here. We can only land on the island and explore with our eyes. I'm sorry, Master, the Island Spirit said with a pained expression. With the naked eye, Subai frowned slightly and asked, is divine sense possible? Although he had already opened his sea of consciousness, his divine sense was not strong enough to extend outwards yet. However, he believed it would be possible in the future, and his eye of insight should also have some relation to divine sense. That won't work either. The mist on Misty Island is quite unique. It can obscure vision, block the radar, and even burn divine sense. The Island Spirit's words made Subai's heart sink. Will burning divine sense harm my sea of consciousness? Subai asked anxiously. If we compare the mist to a sea of mental fire, then mental power is the fuel. It will ignite the moment it comes into contact with the mist. However, if you act quickly and cut it off in time, it will only result in the loss of some external mental power and won't harm the foundation of your sea of consciousness. The island spirit's words relieved Subei's anxious heart. That was enough for him. Resource islands are graded. Is Misty Island graded as well? It is graded. For example, this Misty Island, the only information I know is that it is a first-tier Misty Island. All other information is unknown. The island spirit replied and then proactively explained Misty Islands are classified in the same way as resource islands, but the difference is that the resources on a resource island will not exceed the corresponding level of the floating island, while the opportunities on Misty Island may be higher than the level of the Misty Island itself. This is why, despite its dangers, Misty Island still attracts many trial seekers. I understand. Subei nodded slightly. Should we try it? Subei walked to the edge of the floating island, hesitating in his heart. Though being cautious is good and safe, sometimes one must take risks. If I can confirm that the Eye of Insight can be used on Misty Island, it would be immensely valuable to me, worth the risk of trying. Having thought this through, Subei made a decision. He took a deep breath and activated his Eye of Insight to look at Misty Island. In an instant, he immediately retracted his probing. It seems there is no effect. A quick attempt made Subei a bit bolder. He tried again, this time not stopping immediately but probing while concentrating on the condition of his sea of consciousness. He found that there was indeed no effect, and he suddenly became excited. Awesome. The Eye of Insight is truly amazing. It can actually be used on Misty Island. This was undoubtedly fantastic news for him. After calming down, he conducted various experiments. He ultimately reached a surprisingly delightful conclusion: the mist had no effect on his Eye of Insight, his body, or his sea of consciousness. In that case, there's nothing to hesitate about. Subei immediately decided that the second island to explore would be this Misty Island. However, he did not intend to proceed with the exploration immediately. Instead, he planned to improve his cultivation and combat power, preparing thoroughly before taking action. Returning to the bluestone square in front of the island master's mansion, Subei took out the blood spirit pill and began to cultivate again. Regardless of what this floating island held, increasing strength was always the top priority, and everything else was secondary. As he swallowed one blood spirit pill after another, time passed, and the vitality within Subei's body became increasingly vigorous. If one got close enough, they might hear a faint thunderous sound emanating from within him, the sound of vitality flowing through his meridians. Break for me. This time Subei swallowed 3 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills at once. The violent vitality surged through his body, and Subei operated his cultivation method to guide the vitality to oscillate back and forth within him in a special rhythm. At a certain moment or critical point, the pores on the surface of Subei's skin suddenly opened all at once, and a pressure was released resembling steam. Visible white steam appeared, and Subei's skin glowed red like a cooked shrimp shell. Some impurities hidden in his flesh and blood began to slowly flow out through the opened pores. Under the scorching vitality, they formed hard blood scabs, which then shattered into powder and fell to the ground under a powerful force. After 3 cycles like this, Subei's skin gradually transformed from blood red to a rosy hue, exuding a very healthy glow. Moreover, there seemed to be a faint blood-colored sheen flowing on the surface of his body, making one think it was an illusion. Vitality externalization, 4th level of body refining. I've made it. Subei could no longer suppress the joy in his heart. Although his strength had only increased by less than 1 kilogram compared to the limit of the 3rd level of body, refining the 4th level allowed for vitality externalization, whereas the 3rd level limit did not, resulting in a multiple increase in combat power. There is still no bottleneck, a truly worthy of divine grade roots, simply defying heaven. Subei sighed, feeling that as long as he had enough cultivation resources, his cultivation could continue to rise before encountering a bottleneck. Hunting fierce beasts would yield cultivation resources such as blood spirit pills. In other words, as long as he kept hunting fierce beasts, he could sustain his cultivation through battle, continuously improving himself, which was undoubtedly great news for him. After stopping his standing meditation, Subei resumed practicing martial skills, using up 2 first-tier low-grade soul pills and exhausting his divine abilities, leaving 1 as a backup. He then prepared a meal, ate, and went to sleep. As for exploring the second floating island, he could always go after he woke up and recovered his body. Before sleeping, Subei glanced at his attribute interface, unable to suppress a slight smile, wearing a satisfied expression as he fell into a deep sleep. Trial Seeker ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subei. Realm Early 4th level of body refining. Strength 600. 8 kilograms. Cultivation method 9 turns Divine Demon Art, first layer of 9 turns Hun Yuan skill. Martial skills: Heavenly Stream, Divine Finger, first layer, Break Gold, beginner 5, 9-fold Mystic Yuan Spear, first layer, heavier than 1,000 pounds, beginner 32. Star River at your fingertips, first layer, Treading Snow without leaving a trace, beginner 16. Secret techniques: none. Root Divine Grade. Innate Divine Ability Divine Level Eye of Insight 2,525 points, can perceive everything within a 120-meter range, identifying all things with increased duration and distance as cultivation improves. Wallet 3 silver coins 6,595 bronze coins. Points 3281 first tier points 1556 ordinary points. Lord Startup Funds 17. 2 black gold coins 1U9000 gold coins tips 86 black gold coins 646000 gold coins bets 2084 blue gold coins 8. 22 million black gold coins 1206. 440000 gold coins investment 0, advertising 0, merchandise 0. Fans 20166. Personal space 30 cubic meters. Floating island level 1. Island Masters Mansion Primary. Area 10000 square meters 1 square kilometer. Radar range 300 meters 1000 meters. Power 30 kilometers per hour 100 kilometers per hour. Attack none 1. Defense none 1. Islanders none 30. Resources none 2. In the base of Huaxia, the capital of Blue Star, Zhang Yong had just returned from a report to the Central Command when he received an urgent message from the base prompting him to ask immediately how is Luo Feng's injury. Luo Feng is currently ranked second among the first sequence of Huaxia, with the first position having shifted to Subai, which is why he remains highly regarded by the authorities. It's stabilized now, but he needs to rest on the floating island for a while. He probably won't be able to explore for a short time. Wang Jia said gravely. Is Misty Island really that dangerous? Zhang Yang had already heard a brief report over the phone noting that Luo Feng was severely injured while exploring a misty island. Wang Jia nodded solemnly and then pulled up a recorded video. Sir, please take a look. Although Misty Island has great opportunities, it equally harbors great dangers. Firstly, Misty Island is shrouded in mist year-round. Even if one enters, visibility is severely affected, limited to about 10 meters at most. Often it is only when the crisis strikes that the explorers realize the danger. From the 1127 Misty Islands that have been broadcasted globally, the vast majority of explorers who witnessed the conditions within the islands turned back immediately without delving deeper. Only 216 individuals explored further, with a staggering death rate of 70% and an injury rate of 20%. Only 3 managed to return unscathed, yet they also did not gain any treasures from the island, leaving empty-handed. Secondly, Misty Island is not only home to high-level ferocious beasts that stealthily ambush explorers, but it also contains traps and natural hazards that can ensnare the unwary. This time Luo Feng encountered a sneak attack from a first-tier 3-star ultimate ferocious beast. If he hadn't obtained a jade token for temporary acceleration beforehand, things could have been dire. However, he was still severely injured, and without 3 to 5 days of rest, he will not be able to explore again, which may slow his growth significantly. Wang Jia finished explaining the situation of Misty Island, also feeling worried for Luo Feng. If something happened to Luo Feng, his second team would effectively cease to exist, either having to take on new first sequence explorers or disband outright. It can be said that Luo Feng's success or failure directly impacts his career. Did he obtain any treasures on the island? Zhang Yong asked. If he had gained something, that would be fine, otherwise it would truly be a loss. He obtained a low-grade blood crystal, this one right here. Wang Jia said as he pulled up a picture showing a crystal the size of a mahjong tile with blood-red light emanating from it as blood energy flowed within. If Subai saw it, he would realize that this complete low-grade blood crystal was at least 3 times larger than the flawed one he currently possessed. This is a good item. It contains powerful blood energy that can be used for healing and cultivation, which can indeed compensate for part of the losses from this exploration. Zhang Yong felt a slight sense of relief. If Luo Feng had been severely injured without gaining anything, that would have been a significant loss. This is indeed a stroke of luck among misfortunes. As far as we know, there are currently no more than 5 individuals globally who have obtained blood crystals, all from Misty Island. Wang Jia nodded slightly. Subai had closed the live broadcast when he retrieved the blood crystal, so they continue to monitor Luo Feng's situation. Additionally, you are permitted to access all live broadcast information of explorers from Area 9 of Blue Star. If you discover anything related to Money Island or information useful to Luo Feng, inform him immediately. This was the only thing Zhang Yang could do for Luo Feng at the moment. They were on Blue Star, making it difficult to intervene directly in the trial space, offering almost zero direct assistance, but they could provide some information and support. Understood. Wang Jia felt a bit better. Now that he had returned to the base, Zhang Yang left the second group and headed straight to the first group. However, upon seeing the situation there, he frowned slightly as the first group seemed far too relaxed compared to the others, chatting and drinking tea as if they had nothing to do. Has Subai not started the broadcast yet? Zhang Yong was aware of the situation and did not scold them, instead calling Lu Min to inquire. Not yet, but his live broadcast number is still white, indicating that he is still in the trial and has neither died nor withdrawn. Lumin replied. Even if the live broadcast was not active, the people of Blue Star could still judge the general situation of the explorers through the color of the broadcast number. For example, if the broadcast number turns gray, it indicates that the explorer has chosen to withdraw from the trial and return to Blue Star. If the broadcast number turns red, it indicates that the explorer has died and been eliminated. If the broadcast number remains white, it indicates that the individual is still in the trial, but has simply not started the broadcast. If the broadcast number turns green, it indicates that the explorer is currently live. These 4 colors represent 4 states clear at a glance. This unintentional discovery conveniently helps countries around the world track the basic status of their explorers. What is that kid doing? Has the interval this time been longer than the last? Zhang Yong said with a hint of frustration. Actually no, only 8 hours and 34 minutes have passed since the last broadcast. Lu Min had already grown accustomed to Su Bei's habits, having been with him from the beginning. Only. Haha, your mindset is good. Zhang Yong understood that this might just be his perception, akin to the saying that a concerned eunuch is more anxious than. Although Su Bei hasn't started broadcasting yet, you can still gather other information. Isn't there a global power ranking going on right now? You should pay attention to that. Zhang Yong pointed towards the first group's office, making his point clear. Understood. Lu Min, being clever, immediately grasped the leader's intent, which was to avoid making their group appear too idle, preventing others from gossiping and affecting cohesion. What is Su Bei doing now? Still sleeping? Of course not. On floating island no. 10010 of Blue Star, Su Bei awoke and continued his standing meditation. This time he had only slept for 4 hours before awakening. This first-tier low-grade blood spirit pill is still effective, but the effect is too low, isn't it? Su Bei refined a first-tier low-grade blood spirit pill, glanced at the attribute panel, and found that it only increased his strength by 3 kilograms, leaving him with a bitter expression. It's important to note that the limit strength for the 4th stage of body refinement is 3600 kilograms, requiring an increase of 3000 kilograms to break through to the 5th stage. If one pill only increases 3 kilograms, that would require 1000 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills. No, as one's cultivation level rises, the efficacy of the pills decreases, meaning more than 1000 pills would be needed. Let's begin with a grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill. See how it performs. Upon ingestion, the pill released a vast yet remarkably gentle torrent of vital blood essence, far more potent than previous elixirs. It seeped into his flesh, nourishing and fortifying his physical form, flowed through his meridians, broadening and strengthening them, surged into his bloodstream, accelerating circulation and purging impurities, penetrated his skin, enhancing its resilience. Even the residual essence exuding from his pores was drawn back in by his cultivation art, spiraling inward to repeatedly scour and refine his body, rapidly amplifying his corporeal power. Absorbed in cultivation, he lost all sense of time, only emerging from trance once the pill's potency had been fully exhausted. Glancing at the hour, he realized precisely 1 hour had passed. His attribute interface now displayed a 100 kilograms increase in strength. Not bad. Its efficacy far surpassed that of the grade 1 low-tier blood spirit pill, yet still fell slightly short of his expectations. During the initial phase of the body-forging realm, each breakthrough conferred 200 kilograms of strength. In early stages, a single grade 1 low-tier blood spirit pill yielded roughly 20 kilograms, meaning 10 pills sufficed for advancement. But now, theoretically 30 grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pills would be required to ascend to body-forging 5th tier, a dramatic escalation in difficulty. Let's test the efficacy of blood crystals next, Su Bei decided, not pausing his cultivation, but shifting focus to experimental refinement. With a flick of his wrist, a pea-sized fragmented blood crystal appeared in his palm. He steadied himself in stance, then projected his vital chi outward, enveloping the crystal like a solvent. Though impervious to ordinary forces, the crystal yielded instantly upon contact with his blood. Key threads of supremely refined essence unspooled from its core, coiling with his own chi in spiraling harmony. Drawn inward by osmotic resonance, the blend permeated his pores and skin, then condensed within his body, refined, absorbed, and transmuted into his very life force, augmenting his physical might. Only 155 kilograms of strength gained, significantly less efficient than the grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill. Su Bei mused, frowning faintly, referring specifically to hourly yield. A swift mental calculation yielded clarity. At present, he could absorb 6 grade 1 low-tier blood spirit pills per hour, gaining roughly 18 kilograms of strength. 1 grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill per hour granted 100 kilograms. A low-tier blood crystal meanwhile delivered approximately 35 kilograms per hour. Thus the grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill operated at nearly 3 times the efficiency of the blood crystal, and the blood crystal itself performed nearly twice as well as the grade 1 low-tier pill. The grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill remains the most efficient path forward. Clearly hunting grade 1 beasts ranked 4 stars or higher is the swiftest route to true power. Su Bai, confident in his arithmetic, reached his conclusion swiftly. Trialist ID Blue Star 10010. Name Su Bai. Realm Body Forging 4th Tier Early Stage. Strength 866 kilograms. He rested briefly, then ate a bowl of chicken broth noodles topped with a fried egg, restoring both vitality and mental clarity, before stepping out of the Island Lord's residence and glancing upward at the countdown display. 9 Cosmic Days 15 Blue Star Days 5 hours 52 minutes 17 seconds. Tower Spirit, how are Xiaoqi and Xiaolong progressing with their blood spirit pill refinement? Xiaoqi was the affectionate name for the Crimson Blood Rooster, Xiaolong for the Titan Dragon Serpent. My lord, the Crimson Blood Rooster has ascended to grade 1 3-star midstage. The Titan Dragon Serpent exhibits even greater absorption efficiency. It has just broken through to grade 1 4-star early stage, having fully refined all 40 grade 1 low-tier blood spirit pills. The Tower Spirit's reply startled Su Bai. Such a stark disparity. Indeed. Their innate potentials differ markedly, hence divergent refinement efficiencies. Moreover, breakthrough durations vary across minor cultivation stages. The Tower Spirit nodded solemnly. Though Su Bai himself had never encountered a bottleneck, he knew others rarely advanced so smoothly. At the apex of each minor stage, cultivators inevitably stalled. Now he understood why. Summon Xiaoqi and Xiaolong to aid me. Su Bai resolved to reveal his 2 battle companions, motivated by 3 considerations. First, many had witnessed him slay the Azurite Serpent King and Crimson-Tailed Rooster King, both yielding companion eggs. Concealment was futile. Once others acquired companions, they'd inevitably connect the dots. Second, he intended to explore the mist-shrouded isle. If he employed insight, either effortlessly reaping rewards, suspicion would mount. But if that perceptual advantage were attributed to Xiaolong, whose ancestral blood granted extraordinary mispenetration and danger sensing far beyond human capacity, he could dominate the isle unchallenged, harvesting abundant benefits under plausible guise. True, this would still invite wariness and covetousness, but infinitely less than exposing the inside eye itself. Third, he possessed the Myriad Beast Pagoda, destined to command an army of beasts. That army would inevitably appear on stream, shattering the universal restriction limiting pre-4th realm cultivators to a single companion. Since revelation was inevitable, better to declare openly, he had inherited a beast-taming legacy, becoming a beast-tamer, thus elegantly concealing the pagoda's divine nature. Dammy. Su Bai blurted, stunned, speechless, as Xiaolong and Xiaoqi emerged from the Myriad Beast. His eyes widened at the 2 colossal beings before him. The Azurite Serpent King, grade 1 4-star at peak, measured only 7 or 8 meters. Yet Xiaolong, merely grade 1 4-star early stage, already stretched nearly 10 meters, surpassing even the Serpent King. The Crimson-Tailed Rooster King, grade 1 3-star at peak, rivaled a wild ox in stature. But Xiaoqi, only grade 1 3-star mid-stage, towered taller, still, standing over 4 meters high, head held high with regal poise. SSSSS. Xiaolong flicked his tongue, gliding to Su Bai's side and lowering his massive head to nuzzle affectionately against his waist, a sight so inspiring it would electrify any live broadcast. Seeing this, Xiaoqi hurried over, fearful of losing favor, pressing his great head gently against Su Bai. Good boy, Su Bai chuckled, lightly patting both enormous heads, soothing their eager affection. Though immense, neither beast was ancient. Both had hatched mere hours ago. They remained quite literally children. Time to depart anew. Su Bai gazed toward the distant mist-shrouded isle, veiled in swirling fog. Island Spirit, initiate the live stream. As you command, Master. The first team at the Beijing base. The leader, Su Bai, has started the broadcast. Li, who was lying on a chair sipping coffee, jumped up immediately upon seeing Su Bai's figure appear in the dark live room, even spilling coffee on his pants without caring. Immediately start screen recording and monitor the bullet comments. Lu Min seemed to have repeated this countless times, quickly assigning tasks to the team members. She herself immediately conveyed this good news to her superior, the base leader Zhang Yong. In a certain office building in Magic City, Li Wenhao was tidying up his workspace, putting a half-drunk bottle of beverage into his backpack, preparing for the upcoming end of work. Su Bai has started the broadcast. Everyone quickly take a look. Suddenly a colleague shouted. Li Wenhao paused his actions, and once he realized, he quickly put down his backpack, took out his phone from his pocket, and opened Su Bai's live room to watch. At the same time, across the entire Blue Star, many civilizations in the Hongguang Star Domain that had collected Su Bai's live room received notifications, eagerly opening the live room to see what this guy who had been offline for over 10 hours was up to now. Oh my, finally Lao Bai, you're back online. I've been waiting for ages, how can I live without you? What the hell, why are fierce beasts on the host's floating island? Host, be careful, there are two fierce beasts behind. Isn't this the host's floating island? He must have gone to the second floating island. Are you sure? Isn't that the island lord's mansion behind those two fierce beasts? This is definitely Lao Bai's floating island. Then what's going on? Wasn't it said that on the first cosmic day fierce beasts cannot actively enter a trial taker's floating island? It was said that hostile fierce beasts cannot invade a trial taker's floating island, but what about non-hostile ones? Looking at these two fierce beasts, they don't seem to have any killing intent, and they're so close to Lao Bai. If they wanted to ambush, they would have acted already. Besides, with Lao Bai's cautious nature, he wouldn't have failed to notice. Someone gradually caught on as if they had discovered something remarkable. Lao Bai is amazing, he knows how to work it. What exactly is going on here? This should be battle pets, but looking at their size, both of these battle pets possess considerable cultivation for this stage, and there are two of them. How did the host manage that? Under the Four Realms, one should only be able to contract one battle pet. The Star Empire of the Five-Star Lord had developed a keen interest in this trial taker before them. So they are battle pets. The senior is indeed a senior, knowing so much. Someone flattered. Even the big shots of the Five-Star Lord Empire are puzzled. Lao Bai, you truly are a crafty one, quickly clarify what's going on. Otherwise there will be serious consequences. In an instant, the number of viewers in Su Bei's live room skyrocketed. After entering the live room, everyone quickly shifted from surprise to astonishment and curiosity. Some posted bullet comments, some pondered the reasons, and others awaited Su Bei's response. Su Bei looked at the bullet comments floating by like snowflakes, noticing that most questions were concerned about the two battle pets behind him. He smiled, pointing to the two creatures behind him, and explained, "What the Iron Star Senior said is correct, they are both my battle pets. As for why I can contract two battle pets now, the reason is simple. Among the spoils I revealed earlier, there is a fragment of a beast master scripture that allows contracting multiple battle pets below the Four Realms. Ding, the Five-Star Lord Empire's Iron Star has gifted one black iron coin. If you're a beast master, that makes sense, but both of these battle pets are quite strong. How did you manage that?" After the Iron Star's gift, he pressed for more information. "I found a blood crystal while digging under the lair of the green-eyed Serpent King, that little mound, and I also discovered another blood crystal in the lair of the red-tailed Chicken King. Combining these resources, I was able to cultivate them into my best combat partners in such a short time." Su Bei explained in a mix of truth and falsehood, concealing the level and condition of the blood crystals, let alone revealing anything about the blood spirit pill. So it's blood crystals. The host's luck is really good to have obtained two blood crystals on the first resource floating island. Even if they're of low quality, they are still extremely valuable at this stage. The Iron Star of the Five-Star Lord Empire suddenly understood. What are blood crystals? Su Bei's conversation with Iron Star sparked curiosity among many. Not everyone was familiar with blood crystals. "I think I've seen someone obtain blood crystals from the Mist Island before. They should be good things," said a viewer who had watched other live rooms and knew about blood crystals. If even the big shots are affirming it, it must be something good. With the endorsement of the big shot Iron Star, everyone had fewer doubts about how Su Bei could cultivate two powerful battle pets in a short time, and even began to speculate about Su Bei's strength. It might all be related to the treasure of blood crystals, and some even speculated that Su Bei had obtained more than two blood crystals. Seeing the bullet comments being guided in this direction, Su Bei quickly shifted the topic, redirecting everyone to another subject. He didn't want to dwell on that topic too much, as the more he said, the more mistakes he could make, risking exposure. "Last time I finished the broadcast, I mentioned that next time we would explore a new floating island. I believe some viewers have seen it. I am currently docked next to a mist island, which is the second floating island I plan to explore." As Su Bei's words fell, everyone's attention was indeed diverted, and they turned to look at the mist island not far away. Although the people of Blue Star had seen many exploring the Mist Island, there were few that truly reaped rewards, and most had met with severe misfortune, so everyone remained very interested in the Mist Island and was curious about what opportunities lay within. "Previously, I saw someone obtain blood crystals on Mist Island. Lao Bai just mentioned that he cultivated two powerful battle pets with two blood crystals. If more blood crystals can be obtained on Mist Island, that would be a jackpot. The Mist Island is too dangerous. Lao Bai, you should explore another floating island first to wait until your strength increases before exploring Mist Island. I've seen several live broadcasts of exploring Mist Island, and they were all quite tragic." Lao Bai, do you see the bullet comments? Mist Island is very dangerous, so change to another one. You have a big advantage and don't need to take risks. Thank you all for your reminders, but I still want to give it a try. However, please rest assured, if I sense danger, I will return at the first moment. I won't be reckless, and besides, I have two helpers with me." Su Bei felt the goodwill from everyone and responded with a smile. "Alright, let's not talk about it for now. After I explore the Mist Island, I will share with everyone upon my return. Xiaoqi Xiaolong, let's set off. Su Bai patted the two little ones and stepped towards the Mist Island. Standing at the boundary of two floating islands, one side bright and gentle, filled with the essence of life, while the other is completely shrouded in mist obscuring its internal scenery, resembling an apocalyptic world. In this serene environment, the live broadcast captured an epic composition, causing some viewers with an appreciation for aesthetics to feel as if they had struck gold, prompting them to take screenshots. A thought can lead to paradise, another to hell. Lao Bai, you must think this through. Although many viewers knew it was futile to say anything, they still felt tense for him. Let's go. Su Bai stepped forward with a Zhuge crossbow in hand, leading two battle pets into the mist. In reality, behind the seemingly resolute exterior, Su Bai had already used his insightful eye to check the situation on the other side. At least within a 120-meter radius, there were no dangers, which is why he appeared so calm. The screen in the live stream went black, and then the scenery changed from a distant shot to a close-up, revealing only Su Bai's surroundings within a 10-meter radius. Beyond that was a gray and eerie expanse. Xiaolong, scout ahead. Su Bai patted the massive body of Xiaolong and instructed. The Titan dragon python, upon hearing its master's command, immediately swam forward, vanishing into the mist. Xiaoqi, stay behind me. Su Bai patted the crimson blood rooster and then moved forward, maintaining a distance of 20 meters from Xiaolong, while Xiaoqi waited until Su Bai was out of sight before following. Thus, in the live stream, viewers could only see Su Bai alone, unable to spot the other two battle pets. However, Su Bai could communicate with them through mental sensing, and with his insightful eye could still see them. Lao Bai, what strategy is this? We can't see the two battle pets. What if there's danger? Shouldn't all three of you stay together in the mist for safety? Some viewers expressed confusion over Su Bai's arrangements. What many don't know is that after entering the mist, Xiaolong communicated with me. It can sense the scenes within the mist and can anticipate danger. That's why I arranged for it to scout ahead. Although Xiaoqi doesn't have this ability, it is my battle pet, and we can communicate mentally. It will notify me at the first sign of trouble, helping us avoid being caught off guard. Su Bai explained a speech he had prepared earlier. Xiaolong could do it while Xiaoqi could not, which was also a deliberate arrangement. After all, other challengers would surely have battle pets in the future, and if there's lacked this ability in the mist, it would highlight the uniqueness of Su Bai's pets. However, with one having the ability and the other not, it would be questionable. One could only say that Xiaolong was quite special, perhaps possessing unique innate talents. It's a pity I only have two battle pets. If I had four, arranging one in front, behind, left, and right would significantly increase my safety. Su Bai added with some regret. Damn, Lao Bai, is this even something a person would say? At this stage, I haven't heard of any challengers having battle pets. You are likely the first one in our entire Blue Star, and you have two. And here you are feeling regretful. If other challengers heard this, they would probably be furious. Hearing Su Bai's words, some viewers couldn't hold back. Yeah, stop being humble, your words make me want to rush in and give you a beating. Su Bai chuckled and was just about to interact with the viewers when suddenly the smile vanished from his face, as if he had received a special signal. He could only say, well, talk later. With that, he charged forward, slicing through the mist like a ship sailing on the sea, which made the viewers in the live. In the next moment, a beastly roar echoed from ahead, and everyone finally understood what was happening. Name: Wild Mastiff. Level 1st Order 3-star Extreme. Description: descendant of the prairie giant wolf and the three-headed mastiff. This is merely a cub living on the outskirts of Mist Island. Bloodthirsty, frenzied, and vengeful, it is relentless. Though its flesh is tough, its fur is highly valuable, possessing excellent thermal insulation properties. The blood from its heart is a treasure for cultivation, best consumed while warm. Su Bai moved swiftly, and his vision soon caught sight of Xiaolong, as well as a gigantic beast comparable to an elephant, the wild mastiff resembling a wolf, but with the head of a Tibetan mastiff. Similarly, the live stream audience saw the same scene. The wild mastiff roared angrily and charged at Xiaolong, but when it was 3 meters away, its body suddenly sank, slightly bending its knees. Although it quickly adjusted, the momentum of its charge faltered for a moment, giving Xiaolong the opportunity to swing its tail fiercely. Boom! The tail came crashing down from above, striking the wild mastiff and driving its 4 limbs into the ground with half of its body buried, as well demonstrating the immense strength of that blow. Instantly, blood oozed from the wild mastiff's eyes, ears, nostrils, and mouth, creating a gruesome sight. Just as it struggled to break free from the ground, Xiaolong did not let it go, sinking its teeth into its neck and injecting venom. The wild mastiff could only emit a faint, unwilling howl before it breathed its last. Ding! Congratulations, your battle pet has slain a 1st Order 3-star Extreme Beast, the wild mastiff. You have gained 60 points. Battle pet hunting can also earn points, and it counts towards me. This is great. Su Bai was happier upon hearing the system notification than when he saw the wild mastiff's corpse and the loot appearing. Damn, that was powerful. The live stream just indicated that the beast called the Wild Mastiff is at a First Order 3-star extreme level, and it was taken down in just 2 moves. The audience in the live stream was astonished by Xiaolong's efficient combat. Whoa! Xiaolong is incredible taking down a First Order 3-star extreme beast. What level is Xiaolong? If the battle pet is this strong, what level is Lao Bai at now? Lao Bai, be honest, what did you do in the hours before the stream started? How did you suddenly become this strong? This is unbelievable. How can we compete? This puts other challengers far behind. By the way, what kind of beast is Xiaolong? It doesn't look like a bead serpent, does it? Since it's called Xiaolong, it's probably a dragon or a descendant of dragons and other beasts. There's only a wrong name, not a wrong nickname. Lao Bai wanted to hide it, but he inadvertently exposed it. Hehe. I remember that the bead serpent king was only about 7 or 8 meters long, but its level was First Order 4-star extreme. However, Xiaolong is clearly longer than that fellow. Do you think Xiaolong could be a First Order 5-star beast? Someone speculated. No, that can't be. Isn't the difference too great? It's not playable anymore. The audience debated until the Iron Star Overlord spoke up, and only then did everyone stop arguing. Based on the power of the recent attack, the little dragon should only be at the first stage of 4 stars in cultivation, and certainly not beyond the mid-phase. The reason its body is longer than that of the Emerald-Eyed Serpent King is that they are not the same breed. The little dragon's bloodline rank should be higher, likely possessing the bloodline of a magical beast. Bloodline of a magical beast. What distinguishes it from a ferocious beast? Subai noticed the barrage in the livestream chat, and seeing that the Iron Star expert had no intention of elaborating, he began to briefly educate the viewers on the differences between ferocious beasts and magical beasts. Of course, he only shared what he knew, which were the details conveyed to him by the island spirit. He wasn't clear on the more intricate distinctions and thus couldn't inform everyone. He also revealed a snippet of information, such as the fact that the little dragon indeed possesses the bloodline of a magical beast. Old By, stop talking and quickly check what good treasures the Savage Eagle has dropped. Is that red crystal the blood crystal? An audience member reminded. Blood crystals are rare treasures. Apart from those who watched the live stream of the relevant trial or saw some news about it online, most people have never actually encountered a real blood crystal. Subai looked towards the spoils above the Savage Eagle's corpse. There were 2 501 bronze currency notes and a regularly shaped blood red crystal the size of a broad bean, comparable in size to the blood crystal Subai had obtained from beneath the Emerald-Eyed Serpent King's altar. He approached and stored the corpse in the beast tower, putting the currency notes and crystal into his personal space, and addressed the viewers. This is indeed a low-grade blood crystal, the same as the 2 I obtained previously, but this one is clearly damaged and incomplete. Seeing Subai store the blood crystal, the little dragon immediately came over, affectionately rubbing against his hand. Subai instantly understood its meaning and smiled as he patted its head. Rest assured, this blood crystal is yours. I'll have it used for you when we return. The little dragon was elated upon receiving its master's promise, wagging its head in delight, looking quite comical and absurd, a stark contrast to its fierce demeanor during the earlier battle. Although we didn't loot any equipment this time, the value of this blood crystal is actually greater than many pieces of equipment. It seems that the gains from Misty Island may be more substantial than from other places. I just hope this isn't the so-called opportunity of Misty Island, and that there are even greater fortunes awaiting us. The only thing that displeased Subai was the limited observation range here. The effectiveness of his ranged weapons would be significantly diminished. Just as they were chatting and laughing, the little dragon suddenly perked up its head, gazing into the depths of the mist. Master, there is danger approaching. Subai was taken aback. He had previously boasted about the little dragon's keen sense of danger before the audience, yet he hadn't expected it to actually possess such abilities. Because just an instant after the little dragon's alert, 3 savage eagles appeared within his perceptive range, indicating that the little dragon's sensing range was even slightly farther than Subai's current divine perception. Fortunately, they were all first stage 3-star cubs. The little dragon has alerted me that another enemy is approaching. They must have been attracted by the savage eagle's earlier cries. Subai communicated this to the live stream, swiftly drawing out his Juga crossbow and focusing intently on the depths of the mist. Surprisingly, there are still more. As the 3 savage eagles drew closer, Subai spotted another first stage 4-star savage eagle stealthily approaching from his left, entering his perceptive range. This one posed a greater threat. Just as described, they hold grudges and are relentless. Subai frowned slightly, summoning the little red to assist them in battle. Soon the 3 savage eagles emerged within their line of sight, encircling the little dragon and Subai in a circular formation, edging closer to the misty area, becoming intermittently visible. It seemed they intended to use the mist to conceal themselves and find an opportunity to ambush. Whoosh whoosh, Subai naturally would not grant them a second chance. The moment they revealed themselves, he decisively shot 2 arrows, instantly hitting the 2 eagles that had shown themselves. The remaining one had not yet emerged from the mist, so he refrained from attacking. Little Red, go. Su Bai commanded immediately. Gaggle, gaggle, gaggle. Little Red complied and charged into the misty area. Master, there's danger on your left as well, the little dragon warned, swimming over to Su Bai's left side. Distract its attention, or remember, don't confront it heat-in. Su Bai instructed. Although the little dragon was only at the first stage of 4 stars, the opponent was at the later stage of 4 stars, a significant disparity in strength. Even with the little dragon's higher bloodline rank, it might not be a match in a direct confrontation. Little Red actively attacked, focusing on the 2 savage eagles that had been hit by arrows, swiftly pecking one to death with its sharp beak, then stomping the other with its claws. This action provoked the savage eagle hidden in the mist, which attempted to ambush Little Red but was obstructed. Su Bai rushed over, and the moment he saw it, he immediately shot an arrow, hitting it, then left it to Little Red while he charged towards the little dragon, confident that Little Red could handle the remaining injured savage eagle. Little dragon, entangle it and share its location with me through our minds, Su Bai shouted towards the misty area, speaking for the viewers in the livestream. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the next second, Su Bai loosed 3 arrows into the mist. To the viewers it appeared as blind shooting, but Su Bai could see. 2 arrows struck one of its eyes and a front paw, while the remaining arrow was intentionally aimed slightly off, embedding into the ground beside the savage eagle, with most of the arrow shaft buried, leaving only a small portion of the fletching exposed. Aou, a piercing cry rang out, and Su Bai immediately displayed a delighted expression. It seems I hit it. Swiftly penetrating the mist, the injured savage eagle writhing on the ground came into view. Everyone also saw the little dragon drawing close within 5 meters of the savage eagle, immediately opening its mouth to spit out a venomous spike, striking the already down savage eagle. Aou, another wretched cry emerged as the area struck by the venomous spike began to rapidly decay, looking extremely terrifying. I will help you end your suffering, Su Bai said as he shot another arrow, hitting it directly in the center of its brow. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a first stage 4-star ferocious beast savage eagle, earning 160 points of first stage experience. Still a blood crystal, could it be that blood crystals are a specialty of Misty Island? Su Bai looked at the dropped spoils with some surprise. There were no pieces of equipment, only an incomplete low-grade blood crystal and 7 silver coins. With no time to ponder further, Su Bai stored the loot and the savage eagle's corpse, retrieved his arrows, and hurried to Little Red, gathering the corpses of the 3 savage eagles and their spoils. Let's go, we should continue forward, Su Bai called out. The little dragon swam ahead to lead, while Little Red lagged a few steps behind, following Su Bai to protect his rear. The 5 square kilometer Miwu Island was not large in itself, yet beneath the shroud of mist it became disorienting and boundless, every path swallowed by haze, until the island felt immense. Because Xiaolong could truly sense danger, Su Bai conserved his divine ability and did not activate his insight eye. Instead, he methodically let Xiaolong scout ahead. He could not tell how long they had walked. Suddenly Xiaolong sounded an alarm. Su Bai, thinking a Huangao had appeared again, hurried forward several paces and activated his insight eye divine sense to see what peril lay ahead. Within Su Bai's divine perception there indeed appeared something, but not a ferocious beast. It was a small pool only about 2 meters across, and Xiaolong stood at its rim. That was not the worst part. The pool did not contain water at all, but blood, pure crimson liquid like the blood pits contrived by villains in the dramas. The pool was a Xuechuan, the blood spring, a first-order, middle-grade phenomenon. In ancient battlefields or the burial grounds of powerful cultivators, after countless ages blood crystal veins may form. Before such a vein fully crystallizes, or when it cannot ultimately become a vein, the surrounding ground will gestate many blood springs. When a vein finally takes shape, these springs are instantly siphoned away and condensed into true blood crystal veins. Blood springs are the convergence of the purest essences of spiritual energy, and blood to bathe in them or refine from them grants great assistance to cultivation. This was a precious thing. Could this be the island's fated opportunity? Su Bai thought in astonishment, but did not pause as he hastened in long strides to the edge of the blood spring. He faced 2 choices at once: to cultivate here beside the spring or to take it away. He hesitated only a breath before deciding this place is too dangerous, take it back. The decision required almost no deliberation. Having no proper container, Su Bai mimicked the last time he scooped water from a river. He used an iron cauldron to ladle the blood spring toward his personal space. At the moment before he would place it into his space, another thought struck him. In the sea of consciousness, he asked Ta Ling, can these blood springs be directly refined into Xue Ling Dan? Ta Ling replied, as long as it is flesh and blood, its essence can be extracted and condensed into Xue Ling Dan. In theory, blood springs are the blood of ancient powers, so yes, they can. Ta Ling's answer sent a jolt through Su Bai. Wonderful, refine these blood springs into Xue Ling Dan for. With that, he abandoned the idea of placing the spring into his personal space and instead stored it directly in the 9th level of the Wanshou Tower. Just as Su Bai sent the first cauldron of blood spring into the Wanshou Tower, a furious roar echoed, not far off, the cry of a Huangao. One roar was followed by another cascading in succession. Subai only paused for the briefest instant at the Huangao's roar, then went on scooping. He had already activated his divine sense. No Huangao appeared within his observation range, so he felt relatively safe. He wondered how they had detected him from such a distance. Were their noses truly that keen? Subai was vexed that he had gathered only one cauldronful so far. When he scooped the third cauldron, 7 Huangao appeared within his perception, 3 of them at first order 4-star. He continued to by the time he lifted the fourth cauldron, the lead Huangao was only some 80 meters away, and 23 Huangao surged into his observation range. Subai seized the fifth cauldron, stowed the iron cauldron and his 2 war beasts, then fled without looking back toward his floating island. That direction was guarded only by a single first-order 3-star mid-stage Huangao, the weakest blockade, since it was the way he had approached earlier and any beasts there would already have been dealt with. He cursed inwardly. Earlier he had searched for a long time and found only a few, believing the island's Huangao were limited. Now over 100 had erupted at once. The blood spring must indeed be their lifeblood, and it had set them into riot. The intelligence agency of the Sam Kingdom. Continue, let the water army keep pushing, forcing Subai to turn back and fight the wild eagle, Director James said, his eyes dark yet tinged with excitement. Yes, the secretary responded. Director, based on the previous live broadcast, Subai is a cautious person. He probably won't be influenced by the bullet comments. The deputy beside him reminded. So what? If he gets stimulated and fights the wild eagle, dying would be best. If he survives, he won't have it easy either. The fierce beasts on Misty Island are clearly much stronger than those on the previous floating island. Even if he doesn't heed the audience's advice, it doesn't matter to us. There is no loss on our part, but with more of such bullet comments, it will surely influence some viewers' thoughts, making them think Subai is overly cautious, a bit cowardly, which will also affect his image in the eyes of viewers from various civilizations. No matter how you look at it, this is beneficial for us. James gradually regained his gentlemanly demeanor, picked up the coffee on the table, and gently sipped it. The director is wise. In the office of the first group at the Beijing base. Group leader, the trend of the bullet comments seems off. It looks like someone is deliberately stirring the pot, trying to get Subai to turn around and fight the wild eagle. Shaoli, who was monitoring the bullet comment information, quickly discovered the issue and reported it immediately. These guys just can't stand to see others do well. Lu Min snorted coldly and then instructed, mobilize our personnel to push back, tell Subai not to be influenced by these bullet comments. Preserving his useful life is the most important thing. The trial has just begun. An invisible war of public opinion quietly broke out in Subai's live broadcast room. Subai naturally also saw the bullet comment information, but could only sigh helplessly. If it were less than 10 I could still manage, but suddenly facing over 100 wild eagles, half of which are first tier 4-star, how can I fight this? Subai had his grievances knowing this information, only he understood, but he couldn't tell the audience. Fortunately, the position of the blood spring isn't too far from the floating island. Moreover, Subai ignored the mist and cleverly avoided all the wild eagles with the eye of insight. Coupled with his full-speed sprint, he soon returned safely to the floating island. Boom! After 2 seconds, a series of crashing sounds rang in his ears. It turned out the following wild eagles couldn't stop in time and crashed into the protective barrier of the floating island. Since you're delivering yourselves to my door, I shall graciously accept. Subai thought of something, took out the heavy gun made of mystical iron, and aimed for the eyes of the wild eagle hidden in the mist. With a familiar sound of flesh being pierced, a scream suddenly echoed from the mist. Subai shook his arm slightly, directly shattering the brain matter of the wild eagle opposite him. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed a mid-level first-tier 4-star fierce beast wild eagle, earning 120 points. Upon killing the wild eagle, Subai placed his left hand on the gun handle, exerted force with both hands, and swung the corpse along with the loot onto his floating island. Immediately after, he fired again, aiming at another latest-stage first-tier 4-star wild eagle. Cling! The spear seemed to hit metal, producing a heavy sound as the wild eagle used its claw to deflect Subai's spear. Subai was only in the initial stage of the 4th level of body refinement. The fact that he could instantly kill a wild eagle stronger than him with his first shot involved a degree of luck. The wild eagles had just crashed into the protective shield and were slightly dazed, and the sudden attack allowed Subai to succeed, but there was no advantage for the second attempt. The first-tier 4-star wild eagles had already released their blood-chi protective shields. A low-grade first-tier mystical iron heavy gun would find it difficult to penetrate this protective shield unless it hit a vital point or a weakness, let alone kill them. Since I can't deal with the first-tier 4-star ones for now, I'll start with the first-tier 3-star wild eagles. Subai was flexible, not stubbornly engaging the stronger wild eagles. Changing targets indeed increased his success rate significantly. He fired 4 shots in succession, directly taking the lives of 4 first-tier 3-star wild eagles. Even the wild eagles, no matter how foolish, realized something at this moment. After the roar of an extreme first-tier 4-star wild eagle, the other wild eagles retreated, maintaining a certain distance from Su Bei's floating island. The length of the mystical iron heavy gun was limited and could no longer reach them. Huh. Do you think retreating a little will help? Su Bei flipped his hand, putting away the mystical iron heavy gun and revealing a short gun. It was the Black Star. Bang bang. Su Bei decisively opened fire. With the help of the Eye of Insight, the movements of those wild eagles became slow, and his eyes, their sizes, seemed to grow larger, as if they were right in front of him, instantly turning him into a sharpshooter. The first one he aimed to kill was the extreme first-tier 4-star wild eagle that had been hiding behind the other wild eagles and had just issued the retreat order, as it was different from the other wild eagles. Name: Wild Eagle. Level: Extreme First-Tier 4-star. Description: the guardian fierce beast of the blood spring. Only a slight opportunity separates it from reaching the first-tier 5-star. Due to the imminent ripening of the thunderfruit, it can help it break through to the first-tier 5-star, so it is waiting beside the thunderfruit tree in the core area of Misty Island. Unexpectedly, someone took the opportunity to steal the blood spring, inciting its wrath. Now it is a matter of life and death. Either you kill it, or it will guard this place, preventing you from entering Misty Island. At this moment, Su Bei's previous doubts were finally resolved. The blood spring was not without fierce beasts guarding it. It was just that his timing for entering Misty Island was too coincidental, coinciding with the brief departure of the wild eagle. At the same time, Su Bei also saw an even more enticing piece of information. Thunderfruit: what kind of treasure is this that can help the wild eagle break through to the first-tier 5-star? For a moment, Su Bei was also tempted by the thunderfruit. If it can help the wild eagle break through, it can help him as well. Although he possessed divine root bones and did not currently face a bottleneck, he thought that the thunderfruit could significantly enhance his cultivation. If that didn't work, it could also be given to Xiaoqi or Xiaolong. The thunderfruit is on the verge of ripening. It seems I must quickly resolve these wild eagles to have a chance to enter Misty Island to search for the thunderfruit, otherwise I will miss the opportunity. With this thought, Su Bei's killing intent intensified. Ow! A scream came again from the mist. It turned out that both of Su Bei's shots hit. One shot pierced the eye of the wild eagle, and the other hit its nose. Instantly, blood spurted out, and the guardian fierce beast wild eagle collapsed to the ground, rolling in pain and howling. Take advantage of your illness to kill you. This had always been Su Bei's principle of action. He pulled the trigger again, aiming a shot at the guardian fierce beast's brow. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed an extreme first-tier 4-star fierce beast wild eagle, earning 200 points. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully killed the guardian fierce beast of the blood spring in the outer area of Misty Island, earning a micro-spiritual spring, which has been stored in your portable space, and can be taken out at any time to be placed on your floating island or used for trading with other trial takers. What the hell is spiritual spring? Su Bei did not expect that by killing this guardian fierce beast there would be such a reward. A spiritual spring, not a blood spring, is a good thing. It at least solves his water issue. However, he was unsure about the specific effects of this spiritual spring and how much water it could produce. However, it wasn't the time to think about these things. It was the perfect opportunity to continue expanding his achievements. Thus, Su Bei continued to pull the trigger. This time he did not waste too many bullets on the same wild hound. Each bullet was aimed at a different wild hound. With good luck, a single shot could kill it. With bad luck, it would severely injure a wild hound, which would die after a while. If he was unlucky, it would only be lightly wounded, but every shot found its mark. After finishing 10 bullets, Su Bei hurriedly reloaded the magazine, moving swiftly. What the hell is that, a handgun? Why does the streamer have something like this? Shouldn't it appear in the trial space? Is there a bug? Someone was shocked to see the black star in Su Bei's hand. This is something Su Bei obtained from the Bai Snake King. I was puzzled why it looked so much like a handgun, but I just guessed. I didn't expect it to actually be a handgun. Incredible. It seems we underestimated the trial space. If there are handguns now, wouldn't that make him invincible? Someone frowned, feeling that this trial had lost its fairness. If Lao Bai can get a handgun, others have a chance too. Didn't the lottery have many technological products? It's not surprising that a handgun was obtained. I even saw a trial participant draw grenades before, but those levels aren't high. They're only useful in the early stages and can't deal with powerful, ferocious beasts. Ultimately, these are external items, and what truly matters is one's own powerful strength. But grenades must be at least first-tier items, right? Besides Wu Chang, is there anyone else who has gathered 1,000 first-tier points? Who told you grenades must be first-tier? There are also high-grade black powder grenades. While their power might be a bit lower, if used well, they can kill several high-level ferocious beasts. The person explained. Handguns are indeed useful, but the issue is with the bullets. We don't know how many. Everyone looked at the grenade and lost interest. The topic shifted back to the Black Star handgun. Initially, there was also a paper box that came with the handgun. I wasn't sure at that time, but now I'm pretty certain it must be a bullet box. I just don't know if the bullet box in the trial space is the same as ours on Blue Star, and I really can't tell how many bullets it contains. while the audience was discussing Subai was loading bullets. Whether it was due to a guardian beast outside dying inciting the wrath of other wild hounds, or because Subai had killed many of their kin, the wild hounds charged again, slamming into the protective shield, as if they wanted to break through and kill him. Unfortunately, their attacks were destined to be in vain. After repeated collisions, they only became dizzy and disoriented with no actual effect. After reloading, Subai took out the heavy Xian iron spear again, moving closer to the edge, and began stabbing, killing several first-tier 3-star wild hounds in quick succession. Suddenly, Subai felt a tremendous force on his hand. It turned out that when he habitually thrust the spear, a later-stage first-tier 4-star wild hound had bitten him, then yanked hard, trying to pull him out. Fortunately, Subai reacted quickly, letting go of his right hand immediately, allowing the other to pull out the spear. He then barely stabilized his body with his nose just 2 centimeters away from the protective shield. Damn, that was close. If I had gone out, it would have been too easy. I was a bit too complacent with how smoothly things had gone earlier. Subai reminded himself to be cautious and never let his guard down. Without the Xian iron spear, Subai had the Xian iron knife, so he switched to the knife. Unfortunately, the Xian iron knife was far less effective than the Xian iron spear. When it struck the bodies of the first-tier 3-star wild hounds, it only made a thin cut. For the massive wild hounds, this minor injury was nothing. Moreover, since he dared not rush out, and the knife was of limited length, even if he could find the opponent's fatal weakness, he couldn't reach it. Forget it. If I waste bullets, then so be it. Subai decisively put away the Xian iron knife and switched back to the handgun. Bang! 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 After 10 consecutive shots, Subai emptied the magazine. Just as he prepared to reload again, the wild hounds seemed to gradually calm down. Finding that they could not break through the protective shield and that the detestable bipedal beast inside did not come out, they decided to retreat and preserve themselves. Subai would not let them escape. He quickly took out the Zhuge crossbow and fired off 10 arrows in rapid succession, hitting 10 wild hounds. However, that was the limit, as the other wild hounds had already left his divine sense range, disappearing into the mist. Subai quickly stepped into Mist Island, where he saw wild hound corpses scattered everywhere, or severely injured wild hounds unable to move. As he ran towards the mist, he loaded bullets, hoping to lure back the fleeing wild hounds. Unfortunately, those wild hounds truly disappeared without a trace. They did not return to this sorrowful place just because he stepped off the floating island. Unlike the previous red-tailed chickens, it seemed that their intelligence was much higher. What a shame. Seeing this, Subai could only sigh helplessly, then began to clean up the battlefield before him, killing all the severely injured wild hounds, collecting their corpses and spoils. After a thorough check ensuring nothing was left behind, he returned to his floating island. Seeing Subai's abundant harvest, some people turned green with envy. How can the streamer kill so many wild hounds? How did he do it without being seen? Xiaolong can sense it. He probably knows where the danger is and informs Lao Bai through a mental connection. Someone explained. There might have been a lot of wild hounds gathered earlier. You all heard the commotion. There could have been hundreds or thousands. In that case, Subai just had to shoot at the position where the Mist Island connects to his floating island. Even with his eyes closed, he could kill many wild hounds. Who cares how he did it? Just go on a killing spree. Lao Bai is incredible. These wild hounds aren't low level. With this wave, Lao Bai struck it rich. Such a bountiful haul, I'm envious. The wild hounds are quite large and should be heavy. What do you all think? Should we pool resources to buy some wild hound corpses from Lao Bai? These corpses must be rich in vitality and beneficial for cultivation. Even if there are no techniques, consuming this meat can boost health, and we can also buy some blood springs and blood crystals along with it. Someone suggested. The wild hound corpses are reasonable as he has quite a few. Over time, if he doesn't consume them, they might spoil. However, the blood springs and blood crystals are a no-go. Those are very useful to Lao Bai, and he probably won't sell them. The office of the first team at the capital base. Lumin looked at the barrage messages and felt a bit tempted. She hurriedly approached the base leader Zhang Yang. Sir Subai has just acquired many corpses of the wild hawks. Unlike the green-eyed snakes and red-tailed chickens, he can upgrade his personal space to preserve them, but the wild hawks are enormous and require too much space. Subai may not have enough funds for the upgrade, nor may he be willing to spend so much money. Moreover, the weight of the wild hawks is also substantial. He can't consume them all by himself. Perhaps we could consider purchasing some wild hawk corpses from him. This would not only help Subai avoid wasting excess corpses, but we could also acquire these cultivation resources to help the dragon team grow rapidly. Zhang Yong nodded slightly upon hearing Lumin's words. He had also been watching Subai's live stream and had similar thoughts, so he instructed communicate with him through the barrage and see if he is willing to sell us some of the wild hawk corpses. Lumin received the order and excitedly left immediately. On floating island No. 10010 of Blue Star. After a notification sound of a donation, Subai saw countless identical barrage messages flooding the screen. Subai, we are from the official Huaxia government. We want to ask how you plan to deal with so many wild hawk corpses. If you have no way to preserve them, we would like to purchase a batch at the price given by the trial space. If you need them yourself, there's no need to force it, your own needs come first. Official Huaxia. Lu Min carefully considered her wording before letting her team members initiate, sending the same barrage messages. Wild hawk corpses. Subai naturally saw the barrage and fell into deep thought. His cultivation had already reached the 4th stage of body refinement, and so had the little dragon. As for the remaining low-tier blood spirit pills, they were sufficient for it to break through to the 1st tier 4-star level. In the future, they would only need mid-tier blood spirit pills. Therefore, selling the wild hawk corpses below the 1st tier 4-star level could also be a very good option. During the first exploration of Mist Island, they collectively killed 42 wild hawks, 29 of the 1st tier 4-star level and 13 of the 1st tier 3-star level, with none below the 1st tier 3-star level. The reason for the higher number of 1st tier 4-star wild hawks is simple. Most of the wild hawks he shot down with the Black Star pistol and Juga crossbow were 1st tier 4-star. After all, using these weapons to kill 1st tier 3-star wild hawks was somewhat overkill. Tower Spirit, are the wild hawk corpses still intact? Subai suddenly thought of another question. He had stored them all in the Beast Tower, he hoped they weren't all refined. They're intact. I won't take any initiative unless you command me to refine them, the Tower Spirit's response relieved Subai. He waved his hand and 13 1st tier 3-star wild hawks appeared in the live stream's view. Island Spirit, what is the price for these wild hawk corpses? Subai inquired. Master, the most valuable part of the wild hawk is the heart's blood, followed by the skin, then the sharp teeth and claws, and lastly the body itself. The body may only account for less than 1/10 of the wild hawk corpse's value because the meat is relatively tough and not very palatable, hence its low value, while its weight is still substantial. For a 1st tier 3-star wild hawk, at its limit, the heart is worth 50 gold coins, the skin is worth 25 gold coins, the teeth and claws are worth 10 gold coins, and the body is worth 8 gold coins, totaling 93 gold coins. How much does this 1st tier 3-star wild hawk weigh? Subai asked, pointing to a 1st tier 3-star wild hawk corpse at its limit. In fact, among the 13 wild hawks, 3 of them were at the limit of the 1st tier 3-star level. Over 14000 kilograms. So heavy. The weight indeed surprised Subai. It should be noted that opening a microchannel can transport a maximum of 10000 kilograms of goods at a time, which means that even a 1st tier 3-star wild hawk cannot be completely transported. After understanding the situation, Subai addressed the live stream. You all heard it, directly buying wild hawk corpses is not cost effective. How about this? I will sell you the hearts of these 13 1st tier 3-star wild hawks along with the skin and claws. If it doesn't reach 10000 kilograms, I will add some red-tailed chicken eggs, chicken blood rice, and finally fill the remaining weight with wild hawk meat. How does that sound? It's not that Subai is being altruistic or pandering to the state, or rather within his means he is willing to help his country as much as possible. After all, as an orphan, being able to grow up healthily and attend university would have been impossible without the stable environment and various policies provided by the country. In a chaotic world, orphans like him would face death at every turn. Moreover, what he offered was also something he no longer needed. Selling it to the state not only helps the country, but also earns him a considerable profit. This is a win-win situation, why not take advantage of it? Thank you, Subai. Let's proceed with your plan. You can quote us later, official Huaxia. Hearing Subai's words, Lu Min was also somewhat moved, followed by excitement. Not to mention anything else, the 13 hearts of 1st tier 3-star ferocious beasts, especially the highly valuable hearts, hold immense value for Huaxia at this stage. Alright, please wait a moment. Without waiting for everyone to comment, he directly shut down the live stream. Tower Spirit, can you extract the hearts from these 13 wild hawks directly? I mean, without causing any damage. Subai asked. After I handle these Without waiting for everyone to comment, he directly shut down the live stream. Tower Spirit, can you extract the hearts from these 13 wild hawks directly? I mean, without causing any damage. Subai asked. Yes, came the affirmative response, making Subai even happier. This saved him the trouble of disemboweling them, saving a lot of time. You preserve the hearts and the heart's blood of these 13 wild hawks intact, directly refine the bodies, and keep the skins and claws set aside for me. I will need them later. Subai restored the 13 wild hawk corpses back into the 9th layer of the Beast Tower. Yes, Master. The Tower Spirit was very efficient, completing everything in just 10 seconds. Island Spirit, how much do these 13 hearts weigh along with the skins and claws? Subai asked as he took out all the items. A total of 741. 3 kilograms. Subai nodded, slightly feeling assured. He first stored the hearts in his personal space to prevent the blood from flowing away. Then he took out 20 common red-tailed chicken eggs, 30 green-eyed snake eggs, 20 kilograms of chicken blood, rice, a first-tier low-grade divine weapon, the golden snake dagger, and 2 snake blood herbs. How much does it weigh now? Subai asked again. 926 kilograms. Subai nodded and chopped off nearly half of the first-tier 4-star Wild Hawk's body, and now. Subai ordered make up the remaining weight with chicken blood rice. Dowling caused part of the chicken blood rice drying on the square to fly over. Master, nearly 10000 kilograms, it's just right now. How much in total? 1469. 1469. 64 gold coins by the usual live stream selling convention, they round it to 1470 gold coins even. Including the channel opening fee and courier costs, the total comes to 3470 gold coins. Dowling promptly announced the final price Huaxia must pay. Subai nodded slightly. By the commission split, he would net 1176 gold coins, which was not bad at all. Having packed the prepared items to one side, Subai ordered again, tailing refine all the remaining Huang Ao carcasses. Slaughtering and refining take time, and only a few minutes had passed since he closed the stream, clearly not enough. He decided to wait a little before going live again and use the interval to sort his harvest. From this Mist Island expedition, he had obtained 42 Huang Ao carcasses, 221 silver coins, 10600 bronze coins, 1 intact lower-grade blood crystal dropped by that first-tier 4-star extreme Huang Ao guardian. These 26 incomplete blood crystals, not every Huang Ao yields a blood crystal, but the drop rate was fairly high, a miniature Lingquan as a reward, and 5 pots of blood spring. Subai frowned slightly and wondered whether the equipment drop rate on Mist Island was intrinsically very low or whether equipment simply didn't drop at all, for he had not obtained a single piece. Master refining is complete. A total of 10 intact first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills and 2 intact first-tier mid-grade soul pills were produced. Tailing's voice pulled Subai from his thoughts. What about the earlier blood springs? How many blood spirit pills were refined and of what grade? Subai watched Tailing with expectant eyes. For intact first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills. Excellent. A smile he could not suppress spread across Subai's face. He had not expected the blood springs to be so generous. The remaining blood springs could fill at least 20 some pots. That meant at least 20 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, more than enough to carry him comfortably to the 5th rank of the body-tempering realm. Xiaolong Xiaoqi, you must train hard. The first-tier lower-grade blood spirit pills and these blood crystals are all for you. Improve as much as you can, grow as quickly as you can. Generous with his battle beasts, Subai handed them the remaining first-tier lower-grade blood spirit pills and 27 incomplete lower-grade blood crystals. There should have been 28 pieces originally. 1 soybean-sized blood crystal had already been used by him earlier. He planned to keep the remaining intact lower-grade blood crystals as a reserve, feeling they were more valuable. Thank you, Master, you are the best in the world, Xiaolong and Xiaoqi cried out in delight. Were they not confined within Wanshou Tower, limited to mental communication, they would surely shower him with kisses and embraces. After arranging the 2 youngsters, Subai went to the rear of the Island Lord's manor to a spot normally unseen in the livestream. He took out the model of the miniature Lingquan and set it on the ground. In the next second, the model shimmered into a phantasmal image and began to swell. Soon a spring had materialized before Subai, a basin only 1.5 meters in diameter, less than 2 meters deep, with a small central aperture through which water lazily seeped. The Lingquan had become real. Name: Lingquan miniature. Grade: first-tier upper grade. Description: according to Blue Star Timekeeping, it generates 100 milliliters of spiritual spring water per hour and production halts when the pool is full. The spring water contains a faint cosmic source force. A long-term consumption can improve constitution, repair hidden injuries, and enhance root bone. There is a certain chance to raise root bone rank, an effect most pronounced for those with no root bone grade or first-rank root bones. The water can also be used to irrigate spirit plants, accelerating their growth. Subai's eyes widened in astonishment. He had heard from Dowling that root bones could be improved later in life, but he had never found a method. He had not expected a Lingquan could do it. Though he himself lacked need for that function, many others would, especially the wealthy whose root bones were abysmally low. Even without that feature, the other properties of the Lingquan were extraordinarily valuable. Its only flaw was the rather slow production rate. At 2 liters per day, the Lingquan did not produce enough even for him and his 2 battle beasts. Subai drew a deep breath, shook his head, and sighed. "I'm still too greedy. This is already excellent." Back at the front of the manor, Subai refined 3 more first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills in succession. Feeling the time was appropriate, he had Dowling reopen the live stream. "Old Bai, you're finally back on. Do you know how I spent these 3+ hours?" Someone teased good-naturedly upon seeing Subai return. "How does it feel to be a butcher for 3 hours?" One viewer remarked, "You can tell Old Bai's eyes are weary." Being a butcher is no easy job. I work this trade, and it's exhausting, especially without modern machinery. Streamer, you wasted 3 hours straight. Don't do that again, it's a foolish move. It was unclear whether that viewer truly had Subei's best interests at heart or simply disliked Huaxia and did not want them to gain more advantages. If every transaction truly consumed 3 hours, future trades would be prohibitively time-consuming, and Subei might cut back on such deals, but this time had only taken a few minutes. He could not tell everyone that. It's fine, a chance to practice the butcher's art of cleaving, Subei replied, and his upbeat tone won him many likes. Subei, thank you for your hard work. This was our oversight. In future, we will not choose trading methods that waste your time, it's not worthwhile. Huaxia official. Lumin also noticed the chat messages. In fact, because Subei had closed the stream for so long, they had discussed the issue. Zhang Yong made an immediate decision when trading with Huaxia challengers in future, avoid methods that waste the challengers' time, better not to trade at all. They had originally intended only to buy carcasses directly and had not expected such a surprise from Subei. Coupled with his abrupt stream closure, they remained too excited to consider the problem until they had calmed down. Alright, we'll discuss that later. I've prepared the items. Subei stopped watching the chat and began to introduce the goods for sale. First, 13 first-tier 3-star Huang Ao hearts and 13 sets of pelts and fangs. The hearts can be used to extract heart blood for cultivation, which should be effective. The pelts and fangs can be studied for crafting new cold weapons. Secondly, I have prepared a low-grade first-tier divine weapon, the Golden Snake Dagger, for you. You can examine it. If you can industrially produce such weapons, it would be beneficial for our Huaxia. Additionally, there are 2 low-grade first-tier spiritual herbs, the Snake Bloodgrass, to see if they can be cultivated on Blue Star. At this stage, many Huaxia trial participants should have exited the trial space, and the Huaxia authorities may have already obtained relevant divine weapons. In uncertain circumstances, it doesn't hurt to prepare one more. He is not lacking in snake bloodgrass. He harvested over 20 stalks on the previous floating island, which is more than enough. Moreover, there are 20 ordinary red-tailed chicken eggs and 30 green-eyed snake eggs. You can attempt to hatch the green-eyed snake eggs. If they can be tamed, they would make excellent battle pets. If not, you can try breeding them, as the gallbladder of the green-eyed snake is beneficial for cultivation. Teaching a person to fish is better than giving them fish. If we can successfully localize the breeding, it would undoubtedly be a significant benefit for the future of Huaxia. There are also some chicken blood rice. I'm unsure if it can grow in Blue Star's environment, so you can study it yourself. If it can grow, it would be a great boon for Huaxia. Chicken blood rice is extremely useful for body refinement cultivators, and as their cultivation level increases, the consumption will grow rapidly. Ordinary food on Blue Star cannot provide sufficient vitality and nutrition, hence the need for these special spiritual rices. Subei earnestly detailed various goods and emphasized that the Huaxia authorities should conduct research, ideally aiming for localization. Lastly, counting the activation of the microchannel and the shipping fees, the total amounts to 3470 gold coins. Please prepare for the transaction at any time. Subei finally mentioned the price. Oh, my Subei is so generous, always thinking of our compatriots. I'm truly moved. Some particularly sensitive viewers had already started to cry. Although the items Subei traded over were not many, they were essentially all useful and necessary for early-stage experiments. Once these experiments succeed, when the grand era arrives, Huaxia will undoubtedly be able to progress faster and more steadily. This is already quite good, the trial has only just begun. Subei himself doesn't have many good items. Subei, the money is ready from the Huaxia authorities. Lumin, Zhang Yong, and others nervously watched the live stream. This was not only Subei's first goods transaction, but also their first and the first on Blue Star. Alright. Subei nodded and instructed the island spirit. Let's proceed with the transaction. Yes, master. As the island spirit finished speaking, a black hole suddenly appeared on Subei's floating island, instantly swallowing the goods he provided. At the same time, a pile of gold coins vanished on the Huaxia side, and Subei's attribute panel, reflecting the goods section, also changed. Trial participant ID Blue Star 10010. Name Subei. Realm initial stage of body refinement 4th level. Strength 1165. 8 kilograms. Cultivation method 9 revolutions. Divine Devil Art first layer of 9 revolutions. Hun Yuan skill. Martial skills Universal Stream God's Finger first layer Break Gold Novice 5 9 Heavy Mysterious Yuan Spear first layer Heavy as 1,000 pounds Novice 33 Finger of the Star River first layer Snow Walking Novice 16. Secret techniques none. Root Bone Divine Grade. Talent Divine Power God Level Eye of Insight 12 minutes 22 seconds 25 minutes can perceive everything concealed within 120 meters, identifying all things, and can increase time and distance with cultivation improvement. Wallet 224 silver coins 17195 bronze coins. Points A041 first tier points 1556 ordinary points. Lord Startup Capital 23. For black gold coins 19900 gold coins tips 117 black gold coins 99500 gold coins bets 2947 blue gold coins 11. 48 million black gold coins 2018. 54 million gold coins investment 0, advertisement 0, self-supplied goods 14700 commission. Fans 37558. Personal space 30 cubic meters. Floating island level 1. Island master mansion primary. Area 10000 square meters 1 square kilometer. Radar range 300 meters 1000 meters. Power 30 kilometers per hour 100 kilometers per hour. Attack none 1. Defense none 1. Islanders none 30. Resources micro spiritual spring 1 2. Overall the changes in the attribute panel are quite significant. The self-supplied goods section means Subai directly provides the source of supply, allowing him to earn 80 of the profits. The subsequent commission indicates that helping others with sales will only earn him 10 of the sales amount. However, he hasn't helped anyone sell yet, so the amount remains 0. I didn't expect that without realizing it the tips would accumulate to this extent. Including the income from this transaction, just these two amounts to nearly 4.5 million gold coins. However, relative to over 30000 fans, that averages to just over 1 gold coin per person, which is still far from enough for the future startup of the territory. Subai inwardly calculated and believed he should earn more to prepare for the future. The amount wagered is the most enviable, which requires him to make an impressive performance to attract more influential individuals to place bets on him. We have received the items, many thanks to Mr. Su for his generosity, Lumin said under Zhang Yong's watch, sending these bullet comments to express Waxia's gratitude. Subai smiled faintly and shook his head, saying, "No need to thank me, this is business, a win-win situation. Additionally, to prevent the vitality within the heart from dissipating, I suggest you use it as soon as possible." Subai kindly reminded them. At the Huaxia base in the capital, immediately place the heart in a special box and send it to the dragon team as quickly as possible. Upon hearing this, Zhang Yong did not dare to delay and immediately gave the order. Yes. Send the remaining items to the 628 Research Institute. The so-called 628 Research Institute was newly established on June 28 and gathered top scientists from various fields in Huaxia to specifically study matters within the trial space. Yes. After completing the transaction with the Huaxia authorities, Subai also relaxed and began interacting with the viewers in the live stream, casually discussing some situations encountered on Mist Island. Family, this is my first exploration of Mist Island, and I haven't been in for long, so I don't know much. Now that we have time, let's hold another lottery since I've gained quite a few points. When Subai felt the conversation was running dry, he directly shifted the topic. Island Spirit, I want to perform a first-tier lottery. Subai said, "May I ask if you wish to consume 1000 first-tier points for the first-tier lottery?" Yes, Subai answered without hesitation. In the next second, 3 wooden boxes adorned with simple patterns slightly more exquisite than ordinary wooden boxes appeared before Subai. He quickly used the Eye of Insight to examine them. Name: Crane Controlling Skill. Level Mid-Grade First Tier. Description: a cultivation method that can be refined to the 6th level limit of body refinement, containing the movement technique crane controlling steps. A decent cultivation method, but it is not useful for him, so he directly passed. Name: Bullet Supply Pack. Level Mid-Grade First Tier. Description: a bullet supply pack for the Black Star pistol containing 4 boxes of bullets totaling 200 rounds, and passed. Name: Bullet Supply Pack. Level Mid-Grade First Tier. Description: a bullet supply pack for the Black Star pistol containing 4 boxes of bullets totaling 200 rounds. Damn, there's actually this thing. Subai was shocked when he saw the 3rd box. He had originally thought about going to other floating islands to hunt fierce beasts to see if he could obtain bullets, especially since he hadn't received any equipment from Misty Island, so it was normal not to get bullets. He didn't expect to find them waiting for him here. As the island spirit said, the point lottery could yield anything and it would lean towards what he needed. Since he could draw a bullet supply pack, he wondered if he could also get arrows for the Zhuge crossbow, which was an even more powerful weapon than the Black Star. At this moment, Subai appeared hesitant in the eyes of the audience, unsure of which to choose. So difficult for someone with choice anxiety like us. This is simply a disaster, too painful. Be decisive, choose 1 out of 3. Since you can't see them, just pick one randomly. Who knows, if you hesitate for too long it might not be what you wanted. Old Bai isn't the type to be indecisive, so why is he tangled up now? Someone asked curiously. Do you think these are ordinary items? This costs 1000 first-tier points, which is very precious and few people have it at this stage, so it must be chosen carefully. The key is, if you're careful you can't see what's inside. What's the use? When Subai saw the bullet supply pack, he already had a choice in mind. Pretending to hesitate for a moment, he immediately made a decision. I choose this box. Ding, congratulations, you have drawn a bullet supply pack. The system's prompt sounded in his ears. At the same time, a small iron box appeared on the ground marked with a hazardous materials warning. Hee, lucky me, I drew the bullet supply pack for the Black Star. Subai did not hide this from everyone, directly telling them and moving forward to open the supply pack, showing it clearly to everyone. After all, he would still use the Black Star pistol during the live broadcast, and everyone would surely be curious about why he had endless bullets. Showing it clearly now would prevent questions later. Damn, I'm so envious of Old By. His luck is just too outrageous. He actually drew bullets. This thing paired with Old Bay's pistol is simply a perfect match. Crazy, with so many bullets, Subai is invincible now. First tier lottery is awesome. They actually drew such good stuff. Previously, there were still 40 bullets left, and with these 200, there are now 240 bullets, which is quite promising. Subai did not dwell in joy and chose to draw again. Continue with the first tier lottery. Do you wish to spend 1,000 first tier points for the first tier lottery? Yes. 3 ornate wooden boxes appeared again. Subai glanced at them and immediately understood what was inside. The first wooden box contained a mysterious iron knife, the second a mysterious iron dagger, both of which were inferior first-tier items that Subai had no interest in. He decisively chose the third treasure chest, which contained what he currently needed. Name: Mysterious Iron. Level first tier. Description: this is a piece of mysterious iron weighing 50 kilograms, which can be used to forge divine weapons and upgrade buildings. That's right, it's for upgrading the Island Master's residence, but it requires 100 kilograms, so he still needed 50 kilograms. Dong, a dull sound was heard as a piece of iron fell to the ground. This is a piece of first-tier mysterious iron weighing 50 kilograms. Subai briefly introduced it to the crowd before proceeding with his third first-tier lottery. This time, all 3 prizes were trash. Subai had no choice but to pick a relatively promising one, an inferior first-tier mysterious iron bow. The 4th time yielded no good items either, and he chose a golden silk soft armor, which was definitely a small treasure for ordinary testers at this stage, but Subai already had one. Island Spirit. Why are they all inferior first-tier items? Subai summoned the Island Spirit and asked, Master, that's how lotteries work. Inferior items account for 80, medium items for over 15, and high-quality items have less than 5 chance. You've already drawn a medium-quality bullet supply pack after 4 draws, which is considered quite lucky, the Island Spirit explained. Subai silently rolled his eyes in his heart. If I could see all the treasure chests, and if my luck still didn't exceed the average level, then there would be no point in playing. There was nothing he could do. Although he could see what was inside the chests, he couldn't change what was inside, only selecting the best among them. Fine, let's continue. I don't believe it. Subai spoke again. Old By, your luck isn't good this time. What do you say we stop and draw next time? Don't be impulsive, a viewer kindly reminded. Don't have the mindset of a gambler. Your mentality is a bit fragile right now. This isn't the time for calm lottery draws. When people are down on their luck, even drinking cold water can get stuck in their teeth. I suggest waiting until your luck turns before drawing again. Did you misunderstand something? Old Bay's prizes are above average, which shows his luck is good. He just isn't satisfied. Who knows, a different time might yield even worse results. Damn, I actually find what you said reasonable. Then let's continue the lottery, haha. I also want to see what good stuff Old By can draw when he finishes all his draws. Under everyone's expectation, the 5th prize was drawn 50 kilograms of first-tier mysterious iron. Not bad. Now I've collected all 100 kilograms of mysterious iron needed to upgrade the Island Master's residence. Subai was relatively satisfied this time. Although it was also an inferior first-tier prize, it was of great use to him. Continue the lottery, still first tier. The 6th lottery began, and whether it was a turn of luck or not, this time an extremely rare good item appeared, and Subai chose it without hesitation. Name: Arrow Tower. Level first tier superior. Description: an offensive building that can be placed on the floating island containing 3 arrow chambers, which can separately store 1,000 first-tier superior arrows, 2,000 first-tier medium arrows, and 3,000 first-tier inferior arrows. The arrow tower can be controlled by the Island Spirit to shoot enemies with a range of 300 meters for any level of arrows. However, it is ineffective on Misty Island and currently contains 10 first-tier superior arrows, 20 first-tier medium arrows, 30 first-tier inferior arrows, and blueprints for the 3 types of arrows. Once Subai made his choice, a palm-sized model of the arrow tower appeared on the ground. He quickly picked it up and gave a brief introduction to the audience. This immediately sparked envy and jealousy among the audience. Damn, he actually drew such an outrageous item. I remember that upgrading the floating island requires an offensive building, right? Doesn't this satisfy that requirement? If all 3 quivers are fully loaded, what force could possibly breach the sky-darkening barrage of arrows? Truly astonishing, utterly invincible. If the success rate was merely 30% before, isn't it now at least 80% for Lao Bai? Isn't this just absurdly overpowered? A generational leap ahead. How can anyone else even? Previously, Lao Bai could only lure and slay ferocious beasts with spears or zhuge repeating crossbows, and now with the arrow tower, he need fear no number of beasts. Indeed, the more the better. The sole regret is that the tower holds only a limited supply of arrows, requiring Su Bai to replenish them himself, a task certainly far from simple. This was the very point of lamentation among viewers who cared deeply for Su Bai, and likewise his own quiet disappointment. It's already more than satisfactory. I'm thoroughly pleased. As for the arrows, when the boat reaches the bridge, the path reveals itself. If we've already acquired the arrow tower, how far can the arrows truly be? With a cheerful smile, Su Bai carried the arrow tower model to the edge of the floating island and set it down on. Instantly, the model solidified, expanding from palm size to a colossal three-tiered structure occupying over 50 square meters, its apex soaring 20 meters high. In addition to the 3 large quivers, a spiral staircase led to the tower's summit, ideal for archers to deploy supplementary long-range fire. Moreover, it served admirably as a watchtower, truly a multifunctional marvel. 2 more Tier 1 draws remain. Let's continue, Su Bai thought, anticipation swelling within him. What extraordinary prize might emerge next? Just drew the arrow tower, and now this appears. Are they meant to be paired? Su Bai's heart surged with exultation, though his expression remained perfectly composed. I'll take this one. Name: Longxiang Mini Automated Arrow Forging Workshop. Tier: Upper Rank Tier 1. Description: a compact self-contained workshop capable of autonomously producing Tier 1 and mundane grade arrows of any specification, given blueprints, preset parameters, or physical samples. At full capacity, it consumes 5 kilowatt-hours per hour, yielding 50 upper-rank Tier 1 arrows, 100 mid-rank Tier 1 arrows, 200 lower-rank Tier 1 arrows, or 300 mundane arrows. Equipped with a built-in 50 kilowatt high-capacity battery. Upon hearing Su Bai's description of this prize, the live stream fell silent for several seconds, then erupted into a torrential cascade of chat, blotting out the screen. Truly, heaven and earth conspire in his favor. The host's luck is transcendent, so staggering it incites envy. A viewer mused aloud. Lao Bai seems to be an orphan, once an ordinary man, yet, since entering the trial realm, he has soared 10,000 li into the heavens. Don't you smell something familiar? Holy, don't even go there. This is textbook Chosen One material. Could Lao Bai actually be the protagonist of our Blue Star? Prophet, execute immediately. You've read too many novels, haven't you? Granted, his fortune is exceptional, but let us not forget the trial is a protracted ordeal spanning 168 days. How much time has truly passed? Who can guarantee no unforeseen calamity lies ahead? Early dominance means little, only sustained supremacy culminating in triumphant completion defines true heroism. Well said. Our world teems with prodigies, but few survive long enough to claim renown. So many fall along the way. Lao Bai, press on. Ignore their petty chatter, they're merely envious. Believe in yourself, you are the protagonist. You will clear the trial. I've sent a donation. I intend to join you in your new territory and march forth on this new journey. After exchanging greetings with his audience, Su Bai placed the workshop model beside the island lord's residence. Though named a workshop, it bore little resemblance to conventional factories, merely a sealed production line comprising a central control console, a feed inlet, an enclosed fabrication chamber, and a conveyor belt for packaging and output. Its operation was elegantly straightforward. First input the blueprint via the console, then feed in required materials, and await the finished arrows emerging from the delivery chute. Having grasped the workflow, Su Bai retrieved the 3 blueprints gifted from his previous draw and, following the console's prompts, uploaded all 3, immediately revealing the material requirements for each arrow type. Lower rank Tier 1 arrows, lower rank spirit wood or spirit bamboo plus ordinary fletching. Mid-rank Tier 1 arrows, mid-rank spirit wood or spirit bamboo plus ordinary fletching. Upper rank Tier 1 arrows, upper rank spirit wood or spirit bamboo rare fletching, such as vermilion tail feathers and trace amounts of Tier 2 mithril. Folks, these arrows demand far simpler materials than those for my zhuge repeating crossbow, no metal components, thus lower cost. Yet, I've yet to locate spirit wood or spirit bamboo, and have never even glimpsed mithril. Crafting arrows anytime soon seems highly improbable. Su Bai sighed wryly. His zhuge crossbow bolts were forged from blackran etched with intricate patterns traced in a silvery white substance he suspected to be mithril. These bolts could pierce the bloodkey auras of Tier 1 4-star and higher ferocious beasts, likely thanks to those complex engravings. Yet Su Bai possessed no mastery of such esoteric craftsmanship. Lao Bai, keep drawing. You still have 1 chance left, perhaps it'll yield exactly what you need. Exactly. These draws align with the trialist's needs, the arrow workshop proved it. Makes sense, I'll give it another try. Guided by the adage, he who heeds counsel eats well, Subai proceeded with his final Tier 1 draw. Name: Mountain Splitting Axe. Tier: Upper Rank Tier 1. Description: a masterful blade equally suited to felling spirit wood or enemies. No spirit wood, but a tool to cut it. At least it's an upper rank Tier 1 divine weapon, still excellent. Subai glanced again toward the first chest. Name: Black Iron Heavy Spear. Tier: Mid-rank Tier 1. Description: a refined spear forged from black iron, identical in lineage to the lower rank variant, differing in 3 key aspects: superior sharpness, the ability to channel and project blood ki, and a weight of 300 kilograms, requiring a strength of 1,000 kilograms to wield effectively. An exceptional find. My prior black iron spear has grown insufficient. I could only wound Tier 1 4-star beasts gravely by striking vital points. This will fill the gap perfectly. At this thought, Subai hesitated, glancing once more at the first chest. The third chest held only a lower-rank Tier 1 divine weapon, which he dismissed outright. Which should I choose? Why not disperse them toward the front? What a pity. The reluctant Subai ultimately selected the Mystic Iron Heavy Spear, the item most useful to him at present. Thus his Tier 1 points dropped to only 41, not enough for another draw. Nevertheless, the draws did not stop. Subai proceeded to perform 5 mortal tier draws in succession, and his points plummeted to a single Tier 1 point and 556 mortal tier points, leaving him unable to make any further draws at any rank. From those 5 mortal tier draws, Subai obtained 3 tons of steel, 1, 30 cubic meters of timber, 2, 30 barrels of diesel, 1, 20 liters per barrel, and 30 cubic meters of stone, 1, basically all fundamental resources. As a result, the materials Subai now held for upgrading the Island Lord Mansion amounted to 165 cubic meters of timber, 115 cubic meters of stone, 9 tons of steel, 100 kilograms of Tier 1 Xian iron, and 246 pieces of qualified Tier 1 lower-grade beast hide. Most were blue-eyed serpent skins, as some were too damaged to qualify. Otherwise, the blue-eyed serpent skins alone would nearly meet the 300-piece requirement. 30 pieces of qualified Tier 1 mid-grade beast hide. Still short by 135 cubic meters of timber, 185 cubic meters of stone, 1 ton of steel, and 54 pieces of Tier 1 lower-grade beast hide. Then my Island Lord Mansion can be upgraded once more. I'm eager to see the changes after the next upgrade, Subai said with a chuckle to the viewers in the live stream. Alright, that will be it for today's stream. This expedition to the Mist all yielded quite a lot. It will take some time to convert these resources into personal strength. Next time we go live, we will explore the Blood Spring and try to drain it dry. After saying that, Subai closed the live stream just as he had before. He walked to the boundary between the floating isle and the Mist all, glanced once at the latter, pondered for a long moment, then made his decision and stepped in. He chose to re-enter the Mist Isle. Only this time there was no live stream. A 90-year pagoda emitting a blood-red radiance suddenly appeared. Upon entering the Mist Isle, Subai did not harvest the Blood Spring. That would have made a sensational moment and would have drawn a large audience on his next broadcast. Taking it now would reduce his future returns. He had only 2 objectives on this visit. First, to seek out a Huangao whose strength matched his own in order to hone his close quarters combat skills. Second, to find the Xianlei fruits coveted by the monstrous guardians of the Blood Spring. This was the priority. Relying on his prior memory, Subai quickly reached the vicinity of the Blood Spring, then moved swiftly toward the direction from which he had heard roars before. After only a few hundred meters, his foot halted. A Huangao stood coldly within his sight, its icy eyes bereft of emotion, staring as if at a corpse. An unsettling chill crept into the heart. A Tier 1 4-star at midstage, an excellent live opponent. But not now. Subai dispensed with courtesy and pulled the trigger of the Zhuge repeating crossbow. The Huangao's instinct for survival flared the instant Subai aimed the crossbow at it. It sensed the threat of death. Alas, its reflexes lagged a fraction too long. The bolt streaked like a meteor, cleaving the air and striking true between its brows. A system chime announced, "Ding, congratulations on successfully slaying a Tier 1 4-star midstage ferocious beast Huangao. You gain 140 Tier 1 points." Subai, who had just been left with only 1 Tier 1 point, watched his balance restore anew. He swiftly gathered the corpse and spoils, then ran onward. Along the way, he was attacked by 4 more Huangao. Each was slain by him in turn. This was precisely because he had used his divine skill sight to deliberately avoid other Huangao. Otherwise, he could not have reached his destination so effortlessly. Indeed, he had arrived at the very heart of the Mist Isle. Some 118 meters away stood the Xianlei fruit tree he sought, but it was surrounded by dozens of red dots, encircling the precious tree. It seemed there was no choice but to make a bloody assault. Subai frowned. The beasts appearing within his divine sense radius were all Huangao, and even the weakest among them were peak 4-star of Tier 1. The strongest had reached the late stage of 5-star Tier 1. Moreover, there were not just 1 but 7 5-star Tier 1 Huangao within sight. That was only within his vision. The other side of the treasure tree beyond his divine sense might yet hold many more formidable Huangao. I underestimated the Xianlei fruit. It truly is a marvelous thing, Su Bai muttered after reading about its virtues. Name Xianlei fruit tree spiritual root grade tier 1 high grade description. Its Xianlei refines the body, dispels impurities, strengthens the physique, and improves innate bones. It is effective at breaking cultivation bottlenecks. Tier 1 lower grade Xianlei fruit aids tempering body realm levels 1 to 3. Tier 1 mid-grade aids levels 4 to 6. Tier 1 high grade aids levels 7 to 9. Moreover, using 3 Tier 1 high-grade Xianlei fruits simultaneously can forcibly elevate a practitioner with no innate bones to first-grade bones. Note: A Tier 1 lower-grade Xianlei fruit flowers in 1 month, bears fruit the next, and ripens in the 3rd month, a full growth cycle of 3 blue star months. If left to grow on the tree for 4 cycles, 1 blue star a year, a Tier 1 lower-grade Xianlei fruit can transform into a Tier 1 mid-grade. If left for 9 cycles, 9 blue star years, a Tier 1 mid-grade can transform into a Tier 1 high-grade. The spiritual spring only offers a slim chance to improve one's innate bones and requires long-term consumption. I never imagined that 3 Tier 1 high-grade Xianlei fruits could forcibly upgrade a person's bone quality. Although it only elevates from none to first grade, it is exceedingly rare. For those with vast wealth but no innate bones, this is priceless. Su Bai understood well that bone quality is the bedrock of a cultivator, the most precious resource. Anything that can enhance it must be worth a fortune. After reading the tree's description, Su Bai looked again at the Xianlei fruits. Upon it, a total of 81 fruits. Name Xianlei fruit spiritual fruit grade Tier 1 lower grade description, measured by blue star time in roughly 34 minutes. These will complete their transformation and ascend to Tier 1 mid-grade. All were currently Tier 1 lower grade, but 13 among them were on the verge of transformation. I cannot wait. Once they transform, some of those mid-grade fruits may already be inside the bellies of the Huangao, then even killing them would be pointless. I want all those fruits. Resolving that thought, Su Bai hesitated no longer. He must slay every Huangao around the tree within 34 minutes. Raising the Zhuge repeating crossbow, he took aim at the strongest late 5-star Tier 1 Huangao and loosed an arrow. Whoosh! The arrow sliced through the void, flying toward the enemy like a bolt of lightning. The savage eagle sensed the rush of wind caused by the arrow, recognizing the impending threat, and immediately summoned its chi to protect itself, shifting its body. However, Su Bai's arrow was not only extremely swift, but also had armor-piercing capabilities. It barely moved a little distance before piercing through the 5-centimeter thick chi shield, striking its right eye. Though it avoided the fatal blow to its forehead, being shot in the right eye was undoubtedly excruciating. The savage eagle let out a painful howl, then angrily glared in Su Bai's direction, roaring furiously. Ignoring the Xianlei fruit, it charged forward. Although it couldn't see Su Bai due to the fog, the trajectory of the arrow clearly indicated the enemy's approximate location. However, after just a few steps, the powerful savage eagle felt its head start to spin, and the more it summoned its chi and blood, the worse the condition became. Su Bai was taken aback. I didn't expect the effect of the green-eyed snake poison to be so potent and to take effect so quickly. Could it be due to hitting its right eye, allowing the toxin to directly enter its brain? Boom! The running savage eagle only managed to charge about 30 meters before it could no longer hold on. Its front hooves went weak and it collapsed to the ground. While it wasn't dead, it had already lost its ability to move. Other savage eagles likely sensed the crisis as well, immediately abandoning their competition and rushing angrily towards Su Bai. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! Without time to think, Su Bai stood still, calmly aiming at the charging savage eagles. He steadily released the remaining 9 arrows, then quickly ran away, using the concealment of the fog to stealthily change direction. The fog was fair. It affected not only Su Bai's vision, but also that of the fierce beasts living here. However, these beasts had lived in this environment for years, giving them superior perception. While ordinary people could see 10 meters, they could sense 40 to 50 meters even further. Yet they could not break the rule that their vision could not penetrate the fog. It was akin to how a blind person's hearing and other sensory capabilities are slightly stronger than those of an ordinary person. Just now, based on the sound of the arrow piercing through the air and the movements of the savage eagle, he roughly determined Su Bai's position without having seen Su Bai himself. In contrast, Su Bai with his broader vision could see them, which was his greatest advantage. He moved to evade the savage eagles while reloading his arrows. That previous round of shooting had heavily injured 10 savage eagles, including all the first tier 5-star ones he could see. As for those he could not see, there was nothing he could do. Once he completed reloading the arrows, Su Bai shot 10 arrows again using all original arrows. He had no choice. All the savage eagles encountered this time were first tier 4-star or above, and ordinary green-eyed snake arrows could not penetrate their chi shields unless they struck their fatal weaknesses. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh! With the arrows reloaded, Su Bai pulled the trigger again. This time he was positioned to the side of the group of savage eagles. Ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 5-star latest-stage Savage Eagle. Reward 400 points. The Savage Eagle that was initially shot finally died. To have lasted this long was quite impressive. Subai had no time to pay attention to these notifications as he fired another 10 arrows. After hitting 10 Savage Eagles, the group of Savage Eagles panicked, crashing into trees and behaving like enraged lions, darting around aimlessly trying to find Subai, the culprit behind their plight. Unfortunately, with Subai having activated the Heavenly Eye, he would not let them succeed. On Mist Island, it had always been them toying with their enemies, when had they become the ones being toyed with. However, after their anger under Subai's third round of arrows, the Savage Eagles were filled with fear rather than rage. At the terrified cries of one Savage Eagle, they scattered in all directions, no longer searching for Subai. Is that it? I thought it was a fight to the death. Subai was stunned. When facing the green-eyed snake, they fought to the last one, attacking even when there was only a single juvenile snake left. He hadn't expected the Savage Eagles to have suffered two major routes. Once casualties reached a certain level, they would become fearful, regain their clarity, and flee. Subai sighed, revealing himself from behind a large tree, quickly cleaning up the battlefield and collecting the bodies of the Savage Eagles along with the spoils. As he approached the Xianlei fruit tree again, there were no Savage Eagles in sight. Not only was there none in the direction he had seen before, but there were also none in the other direction. At least he was now directly beneath the Xianlei fruit tree, and with his divine sense, he observed that there was not a single red dot within a 120-meter radius. Have they all been scared away? Subai speculated, then looked up at the countdown for the Xianlei fruit. His brow. There are still over 17 minutes left. That's too long. He worried that such a lengthy wait might attract even more Savage Eagles. 1 minute, 2 minutes, time passed second by second, but no Savage Eagles approached. Soon Subai's divine sense duration had run out. He hurriedly took out a first-tier mid-grade spirit soul pill and swallowed it. Instantly, a vast spiritual power rapidly replenished Subai's sea of consciousness, and the excess spiritual power began to enhance his soul. The most direct effect was that when the effect of the soul pill wore off, his divine sense duration increased from 25 minutes to 28 minutes, directly adding 3 minutes, and his detection range expanded from 120 meters to 130 meters, an increase of 10 meters. They really know how to pick their timing. Subai snorted, his good mood evaporating instantly. It turned out that several red dots appeared at the edges of the area covered by the Eye of Insight, and the number was rapidly increasing, all slowly approaching the Xianlei fruit tree. Glancing at the time remaining for the transformation of the Xianlei fruit, only 2.5 minutes were left. It was clear that the Savage Eagles had deliberately timed their approach, and they may have even gone to call for reinforcements during the previous interval. 130 meters. 120 meters. When the closest Savage Eagle approached within 80 meters, 38 Savage Eagles had already appeared within the 130-meter range, and more Savage Eagles kept surfacing within the line of sight of the Eye of Insight, seemingly endless. Gulp. Subai grasped the Zhuge crossbow, swallowing hard. Tower of 10,000 beasts, you better deliver. This time it all depends on you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Unable to withstand the overwhelming sense of pressure from the approaching horde, Subai chose to take the initiative and rapidly shot all 10 arrows from the Zhuge crossbow, hitting 10 first-tier 4-star Savage Eagles. Uncertain if they had learned from their previous lesson, the Savage Eagles had become more cautious. This time, most of the Savage Eagles rushing over were only first-tier 3-star, with a few being first-tier 4-star, and not a single one being first-tier 5-star. Is it to test my depth or to exhaust my arrows? Subai furrowed his brows, but the Savage Hawks did not give him much time to think. As the arrow attacks ceased, they charged at him in a desperate assault. Just in time. Subai put away the Zhuge crossbow and drew out a heavy spear made of mysterious iron. Kill. Die. Subai thrust the spear as if he had already predicted the opponent's evasion route, piercing directly into the center of its brow. With a forceful push of his right hand, the spear pierced through the Savage Hawk's forehead. A slight shake sent a shockwave through the metal spear, shattering the creature's brain instantly. Ding. Congratulations, you have successfully killed a first-tier 3-star extreme beast, the Savage Hawk. Reward 60 points of first-tier contribution. Roar. Just as Subai killed a Savage Hawk, 3 more charged at him from different directions. Subai hastily retracted his spear and executed a sweeping strike, sending the 3 Savage Hawks flying several meters away, crashing heavily onto the ground, blood spurting from their mouths. As they attempted to rise, they wobbled unsteadily, clearly grievously injured, demonstrating the immense power of Subai's earlier thrust. Roar. Seeing Subai's display of power, the Savage Hawks were not afraid. Instead, they charged at him frantically, showing no signs of the previous fear of death. Faced with such a change, Subai felt helpless. He could only continue to fight them, having no other choice unless he intended to give up the Xianlei fruit, which was clearly impossible. After all the effort he had put into finding it, was it not for the xianlei fruit? Come at me and let me see if you are truly unafraid of death. Su Bei's fighting spirit was ignited and his killing intent surged. Against the first-tier 3-star Savage Hawks, Su Bei essentially killed one with each thrust, sometimes even several at once. Occasionally a few 4-star Savage Hawks attempted to sneak attack, but under Su Bei's perceptive gaze they were easily spotted and their speed decreased significantly. Against the early-stage 4-star Savage Hawks, Su Bei could directly repel them and kill them within 5 moves. However, against those at mid-4-star and above, Su Bei was no match. After a few attempts, he thoroughly understood his own strength. When facing a mid-4-star or above Savage Hawk, he simply pulled the trigger with his left hand, using the black star to eliminate the opponent. Bang! The gunshot startled the surrounding Savage Hawks into chaos, and Su Bei seized the opportunity to kill 3 first-tier 3-star Savage Hawks. Thus Su Bei fought solo against dozens of Savage Hawks for over 2 minutes until the xianlei fruit tree emitted a soft blue arc of light illuminating the surroundings. The 13 first-tier low-grade xianlei fruits completed their transformation in the arc and ascended to the mid-grade tier. At that moment, Su Bei's vision was filled with over a dozen first-tier 5-star Savage Hawks rushing from various directions towards the xianlei fruit tree, seemingly eager to consume the fruits first. Damn beasts seeking death. Su Bei realized that these Savage Hawks were very cunning. The 5-star Savage Hawks, afraid of death, hid behind and let the lower-tier Savage Hawks expend themselves before charging in at the crucial moment to snatch the fruits. However, Su Bei would not allow them to succeed. He suddenly retracted his long spear and short gun, raised his right hand to the sky, and a blood-red 9-story pagoda appeared in his grasp, rapidly enlarging and ascending, directly protecting him and the xianlei fruit tree beneath it. The 5-star Savage Hawks paid no heed to this. Their only focus was on the ripe xianlei fruits charging straight into the illusory form of the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda. Duong. The deafening sounds of collisions rang out as one by one the first-tier 5-star Savage Hawks were knocked down dizzy and unsteady, some even unable to stand. When they looked towards the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda again, their eyes reflected a clearer sense of fear. Jin! Su Bei shouted, and the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda in the sky sank slightly. An overwhelming pressure descended instantly, causing all the surrounding Savage Hawks to collapse to the ground, unable to rise. Even those 5-star Savage Hawks found it difficult to stand. They could only straighten slightly before being forced back to their knees, unable to move. Su Bei immediately seized this opportunity, charging in with his spear to inflict heavy injuries on them all. As the heavily injured or immobile Savage Hawks felt a powerful pulling force emanating from below the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda, the lower-ranked ones were directly sucked in, while the higher-ranked ones could only hold out for a short time before being drawn in as well. The remaining few fiercely resisting Savage Hawks faced Su Bei's trigger pull, leading to their demise. If you refuse to be subdued, then perish. Huff. After completing all this, Su Bei's legs gave way, kneeling on the ground, a sign of exhaustion. Fortunately, he had just used the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda to kill or capture all the surrounding Savage Hawks, so there was no immediate threat. Otherwise, in his current weakened state, he would be in great danger. The 10,000 Beasts Pagoda, though powerful enough to help him defeat 5-star Savage Hawks, consumed vast amounts of energy. In such a short time, his vitality had nearly been depleted. Su Bei quickly took out a first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pill, consumed it, and activated his cultivation method to rapidly digest its medicinal power. After recovering a bit, he approached the xianlei fruit tree once more. This place is dangerous. It's not suitable to linger. Su Bei glanced at the xianlei fruit tree, contemplated for a moment, first picked one of the mid-grade xianlei fruits and placed it into his spatial pouch. Then he approached the trunk. Huh. Rise for me. Su Bei exerted all his strength, uprooting the xianlei fruit tree. In an instant, arcs of electricity swirled around the tree, flowing onto Su Bei, causing his hair to stand on end and smoke to rise from his mouth. Damn, how can it still use electric attacks? Su Bei felt somewhat frustrated, but fortunately it was only for a moment, and the force was merely that of a full-strength strike from a first-tier 3-star beast, which he could still withstand. Without time to think further, Su Bei directly stored the xianlei fruit tree into the 10,000 Beasts Pagoda and quickly raced towards his floating island. Along the way, he deliberately avoided Savage Hawks, resulting in minimal combat. He only encountered 2 4-star Savage Hawks, which he had no choice but to shoot down. Upon reaching the floating island, Su Bei hurriedly retrieved the xianlei fruit tree, noticing that the leaves had begun to yellow, a sign of losing vitality. Why is it failing so quickly? Don't let me down. Su Bei's brows furrowed. He took out the heavy spear made of mysterious iron, quickly dug a large pit in the ground, and planted the xianlei fruit tree beside the miniature spiritual spring. After planting, Su Bei promptly poured all the water that had emerged from the spiritual spring onto the roots of the xianlei fruit tree. It must survive. Su Bei prayed. Indeed, he intended to transplant this xianlei fruit tree. Upgrading the floating island required 2 types of resources. The spiritual spring was one, and if the transplantation of the Xianlei fruit tree succeeded, it would definitely serve as another resource. If it cannot succeed, Subai will also pick the remaining Xianlei fruits from it. As for the fruit tree itself, it was also a spirit wood suitable for use in the arrow-making workshop to create arrows. For him, whether the transplantation succeeded or failed was useful. He simply hoped for success. After all, he would leave after exploring Misty Island. If he did not transplant it, then this Xianlei fruit tree would be out of reach for him. Thus it was an inevitable choice. He did not possess the selfless spirit of leaving resources for future generations. After watering the tree, Subai stood quietly beneath it, waiting patiently. Approximately 10 minutes passed before the previously yellowing leaves gradually regained their vibrant green hue and renewed vitality. Simultaneously, the resource counter for the floating isle and his attribute interface updated to 2. Island spirit, has the transplantation succeeded? Subai asked urgently. Yes, master. The floating isle itself originated from Shirang soil, which greatly benefits spirit plants. Combined with the nourishment of spirit spring water, successful transplantation was assured. The island spirit explained. That's reassuring, Subai sighed, finally exhaling in relief. By the way, is there any method to accelerate the growth of the Xianlei fruit trees? He added, recalling something important. According to the information he had previously reviewed, the natural growth cycle of Xianlei fruit trees was exceedingly long. In the short term, only the 13 harvested grade 1 mid-tier Xianlei fruits held immediate value for him. By the time these trees matured fully, he would likely have long surpassed such low-tier resources. Indeed, several methods exist: irrigating with higher-grade spirit spring water, upgrading the floating isles tier, cultivating the trees with thunder or wood affinity spirit liquids or spirit soils, enlisting a spirit plant cultivator to induce premature ripening, or deploying growth-enhancing formation arrays, even time acceleration arrays. Yet none of these options are readily accessible to you at your current stage, master. The island spirit's reply extinguished all lingering hope. I understand, Subai conceded, accepting reality. Though accelerated growth remained unattainable for now, the matter had firmly taken root in his mind. With one final glance at the Xianlei fruit tree, Subai strode toward the front courtyard of the Isle Lord's residence, and inwardly commanded, Tower Spirit, refine the corpses of the Huang Ao entirely. In this battle, he had captured 14 grade 1 5-star Huang Ao, 16 grade 1 4-star Huang Ao, and 7 grade 1 3-star Huang Ao. He had slain 7 grade 1 5-star Huang Ao, 39 grade 1 4-star Huang Ao, and 33 grade 1 3-star Huang Ao. Understood, the Tower Spirit replied. Tower Spirit, can those captured Huang Ao be made to submit to me utterly? Subai asked keenly. Even as he'd suppressed them with the 10,000 Beast Pagoda, this question had already occurred to him. These creatures could serve as exceptional mounts, ideal both for assembling a ferocious beast legion and for cavalry deployment. His sole reservation lay in their underwhelming strength. By the time he established a mounted force, his own cultivation would likely render these beasts obsolete. Master 1 has already chosen submission and completed the soul-binding covenant. The rest still resist, but their willpower is weak. A subjugation should pose no great difficulty. The Tower Spirit replied. Does no blood offering suffice? Subai asked, surprised. When binding Xiaoqi and Xiaolong earlier, he had contributed 2 drops of blood. He had even prepared himself to bleed again. Master, only battle pets of extraordinary potential require your blood for covenanting. Once bound, they remain eternally loyal, across dimensions and through time, subject to your absolute command over life and death. Lesser beasts destined only for battlefield expendability need not waste your precious blood. I can enforce control directly. Their sole limitation is proximity. They must remain near you. The Tower Spirit declared confidently. Precisely how far may they stray? What occurs if they exceed that range? Subai pressed, eager to avoid bleeding if possible. Master, the permissible distance correlates with your current cultivation level. At present, these Huang Ao must remain within 2 kilometers of you. Beyond that range, they risk breaking free or succumbing to cerebral collapse. The Tower Spirit answered. I see, Subai nodded faintly. This limitation was acceptable. 2 kilometers was after all remarkably generous. He then continued, then tell me, what is the inherent potential of the Huang Ao? Can they continue cultivating and advancing their cultivation? Even as cannon fodder, Subai wished them to be as formidable as possible. Master, the Huang Ao are hybrid descendants of the wasteland giant wolf and the 3-headed Ao. Their innate potential is severely limited, capped at grade 1 9-star. In contrast, the wasteland giant wolf can reach grade 3 peak, while the 3-headed Ao attains grade 4 peak. Should any Huang Ao undergo ancestral reversion into a wasteland giant wolf, its ceiling would rise to grade 3 peak. Reversion into a 3-headed Ao would elevate it to grade 4 peak. The Tower Spirit elaborated and added soberly, Their ancestral bloodline is exceedingly diluted. A reversion remains statistically improbable. Thus, Master, temper your expectations accordingly. Subai nodded slightly in acknowledgement, then instructed, summon the one already sworn to me. As you command, Master. Instantly, a grade 1 4-star latest stage Huang Ao appeared before him, listless, lying motionless on the ground, yet gazing at Subai with gentle, placid eyes utterly devoid of its former chilling ferocity. Battle Pet Huang Ao Adult. Cultivation grade 1 4-star latest stage. Abilities Ram, Trample, Bite. Innate Art none. Bloodline Purity 1. 2. Note: may rapidly advance cultivation by consuming Kirich flesh blood crystals or other rare spirit treasures. Xianlei fruits significantly enhance bloodline refinement. No wonder the Huang Ao defended the Xianlei fruit tree so desperately. The tree is truly their lifeline, intrinsically tied to purifying their own bloodlines. Subai murmured, comprehension dawning as he finished reading. Observing his master's pensive silence, the tower spirit presumed dissatisfaction and volunteered, Master, this beast sustained grievous injuries prior to capture, then endured further torment during subjugation. It is now physically and spiritually exhausted, requiring extended recuperation within the 10,000 Beast Pagoda. How long? Subai studied the lethargic creature before him. It was clearly unfit for combat. Typically 1 to 2 cosmic days. However, administering blood crystals, grade 1 blood spirit pills or soul spirit pills would expedite recovery. The tower spirit replied, administer grade 1 lower tier blood spirit pills and soul spirit pills to hasten their restoration. Subai decided these pills had diminished utility for him personally. Understood. Though this Huang Ao possessed negligible potential, truly mediocre, it remained for now Subai's strongest battle pet. Indeed, once fully healed, its power might even surpass his own. Fortunately, the 10,000 Beast Pagoda ensured no such imbalance could threaten mastery. This was undeniably excellent news. At the same time, he pondered another question: if I want to give these battle pets to someone else or sell them, is that possible? As his cultivation improved, the army of beast tamers he would need in the future would undoubtedly need to be stronger, and those who couldn't keep up would only drain his resources without providing much help. However, he couldn't just kill them, could he? What kind of person would that make him? In a hostile situation, killing them would be acceptable. It's the law of the jungle, and Subai would bear no psychological burden. But these battle pets had already become his companions in battle. To kill them directly once they were no longer useful felt too cruel. However, if he could give them to someone else or sell them, allowing them to serve a purpose elsewhere, that might be the best outcome. Of course, I can help the master directly condense the soul contracts for these battle pets. All that is needed is to trade the pets along with the soul contracts to others, allowing them to re-establish ownership. The tower spirit affirmed confidently and explained what a soul contract was. In simple terms, a soul contract is the medium for binding a beast's soul. The person who obtains the contract only needs to drop a drop of blood on it to establish ownership, which is very convenient and quick. Master, the corpses of those savage hawks have been refined, resulting in a total of 38 mid-grade blood spirit pills, 105 low-grade blood spirit pills, 5 mid-grade soul pills, and 13 low-grade soul pills. Before Subai could respond, the tower spirit delivered more good news. Hearing the report from the tower spirit, Subai's lips curled into a slight smile. It seems I won't need to continue collecting from the blood spring. The blood spirit pills I currently have are sufficient for me to break through to the 5th level of the body refinement realm. Adding the previous one, Subai now had a total of 51 mid-grade blood spirit pills, 6 mid-grade soul pills, 236 low-grade blood spirit pills, and 27 low-grade soul pills. After handing over the low-grade blood spirit pills and soul pills to the tower spirit for processing, Subai began to organize the gains from his exploration of Misty Island. Not to mention the captured savage hawks themselves and the Xianlei fruit tree. In terms of money, he had obtained a total of 552 silver coins. In terms of blood crystals, he had acquired 7 complete low-grade blood crystals, which were dropped by the 7 first-level 5-star savage hawks he killed, and 45 incomplete low-grade blood crystals. In terms of points, he had earned 10105 first-level points. It's a pity that capturing and recovering fierce beasts doesn't earn points. Subai had to admit he was a bit greedy. As for equipment, not a single piece. It seems that Misty Island really doesn't drop any equipment. Subai sighed helplessly. Tower Spirit, give these 45 incomplete low-grade blood crystals to Xiaoqi and Xiaolong, encouraging them to continue their training. I look forward to their growth. Subai issued the command and stored the remaining 7 complete low-grade blood crystals in his personal space. Now he had a total of 8 complete low-grade blood crystals. Yes, Master. It's also time for me to continue my training for a while to further enhance my strength. By the time I explore Misty Island again, I should be able to come and go freely without relying on the Beast Tower. Thinking of this, Subai flipped his hand and a mid-grade blood spirit pill appeared in his palm. He took the pill directly and began to stand in place for training on the bluestone-paved square in front of his house. Instantly, waves of vast and pure vitality surged from his stomach, entering every part of his body, strengthening his muscles, enhancing the activity of muscle cells entering his internal organs, and fortifying them, making each heartbeat grow stronger. As it flowed into his meridians, it expanded and reinforced their strength, and as it mingled with the blood, the vitality within him grew increasingly robust, radiating a purer and more solid aura. Before long, the effect of one blood spirit pill was nearly exhausted. At that moment, Subai did not take a second blood spirit pill. Instead, he began to utilize the Eye of Insight divine power, practicing his martial arts, using the divine power to introspect his shortcomings, correcting mistakes, and continuously improving his martial arts proficiency. When the duration of the divine power expired, he took the second blood spirit pill and resumed standing for training. During this process, Subai also noticed that his mental strength was slowly recovering. Every time his mental strength recovered and the duration of his divine power replenished, he would practice martial arts again. This method maximized the conservation of soul pills and proved to be the most efficient approach. During this period, when he felt hungry, he would take a short break after the meal, and then continue training. Once he reached his limit, he would sleep to recover, and upon waking, he would continue his practice. The whole process seemed monotonous and tedious, but Subai was very excited because he could clearly feel himself growing stronger every moment. This was the motivation that supported his relentless training. 1 hour, 2 hours, 4 hours, 10 hours. Time flowed quickly, and Subai's cultivation steadily improved. This closed-door training session marked the longest one since he entered the trial space. Yet time never shifts according to an individual's will. While he silently cultivated, enhancing his strength, others were also undergoing their trials and lives with Blue Star changing day by day. In the capital base, in the director's office. Knock, knock, knock. A series of urgent knocks sounded. Zhang Yong looked up and through the semi-transparent glass door glanced at the figure outside. He already knew who it was and responded, "Come in." "Is there something wrong with Luofeng?" Zhang Yong asked nervously, as he was still quite concerned about Luofeng's previous injuries. "Director, it's good news," Wang Jia said, excitedly looking at the puzzled director. He couldn't keep the suspense any longer and quickly explained, "We underestimated the efficacy of blood crystals. Even low-grade blood crystals have incredibly powerful effects. Not only did they aid in cultivation, but they also possess unmatched healing properties. In less than 3 days, Luofeng has completely recovered from his injuries thanks to that low-grade blood crystal. Moreover, his cultivation has not stagnated and has already advanced to the early stage of the body refinement realm 4th level. However, there's one very regrettable point. According to Luofeng's own words, had he not been injured and consumed too much energy from the blood crystal, he could have directly broken through to the midstage of the body refinement realm 4th level with that complete low-grade blood crystal." As he spoke, a hint of regret appeared on Wang Jia's face, feeling pity for Luofeng. Is the efficacy of this blood crystal truly that powerful? Zhang Yang stood up in shock, his expression one of disbelief. If this were true, then blood crystals would be the most crucial treasure for early-stage trial takers to gain a competitive edge. Zhang Yang was suddenly lost in thought, pacing several rounds in the office before finally stopping to ask, "I remember Subai seemed to have obtained quite a few blood crystals on Misty Island, right? Although they are incomplete, there are a lot of them, and Luofeng's blood crystals were also obtained on Misty Island. Can we conclude that blood crystals are a specialty of Misty Island?" After saying this, Zhang Yang instructed Wang Jia, "You should investigate later to see if other trial participants around the world have also acquired blood crystals on Misty Island." Although Subai had mentioned before that he obtained blood crystals from the lairs of the Chicken King and Snake King, there was no live broadcast. It was just Subai's word without solid evidence. "Chief, there's no need to investigate. I've already looked into it before coming here. The vast majority of the currently emerging blood crystals are obtained from various Misty Islands, either picked up or stolen from dangerous locations like Luofeng or dropped from slaying ferocious beasts like Subai. Besides that, no evidence has been found of blood crystals being obtained elsewhere," Wang Jia said. Places like Blood Spring, which are treasures, are not only encountered by Subai. Others may find different types of treasures, but the direct result is blood crystals instead of blood springs, which is also quite normal. Subai mentioned that there are also lairs of ferocious beast kings. Please organize this information and inform all trial participants in Huaxia, including the news about Luofeng using blood crystals for healing and significantly improving his cultivation, broadcasting it all in the live stream to our trial participants. Zhang Yong issued another task. As for whether this would expose us and let people from other countries know, this is not a problem at all because the important information they discover can be known abroad, and notifying their trial participants corresponds to the fact that Huaxia also has personnel lurking in their live streams discovering useful information, which will also be organized and reported to inform Huaxia's trial participants. In a sense, this is a global mutual benefit sharing information, and no one can hide anything. Chief, once this news is made public to all trial participants, many people will probably choose to venture into Misty Island. Will this increase casualties? Wang Jia said with some concern. The effects of blood crystals are too powerful. Once all trial participants know, many will choose to take the risk. After all, they do not wish to fall behind others. Can this news really be kept hidden for long? Even if we don't say anything, it will probably spread around the world quickly. It cannot be stopped. It all depends on their own choices. However, we should remind them of the risks involved to cool them down a bit, but we cannot dampen their enthusiasm. Zhang Yong was indeed very conflicted. He hoped everyone would explore diligently and rapidly improve their strength, yet he also feared that hastiness would lead to heavy casualties. I understand. I will choose my words carefully. Wang Jia could comprehend Zhang Yong's dilemma. When the news organized by the Huaxia authorities was released, it caused an uproar globally. Sam's Intelligence Bureau. Are these messages sent by Huaxia in the live stream true? James held a screenshot which contained the information officially released by Huaxia regarding blood crystals and Luophone. We had our suspicions as well, but after seeing this news and confirming it, we can affirm that what they said is indeed true. An intelligence officer gave a positive answer. The effects of blood crystals far exceed our expectations. We should give it enough attention. If our nation's trial participants want to quickly catch up with Luophone and Subai, they must risk entering Misty Island to obtain more blood crystals, otherwise they will never catch up. Secretary Jones seriously offered his suggestion. Misty Island is still very dangerous for trial participants at this stage. Based on the intelligence we have, there are no ferocious beasts below the first tier 3 stars on Misty Island. Once encountered, it's either serious injury or death. I believe we should not only refrain from encouraging trial participants to enter Misty Island, but rather remind them to wait until their strength reaches the 3rd level of body refinement before going in, which would be safer. Some did not agree with Secretary Jonah's suggestion. Locke, what you're doing is cowardly behavior. A warrior should not fear risks. High risks can yield high rewards. If you fall behind at a single step, you will lag behind every step. Our Tyson was ranked among the top 3 in the world at the beginning, but now he's fallen out of the top 5. Secretary Jones insisted on his opinion. He would not allow the trial participants from his country to fall behind the East. Tyson is a heavyweight boxer from Sam's country, the one who reached the initial stage of the 1st level of body refinement at the start. Our trial participants are not as numerous as those from Eastern powers. If we take more aggressive risks, the death rate will skyrocket. This trial lasts 168 days, and it's only just begun. Taking it slower is not a problem, since only by staying alive can they clear the trial. Locke and Jones directly argued, each holding their own views, and the atmosphere in the office became tense. The Supreme Commander hopes we can quickly obtain a blood crystal for him. You should know his temperament. If we fail, our upcoming days may not go well. Jones directly dropped a bombshell, causing the office to fall silent instantly. After a long while, Locke sighed helplessly and said, even if we have blood crystals, they should be used by our trial participants first. How can we send them back? Furthermore, those trial participants are not fools. How could they be willing? They have no choice. Jonas' expression turned cold, which made James very displeased. The Supreme Commander's reach was too long. Was this his secretary or the Supreme Commander's secretary? However, it's enough to know about such matters. He can't make it public unless he wants to resign, especially since the person sitting in that position holds unprecedented power in Sam's history. We should also inform our trial participants about this news from Huaxia, as well as our allies' trial participants. After James finished speaking, he looked at Jones and said, you want to get blood crystals for the Supreme Commander, that's fine. However, I hope you can find a way through the trial participants of other countries. We cannot weaken the power of Sam's country. If you can get blood crystals from Huaxia's trial participants, that would be even better. Jones was taken aback, then nodded thoughtfully. I will try my best. Compared to the intrigues among countries, the online discourse was much more lively, and there were not so many conspiracies. People were just expressing their opinions freely. I knew about blood crystals before, but I didn't expect their effects to be so great. It's incredible. I've watched the footage of Luofeng's severe injuries. Given that extent of trauma, even with the most advanced medical interventions available on Blue Star, full recovery would normally take at least 1 to 2 months. Yet, thanks to the blood crystals, he achieved complete restoration in nearly 3 days. Healing is secondary. What truly matters is cultivation advancement. If my memory serves, his realm before the injury was peak level 1 of the body forging realm, yet now just 3 days later, he has already ascended to early level 4. It's nothing short of astonishing, especially considering this timeline includes his recovery period. Since the trial space descended upon our world, combat strength has become the eternal subject of discourse, and the most captivating one at that. News of Luofeng's rapid breakthrough via blood crystals naturally ignited immense interest, causing his live stream viewership to surge 3-fold overnight. I finally understand what Lao Bai once claimed, that his two battle pets were elevated using blood crystals, and that his own cultivation depth remains unfathomable. It now appears he wasn't concealing anything, he was simply speaking truth. Luo Feng used but a single blood crystal, while Lao Bai wielded two. By the way, hasn't Su Bai been offline from live streaming for quite some time? No one knows his current status. If he delays much longer, memories of him will fade and his popularity will inevitably wane, especially as new prodigies emerge constantly, each more formidable and compelling than the last. Some of Su Bai's fans have already begun reminiscing about his past broadcasts. Lao Bai likely won't resume streaming for some time yet. Don't forget, during his previous expedition to the Mist Island, he acquired numerous blood crystals and even discovered the blood spring itself. With such abundant resources, it would be unthinkable not to invest them into strengthening his power. A few astute observers have already deduced his intentions, and thus remain unrushed. That makes sense, one remarked. Yet life feels strangely incomplete without Lao Bai. While others longed for Su Bai's return, he remained diligently cultivating on floating island No. 10010 of Blue Star, steadily ascending the path of power step by deliberate step. Su Bai exhaled deeply. The turbid chi within his body coalesced into an arrow-like torrent, cleaving the air several meters before him with a thunderous sonic boom, akin to the roar of a supersonic jet tearing through the sky. Even boundless resources must one day dwindle. Time to stir again. Su Bai glanced at the sole remaining Grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pill resting in his palm, then tucked it away into his spatial storage. His prior battle had drained him utterly after only brief use of the 10,000 Beast Pagoda. Learning from that experience, Su Bai resolved to keep one divine soul pill for emergencies, and one blood spirit pill to prevent another collapse from exhaustion. Thus, during this seclusion, he successfully refined and absorbed 50 Grade 1 mid-tier blood spirit pills and 5 Grade 1 mid-tier divine soul pills, propelling his strength to unprecedented heights. His martial techniques likewise matured significantly through rigorous practice. His battlefield prowess had evolved beyond recognition. He was no longer the novice he once was. Display my attribute interface, Su Bai commanded inwardly. Instantly, a translucent azure panel shimmered into existence before his eyes. Trilist ID Blue Star 10010. Name Su Bai. Cultivation Realm, Peak Level 5 of the Body Forging Realm. Strength 5926. 7 kilograms. Strength 5926. 7 kilograms. Cultivation Art 9 Revolutions Divine Demon Scripture. First Layer 9 Revolutions Primordial Unity Art. Martial Techniques Celestial Stream Divine Finger Layer 1 Metal Shattering. Novice Proficiency 51 9-fold Profound Yuan Spear Layer 1 Weight of 1,000 tons. Novice Proficiency 99. Starry River in a Step Layer 1 Snow Step Tracelessness. Foundational Proficiency 35. Secret Arts None. Bone Quality Divine Grade. Innate Ability Divine Rank Insight I Duration 40 minutes 30 seconds 40 minutes 30 seconds. Reveals all concealments within 165 meters. Identifies all phenomena. Duration and range expand with cultivation progress. Wealth 776 Silver Coins 17195 Bronze Coins. Points 10106 Grade 1 points 556 Mortal Grade points. As Su Bai's realm deepened, mastering martial techniques grew markedly easier, yet the first layer of the 9-fold Profound Yuan Spear stubbornly lingered at the threshold of foundational proficiency. He suspected real-world combat experience might be the key to breaking through. Meanwhile, the insight I had grown considerably stronger, not only in duration and observational range, but also in clarity, thanks to both his enhanced cultivation and the effects of 5 divine soul pills. Has it already been over 3 days? Su Bai glanced upward at the countdown displayed above the Island Lord's residence, his brow subtly furrowing. Countdown 9 Cosmic Days 11 Blue Star Days 18 hours 41 minutes 23 seconds. If we divide time evenly between light and darkness, only 3 days remain before the long night descends. I must gather sufficient supplies before then. My immediate objective: fully explore both the Mist Island and another adjacent floating island. Su Bai calculated silently, then tilted his gaze toward the blazing sun overhead, already shifting toward the western horizon. Its position aligned precisely with his earlier estimation. Within 3 days, total darkness would fall, as it had when he first entered this realm. Perhaps even sooner, twilight would dim to near impenetrable gloom, rendering exploration perilous, if not impossible. Time grows scarce. I must act swiftly. A sharper urgency tightened within him. Tower Spirit, how many wild mastiffs have sworn fealty thus far? Su Bai asked intently. My lord, all have submitted. The Tower Spirit replied with unwavering confidence. Truly impressive. Su Bai couldn't help but be astonished. In just over 3 days, 37 wild mastiffs had pledged absolute allegiance, a testament to the Tower Spirit's extraordinary authority. Naturally, they are but Grade 1 ferocious beasts, hardly a challenge. And their injuries. How far along is their recovery? Su Bai ignored the tower spirit's smugness and pressed on. My lord, 7 grade 1 3-star, 16 grade 1 4-star, and 3 grade 1 5-star wild mastiffs have fully recovered. The remaining 11 grade 1 5-star specimens lack sufficient blood spirit pills and divine soul pills, and thus heal only gradually within the pagoda's first tier. And Xiaolong and Xiaoqi. How fares their cultivation? My lord, the Titan Dragon Serpent has reached midstage grade 1 5-star. The Vermilion Blood Rooster has attained the apex of grade 1 4-star. Excellent. A faint satisfied smile curved Su Bai's lips. Summon the two of them. Su Bai issued the order. As you command. Boom boom. Xiaoqi and Xiaolong descended in turn, each impact sending tremors rippling across the ground. SSSSH. At the sight of their dramatically enlarged forms, Su Bai instinctively drew in a sharp breath. Xiaolong's length had stretched from 10 meters to 15 as Xiaoqi's frame had swelled massively, resembling a heavy armored tank. Master. The two colossi, emerged dazed and disoriented, but the moment they laid eyes on Su Bai they rushed forward, nuzzling affectionately against him. Well done, you haven't disappointed me. Su Bai gently patted each beast's massive head in quiet commendation. Island Spirit, initiate the live stream. Fully prepared, with his black iron heavy spear in hand and his 2 battle beasts flanking him, Su Bai strode to the boundary between the floating island and the mist island and gave the command. Understood, Lord of the Island. Inside an office building in the magical city of Huaxia. Watching the live stream, Li Wenhao noticed a notification pop up on his phone. He clicked to open it and found that Su Bai had started broadcasting. He immediately straightened up and excitedly exclaimed to his colleagues, "Old Bai has started streaming, everyone quick take a look." At the beginning of the trials, people viewed Su Bai as someone with merely good luck, merely a topic for conversation. However, now Su Bai had become someone they took pride in, and even the initial jealousy had vanished. In fact, every time they mentioned that Su Bai was their colleague to friends and family, it would draw a wave of envy, which they found very gratifying. Thus Su Bai had become the most watched trial participant without exception, and every time he streamed they were the first to tune in. Finally, the stream has started. We've waited too long. He has been in seclusion for over 3 days. I wonder what level his cultivation has reached now. Do you think Su Bai's cultivation has possibly broken through to the 5th level of body refinement? One colleague pondered while opening the stream. According to the latest global combat power ranking, only the 2nd to 11th places are shown. The 2nd place is Luo Feng, who is at the early stage of the 4th level of body refinement. Why do you think there is no 1st place listed? Isn't it because everyone believes Su Bai's cultivation is still the highest? Indeed. During the last stream, his battle pet was already at the initial stage of a 4-star spirit beast comparable to Luo Feng now. Su Bai's own cultivation cannot be lower than that. After 3 more days of training, logically speaking, Su Bai's cultivation could not have stagnated. He is undoubtedly the first. This has already been acknowledged worldwide, and all that remains is for Su Bai to stream again and showcase his strength to confirm this. Inside the Beijing base, Sir Su Bai has started streaming. Lu Min quickly informed Zhang Yong. Zhang Yong hastily opened the live stream. Seeing the 2 massive creatures beside Su Bai, he couldn't help but gasp, they're huge. It seems that during these 3 days Su Bai and his battle pets haven't been idle, their strength has significantly increased. I wonder what level of cultivation he has now. Sir, should we ask him? Lu Min inquired. No need. If he wants to share, he will. If he doesn't, we shouldn't push him. We can analyze his approximate cultivation based on his upcoming battle data. Zhang Yong waved his hand. Understood. Lu Min had the same thought. In the Sam Country Intelligence Bureau Director, that person from the East has started streaming again. Secretary Jones reported. Let me see. James quickly set aside his work and took a tablet from the secretary to watch the stream, casually asking, did you manage to get the blood crystals? Upon hearing this, Jonas' expression darkened. It's a bit difficult. This task was much harder than he had anticipated. Whether it was through money, fame, or various threats, nothing worked, and he was even threatened in return. At this point, any trial participant capable of obtaining blood crystals is not an easy person. Who wouldn't want to be first? How could they give up the blood crystals after passing the first hurdle? Those who are willing to comply are just minor players like Karami, who have no ability to obtain blood crystals, creating a dilemma now. Then keep working hard. If you need any resources, I can help coordinate. The rest will depend on you. James directly passed this matter to Jones. Since you want to use blood crystals to curry favor with the commander, I will support you with sufficient resources. If you still can't manage it, then it's a problem with your own abilities, and it has nothing to do with me. The commander probably won't trouble you either. Thank you, Director. A flicker of ruthlessness passed through Jonas' eyes, but he quickly concealed it. On floating island No. 10010 of the Blue Star, long time no see family. Su Bai greeted the live stream with a smile. Old Bai, we really missed you. Why did it take you so long to start streaming? It's been 3 days. Do you know how I've spent these 3 days? As he just started streaming, Su Bai's live stream had only around 700,000 viewers, which was far less than during his peak. Those who could watch the live stream immediately were either true fans or those who saw him as the biggest threat. As everyone knows, cultivation is the foundation of everything. Since I have resources, I naturally train harder. Improving my strength before venturing out is also safer, isn't it? Su Bai explained. So, Old Bai, what level of cultivation are you at now? Please tell us and shock us. Someone tentatively. Looking forward to it. Looking forward to it one. I can only say that I can walk sideways on this misty island. Although Su Bai didn't explicitly tell everyone his cultivation level, this statement was even more terrifying. Wow, walking sideways. What kind of cultivation level does that require? Don't forget, during the last live stream, that Blood Spring Guardian beast was at the limit of a 4-star first-level beast. Being able to walk sideways means that Old Bai's cultivation must at least be at the early stage of the 5th level of body refinement, if not higher. Not necessarily. Don't forget, Old Bai has the Juga crossbow, a first-level top-tier divine weapon. Even if he's only at the 4th level of body refinement, he could still walk sideways with the Juga crossbow. Actually, I can also walk sideways on Misty Island. Whenever a beast comes at me, I just lie down and walk. Su Bai. Is that what I meant? In an instant, everyone had various speculations about Su Bai's cultivation, leading to endless debates. Su Bai looked at these bullet comments and merely smiled, saying, all right, at the end of the last live stream I mentioned that this time I would take everyone to explore the Blood Spring. Let's go. After saying that, he no longer looked at the comments and led his 2 battle pets into the Misty Island. Once inside, visibility was greatly restricted. However, unlike the cautiousness of the first time, this time, Su Bai did not separate Xiaolong and Xiaoqi but headed straight for the Blood Spring. On the way, they encountered 2 3-star savage hounds, which were easily dispatched by Xiaoqi without Su Bai needing to intervene. Just as they arrived at the Blood Spring, a roar echoed from there, and soon a mid-stage 4-star savage hound appeared in their view. In fact, within the range of Su Bai's insight eye, the area around the Blood Spring had already been surrounded by savage hounds, at least 30 of them. Most were 3-star beasts, but there were also 9 4-star beasts, and the strongest was a peak 4-star beast, likely the new Blood Spring Guardian. Su Bai wasted no time and charged past Xiaolong and Xiaoqi, plunging into the midst of the savage hound pack, taking down one with each thrust of his spear. The little dragon unleashed its gravity control, extending its range to 4 meters with the growth of its cultivation. All the savage hounds within that 4-meter radius were forced to kneel while Xiaoqi rushed forward, pecking at them one by one, instantly killing them. The 2 battle pets coordinated perfectly, leaving Su Bai very satisfied. He didn't bother with them and took care of all the savage hounds around the Blood Spring, effortlessly leaving none alive. This time, with the live broadcast on, there was no need to capture more pets, as he needed more blood spirit pills and soul. In just about a minute, all 30 savage hounds were killed, the speed so astonishing that the entire live stream. After a while, when Su Bai collected the spoils and corpses, the comments in the chat room reappeared. Am I seeing things? Were all those savage hounds killed so quickly? Wasn't there one that was peak 1st tier 4-star? It was taken down with just 1 shot. That's unbelievable, exclaimed an astonished viewer. But that's not the most crucial part. Of the key point is that in this battle, Lao Bai didn't use the Black Star pistol or the Juga crossbow but fought in close combat. No wonder he previously claimed he could walk sideways on Mist Island. Indeed, Lao Bai's confidence isn't unfounded, nor is he exaggerating. The trial has just begun, not even half a cosmic day has passed. How can the gap between people be so? Currently, the 2nd place globally is at the initial stage of the 4th layer of body refinement. 3rd place is at the late stage of the 3rd layer. 4th is at the initial stage of the 3rd layer, and 5th to 10th are all at the 2nd layer of body refinement. The 11th is only at the peak of the 1st layer, and looking at Lao Bai's combat power, he is at least at the initial stage of the 5th layer of body refinement. This is a global ranking. How can such a huge gap exist? The gap in the early stages isn't too vast. The testers with the top-grade resource blood crystal will instantly widen the gap compared to those without it. Once they reach the 7th layer of body refinement, each layer has a difference of 4,000 kilograms of strength, which isn't easy to break through. By that time, Su Bai might be waiting here for others, and we might see all 10 of the top names at the 7th layer of body refinement. That makes sense. Su Bai glanced at the astonished comments in the chat, a slight smile curling at the corner of his lips, but he didn't respond. Instead, he approached the Blood Spring and said, everyone, this time no savage hound will stop me from obtaining the Blood Spring. I will take it all away. As he spoke, he took out the large iron pot from his spatial storage and began scooping water from the Blood Spring. 1 pot, 2 pots. He scooped a total of 22 pots before the spring was emptied. The remaining water was difficult to scoop with the large pot, so he looked at the little dragon and Xiaoqi beside him and said, you can drink the remaining spring water. Thank you, Master. The two little ones immediately rushed over excitedly and quickly drank all the remaining. Not only that, but Xiaoqi also pecked forcefully at the bottom of the blood spring. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. The bottom of the blood spring was easily pierced by Xiao Kai's sharp beak, shattering like glass and revealing a deeper layer from which a faint red glow emanated, indicating there were surely treasures below. Huh. What's this? Su Bai looked over curiously. It wasn't just him. This sudden occurrence captured the attention of all the viewers, who put down their tasks and stopped multitasking with the live stream. This blood-red pattern looks a bit like some kind of formation, someone commented. How could there be a formation at the bottom of the spring? Could it have been set up by the Cosmic Lords Academy people? After all, this trial space belongs to them. Isn't the blood spring naturally formed? How could there be a formation? Could it be the legendary natural formation? I don't care about these formations, I'm concerned about the blood crystals. Didn't you see? Surrounding the formation were intact blood crystals, a total of 9, what a windfall. Su Bai naturally noticed the formation and the blood crystals. Just as he was about to collect the blood crystals, another change occurred. The mysterious formation below suddenly emitted a terrifying pulling force. Su Bai was startled by this change, fearing he would be sucked in by this force. He quickly retreated with his 2 battle pets and then saw the surrounding fog starting to spiral, being drawn into the formation at the bottom of the spring. What the hell happened? Why is the fog being sucked into the bottom of the spring? Could this formation absorb all the fog from Mist Island? If that's the case, wouldn't there be no fog left on Mist Island? If that's true, what a windfall. I've heard that besides fierce beasts and dangerous areas, there are also some spiritual plants on Mist Island. If there's no fog, we can obtain them all. After all, the fog obscured everyone's vision. They didn't know that Su Bai had the ability to see the entire situation of the island, so it's normal to miss some spiritual plants and treasures under the obscured vision. Since the blood spring has such a mechanism, does that mean all the Mist Islands have such a mechanism? I remember before Luofeng explored a treasure land on Mist Island, which seemed to be a thunder pool. He could steal blood crystals right by the edge of the pool. Do you think the bottom of that pool might have even more? That's right. If Luofeng could destroy that thunder pool and disperse the fog then without any obstructions to his vision with his cultivation at the initial stage of the 4th layer of body refinement, he would have great potential. Not necessarily. Don't forget, the fog not only obscured the tester's vision, but also the fierce beast's vision. Once the fog disappears, the testers would be fully exposed to the fierce beasts. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous, unless you have the strength to fight all the fierce beasts alone? Su Bai did not look at the comments. This sudden only obscured the tester's vision, but also the fierce beast's vision. Once the fog disappears, the testers would be fully exposed to the fierce beasts. Wouldn't that be even more dangerous? As time passed, initially due to the pulling force, the surrounding fog grew denser, but soon the fog gradually thinned, and a range of visibility of 20 to 30 meters became clear. In the end, all the surrounding fog truly dissipated, allowing Su Bai to see the situation around him clearly without needing to use his divine sense. While it can't be said that it completely disappeared, it can only be considered partially dissipated. In the area where the fog had dissipated, 5 or 6 savage hounds were seen over 300 meters away, running around in panic, clearly startled by the sudden change. Hiss hiss. The little dragon and Xiaoqi let out sinister sounds upon seeing these savage hounds, waiting for Su Bai's command to charge. Perhaps it was the change here that unsettled the savage hounds, or perhaps Su Bai and the 2 battle pets posed a significant threat to them. The savage hounds glared fiercely at them, and then collectively dove into the nearby fog, disappearing from sight. For a moment there were no savage hounds occupying a quarter of Mist Island, but a few suspected spiritual herbs and spiritual plants were spotted. How is it that the mist over the island has not fully dissipated, only partially receded? A sharp-eyed viewer like Su Bai had already noticed the anomaly. Overall, it appears that roughly 1/4 of the mist has vanished from Mist Island. Does this imply 3 more blood springs remain, 1 in each of the other 3 directions? A perceptive viewer speculated. Look quickly, the array and blood crystals at the bottom of the former blood spring have vanished entirely. This comment instantly caught Su Bai's attention. Setting aside all else, 9 intact low-grade blood crystals alone constituted a staggering fortune. If they had truly disappeared, he would suffer a tremendous loss, so he hurried toward the spring's basin to investigate. Just then a system chime rang clearly in his ear. Ding, congratulations. You have activated Array Node 3 and triggered the ultimate destiny quest, slay the Mist Island's Supreme Guardian Beast to unlock the Destiny Vault. Quest objective: activate all 4 array nodes across Mist Island to unveil the central sacrificial altar, summon the island's Supreme Guardian Beast, and slay it, to obtain the key that unlocks the Destiny Vault. So this is how destiny is attained. There's actually a destiny quest. And no specific reward was disclosed, only the vague promise of unlocking the Destiny Vault. What exactly is that? Su Bai paused, startled. This was utterly unlike what he'd imagined. He'd assumed destiny treasures were scattered across the island awaiting discovery through exploration alone. Moreover, the term Destiny Vault carried an unmistakable air of grandeur and profundity. Vault, vault. Surely it contains more than a single treasure. And the system only mentioned unlocking the vault, not how its contents are claimed. Surely one doesn't simply step inside and help oneself to one or several artifacts at will. Old by, why are you standing there frozen? Has something happened? A concerned viewer asked. Drawing upon my study of psychology, I deduce Old by has just received critical information, hence his sudden pause. As is widely known, system notifications exist within the trial realm, otherwise he would be communicating with his battle pets. Yet neither pet shows any sign of agitation. Given the island's recent transformation, it is highly probable he just received a system prompt. Whoa, how astute you all are. Could it not simply be that Old by enjoys daydreaming? Yet you've deduced so much. Truly impressive. Who daydreams mid-battle? Even now with combat concluded, Mist Island remains perilous, no one idles without cause. Emerging from the system's chime, Subai glanced at the barrage of comments and smiled faintly, then concisely recounted what had just transpired, withholding nothing, for it involved neither personal privacy nor strategic advantage. Might revealing the Destiny quest ease others' paths? The answer is unequivocally yes. Yet Subai remained unconcerned. After all, the trial realm's first trial prioritized survival, not competition. His odds of success remained wholly unaffected. Hiss, so that fellow's analysis was spot on. Impressive. I'd assumed the blood crystals were Mist Island's destiny treasure. The blood crystals are indeed part of the destiny. Every trialist who acquired them has surged far ahead in cultivation, creating a stark divide from those without. Still, destiny manifests in tears, blood crystals, blood springs, even spirit herbs constitute minor blessings. The true ultimate destiny lies in what awaits at the end. The 9 low-grade blood crystals at the Springs Basin have vanished, likely consumed upon activating the array node. A grave loss. If each of the remaining 3 nodes demands the same cost, 36 low-grade blood crystals will be expended. Recall how a single such crystal healed Luo Feng's grievous wounds and elevated his cultivation dramatically, proof of their extraordinary efficacy and value. Should the final destiny yield less worth than 36 crystals, the endeavor would prove unprofitable. A viewer analyzed. Surely not. The Academy would never undermine its own authority, nor act so stingily. The ultimate destiny's value almost certainly dwarfs that of 36 low-grade blood crystals. Let us wait and see. Enough of this. Those crystals are gone. Regret serves no purpose. Let us explore the remaining mist-shrouded zones. Though Subai felt a pang of regret over the lost crystals, his composure remained steady. With only a glance at the comments, he smoothly redirected attention toward the island's residual mist-covered regions. Glancing left and right, he chose the leftward path, where the Xianlei fruit tree lay hidden within the mist. The earlier battle had slain numerous Huangao hounds. This sector likely held few survivors. Best to proceed from easy to arduous. As Subai stepped once more into the mist, viewers grew anxious. Old by, weren't there spirit herbs and rare flora in that area just now? Why not harvest them? Let them be for now. I'll return after subduing the island's guardian beast. Harvesting prematurely risks mistaking poison for panacea. Once the mist lifts entirely, the Skyle radar should activate, guiding precise, efficient collection based on verified data. His explanation earned widespread acclaim. Xiaolong and Xiaoqi, you form one team. I'll operate solo. Our objective: locate sites akin to the blood spring. With that command, he dispatched his 2 battle pets. As he walked onward, he mentally queried the tower spirit. Can you communicate with the Huangao hounds? Cunning as they appeared, the Huangao hounds possessed low cultivation rank and meager potential. Subai seriously doubted their cognitive capacity. Whether communication was even possible remained uncertain. Yes. The tower spirit's reply eased his tension. Inquire whether Mist Island harbors precisely 4 blood springs. This intelligence was pivotal. My lord, the inquiry is complete. 1 blood spring resides in each cardinal direction. These springs form the very foundation of the Huangao clan's existence upon this island. Hearing the tower spirit's answer, Subai's heart soared. This meant he could yet acquire over 100 blood spirit pills. He pressed urgently. Do they know the location of the blood spring within this mist-shrouded region? They do. Can you teleport them directly to a point dozens of meters away? Another thought struck him. A guide in such terrain would prove invaluable. Within a 2-kilometer radius, anywhere you wish. That was the finest news he could have hoped for. Very well, place the 3 first-tier 5-star wild hounds in the misty area 100 meters away from me, and let them drive all the surrounding wild hounds to the location of the blood spring. Also make sure to inform me of the blood spring's location later. Understood, master. The wild hounds were released, and after sensing their familiar surroundings, they provided the specific location of the blood spring, which was approximately 800 meters away from Subai. With this knowledge, the subsequent actions became simple. Subai guided the little dragon and the others towards the blood spring while wandering around the misty area, killing any wild hounds encountered. After wandering for a while, he finally received good news from the tower spirit. Master, the wild hounds have driven most of the surrounding wild hounds to the blood spring. Haha, I have good news for everyone. The little dragon has found the location of the blood spring, and we shall go take a look now. Subai pretended to show surprise, but everything was already part of his plan. After walking for about 400 meters, Subai arrived at the location of the little dragon and Xiaoqi. After a brief communication with them, he quietly said to the live stream, according to the little dragon, the blood spring is just 70 meters away, but there are quite a few wild hounds there. It looks like another battle is about to begin. Let's go. I didn't get to enjoy the last fight enough. Without hesitation, Subai led the little dragon and Xiaoqi boldly towards the fray. Kill. 5 minutes later, the battle concluded. Ding. Congratulations on successfully defeating the guardian beast of the blood spring. You are awarded a miniature spirit spring which has been placed into your personal space and can be retrieved at any time. There's actually a spirit spring. Subai was somewhat surprised, but his expression remained calm. Perhaps due to the previous battle having killed too many wild hounds, even with the traitor driving them away, there were only 52 wild hounds gathered here, 2 first tier 5 stars, 27 first tier 4 stars, and the rest were all first tier 3 stars, posing no threat to him. This time he also did not use the Black Star pistol or the Zhuge crossbow. Unlike the previous battle at the blood spring, although this one was not as large scale as the one near the Xianlei fruit tree, it still brought them some trouble. The little dragon was fine, but Xiaoqi had a fresh scratch on its body, having lost several feathers. Subei's clothing on his arm was torn, revealing bloodstains underneath. It wasn't a deep wound, just a scrape. For him now, it could only be considered a minor injury, hardly worth mentioning. That was exhilarating. This battle was too enjoyable. Subei shouted, releasing all the battle intent in his chest, instantly feeling a bit more at ease. In this battle, not only did he obtain a plethora of spoils, but his martial skill, the ninefold Xian Yuan spear, seemed to glimpse the hope of breakthrough. If he could have another such intense battle, he might just break through directly. He couldn't help but feel more anticipation for the upcoming fights. Was there a mid-stage first-tier 5-star wild hound just now? A viewer finally came to their senses from the recent battle, eyes wide in disbelief. Yes, I saw it too, but it was killed in less than 3 moves by Subei. This means Subei's cultivation level has likely reached the late stage of the body refinement realm, or even its peak, which is truly hard to believe. This conclusion left the global audience speechless, because it was just too incredible. Ding! The 5-star Lord State of the Star Empire Iron Star bets 5,000 black iron coins. In the recent battle, Subei did not hold back, fighting intensely. Based on my judgment, his cultivation should be at the peak of the body refinement realm's 5th stage. To raise his cultivation to this level in such a short time is quite remarkable. The 5-star Lord State of the Star Empire Iron Star commented again, igniting the bullet comments in the live stream. With Iron Star's betting and comments, many from the Blue Star and even viewers from other Lord States gained confidence, significantly increasing their bets on Subei. After all, the further along, the lower the net value. As of now, betting 1 gold coin only counts as 0.95 coins of the net value has already begun to drop because Subei's success rate is rising. This Subei has managed to cultivate from a mere mortal to the peak of the body refinement realm's 5th stage in such a short time. He can be considered a once-in-a-lifetime genius. As long as he doesn't fall midway, the future looks promising, and he should be quite stable in passing the first trial. The 5-star Lord State of the Wind God Empire Jing Wushuang. Damn, another high-profile figure from a 5-star Lord State has appeared. The shock among Blue Star viewers had not yet subsided when a large number of high-level civilization viewers began to comment, bet, and even reward. It's a pity it's only the first cosmic day. If only we could see the official cultivation ranking, we would know the exact rank of Blue Star 10010. However, based on past admissions from the Cosmic Lord Academy, he would definitely rank within the top 10 billion. The 6-star Lord State of the Howran Empire Feng Wuxia. Damn, figures from the 6-star Empire are showing up in Old Bay's live stream. That's impressive. Blue Star viewers were completely stirred up as this was the first viewer from a 6-star Lord State. Having lost the initial sense of crisis, Subei naturally paid attention to the bullet comments now and then. Although he didn't see the comments from the 6-star Lord State viewers, he noticed many Blue Star viewers were discussing this matter. Thank you all for your bets. I will strive to pass the trials and not let everyone's money go to waste. Subei felt very good seeing a string of rewards and bets, as these were his current patrons, directly related to the amount of startup capital for his future territory. Feng Wuxia, could you please explain how this ranking works? Additionally, my cultivation is indeed at the peak of the body refinement realm's 5th stage. I feel like I have almost exhausted all my resources and energy. Is it really just the top 10 billion? This was the first time Su-bai openly shared his cultivation level with everyone. There was no other way. Many powerful figures in the live stream had keen eyes and could see through it. Since he needed to ask others questions, hiding his cultivation would only insult their intelligence, so it was better to reveal it himself. Did you not hear the powerful figures? He is merely within the top 10 billion. Although he is ranked first in Blue Star under known circumstances, he cannot guarantee that some hidden 6-star figures do not exist. However, regardless of the situation, his current achievement in the entire trial ground was hardly significant and should not attract the attention of any malicious individuals. At least not on the first day. I find you quite likable, so it won't hurt to tell you that the leaderboard will be revealed when the second cosmic day begins. At that time you will see your most genuine real-time ranking, and there is no need to hide your cultivation level, as this is the trial for admission to the Cosmic Lord Academy. The more dazzling your achievements, the more attention you will attract from the Academy, and the greater the benefits you will reap in the future. Feng Wuxia is indeed a big shot from a 6-star Lord Nation, able to see through Su-bai's inner thoughts the moment he entered his live stream. Moreover, his words clearly conveyed an important principle to Su-bai. Knowing how to hide is a good thing, but it must be done in the right place and at the right time. This is an admission trial. The more prominent your talents, the easier it is to gain the Academy's attention and to receive resource allocation. Although Su-bai didn't completely agree, his thoughts began to shift. Perhaps this is what growth looks like. As for being ranked in the top 10 billion, you needn't feel disheartened. On the contrary, you should feel proud, for not all wild civilizations have newcomers with no cultivation like your Blue Star. Some civilizations have their own cultivation legacies, and newcomers might already have reached the 7th or 8th level of body refinement, and even in past trials there have been newcomers at the chi refining stage. Feng Wuxi's words shocked Su-bai, as well as everyone from Blue Star and the viewers from other wild civilizations watching the live stream. This seemingly reasonable situation was something no one initially considered, and even if they did, they were reluctant to believe it unless that civilization already had a cultivation legacy. Isn't this rather unfair? For us ordinary trial participants from Blue Star, we might not even be able to reach the chi refining stage by the end of the first round. How can we compare? The audience from Blue Star felt despair. Indeed, absolute fairness could not exist anywhere, and they were not surprised that the trial space was like this. The first round is a survival challenge, and as long as you survive for 10 cosmic days you will pass. Thus we need not compare ourselves to those powerful trial participants from the very beginning, as advancement is not based on ranking. Su-bai was quite open-minded about this. He had already suspected this when he heard Feng Wuxia mention his ranking being in the top 10 billion. After all, he was at the dual god level and possessed a super god level cultivation technique, the 9-star divine artifact. Breaking through along the way had been as easy as drinking water, so his ranking could not be that low. If that's the case, everything makes sense. Not just the top 10 billion, but even 1,000 billion could be possible. Hahaha, what an interesting young man. You see things more clearly than those ants. You are right, in the first round rankings do not matter much. Just focus on surviving and passing the first round of assessments. The first round is actually the most basic selection, and it selects relatively ordinary students. Only in the second round do you need to pay attention to how the rankings will affect you. I've said too much. I have high hopes for you. Feng Wuxia seemed to have received some kind of warning and immediately stopped his comments. These messages must be compiled immediately and sent to the other trial participants. This is very important. Su-bai is right. The most crucial thing is to strive to survive and pass. Zhang Yang promptly instructed. Chief, when Feng Wuxia mentioned the content of the second round, it seemed a bit off, as if he wanted to say something but held back. Lumin analyzed the conversation between Feng Wuxia and Su-bai with a serious expression. Yes, it is likely that the Academy prohibits revealing the content of the second round. This is understandable. Our Blue Star has a gag order, let alone this more advanced dark dimensional network platform. Zhang Yang wasn't too concerned about this. The information obtained today was already very shocking. Most importantly, a series of big shots had placed their bets on Su-bai, and Su-bai's openly displayed cultivation level gave him greater hope for passing. As long as one person from Huaxia passes and becomes a Cosmic Lord, Huaxia will rise alongside, sharing both glory and fortune. The greatest fear is total annihilation. On Misty Island, Su-bai clasped his fists towards the live stream and said, "Thank you, big shot Feng Wuxia, for your guidance and encouragement." He was a person who understood gratitude. After shifting his gaze away from the barrage of comments, Su-bai began to clean the battlefield, collecting the bodies into the Beast Tower and the spoils into his personal space. He then moved to the blood spring, took out a large iron pot, and began to transfer the spring water. 1 pot, 2 pots. After scooping out a total of 28 pots, the spring water finally ran out. Unable to use the large iron pot any longer, Su Bai generously gifted this blood spring to Little Dragon and Little Chi. Drink it all up, and after you're done, break the bottom of the pool for me, Su Bai instructed. The two little creatures eagerly ran over to drink the water. They were intelligent enough to know that the blood spring was as good as blood crystals and even easier to absorb. Soon a similar scene unfolded again before Su Bai and the others. Having witnessed the power of the formation, they no longer needed to be as vigilant as before. The only thing Su Bai needed to do was to secretly instruct the tower spirit to arrange for the 3 first-stage 5-star Savage Hawks to leave this area and go to the next blood spring location, driving the Savage Hawks there to gather towards the blood spring. As the mist gradually dispersed, 4 Savage Hawks appeared in the open field of vision. They immediately became frightened upon seeing Su Bai and burrowed into the nearby mist. Su Bai did not pursue them, it was easier for them to gather together. Let's go to the next one. Su Bai waved his hand, exuding a commanding presence. Half an hour later, he took down the 3rd blood spring, activated the 3rd formation eye, and once again obtained a micro-spirit spring. Notably, during this battle, his 9-fold Mystic Yuan Spear finally broke through to the entry-level realm on its first layer, marking the 2nd realm of martial arts. According to the description of the cultivation technique, martial arts have 7 realms: novice, entry-level, proficient, minor accomplishment, major accomplishment, perfection, and breaking limits. The last realm can only be reached by a very few exceptional talents. The vast majority of cultivators are destined to miss out. Once limits are broken, there is no upper limit to their power, and the extent of the breakthrough depends on the cultivator's own insights and foundation. This also means that cultivators have created entirely new martial arts based on their original martial arts foundation, which are certainly more powerful new techniques. For old martial arts, this means breaking limits, but for newly created techniques, the realm is uncertain as it still depends on the level of the new martial arts. This implies that the higher the level of martial arts, the more difficult it is to reach the breaking limit, whereas lower-level martial arts are easier to achieve the breaking limit. After another half-hour, Su Bai successfully eliminated all the Savage Hawks surrounding the last blood spring and reclaimed the 3 Savage Hawks he had released back into the Beast Tower. After completing all this, he arrived at the blood spring 5 minutes later. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully activated the 4th array node and opened the central altar. The island's ultimate guardian beast is awakening. Go slay it and seize the final opportunity. Everyone, I just received a system alert. The ultimate guardian beast has finally been summoned. It'll take you to observe from a safe distance to see whether an ambush might be possible. Su Bai had no confidence that he could vanquish the ultimate guardian beast at his present strength. After all, from his previous excursions on wild resource floating isles, the strongest wild mastiff he had encountered on an island like this was a first-rank 5-star at its peak. This so-called ultimate guardian beast was therefore very likely a first-rank 6-star, perhaps even higher, while he himself was merely at the peak of the 5th layer of the body tempering stage. Yet, he did have Heixing the Zhuge Lian, and if those failed, there was still the Wanshou Tower, though using it would require him to turn off his live stream at the last moment. Xiaolong, Xiaoqi, you two return to the floating island for now. Su Bai ordered it. In the face of the ultimate guardian beast, they would be of no use and might even slow him down. After seeing the 2 little creatures off, Su Bai strode toward the center of Miwu Island. The mist had already dispersed, and the path was visible, though trees and rocks still obscured a clear view of the very center. Along the way, Su Bai loaded Zhuge Lianis bolts and Heixing rounds, and carefully smeared them with the concentrated essence of Bian Shidu Emeraldade snake venom to increase their lethality. Some viewers scoffed. Geez, Lao Bai, must you be so cautious? Your Heixing is a first-rank mid-grade divine weapon able to fell a first-rank 6-star beast. To the Zhuge Lian Nu is a first-rank superior, capable of taking down a 9-star. You're really going to poison them? Others defended him. You don't understand. When a lion faces a rabbit, one must still fight with all one has. Lao Bai is doing exactly the right thing. In fact, many more viewers agreed with Su Bai's prudence. A little caution is wise. Those who were reckless either died or were forced out. Ask them, do they not regret not having been more careful? Perhaps they might have lasted longer, maybe even passed the first trial had they been more prudent. Someone raised a question, but does that venom really work on the ultimate guardian beast? Su Bai smiled faintly at the comments and replied, the Bian Shidu essence is only a first-rank low-grade poison, but it is effective against first-rank beasts of 4 to 6 stars. Its effect is greatly reduced against a 7-star beast, offering at best slight numbness, yet in any case it still tips the odds in our favor, does it not? By the time he finished coating and loading his bolts, Su Bai had already approached the central altar. The beast was at least visible to the naked eye, though it remained beyond the reach of his spiritual perception. Otherwise, he would have been able to discern its attributes. Good heavens, that wild mastiff is enormous, more than twice the size of the 5-star mid-stage one we saw before. Lao Bai, the wisest course is to retreat, play for time, proceed cautiously, do not act rashly. Some onlookers seeing the scale of the guardian beast began to worry for Subai. That creature must be at least a first-rank 6-star, possibly 7-star. The gap is too great, Lao Bai. You must make a prudent decision. Before it notices you, it's best to withdraw. Indeed, you previously obtained many resources, hurry back to cultivate. Once your strength rises, you can return to deal with it. We won't mock you for that. The viewers offered their counsel, especially those who had wagered or tipped in Subai's favor. His survival affected their interests as well. Subai spoke his strategy plainly. This Miwu Island covers only 5 square kilometers. From my current position to my Fukong Island is barely over 1,000 meters. If an ambush fails to kill it, I will withdraw immediately. I will not linger. It should not be able to catch me. If it does pursue, I can use the protective barrier of my floating island to finish it from range. His explanation won instant approval from many viewers. A realization spread through the crowd, of course. If an ambush fails, luring it back to the floating island and using the barrier to kill it is also an excellent option. With that in mind, Subai's chances seemed to grow and numerous viewers expressed their support. Subai estimated the distance to the ultimate guardian beast at roughly 280 meters. He raised the Zhuge and employing his divine technique made the distant mastiff appear as if it were close at hand. Without hesitation, he pulled the trigger and loosed 3 bolts in quick succession. The arrows tore through the air with whistling cries bearing a lethal intent as they sped toward the newly awakened guardian. The beast seemed to sense the threat, turning its head toward Subai with an icily murderous gaze. Its aura solidified into tangible energy. Moving like a flash of lightning, it slipped aside and evaded 2 of the bolts. The 3rd arrow managed to pierce its vitality shield, but struck only its thigh. Against such a colossal frame, the wound was negligible. Still, a pained, furious howl came from the wild mastiff, and it charged towards Subai with terrifying speed. Subai thought how strong, how keen its perception. May the Bai and Shidu take hold. He did not pause. At once more, he pulled the trigger and sent 3 more bolts at the beast. After firing those 3 arrows to harry the mastiff, Subai turned and sprinted without looking back, racing for his floating island. As he ran, something felt off. The mastiff's roar had begun to recede into the distance rather than grow nearer. He did not dare glance back until he had reached his Fukong Island. Only then did he turn and look toward the center of Miwu Island, and realized the beast had not followed. A viewer messaged him, "Good news, Lao Bai. The creature seems unable to stray far from the central altar. It chased for a short distance and then stopped." Another viewer offered a different take. Could it be the poison? Perhaps its movements are slowed, and it's wary of an ambush, so it dares not pursue. Opinions differed among the onlookers. Whether it's a range limitation or the poison, this is all good news, someone exclaimed. Lao Bai, go back and finish it off. How can you leave such audacity unpunished? Subai, reading the comments and recalling what had transpired, wondered if there might indeed be a range restriction on the guardian beast. He asked the island spirit, but the answer was unknown. All right, let's test its limits. With that, he reloaded 6 poison bolts and leapt once more onto me. Along the way, his pace was not fast, and it was only when he returned to the place where he had previously ambushed that he saw that the wild beast had already returned to the central altar. The altar actually has healing abilities. Subai saw a faint green light seeping from the altar, landing on the wild beast's thigh where it had been shot. The wound caused by the arrow had already begun to heal slowly, and the blood had stopped flowing. As for the arrows, they had long been broken by the wild beast. This was the first original arrow he had lost. It actually has automatic healing functions. If I can't kill it in a short time, won't it be very difficult to take it down? It's too difficult, and no wonder it's the ultimate BOSS. It even has automatic health regeneration. The audience felt a sense of despair, no longer seeing hope for victory. Subai frowned. However, when Subai saw the number of online viewers in the live stream, he made up his mind no matter how difficult it was to kill, he would do it, and he would do it live. Because the number of viewers had already surpassed 1.5 billion, breaking his personal record and setting a new global record for trial challengers. If he could successfully kill this beast, he speculated that the live viewership might reach new heights, possibly even surpassing 2 billion. Everyone was very interested in Subai's challenge against the ultimate guardian beast. Kill. Subai solidified his determination, directly raising the Zhuge crossbow and pulling the trigger again at the injured wild beast. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the same attack was ineffective against strong opponents. However, after Subai shot 3 arrows this time, he shot 3 more arrows in the direction where the opponent habitually dodged and fired 1 more in another direction, totaling 7 arrows, filling the space where the opponent could move with lethal intent. I don't believe you can dodge this time. Subai fixed his gaze on the opponent without blinking. As he expected, the opponent attempted to dodge, and it was towards the direction of the 3 arrows. With a series of 3 flesh-piercing sounds, 3 arrows struck home. Unfortunately, the distance was too far for Subai to hear the sounds of the arrows hitting flesh, but he saw the arrows embedded in the opponent's body. 1 arrow hit the abdomen, 1 hit the nose, and 1 hit the thigh. Arg blood gushed out and waves of pain surged through the wild beast, which let out a furious roar and howl, rolling on the ground and desperately rubbing against the arrow embedded in its nose, clearly indicating that this shot had caused it significant harm. After much effort it broke the arrow, but the tip remained inside its body. Blood gushed forth and black smoke emanated from the blood, clearly indicating that the venom from the green-eyed snake was also taking effect. At the same time, a faint green light appeared from the altar beside it, turning into specks that entered its body, mending its wounds. However, this time the healing speed was clearly not keeping up with the speed of blood loss. It seems that the healing from this altar is also limited as long as the damage caused exceeds the recovery speed. Having realized this, Subai naturally would not let such a good opportunity slip away. He aimed again and shot 3 arrows, emptying the arrows from the Juga crossbow. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, all 3 arrows hit again, but since the opponent kept rolling it was rather hard to hit its vital points. However, increasing the toxicity and causing continuous bleeding was still good. After doing all this, Subai was not finished yet. He moved closer to the opponent while quickly and skillfully reloading arrows. Arg, the wild beast, saw that the one who had ambushed and provoked it did not run away this time, but instead charged towards Subai. It was furious, enduring the pain in its body as it rushed at him, albeit with a staggered gait, completely lacking its previous powerful momentum. No wonder it's the ultimate boss. Even after being hit by so many arrows it can still move. Then I'll give you a few more shots. Thinking this, Subai did not retreat but advanced. To increase his hit rate, enhance lethality, and provoke his opponent into leaving the altar, Subai quickly closed the distance to over 100 meters, stopping only when the opponent was within the range of his divine ability. He finally saw the information about this wild beast. Name: Wild Beast, Ultimate Guardian Beast, and level 1st stage 6-star limit. And description: the strongest, being born from gathering the fortunes of the Wild Beast clan of an entire island with a 5 return to ancestral bloodline, has the potential to break through to the 2nd stage. Under intense stimulation, it can temporarily break through to 1st stage 7-star initial phase, significantly increasing its power. Be cautious. Damn, it can even enter a berserk state. Subai cursed internally. Fortunately, he had the insight eye divine ability, allowing him to see these details clearly. Initially, he wanted to get a little closer to deal more damage, but it seemed wiser to be cautious. This distance was just right. Even if the opponent went berserk, he would have time to increase the distance. There was no time to look at the altar's information any longer, as the wild beast had already charged over to him only 120 meters away. Subai hurriedly shot all 4 arrows he had just loaded and quickly drew out the Black Star pistol, retreating while shooting. The heavily injured wild beast had no strength to dodge the arrows and bullets, all hits landing. Finally, as it charged to the spot where Subai had shot, it could run no more. With a loud crash it slammed heavily to the ground, and in no time its black blood flowed all around, poisoning the surrounding vegetation, making it appear as if it were dying. Standing 100 meters away, Subai had stopped shooting, his eyes fixed on the opponent. As long as he did not hear the system's prompt, he dared not relax for a moment, and he quickly reloaded arrows and bullets. Once he finished all this, Subai raised the Juga crossbow again and aimed at the wild beast. And whoosh, the wild beast's body twitched slightly on the ground. Damn humans, you do not adhere to martial ethics. If the wild beast could speak. Seeing that Subai consistently kept his distance while its life was quickly draining away, and it was nearing death, the wild beast's vital energy suddenly erupted, causing the surrounding vegetation to rustle. It used the last of its strength to charge towards Subai in a desperate attack. Its speed was far beyond Subai's imagination. Damn, it's gone berserk. Subai had been on high alert against it. Seeing this, he lightly pressed his foot down and activated the snow tread technique, jumping onto a nearby large tree and swiftly maneuvering through the branches. The wild beast, with just one last breath, managed to break through 7 or 8 large trees in one go, but its vital energy rapidly dissipated, and it collapsed to the ground again. This time it could not get back up. Just as Subai was considering whether to shoot a few more arrows, the long-awaited system prompt finally rang out. And ding, congratulations, you have successfully killed a 1st stage 6-star limit wild beast, rewarded with 1,200 points of 1st stage experience. Meanwhile, a golden key appeared on its corpse, along with 5 banknotes of 50 denomination and 5 complete low-grade blood crystals. Generally speaking, the points awarded for hunting fierce beasts are as follows. 1st stage 1-star beast 1 to 5 points, and 1st stage 2-star beast 10 to 20 points, and 1st stage 3-star beast 40 to 60 points, and 1st stage 4-star beast 120 to 200 points, and 1st stage 5-star beast 300 to 500 points, and 1st stage 6-star beast 800 to 1200 points. Damn it was really tough to kill this one. Subai finally breathed a sigh of relief in his heart. This was the most powerful beast he had slain so far, and also the hardest to kill. Just as he relaxed, the system notification chimed again. Ding, congratulations on killing the king of the Huangyao clan, reward 1 level 1 radar fragment. Ding, congratulations on successfully killing all the Huangyao clan on Misty Island. Reward 1 Level 1 Power Module. The reward for killing the king was about what he had expected. However, he did not expect to also receive a power module. It seems that the Huangyao I subdued also. Su Bai thought to himself. Indeed, when he hunted the red-tailed chickens before, one had fallen into the endless void between two floating islands, and it was also counted as him killing all the red-tailed chickens. So as long as he eliminated the beasts here, it should count as a success. Ding, congratulations on completing the ultimate opportunity quest. You have received the key to the opportunity vault. Reward 100 points of primary treasure points. Please take the key to the place where the guardian beast awakens to unlock the vault. Primary treasure points. What is that? Is it a currency? Su Bai was bewildered. And a vault at the place where the Huangyao awakens. Could it be that altar? But now was not the time to think about these things after all the live stream was still ongoing. Everyone, I finally killed this big guy. Su Bai jumped down from the trunk, landing steadily on the head of the Huangyao. Looking at the creature's wide-open eyes after death filled with unwillingness, it was rather eerie. He then jumped to the ground and directly stored the corpse in the beast tower while the silver notes and blood crystals were placed in his personal space, leaving only a golden key in his hand. Wow, pardon my lack of culture, but at this moment only these two words can express my feelings. VSS, you humans are shameless. I was pretending to be dead and you couldn't come over to check. You even shot arrows at me. Are you still human? Su Bai remained composed, having witnessed today's events. When the Huangyao fell, he had thought it was truly defeated. If it were me, I might have gone to check on it. I didn't expect it to be feigning death, trying to take me down with it. Su Lao Lu, indeed there's no such thing as a wrongly named title. You really are an old six. This boss met you, it truly has hit the worst luck of its life. BSS, don't I have any dignity? I'm the ultimate boss. I was killed without even having you guys. Speaking of which, Su Bai was at least 70 or 80 meters away from this big guy, right? I think it was over 100 meters. The only time we got close was when I jumped on its head to whip its corpse. Ahem, I'm more concerned about the ultimate opportunity. Don't you guys care? Why are we chatting about these irrelevant things? After some reminders from others, everyone finally reacted. Right. Old Bai, hurry up and unlock the opportunity vault. I want to see what good things are inside. Everyone's hearts suddenly ignited with enthusiasm. Ahem, I was quite startled earlier. Let me rest for a moment. In the next live stream, I'll take everyone to see the last floating island. After saying this, Su Bai pretended not to see the barrage of comments regardless of the fact that the number of viewers had surpassed 2 billion and directly closed the live stream. Damn it. I took off my pants and you show me a black screen. Old Bai, you can't do this. You'll lose friends. Damn, Old Bai, you've angered the masses this time and no one can protect you now because I'm also quite furious. A bloodied knife JPG, even if you want the most important trump card. Who knows what might happen among the challengers later. Clearly, Su Bai's sudden closure of the live stream directly ignited the ire of the masses, and everyone criticized him vehemently until they calmed down and someone began to speak up for him. Don't blame Old Bai. The opportunity is the most important trump card. Who knows what might happen among the challengers later. If a good item comes out and is coveted by others, it won't be good. There's always a day for thieves, but never a day for preventing theft. I think Old Bai's actions are quite reasonable and align with his cautious character. If Su Bai can pass the trial, it will also benefit us. He is cautious by nature, so we should be happy about it. Although it's quite unpleasant, I must say his approach is correct. I just wonder if he will lose followers in the Beijing base. Chief, we have managed to steer public opinion back on track. Thanks to our online army's efforts, everyone's attitude towards Su Bai has changed, and they can understand his actions now. Lu Min wiped his forehead, which was not sweating. That's good. This kid really knows how to create trouble for us. That took me by surprise and nearly threw my back out. I still don't know what that opportunity vault really is or what kind of opportunity it holds. Zhang Yang nodded slightly, also very curious about the opportunity vault. If it's just an ordinary treasure, Su Bai will probably inform everyone in the next live stream. He should know that what he did this time wasn't quite right. If it's a genuine treasure, he might keep it under wraps. You make a good point. Let's keep an eye on his live stream and see what happens. I believe he will handle this matter well. Zhang Yong nodded. In the center of Misty Island, Su Bai stood by the altar. Sigh, I wonder how many viewers I lost from my earlier actions. But no matter how many I lose, I had to do it this way. Although Su Bai felt a bit anxious, he remained firm in his choice. Some content could be live streamed, but his privacy and trump cards could not be exposed. That was his bottom line unless it was a life and death situation or unavoidable circumstances. After his thoughts settled, Su Bai finally turned his attention to the altar. Name key to the opportunity vault. Level primary. Description: one of the many doors connecting to the Cosmic Lord Academy's vault. Using a specific key can unlock the Academy's primary vault, which contains various treasures ranging from low grade to high grade in the 1st to 3rd tiers. Is it just a primary vault? Subai had thought it would be a random unlimited reward, but he also knew that this possibility was slim. After all, there were so many on Misty Island, and if they were all unlimited, the Academy would be at a huge loss. Forget it, let's not think about that. A primary vault is still a vault. Let's see what good things there are. Subai dismissed all the chaotic thoughts in his mind and prepared to use the key to open the vault door. However, suddenly he thought of something, hesitated for a moment, and instructed Island Spirit start the live stream. Yes, Island Master. Huh. What's going on? Laobai, didn't you say you were startled and needed a moment to recover? How are you already back to normal? That was astonishingly fast. A viewer joked. A man should never boast about speed. Though admittedly it wasn't long, hehe. What do you mean, huh? Did you really obtain your karmic opportunity that quickly? So now you remember us, the family. Another chimed in with biting sarcasm. Laobai, I've always believed in you. I'm one of your most loyal fans, and yet your last move truly wounded our hearts. Laobai, if you tell us what karmic opportunity you've obtained, I'll forgive you. Someone tried to stir the waters, hoping to uncover the nature of Subai's boon. Ahem. Subai cleared his throat lightly, then spoke without a trace of embarrassment. Fellow family members, you're mistaken about me. Just now my spirit was unsettled. I feared losing face or behaving improperly before you all. Now I'm fully composed, so here I am resuming the broadcast. Do you expect us to believe that? Only if you haven't claimed the boon yet and plan to let us witness its unveiling together, will we accept it as genuine. To judge a man's character, don't listen to his words, watch his deeds. Otherwise he's nothing but a scoundrel. Wait, since when did feminist rhetoric sneak into this stream? Subai ceased bantering and tapped the altar. Take a look at this. Do any of you recognize it? What is it? What exactly? Isn't this identical to the altar that just glowed emerald while healing the savage hound? So, is this your karmic opportunity? What use does it serve? Bring it home for self-healing. That'd be one practical application. Ahem, I honestly have no idea what this is. His reply nearly sent viewers tumbling off their chairs. Holy Laobai, you've gone rogue. That came out of nowhere. I nearly threw my back out. I'd barely recovered from the first jolt, and now you hit me again. Are you determined to shatter my ancient spine today? Ugh, once again he's pulled off the perfect act. I know you're eager, but please hold your horses. Subai offered reassurance, then explained. The system's prompt clearly stated the karmic opportunity lies where the guardian beast awakens. Well, isn't this precisely that place? I glanced around earlier and spotted a keyhole here, strikingly matched to the key I hold. I suspect inserting it will unlock whatever holds the boon. And since I knew you'd love watching this unfold live, I resumed broadcasting to share the moment with you. Truly, I regard you all as family. Please don't misunderstand me, or my heart will break. Phew, why does that sound so cloyingly sweet? A viewer shuddered involuntarily, goosebumps rising as though meeting Subai for the very first time. Could this be false? Perhaps he's already seized the boon, and now presents us with an empty shell, or worse, a decoy substituted at the last moment. Given Laobai's usual style, abruptly ending the stream was utterly in character. But this sudden relaunch. It's like he's been replaced. Wait. Laobai, did you just get possessed? Whoa, what an imagination. Brilliant. Laobai, if you've been kidnapped, blink twice. I can't rescue you, but I'll light an incense stick in your honor and burn paper effigies of models, villas, and sports cars to express my deepest sympathy. Subai rolled his eyes skyward upon reading those comments. My profound thanks. Then, clearing his throat once more, actions speak louder than words. I'll open it now. He wasted no time bantering further. Drawing out the key, he inserted it into the massive altar-like door, and in the next instant, a golden interface shimmered into view, displaying countless treasures, like browsing an e-commerce platform on Earth. Ding! You have earned 100 points of basic treasure currency. Select your desired items from. The spectacle stunned every viewer. Screenshots flew, recordings surged, everyone scrambled to document the displayed treasures. Even Subai stood speechless, utterly transfixed. Is treasure currency a form of in-universe currency? Can I acquire any item marked with a number below 100? Regaining his composure, Subai pointed to the numerical tags beside each item and asked aloud, uncertain whether anyone would answer yet unwilling to miss the chance. Yes. To his elation, a reply materialized instantly. How does one earn treasure currency? He pressed eagerly. Only by completing the ultimate karmic opportunity quest during the trial. No alternate path exists. Is the reward always 100 points? It depends on the guardian beast's strength. A Tier 1 6-star limit cultivator represents the weakest guardian, yielding only the minimum 100 points of basic treasure currency. Defeat a stronger guardian and your reward multiplies accordingly. Must I spend all points at once, or may I save them for later use? You may retain them. Any primary treasury opened during the trial accepts these points. If unused by trials and they remain valid within the academy, provided you pass the final assessment. Fail however and all points vanish instantly. Whoa, so this is what a karmic opportunity truly looks like. Utterly unlike anything I imagined. The audience, having overheard Su Bai's exchange with the unseen voice, now grasped both the treasury's function and the nature of karmic opportunities. Now I believe Lao Bai. His reaction earlier didn't suggest prior knowledge. He seemed just as astonished as we were. Still, why did he cut the stream earlier? That remains baffling. They remained unaware of Su Bai's insightful eye. It was partly Su Bai's own oversight. Had he first examined the altar's details, he might never have ended the stream. A misstep, but perfection is humanly impossible. Who could foresee every contingency from the outset? After all, he'd never imagined such a karmic opportunity would manifest in this manner. Lao Bai, don't zone out. Hurry, explore what treasures lie within the treasury. Someone grew impatient. Lao Bai, ask if filtering is possible. Display only items under 100 points, or better yet filter for exactly what you need. Otherwise, with so many options, you'll waste precious time searching. A wise suggestion, one Su Bai noticed immediately. He humbly accepted it and consulted the interface. Indeed, filtering worked. I seek defensive equipment or formation arrays required to upgrade my floating isle, anything that safeguards it and satisfies upgrade prerequisites, priced under 100 points of basic treasure currency. Do such items exist? Su Bai inquired. Yes. Shortly after, a list appeared before Su Bai and the others, containing only 3 items. Second-tier medium-grade small Xuanwu formation, 99 basic treasure points, capable of resisting attacks below the 9th level of Qi refinement. Second-tier low-grade small Xuanwu formation, 69 basic treasure points, can resist attacks below the 5th level of Qi refinement. First-tier high-grade small Xuanwu formation, 39 basic treasure points, can resist attacks from the body refinement stage. 5th level of Qi refinement, 9th level. Second-tier medium-grade. Why isn't it the 4th level and the 7th level of Qi refinement? Su Bai looked at these data, feeling something was off. Suddenly he seemed to grasp something and hurriedly asked, are there really 12 levels in Qi refinement? Yes. The answer was simple and straightforward. Su Bai quickly immersed his mind into a sea of consciousness communicating with the black and white jade disc and glanced at the techniques of Qi refinement. Indeed, there are truly 12 levels in Qi refinement. Previously, while cultivating in the body refinement stage, it felt like it would take a long time, so he hadn't looked further. After confirming this information, he didn't linger on it, but took the opportunity to ask about something he was more concerned about. Is there any secret silver? What is the price? Su Bai didn't buy the formation immediately. He needed to evaluate comprehensively. He still had an arrow tower, but the first-tier high-grade arrows required secret silver, and he didn't yet know how to obtain secret silver. Perhaps it was on Money Island, but he didn't even know where that was. 1 point of basic treasure points can be exchanged for 1 pound of secret silver. I'll take 15 pounds. He bought it directly at this bargain. According to the arrow blueprint, 1 pound of secret silver is enough to produce 100 first-tier high-grade arrows, so 15 pounds equals 1,500 arrows, which is sufficient. By the time he uses them all, Su Bai believed his cultivation would not need the aid of the arrow tower anymore. Moreover, he estimated that he would likely not use it all, but secret silver is a material for refining, and even if he doesn't use it all, it might be needed for other things in the future. If worst comes to worst, he could sell it and still recoup his costs. After deducting 15 basic treasure points, 15 pounds of secret silver have been delivered. As soon as the words fell, a small box appeared in front of Su Bai. Moreover, he estimated that he would likely not use it all, but secret silver is a material for refining, and even if he doesn't use it all, it might be needed for other things in the future. If worst comes, 15 pounds of secret silver was surprisingly just the size of a palm. Old by exchanging for blood crystals, elixirs, and techniques is what matters most for you, especially the techniques. If there are second-tier techniques, they would be the most beneficial to you. Don't exchange for blood crystals, you already have plenty. Techniques are the foundation. Exchange for martial skills. After organizing things over this period, techniques are relatively easier to obtain. With your strength, you shouldn't lack techniques, but martial skills are harder to find and are of greater value. Exchange for weapons. Look at yourself, isn't it just thanks to a Zhuge crossbow that you could establish such a huge advantage in the early stages? Based on the price of the formations, you might be able to exchange for a second-tier medium-grade or even a second-tier high-grade attack weapon. Ideally, it should be a ranged weapon. Everyone was brainstorming for Su Bai. He also looked at the bullet comments while seriously considering his actual situation. He didn't lack techniques, martial skills, blood crystals, or elixirs, but he couldn't say that out loud. For weapons, he also didn't need any for the moment. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately decided to buy a defensive formation for greater peace of mind and easier upgrades, but he couldn't afford the second-tier medium-grade one. He only acquired the second-tier low-grade small Xuanwu formation, deducting 69 basic treasure points, and leaving him with only 16 basic treasure points. Is there a first-tier high-grade Zhuge crossbow arrow? After careful consideration, Su Bai felt that the Zhuge crossbow was still very useful for him at this stage. He originally had 30 original arrows, but after the recent battle 4 had been destroyed, leaving him with only 26. Moreover, after multiple fights, they had suffered varying degrees of damage. If he didn't get a refill, he wouldn't be able to use the Zhuge crossbow anymore. As for the arrows he had obtained from the green-eyed snake, they had been useful before, but now they were no longer useful as they were only first-tier low-grade arrows. He could completely solve that issue himself. 1 point of basic treasure points can be exchanged for a bag, which is 30 arrows. So cheap, give me 150 arrows. Su Bai's eyes lit up as he spent another 5 basic treasure points. With these over 100 arrows, his attack and survival capabilities greatly increased. Is there anything to repair this defensive treasure? Or do I have to find a blacksmith to repair it? Su Bai suddenly thought of something and took out the Linglong Blood Jade. He remembered that if the Linglong Blood Jade were in a perfect state, it would be a second-tier high-grade defensive divine weapon. If it could be repaired, it would greatly help him in the early stages and also help him hide the 10,000 Beasts Tower well. 1 drop of first-tier medium-grade repair liquid can restore it to first-tier medium-grade, and the exchange price is 1 point of basic treasure points for 3 drops. 1 drop of first-tier high-grade repair liquid can restore it to first-tier high-grade with an exchange price of 6 points for 1 drop. Your balance of basic treasure points is insufficient for higher-grade repair liquids. That's enough. Give me 1 drop of first-tier high-grade repair liquid. Su Bai said excitedly. He didn't expect such a thing to exist, and he was once again shocked by this treasure vault. Everything he thought of was actually here, which shows how profound the Academy's foundation is. There are only 5 points left. What should I buy? Do you have first-tier high-grade spirit wood? Su Bai suddenly thought that for first-tier high-grade arrows he had secret silver and the special feathers of the red-tailed chicken, but it seemed he was still missing first-tier high-grade spirit wood. There were indeed some first-tier spirit woods on this misty island, but apart from the Xianlei fruit tree, the highest grade seemed to be only first-tier medium grade. There wasn't a second first-tier high-grade spirit wood. It would be best if it could be used to make arrows. Su Bai quickly added a sentence, worried that the other party would provide something meant for alchemy. That would be a shame. 1 point of basic treasure points can be exchanged for 10 cubic units of first-tier high-grade spirit wood. That much? The amount was somewhat beyond Su Bai's expectations. These renewable basic resources are of the lowest value to the Academy. Alright then, you guys are impressive. What else could Su Bai say? Are there tools for cutting spirit wood here? Su Bai inquired as there were still some spirit wood resources on the island. Although they were only first-tier low-grade and first-tier medium-grade, they weren't low in value and could be cut down for making arrows, filling the first 2 layers of the arrow tower. A first-tier high-grade crystal energy saw can absorb energy from the blood crystal for power, allowing one person to easily saw down a large area of spirit wood below the second tier, priced at 3 basic treasure points. Alright, give me one of those saws and 2 pieces of first-grade superior spirit wood. Su Bai quickly made his decision, completely exhausting his treasure points. He had not considered saving them for later. If he wanted more treasure points, he could simply venture into Misty Isle again. For now, enhancing his own strength was the most important matter. Ding, you no longer have treasure points. The door to the primary treasure vault is about to vanish. The system's voice echoed again, and then the ultralight door before him disappeared, leaving only a pile of treasures on the ground, all of which he had just exchanged. Wow, old Bai has struck it rich. He really has struck it rich this time. With this batch of supplies, Su Bai's floating island became even safer and his strength surged significantly. This opportunity vault is truly a wonderful thing. It's just a pity that Misty Isle is too perilous, especially with the guardian beasts, which are at least first-grade 6-star limit. Other challengers, even if they knew, could only watch helplessly as there was no way to open the vault. Some sighed knowing there was a treasure mountain ahead, but being utterly powerless, which was quite frustrating. This is not an opportunity vault at all, it's clearly a wishing pool. As long as you have enough treasure points, it seems you can obtain anything you desire. It's amazing. Many were incredibly shocked by the power of the opportunity vault and the variety of treasures. His old Bai actually gathered all these supplies. Just the first-grade superior spirit wood alone is 20 cubic meters. And those corpses of the wild beasts from earlier, how big is his spatial storage really? Someone noticed something was off. I can't speak for others' spatial storage, but Su Bai's must be quite large. Don't forget, he has already hunted down all the beasts on 2 floating islands, especially on one Misty, all where those high-level wild beasts dropped silver coins. With that much money, why wouldn't he upgrade his spatial storage? A great scholar started to defend Su Bai without him needing to explain himself. Alright, now there's only one last thing left to do, and that is to take away all the resources from this misty isle. Subai said happily to the live stream. Island Spirit, can we scan this island with radar now? Can it show what resources are available? Subai inquired. Yes, master of the island. Soon a resource list regarding Misty Isle appeared before Subai and the others. Wow, I didn't expect the resources on the island to be quite abundant. The list displayed 7 types of resources, far exceeding the first floating island. This was still without counting the wild beasts, blood springs, and xianlei fruit trees, otherwise there would be a total of 10 types of resources. Upon reaching the edge of Misty Isle, Subai began looking around, his eyes scanning like a radar. This was all for the viewers, as he actually employed the divine insight technique, instantly becoming a master of clearing Misty Isle, scanning inch by inch. Not long after he started, Subai noticed the bullet comments transforming into guides. Perhaps he wouldn't even need to waste his divine technique's time and could carry away all the resources from the island. I'm not bragging, old by my eyes are like a ruler. You just need to follow my guidance. There's absolutely no way to miss a good thing. A viewer was very confident. I'm super skilled at finding differences in games, and I've already seen images of 7 types of treasures. Trust me, I won't miss a single one. Old by, just rest assured. With us around, there will definitely be no fish that slipped through the net. For a moment, the viewer's enthusiasm for participation soared unprecedentedly. Even though I'm not in the trial space, being able to participate in the treasure hunt activity counts as being half a challenger, right? Damn, out and about identity is truly self-assigned, just speaking freely. Old by, is that blood ginseng on your right? The appearance of this bullet comment instantly silenced others, as everyone wanted to see if there really was blood ginseng. Indeed, it is blood ginseng. If you don't look closely, it's easy to overlook. It has only a few leaves on the outside, making it even more obscure than regular ginseng. One careless move could lead to missing it, and one might even think it's just ordinary grass leaves. Those with sharp eyes had already spotted the blood ginseng. Meanwhile, those whose vision wasn't as good kept shouting, Where? I don't see it. Subai naturally saw the blood ginseng too, even spotting it earlier than everyone else, but he didn't rush over immediately, allowing for more viewer participation, which was very beneficial for retaining fans. I see it too. Subai quickly turned to the location of the blood ginseng and then ran straight over. Name: blood ginseng. Level 1st grade, medium quality. Description: blood ginseng that has reached 50 years old is highly beneficial for cultivators at the 4th to 6th stages of body refinement realm. It can also be used to refine recovery pills for restoring vitality and rejuvenation pills for healing injuries, as well as qi and blood pills to assist in cultivation. Blood ginseng is a great item. It can be used directly and for alchemy. The only pity is that I don't know how to refine pills. Subai introduced to the live stream. The position of the blood ginseng was less than 200 meters from his floating island within radar scanning range. Even without divine techniques, he could see the specific information, so no one had doubts. Old Bai isn't the one beside it, also blood ginseng. A sharp-eyed viewer reminded him. After Subai stored the freshly picked blood ginseng in his spatial storage, he stood up and glanced at the ground ahead, a faint smile appearing on his face as he nodded. Yes, there is not just one blood ginseng here, but a patch of them. However, judging by the number of leaves, most of them are first-grade inferior quality. Wow, a patch. Old Bai, you hit the jackpot. Although most are first-grade inferior quality, they are still precious. Once we reach Gold and Silver Island, we can sell them for money. Everyone couldn't help but be astonished by Subai's luck. Subai interacted with the viewers while digging up the blood ginseng from the ground, taking quite a while to completely excavate all of them. The harvest was quite good, with 7 first-grade medium quality and 33 first-grade inferior quality, totaling 40 blood ginseng. However, the digging wasted a lot of time. We need to speed up, but we can't linger here for too long or the cost-effectiveness will be too low. What Subai hoped to encounter most now were military camps or ranger islands. If he could recruit some subordinates, he wouldn't have to do this himself in the future. Damn, he's being shown up again. Old Bai's point is valid. Given his current cultivation level and efficiency in killing, the time spent digging ginseng could yield much greater rewards. However, now only one floating island remains unexplored around the anchor, and with only 3 days left until dark, he probably won't have time to look for other floating islands. Anyway, he can't go out at night, so it isn't really wasting time. Others may be trapped, but Old Bai is no ordinary man. With his overwhelming strength, he could slaughter hordes even under the cover of night. Once the ginseng patch had been fully harvested, Subai's pace quickened markedly. His methods grew increasingly forceful. Soon after, he unleashed both the Titan Dragon Serpent and the Crimson Blood Rooster. Before certain spirit trees, Xiaolong needed only to coil his tail around their trunks and yank, uprooting them effortlessly. Xiaoqi's razor-sharp nimble beak plucked spirit fruits and medicinal herbs with elegant precision. With these two companions aiding him, efficiency surged dramatically. After roughly 3 hours of labor, every resource discovered on the mist-shrouded isle had been secured. Subai gazed upon the spirit trees, still bearing tangled roots, piled across his floating island and muttered wryly, had I known I wouldn't have bought that crystal energy saw. Isn't Xiaolong far more effective? 3 primary treasure points, that's enough to purchase 60 cubic meters of top-tier first-rank spirit wood, and Xiaolong. Master, how can lips at 37 degrees utter such words? Of course Subai had merely voiced a passing quip, he would suffer no loss. The crystal energy saw retained intrinsic value, he could assign it to future subordinates or sell it outright. Demand for such tools he knew would be keen. Alright friends, I'll now sort through these spoils and conclude today's stream. In our next broadcast, I'll guide you to explore the final floating island. Once that's complete, we'll depart this realm entirely. Rest assured, the next live session will begin soon. Farewell. With that, Subai severed the live stream. This time he would not cultivate, merely organizing the spoils would consume little time. Island Spirit. Activate the floating island. We sail for the last and largest one, the barren-looking expanse hovering in the distance. Yet scarcely had he spoken when memory struck him. With a flick of his palm, a radar fragment and a power module materialized in his hand. Upgrade both the radar and propulsion systems. He cast the 2 artifacts onto the ground where they fused seamlessly into the island structure. And as you command, Island Lord, and ding, radar upgrade complete. Scanning radius now extends to 400 meters. Ding, propulsion upgrade complete. Maximum speed now 40 kilometers per hour, and a gentle tremor rippled through the island before it lifted once more. With enhanced propulsion and radar, its movement grew swifter still. Subai wasted no moment. First, he carried the generator from the Island Lord's manor to the arrow forging workshop, refueled it with diesel, and activated it to supply electricity to the workshop. Next, he fed materials, mithril top-tier first-rank spirit wood and tail feathers from crimson-tailed beasts, into the workshop's loading bay, then initiated production. He watched intently until the first top-tier first-rank arrow emerged from the output chute. Name: Crimson Feather Arrow. Rank: top-tier first-rank. In description: a mid-damage, ultra-stable projectile capable of piercing an opponent's Kiblood aura with ease and inflicting sustained bleeding. Devastating against beasts below first-rank 9th star initial stage, still potent against those at first-rank 9th star. Acceptable, Subai murmured after inspection, meeting expectations precisely. He left the workshop to operate autonomously, turning his attention elsewhere. Island Spirit, alert me once production concludes, or if any malfunction arises. The arrow forging workshop produced 50 top-tier first-rank arrows per hour. His raw material inventory revealed a bottleneck: crimson-tailed feathers, exactly 856 in number. Thus, theoretically, 856 arrows could be forged, a process requiring just over 17 hours. He had no intention of standing guard throughout, that would be tedious, wasteful. With the Island Spirit overseeing operations, reliability was assured. Island Spirit, can you deploy the Xiao Xuanwu formation array disc? I possess no knowledge of formation arts whatsoever. Certainly, Master. Simply place the array disc upon the ground. Subai complied. A flash of azure light flared as the disc rotated slowly. 4 miniature banners spiraled forth, flying toward the island's cardinal points. Beams of light arced between them, and the disc weaving rapidly overhead into an impenetrable azure barrier. Then the disc dimmed and soared toward the gates of the Island Lord's manor, embedding itself there with quiet finality. Island Lord, the formation has been activated. N. How does this formation perform? N. My lord, the second-rank lower Xiao Xuanwu formation possesses 4 strengths and 4 weaknesses. Elaborate further. This formation he knew would become his bedrock of survival on the floating island, deserving utmost scrutiny. Strength 1, it automatically draws primordial chi from the trial realm to replenish expended energy, and even stores surplus energy passively during periods of calm. Strength 2, any assault weaker than a second-rank 5th star initial attack cannot breach its defense, or even penetrate its perimeter. Strength 3, it activates autonomously upon threat detection, requiring no manual initiation by the Island Lord. Enemies are repelled instantly, granting the Lord absolute security for cultivation or seclusion. Strength 4, so long as the core array disc remains intact, the formation will gradually self-repair, even after being shattered. These 4 strengths are indeed exceptional. Subai nodded approvingly, then asked, and the weaknesses? Weakness 1, though it absorbs primordial energy automatically, the rate is sluggish. During ordinary intensity battles, absorption may precisely offset consumption, sustaining equilibrium. Yet against overwhelming numbers, depletion outpaces replenishment, requiring the Island Lord to feed blood crystals into the formation for auxiliary power. The Island Spirit added, as if anticipating doubt, only intact lower-tier blood crystals are acceptable. N. Understood. This limitation was tolerable, and he happened to possess precisely 17 intact lower-tier blood crystals. Each of the 4 blood spring guardian beasts had yielded one of the final boss. 5 of the remainder came from first-rank 5th star wilderness hounds. What distinguishes an intact blood crystal from a fractured one? Why must it be whole? Subai had long harbored this question, intuitively sensing that intact crystals held profound significance. He'd preserved them carefully and used. For cultivation, the difference is negligible. But in terms of Ki-blood output stability, intact crystals cause virtually no damage to the formation's integrity. Fractured crystals can power formations, but carry risk of structural harm. Their use is discouraged unless absolutely dire. The island spirit's explanation was thorough and convincing. Subai's lingering doubts dissolved. "And continue," he said. Disadvantage 2. When facing attacks above the second tier 5 stars, the formation is no different from being made of paper. This is inherently a second-tier low-grade formation, which aligns with my psychological expectations, so it's not a problem. Subai nodded slightly. Disadvantage 3. This is a mountain-protecting formation which is fixed and cannot follow the island master in battle. I purchased this specifically to upgrade the floating island, so this is also within my expectations. Subai's expression remained unchanged. Disadvantage 4. Once the formation is activated, it is a one-time use. It must either be maintained continuously or once the formation is deactivated, the formation disk will self-destruct and cannot be reactivated. This is somewhat unfavorable, but I can barely accept it. Subai frowned slightly. Overall, the benefits outweigh the drawbacks, and he still had high hopes for this formation. After setting up the formation, Subai took down the exquisite blood jade from his waist and retrieved a drop of first-tier high-grade repair liquid from his spatial pouch. Without hesitation, he dripped it directly onto the jade pendant. He watched as the blood-colored radiance flowed, visibly repairing many fine cracks on the blood jade until the light faded and the properties of the blood jade changed once again. Name: Exquisite Blood Jade Fragment. Level First-tier high-grade introduction. Contains a flawed defensive formation that can withstand one lethal blow from a first-tier 9-star extreme beast. Even when facing beasts of higher realms, it can still weaken a portion of the attack power. If you can become a formation master or invite a formation master to repair it or obtain a higher grade repair liquid, a complete exquisite blood jade would be a second-tier high-grade treasure. Great! With the exquisite blood jade for protection, even if I venture into some dangerous places later, I can still livestream without worrying about using the beast tower in dangerous situations and being forced to close the livestream, which would raise suspicion. Subai happily reattached the exquisite blood jade to his waist, feeling a surge of security. By the way, tower spirit, leave the body of that first-tier 6-star extreme wild hawk. Refine everything else. Subai thought of something and issued a command. The first-tier 6-star extreme wild hawk had an enormous physique. Although the meat might be somewhat tough, it was still decent meat. In the absence of better meat alternatives, and with the red-tailed chicken already consumed, this was something to consider. Surplus items could also be traded on the Money Island later, perhaps fetching a good price. Master, what about the blood spring? Does it need refining? Refine. As Subai began to speak, a sudden flash of inspiration hit him, and he shook his head, saying, "Let's keep it for now, it might be useful later." Subai thought of trading on Money Island. Without exposing the blood spirit pill, the blood spring was a decent trade item, while the blood spirit pill could be obtained by hunting fierce beasts, which was relatively easier. Yes, master. After arranging these, he arrived at the square in front of the island master's mansion, where various resources were piled up, all obtained from the Misty Island. There were 38 pieces of first-tier medium-grade spirit with 2 varieties, and 142 pieces of first-tier low-grade spirit with 2 varieties. Subai also used the beast tower space to transport them all at once to the arrow-making workshop, along with the Xian Tai steel and other feathers from the red-tailed chicken, which were materials for producing first-tier medium and low-grade arrows. Once the first-tier high-grade red feathers arrows were completed, he could continue producing these arrows. In addition to these 4 types of spirit wood and blood ginseng, there were also 2 types of spirit items. Subai looked at the ground where a small mountain of red fist-sized fruits was piled up and couldn't help but twitch his mouth. There were simply too many, over 1,000 pieces. If he were to eat them, he could last a year. Name: Blood Pulp Fruit. Level First-tier low-grade introduction. A common low-level spirit fruit among first-tier low-grade fruits, can somewhat satiate hunger and provide moisture. During battles or when the consumption from cultivation is high, eating a blood pulp fruit can accelerate blood recovery speed by 50%. Accelerating blood recovery is your only merit. Subai ignored the phrases about satiating hunger and providing moisture, as he didn't need those 2 functions. With a casual wave, he stored all the over 1,000 blood pulp fruits into his spatial pouch, fearing they would spoil if left outside, as he certainly couldn't consume them all in a short time. Then he looked at the last type of spirit item, a flower that appeared pure white and crystal clear like a piece of crystal, but emanated a faint chill. Name: Ice Crystal Flower. Level First-tier medium-grade introduction. A rare ice attribute spirit flower that is priced far above its level. It can be used in medicine to treat heat toxins, burns, and scalds. Its greatest efficacy is that when ground into powder and applied to scars it can remove most scars, and applying it to the face can make the skin crystal clear and flawless, very popular among women. As a big man I won't have any use for it. I can wait until I go to Money Island to sell it for money. Subai looked at the 117 ice crystal flowers in front of him, feeling very happy. These are all money. Aside from these there were also some damaged blood crystals, silver coins and points. The former he had tossed to the little dragon and little red, while the silver coins, looking at his wallet and points balance, he knew without needing to count. Tester ID Blue Star 10010 name Subai Realm Peak of the 5th layer of body refining strength 5926. 7 kilograms. Cultivation Technique 9 turns Divine Demon Art 1st layer of 9 turns Hunyuan Skill Martial Arts, Heavenly Stream Divine Finger 1st layer Breaking Gold, Beginner 51. 9 Heavy Mysterious Yuan Spear 1st layer Heavy as 1,000 pounds entry 1 Star River in a Hands Reach 1st layer Snow Steps entry 36, Secret Technique None Bone Quality Divine Grade Talent Ability Divine Level Eye of Insight. 40 minutes 30 seconds 40 minutes 30 seconds, can perceive everything hidden within a range of 165 meters, recognizing all things, and can increase time and distance with cultivation. Wallet 2017 silver coins 42,195 copper coins points 36266 first tier points 556 common points. Island Spirit, help me upgrade the spatial pouch to 100 cubic meters. Subai waved his hand upon seeing his wallet balance. This is the freedom that comes with wealth. Moreover, his current spatial pouch was indeed insufficient and was nearing full capacity. It requires consuming 66,500 copper coins. Please confirm Island Master whether to proceed with the consumption. Yes, Subai replied without a moment's hesitation. In the next second his wallet balance decreased while his spatial pouch rapidly expanded from 30 cubic meters to 100 cubic meters, stopping there, leaving a large empty area inside. How much will it cost to upgrade further? Subai inquired. Replying to the Island Master, upgrading from 100 cubic meters to 1,000 cubic meters requires consuming 90000 copper coins for every 100 cubic meter upgrade, essentially a 10 discount. 90,000 copper coins, that's 90 silver coins, which is acceptable. Subai nodded slightly, however he didn't plan to continue upgrading for now as the current space was sufficient after reaching 100 cubic meters. Taking another look at the balance, it had changed to 1989 silver coins and 195 copper. Just as Subai was contemplating whether to make a few first-tier draws, the voice of the Tower Spirit echoed, Master, the refining is complete. A total of 118 first-tier mid-grade blood spirit pills, 99 first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills, 9 first-tier mid-grade soul pills, and 10 first-tier low-grade soul pills have been obtained. Use the first-tier low-grade blood spirit pills and first-tier low-grade soul pills to heal the remaining 4 injured wild hawks. If it's not enough, provide the incomplete blood crystals. If there are excess, let the first-tier 5-star wild hawks use them for cultivation. Subai commanded. The bloodline of the first-tier 5-star wild hawk is relatively high, making it easier to cultivate into a first-tier 6-star battle pet. He planned to keep it temporarily while he decided not to continue cultivating the first-tier 3-star and 4-star ones. Once he reached Money Island and had the opportunity, he would directly dispose of them, as holding onto them was no longer useful. All right, Master, the Tower Spirit replied. After being interrupted by the Tower Spirit, Subai dismissed the idea of drawing immediately and decided to save it for the next live stream. He then took out a first-tier mid-grade soul pill and swallowed it immediately. I wonder if it can still enhance my soul. Subai felt a bit anxious, as the last time he used a soul pill it only increased the duration of his divine ability by 30 seconds. Given the diminishing returns of the first-tier mid-grade soul pill, this time it was likely to be ineffective. Indeed, after a considerable amount of time there was no change in the duration of his divine ability. He only felt that his thinking was exceptionally agile and his mental state was excellent. Therefore, adhering to the principle of not wasting, Subai took out his Xian Iron Heavy Spear and resumed his practice of the Xian Yuan 9 Heavy Spears. Island Master, the third floating island has been connected. Hearing the prompt from the Island Spirit, Subai ended this round of cultivation. Scan this floating island's information. Subai immediately commanded. He was also very curious about this island, even more so than Mist Island, because this floating island appeared completely barren with nothing on it, and he could see straight through from one side of the island to the other. What resources could such a floating island possibly have? This was the question in Subai's mind. However, soon the Island Spirit provided an answer. There really were resources. Island Master, here is the resource information chart for this floating island. Please take a look. As he spoke, a virtual screen appeared before Subai displaying 5 images. Xian Iron Crystal Sand Earth Element Fruit Sandworm Gold Eating Worm. Now hasn't the radar already covered a range of 400 meters? Isn't there any of these 5 resources within that range? Subai questioned, puzzled, as the 5 resources provided by the island spirit only had images and names lacking specific information. Updated. Name: crystal sand. Grade: low grade. Introduction: also known as the food of gold-eating worms rice field. It can enhance the success rate of refining equipment, ensuring 100 success below 2nd tier, a 30 increase below 3rd tier, and a 10 increase below 4th tier. It is ineffective at 4th tier and above. Hiss. After reading the information provided by the radar, Subai couldn't help but suck in a breath. He initially thought it was just an ordinary 1st tier material, but unexpectedly it turned out to be such a remarkable special material. Although he couldn't refine equipment, he could guess that this skill must not be easy. A treasure that can increase the success rate is absolutely invaluable to a craftsman, worth its weight in gold. If I can capture enough gold-eating worms for breeding, wouldn't it be possible to continuously provide me with crystal sand? This is a long-term business. In the future, once I conquer it, crystal sand could also become a long-term business in my territory, providing an endless cash flow for the construction of my domain. Subai had to admit that his mind was still quite quick. Moreover, since there are low-grade ones, could there be mid-grade and high-grade ones as well? The more he thought about it, the more he felt there was room for operation. By the way, I also need to confirm a key issue. Seemingly having thought of something, Subai quickly looked at the second image with detailed information. Name: gold-eating worm larva. Grade: 1st tier, 2-star, early stage. Introduction: the larva of the gold-eating worm clan feeds on Xian iron and can undergo a miraculous reaction in its abdomen, giving birth to crystal sand, a special spiritual object. Good. With this, the food issue was also resolved and Subai could finally relax. Not to mention that this floating island itself has Xian iron. Even if it didn't, he could draw Xian iron through 1st tier draws. Based on the probability of the last draw, Xian iron should be a relatively easy 1st tier prize to obtain. Currently, he had a lot of 1st tier points in hand, and there would be even more in the future. He would definitely not lack Xian iron. Island spirit, are there only larvae of gold-eating worms here? Subai asked. Yes, this is just a 1st tier wild resource floating island. The larvae of gold-eating worms range from 1st tier 2-star early stage to 1st tier 9-star limit. The juvenile worms correspond to 2nd tier and the mature worms correspond to 3rd tier, making it a relatively powerful insect species. The island spirit explained. Juvenile worms. Subai was taken aback. It was the first time he had heard of such a term. Most fierce beasts and insect species progress from low to high as larvae, juveniles, and mature forms. Beyond that, there are 1st transformations, 2nd transformations, and so on until the insect god. Insect species with higher bloodlines require fewer transformations, while those with lower bloodlines need to undergo more transformations to become insect gods, making it increasingly difficult. After the island spirit finished seeing the fervor in Subai's eyes, it quickly added an explanation. Moreover, transitioning from larvae to juveniles and from juveniles to mature forms is not something that happens automatically just by giving them enough time. It requires a large amount of resources to enable them to grow smoothly. Otherwise, larvae may never evolve into juveniles within their lifetime. Subai was not deterred by the island spirit's words. Instead, he became even more excited. So you mean as long as these gold-eating worms evolve into mature forms, they can reach the 3rd tier, and as long as there are sufficient resources, they can grow, right? In theory, yes, but the resources required are unimaginable. Subai only heard the first half of the sentence and completely ignored the second half. Great, this makes Subai's previous assumptions even more viable. Of course, assumptions are assumptions, reality is reality. Right now the key is to explore and conquer this floating island. After calming down, Subai looked at the 3rd image again. There isn't much to see here, just a micro Xian iron mine with only a little over 1,000 kilograms left. It was because of this micro Xian iron mine that the gold-eating worms settled here, leading to the birth of crystal sand. The gold-eating worms are treasures to me. I can't kill too many of them. The main focus should be on taming them. This means that live streaming is not suitable at this moment. With this in mind, Subai decided not to start the live stream for now. He would wait until he had tamed the gold-eating worms before live streaming again when facing the sandworms. Having made up his mind, Subai no longer hesitated. He took a step forward and directly set foot on the barren floating island. After walking about 100 meters and standing atop the mysterious iron mine, he drew his handgun and fired a shot into the sky. Bang! The immense sound instantly attracted the surrounding golden-eating insects, which swarmed up from the ground, sensing their surroundings with confusion. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. No need for further perception. All the golden-eating insects that had poked their heads up discovered this unexpected guest emitting eerie insect sounds before surging towards Subai like a tide surrounding him. What started as a sparse gathering soon became densely packed as they approached, numbering at least 100. Some were as small as a newborn's fist, while others were the size of a strong man's fist, completely jet black yet with dark golden teeth capable of gnawing through mysterious iron, revealing their biting power and sharpness. But that wasn't all. Since this floating island was quite spacious, the two gunshots echoed far and wide, causing gold-eating insects to emerge from other areas and charge towards the side. If viewed from above, one would see Subai about to be engulfed by a sea of insects. Just in time, Subai was not frightened by this swarm of golden-eating insects. Instead, he was quite excited. He hadn't expected that by using gunfire to attract them, he would actually succeed. It seemed their hearing was exceptionally acute. They usually hid underground, and if they didn't actively poke their heads out to attack, it would indeed be quite difficult for Subai to capture them one by one. Subai summoned the beast tower with a flick of his hand. An overwhelming power emanated from the tower, instantly pinning down the golden-eating insects that were closer to him, rendering them unable to move. Capture. The golden-eating insects sensed the terrifying power of the beast tower and desperately tried to resist the suction. Unfortunately, the highest cultivation level among this group of golden-eating insects was merely at the first stage 3-star limit, while the weakest was only at the initial stage of the first stage 2-star. Soon nearly 100 golden-eating insects were all captured by Subai into the beast tower. Once inside the tower, these golden-eating insects became restless. Fortunately, there was a spirit within the tower. A flash of blood-red light swept by, and all the golden-eating insects quieted down. Master, all have been subdued. The words of the tower spirit left Subai momentarily stunned. So fast. This was much quicker than capturing the wild falcon before. It was merely the blink of an eye. Insect tribes are easier to contract compared to other fierce beasts, the tower spirit explained. I see. Subai realized that this was even better news for him. Then the lower-tier golden-eating insects from the initial stage of 2 stars to the limit of 3 stars quickly distanced themselves from Subai, while the remaining larger golden-eating insects gathered together. Then the lower-tier golden-eating insects from the initial stage of 2 stars to the limit of 3 stars quickly distanced themselves from Subai, while the remaining larger golden-eating insects gathered together, once again rushing towards Subai. What is this? Subai froze and quickly looked towards the source of the earlier sharp insect sound. He saw a golden-eating insect the size of a basketball with a faint golden light flickering in the center of its forehead, staring intently at him. Is this the Insect King? It can command these golden-eating insects like an army. How incredible. Subai was somewhat astonished, but unfortunately the Insect King was too far away for his insight eye to discern any information about it. Moreover, he needed to deal with the sea of insects in front of him first before rushing over. Just in time, suppress. Subai hurriedly swallowed a first-grade mid-tier blood spirit pill, mobilizing all his blood energy to fully control the beast tower, suppressing all the rushing golden-eating insects to the ground, rendering them immobile. He dared not let his guard down in the slightest. It should be noted that the golden-eating insects charging over this time were all above the initial stage of 4 stars, and their numbers exceeded 500. They were densely packed, and anyone with a fear of clusters would certainly not be able to bear it. Even without a fear of clusters at this moment, sweat started to bead on Subai's forehead, indicating just how strenuous it was for him to control the beast tower. Capture. Subai shouted, and immediately an even more terrifying suction force emanated from the beast tower, drawing the golden-eating insects on the ground one by one into it. Meanwhile, the blood energy within Subai was rapidly depleting, but fortunately the blood spirit pill continually replenished it, otherwise he would soon exhaust his energy. The Insect King, seeing that over 500 of its subordinates could do nothing against this human and were being captured one by one into that magical tower, became anxious, seemingly making some kind of decision. It suddenly charged forward at an unseeable speed, apparently wanting to break through the beast tower above. So fast. Subai was also shocked by the Insect King's speed. However, as it actively attacked, the distance between them quickly closed. Subai hurriedly activated his insight eye to check its information. Name: Golden-Eating Insect King. Level 1st stage 7-star initial. Description: the ruler of the golden-eating insect tribe on this island, having fortuitously consumed a guyuan fruit, its cultivation level far exceeds that of its kin, and its intelligence surpasses that of its kind, equivalent to that of a 12 or 13-year-old human child. It possesses immense strength, capable of easily crushing high-grade first-stage divine weapons and tearing through ordinary high-grade first-stage defensive formations. Capturing it would allow for the domination of all golden-eating insects on this floating island. Hiss. So strong. Subai couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. This was the strongest fierce beast he had encountered thus far. Thankfully, I didn't start a live stream. Otherwise, without the help of the beast tower, I might not have been able to deal with it. But now, Subai decided to temporarily abandon the other golden-eating insects and focus on dealing with this Insect King. At that moment, the golden-eating Insect King had already collided with the beast tower. Clang. A tremendous sound echoed. The beast tower merely shook slightly, while the Insect King was jolted by a powerful recoil, staggering to its feet and swaying left and right on the ground. Clearly it was still in a dazed state, likely not having anticipated that this blood-red tower was so formidable. Suppress. Subai took a few steps forward, enveloping the Insect King under the pressure of the Beast Tower. Just as the Insect King was still somewhat swaying, it suddenly stumbled and fell to the ground. However, true to being a first stage 7-star fierce beast, it slowly got back up under the pressure, trying to resist it. If you were a first stage 8-star beast, you might have a chance to escape. But not now. Subai was full of confidence as he once again exerted stronger pressure. It should be noted that the Beast Tower could help Subai barely suppress Beast's 3 minor realms above him. He himself was at the peak of the 5th level of the body refining stage, theoretically able to suppress a peak first stage 8-star beast, or at the very least a mid to late first stage 8-star beast, while the Insect King was merely at the initial stage of the first stage 7-star. The Insect King let out a sharp chirp, clearly unwilling to accept its fate. In the next moment, the suppressed and unsuppressed golden-eating insects all began to riot. The ones under suppression struggled fiercely, risking being crushed by the terrifying pressure, while those outside the range of the Beast Tower's suppression disregarded their lives and began to gnaw at the blood-colored shield enveloping the Beast Tower as if they wanted to tear apart its defenses. All this reckless desperation was to rescue their king. Surprisingly, although they could not break through the pressure, this commotion caused Subai's vitality to deplete at an accelerated rate of 60%. Capture. Subai realized that the only way to proceed was to subdue the Insect King first. However, while it was easy to suppress the Insect King, capturing it into the Beast Tower proved to be a challenging task. For a moment, a stalemate ensued between man and insect. Subai quickly consumed another first-grade, mid-tier blood spirit pill. The Insect King, sensing Subai's predicament, emitted another chirp, though its rhythm was different from before. Should I use the Juga crossbow against it? If I am careful, it shouldn't die immediately, just get heavily injured. Indeed, Subai had started contemplating the use of the Juga crossbow. His hesitation stemmed from the fear of accidentally killing the Insect King, which would be a huge loss. Clearly, this Insect King's value was far greater than 100 ordinary golden-eating insects. However, just as he was hesitating and had not made a decision, an unexpected change occurred. In the center of the floating island, a strong wind began to whip up, quickly evolving into a tornado. Most importantly, within this tornado, there seemed to be a creature resembling a giant dragon. No way. Subai's first thought was of a dragon, but it seemed unlikely. He recalled the resource list of this floating island, which mentioned another ferocious beast. Could it be a sandworm? But it doesn't look like that. Subai was utterly perplexed. The gunfire earlier and the massive commotion from the recent battle didn't cause any reactions there, yet the special screech from the Insect King drew a response from that direction. There's no way it's not related to the golden-eating insects, Subai was certain. Sure enough, when Subai looked back at the golden-eating insects, they appeared extremely excited. It really is connected to the Insect King. Subai's expression turned grave. Now he could only maintain a stalemate with the Insect King. Once its allies arrived, he would likely have to retreat back to the floating island. Even if he could kill that ally, the remaining golden-eating insects would burrow underground, making it time-consuming and laborious to capture them again. It's a gamble, it all depends on luck now. Subai gritted his teeth, pulled out the Juga crossbow, and aimed at the Insect King before pulling the trigger. He could only ensure that he wouldn't aim for its vital parts, but he couldn't guarantee that it would survive. Whoosh! An arrow shot forth, and the Insect King instantly felt the threat of death struggling even more violently, its sounds becoming more urgent. Yet the arrow was already upon it, and it quickly mobilized all its vitality to resist. However, at the moment it tried to block the arrow, all its resistance against the Beast Tower's power vanished. Whoosh! The Insect King instantly disappeared from Subai's sight while the arrow struck the ground, embedding 2/3 of its length into the earth. What just happened? Subai was momentarily stunned. Just then he heard the voice of the tower spirit in his mind, and realization dawned on him. Master, the Insect King's resistance vanished in an instant. I took advantage of this opportunity to capture it directly into the Beast Tower. It is currently being confined by me, but it is unlike the other golden-eating insects, showing a strong resistance and cannot be subdued quickly. Good job. Subai praised. As for the issue of not being able to subdue it quickly, he was not anxious, he had plenty of time. Meanwhile, the system's notification sound rang out. Ding! Congratulations, you have successfully defeated the king of the golden-eating insects. Reward a piece of first-grade radar fragment. Defeated. They didn't even use the word kill this time. It seems the trial space knows what's going on. Although I didn't gain hunting points, I still received another reward. This was pretty much in line with Subai's expectations. Acquiring the Insect King was more valuable to him than the points gained from killing. Seeing the Insect King vanish, the surrounding golden-eating insects fell into chaos and disorder. Subai seized this opportunity to quickly absorb these golden-eating insects into the Beast Tower. However, in just 2 seconds, he had only managed to absorb over 100 golden-eating insects. The tornado in the distance dissipated, revealing a bizarre insect over 40 meters long, devoid of a head, but with two black eyeballs and a wide mouth filled with sharp teeth, its eyes darting around Subai as if searching for something. It really is a sandworm. Upon seeing its true form, Subai let out a sigh of relief. Although the creature was enormous and formidable, this was a first-grade floating island, meaning its strength was likely still at the first-grade level. With the beast tower, even if he couldn't kill it, it couldn't kill him either, as long as it wasn't a freak like a dragon. Perhaps it failed to find what it was looking for, or realized that the Insect King was missing. It suddenly became enraged, its eyes directed at Subai, filled with killing intent. Screech. A sonic wave erupted from the sandworm's mouth, instantly whipping up a storm of dust. This dust, as if guided, formed a massive tornado that surged towards Subai. Along the way, the golden-eating insects seemed to understand the might of the sandworm, hastily avoiding the tornado, while those who couldn't escape in time were instantly torn to shreds by the vortex. What the hell, this is insane. Subai was shocked by the power of the tornado and felt immense regret. At least a dozen first-grade 4-star golden-eating insects had been killed by the tornado. With a terrifying force reminiscent of the apocalypse, the tornado slammed into the beast tower, causing it to shake. Subai felt his vitality surge violently within him, quickly draining by 1/5. Although his vitality had only been 1/3 remaining before, calculating it this way meant that, even at his peak, he could only withstand the sandworm's attacks 15 times. Thinking of this, Subai hastily consumed another first-grade mid-tier blood spirit pill and asked in astonishment, "Tower Spirit, isn't the beast tower supposed to be able to defend against attacks from a much higher realm? Then it should at least withstand the full strength of a second-grade 5-star ferocious beast, right?"